The Republic Done Goofed, Part 1. Dr. Henry Chapman was sitting at his desk deep in the Republic Advanced Research Program Agency's Northern Complex going over the latest scans from the debacle that just took place in Barnard's Star. 10 of their babies, the Fairbairn stilettos, were gutted in seconds. There was no salvaging them. They were all bound for the scrap heap. It wasn't even a fight. That goddamn Samuels person slaughtered them. No, that wasn't accurate. She could have slaughtered them but instead did just enough damage to completely wreck them without a single death. Oh, more than a few people were in med pods, and a few of them will have their military careers come to an end due to what could only be described as extensive injuries, but nobody was killed. And what's worse, the ship now known as Gloria's Reaper escaped. God, he wanted that ship. He had absolutely no interest in the coup, any of them. He had only one thing that drove him. The acquisition of knowledge, more specifically knowledge that would further the Republic's capacity for self-preservation. He pushed his old-style glasses up, a very useful affectation. They constantly displayed augmented reality screens fed by any of several supercomputers and from a very advanced scanner built directly into the frame. He felt blind without them. His drive was borderline insane, but so was the situation in which the Republic found itself. He knew a very ugly little fact that most in the Republic did not. Technologically speaking, both the Republic and the Empire weren't just a little behind the bug. They were so far behind it wasn't even funny. They only won, if you could call it that, by the strength of spirit of their combatants who threw themselves and their ships into a suicidal headlong fight against what should have wiped them out. The numbers didn't lie. Based on firepower and technology, we should have lost. The bugs should be converting Terra into another hive world at this very moment. And humanity? What was left of it should be huddling on whatever ships they could grab or packed nut to butt into the grand shipyard, hoping and praying that the bug didn't find that too. Yes, the Terran people, and the Empires, saved the day, but that victory was a truly Pyrrhic one, and next time they wouldn't win. The bug will be back, and at their rate of industrial production and technological development, when they do come back, they will have corrected their mistake. Their next fleet will be able to do the job. Hell, a fleet the quarter the size of the one they sent last time would be more than enough anytime in the next few years. Humanity was doomed unless he could deliver the impossible, a century's worth of development in the next 5 years. Henry's war never stopped. He was still fighting it every single day. Taking another gulp of coffee, he ran the footage again. Those missiles were identified as ASGMF-30 anti-ship guided fusion missiles. He ran the analysis again. Because they were. Something had been done to them. Something fabulous. But what? He pulled up all the information he had on that missile. Theoretically, the missile was capable of the performance that he was seeing. It was theoretically possible, but he of all people knew the difference between theoretically possible and actually achievable. While the reactionless thruster used on that missile was capable of that power output and actually did achieve it during its final shield penetration burn, there was a reason why it waited until the final approach before it did so. There was no way that the missile could accurately, and far more importantly safely, acquire the target, correctly identify it as hostile, successfully arm the fusion device and guide itself during the terminal burn. That level of acceleration required every amp from the battery pack, leaving nothing for guidance. It was only capable of doing that level of acceleration in a straight line. To hit a moving ship at any range with that power distribution, the missile would have to be able to see into the future, which was impossible. So how did they pull it off, and even more importantly to Henry, who pulled it off? He pulled up every single thing he had on Janu's deck. It wasn't any of those hacks. He was sure of it. Esmeralda was sharp, but this was quite beyond her cookbook anarchists. He played the raid of their corporate headquarters again and smiled. That poor little snake never failed to get a smile out of him. Wait. What did he know about that snake? His fingers flew across his keyboard. No, it wasn't the snake, probably. Still, he should send an agent out to chat with it, see if it knew anything about missiles. He typed in an order to make it happen, taking care to specify that it be a pleasant interview with a kind interviewer that was dealing with a friendly contact who we wanted to like us after the session was concluded. He definitely did not want to alienate either the snake or, much more importantly, his new employer, one of the shadow techs from which one ill word would silence entirely too many much-needed voices. It had taken years to get some of those people to open up, and one botched interview would send that entire sector so deep into the shadows he would never get them or their innovations back. All of this was made quite clear in the orders. He hated that he had to take care to do that, but he wasn't the only person for whom the war had never ended, and some of them had only gotten more twisted and monstrous with every year that passed. Staring down the barrel of extinction will do that to a person. It was getting more and more difficult to keep some of them in line. That reminded him. He pulled up the latest from Cerberus and frowned. It seems that a prospect was one of the 2 individuals that were taken from. Holy shit. It was them, wasn't it? Gloria was part of Sheila Donovan's crew, and her ship was almost certainly the one used for the jailbreak. That means they have the prospect. His fingers once again turned into blurs. Shelloran. He quickly pulled up everything he had on her and leaned back as his spectacles were flooded with information. Quite the dark horse, aren't you, my little frog, he muttered after a few minutes. The stories from the Federation were hyperbole-laden fluff, as per usual. But if even a fraction of it was true, she was far too dangerous to be loose and far too promising to allow to disappear. Wait. Didn't they have some of her tech already? They did. He contacted the Small Arms Division and called for a briefing. Neutron Star. Lucky crowed as she slammed down her cards triumphantly. Ugh, Visha groaned as she let her cards slip from her fingers. Why do I play this Fed nonsense? Because you are a generous soul, Lucky snickered as she gathered the loot. Another hand. I can't afford it, Visha replied, unless you feel like playing a game of chess first. Not after the last, Lucky trailed off as she saw where the chessboard was being set up, a sensor hole. Maybe one game. How much is this game gonna cost me? Just this, Visha replied, selecting just a few credits worth of basic commissary goodies. Lucky's ears pricked up. Okay, she said dubiously. Visha wanted something, and it wasn't her stash of honey buns. Interesting. I'm in, Lucky smiled. The pair walked across the common area to where the board was already being set up by some of Visha's crew, who then backed away as they sat. Lucky's ears were fully upright. Just her and Visha, hey? Something was definitely up. This was further confirmed as Visha's people shooed away the usual crowd of spectators that would gather for one of their epic confrontations. More than a little concerned, Tiz caught her eye, and Lucky just shrugged and nodded. I have to admit, Visha said as she made her first move, I thought you guys were having a little bit of fun with us with all of your talk about that Shelloran thing. Oh, she's the real deal, all right, Lucky replied as she carefully pushed a pawn forward. Of that, I have absolutely no doubt, Visha replied. You know who I am with, correct? Yet. Well, we have people up there, Visha said quietly. And your girl definitely is the real deal, and then some. Oh. Lucky replied. Do tell. Visha leaned forward. So did Lucky. You know that place is literally airtight, in orbit, the most secure facility there is, yes. So I've heard. Well, it is now just a little less secure. What? Lucky hissed. You heard me, Visha whispered. There was an incident up there, and 2 people escaped. Visha smiled. Care to guess who one of them was? No. Fucking. Way. Yes, fucking way, Visha smiled. They are keeping it out of the news, but Shelloran and some super secret someone or another got out. Your frog is in the wind. Lucky let out a long contented sigh and leaned back happily. Oh, the Republic has to be just about wetting themselves, Lucky said with a toothy ear-to-ear grin, quite the accomplishment for a 8-lie. You know that bank robbery they say she was involved in? Visha whispered. Yet. It was done by Sheila Donovan, Visha replied as she moved one of her knights. Ring a bell. Should it? How about the White Star? It was her. Lucky asked. Word on the street was that Sheila hit that bank because she was getting money for the White Star job, Visha said. It's your turn, by the way. Oh, sorry, Lucky said, realizing that she had forgotten. And guess who is suspect number 1 for the jailbreak? Visha asked as Lucky was mulling over the board, causing her to once again forget. No. Visha smiled and nodded. The same people who just happened to pick her bank to rob, the bank that they were conveniently able to use to tap into the Federation banking network and steal millions. Our hackers say doing that is nearly impossible and would take days to accomplish, unless it was set up ahead of time. Holy shit, Lucky gasped. They busted out a member of their crew. Or more likely an associate, Visha shrugged. You need to move something, or this will start to look suspicious, Flopsy. Well, hold off on the next orbital strike until I move, Void Lover, Lucky said as she studied the board. Visha just sat there, her eyes glittering like a teen who just got asked to prom. Lucky took her hand off of her queen and looked up. There's more, isn't there? Visha just vibrated happily. Lucky shook her ears to clear her mind and focused on the board. Dr. Chapman, a blonde woman in her 40s enthused as she entered his office carrying a small case. We have completed our initial analysis of the small arms used by Shelloran the Plath during the Harkeen incident as well as the concealed carry piece that she always had on her. Henry actually smiled a genuine smile at her approach. Normally when someone approached him that eagerly it was to brown nose, but hopefully, now what was her name again? Sigrid. No. Thank God for his spectacles. He flicked his eye over to an icon suspended in his vision and blinked. Sissel. Her name was Sissel. Excellent, Sissel, he said happily. Dr. Sissel Haugen beamed at him. He actually remembered her name. So, Henry said, leaning forward, what do you have for me? Only the most alien fucked up shit you can imagine, Dr. Haugen said as she opened the case and pulled out one of the flares. This thing is evil. So what is it, what does it do, and how does it work? Henry asked as Dr. Haugen activated a holographic display attached to her laptop, projecting a schematic of the flare. It looks deceptively simple, Henry said, looking at the hologram. That's because it is, Sissel replied. What she did was take a spool of space wire and feed it into a highly modified blaster. Instead of generating and firing a stream of charged particles, it instead accelerated the wire out of the reinforced barrel at near blaster velocity, without breaking the wire, until she wanted to. That's not the cool part. This is. Sissel pointed at a small assembly at the barrel. What is that? Henry asked, completely mystified. It took us a minute to figure that one out. Sissel replied proudly. It is a type of oscillator that applies wave functions on the wire as it exits the barrel. It is basically a series of charged plates and guides that both vibrate and apply charges upon the wire as it exits. It's essentially a combination of an ancient tech speaker and, get this, a cathode ray tube monitor. The combination of the two functions can apply virtually any combination of waves and directional impulses to the exiting wire. That is what made it so horribly effective. The holographic image showed the wire leaving the weapon in loops, angles, swirls, circles, squares. It's basically a cookie-cutter gun. Sissel exclaimed. She was shooting blades of any size or shape that she chose and was able to vary it on the fly to suit the targets. We reviewed the footage, and over 100 different waveforms were applied to those poor bastards, and we think that was just the barest fraction of what was possible. Slow-motion footage of the incident started to play with the shapes that hit the various targets highlighted. Henry looked at the weapon's schematic carefully. Something was missing. Where is the computer or signal generator for the waveforms? Dr. Haugen grinned. That's the really freaky part, she exclaimed. There aren't any. There is nothing in the weapon that created the waveforms. In fact, there isn't even a trigger as we would define one. She triumphantly pointed at a tiny little dot that started to glow on the schematic. There is just this. What? A microphone. Sissel exclaimed happily. She played the tape of the incident again, with the volume turned up. The singing? Henry asked in wide-eyed amazement. Yeah, that's how we looked when we figured it out. Sissel grinned. She controlled both flares with the song she was singing. Analysis of the music revealed that it had the waveforms encoded as well as additional commands that involved the feed rate of the wire. The incident played again in slow motion, with displays showing the various sung notes. We have been able to deduce the tones that cause the wire to feed and stop, causing the wire to break and completing a single projectile and the vocal channel that encoded the waveforms in the wire. Both weapons were completely controlled by her voice. She didn't need signal generators. She is one. Henry just sat there in amazement at the simple, brutal, elegance of what he was watching. It was a simple concept, but the precision with which every single part had to be tuned and how they were tuned to work together to operate was beautiful. And Shell Oran built 2 of them in just a few hours. It would take a team of engineers weeks, at least, to get something like this to work without blowing apart or ripping the hands off of the user. It gets better. Dr. Haugen enthused, or worse, depending on which end of this unholy beast you are facing. She pointed at the decoration on the side of the flares. That is the guts from Attack a Migraine Mk3. A stunner. It was a stunner, Sissel beamed, it is now a war crime. The signal from the stunner is fed directly into the blaster with no loss of signal quality and is amplified by approximately 50,000 times, turning what was a low-energy neural disruption signal into a high-power neural destruction signal. Any contact with any portion of that wire when that function is active will instantly kill any neural tissue, triggering instant cell death along the axons, or whatever signal carrier a species uses. If your body uses any electric or electrochemical mechanism to transmit information through the body, you are fucked. She ripped them into pieces for good measure, but they were probably dying the second the first few millimeters of wire hit them. Jesus Christ, Henry muttered. That single function was beyond valuable. It spreads out from the initial point of impact, Sissel said as she showed scans of the corpses. Their central nervous system was destroyed all the way to their median ganglia line. It's the Threne version of having their spinal column cooked. Henry just looked at the scans in disbelief. They had tried boosting a neural disruption signal, but the more you try to boost it, the noisier it becomes. Beyond a certain point, you don't get a death ray. You just get an inefficient electron blaster bolt. The power levels necessary to cause this sort of damage should just burn everything before the signal can be transmitted, even with a melee weapon, which these strange pistols resemble as much as they resemble anything. Until today. Sissel was looking at him, eyes aglow. And are you familiar with the particular signal that particular stunner uses to incapacitate its target, Dr. Chapman? His eyes flickered across the virtual reality screens that hovered ever present in his sight. He soon had the answer. Pain. The final scream of their nerves wasn't just threshold-level pain. It was the sort of agony that kills the very nerves that transmit their final scream. Sissel let out a giggly nervous laugh when she saw his expression change. The neurochemical scans of the brains of the Threen showed, well, their last moments were not nice. We've never seen those levels of stress and pain in a Threen brain, ever. That includes that one rather nasty starport accident a few years back. These flares are worse than being burned alive, much, much, much worse. I can't even imagine what it must have felt like. This thing was designed to punish them, torture them, utterly destroy them. Sissel's smile faded. I'm an atheist, but Satan himself, or herself, built these. I don't know, Henry smiled. I think it is more traditionally angelic, but then again, that label fits as well, doesn't it? What about that last one? The one she put through a deli slicer. We don't have the best footage, but it looks like the initial strokes were without the joy buzzer, Sissel replied. He was clearly still lucid for many of the initial cuts. She wanted him to know what was happening. God, I'm glad she's locked up. Henry smiled a thin smile in response. But, Sissel continued, right, here, she exclaimed as she paused the footage of the Threen boss getting disassembled, see his eyes roll back? That's when she burned him. She didn't let him get off light. Amazing that she kept him conscious that long, Henry mused as he viewed the carnage dispassionately. Actually, it looks like she waited for him to lose consciousness before using the neural burn to bring him back for the grand finale. Jesus, remind me not to piss her off. He looked down at his notes. And what about her little purple glitter-adorned snub-nosed burner, he asked. Sissel shuddered as she carefully pulled it out of the case, still in a plastic bag. I don't like this thing one bit. It scares me. Is it worse than the flares? It's different, weird, she said, trying to find the right words. Alien, we are still trying to figure it out, actually. We only fired it once, and we dare not do it again. Why? It's an unholy mix of a dime store stunner and, get this, parts from a microwave oven and what we think might be a pocket sewing machine. She claims she learned it from a video game, but that is bullshit. This did not come from any video game anywhere, not in this century anyhow. The components are all jammed together in what appears to be no logical order, and the power has been boosted beyond the design limits of any single component. It should explode, but it doesn't. What it does is send a beam of what can only be described as coherent electrons downrange. Coherent electrons. It projects a beam of electrons all moving in a perfectly straight line, with no resistance, just like they were traveling down a superconductor, but there is no conductor. The electrons, while insanely high voltage, make no attempt to travel to ground until it hits the target, at which time they punch through insulators like a kinetic projectile trying to continue along their pre-existing path, still not trying to go to ground until something gives and they then remember that they are in fact electrons and start behaving normally. Until whatever happens, they act more like a high-velocity laminar flow fluid than anything else. We don't understand. And, of course, they carry a murderously amplified universal neural disruption signal because that's just how she rolls. Not much has to get through to be absolutely lethal to most life forms, we think. The weapon was only fired twice that we know of, and it instantly killed both targets. We don't have access to the victims, but we are fairly certain they didn't die from anything traditional. Video footage shows them just falling without even a twitch. They just went down hard, and never moved again. We need more data, Henry replied. Why haven't you fired it again? Each time it fires, it breaks down further, Sissel replied. It was clearly intended for a limited number of shots, its longevity sacrificed for pure lethal power. Until we know more, each shot could be its last, and that last shot could destroy the device. It's probably why she built the flares to take on multiple opponents. We should at least. Nope. Sissel replied firmly. I'm not even shooting a lab rat with that nightmare, not until we know what it actually does to the target. Now, send me a Porky or the right Terran, and I'll pop a cap in their ass, but I'm not doing it to some innocent animal, not after what those fucking flares did to the Threen. I will see what I can do, Henry replied calmly. I'm sure we can find an appropriate volunteer somewhere. Just make sure they are extra appropriate, Sissel replied. I have no idea what this thing will do to somebody, but I'm pretty sure it will be truly messed up. And from what I've read, the Plath are supposed to be these sweet little garden gnomes, Sissel said, shaking her head, as well as what can only be described as technologically backward, if you can believe it. So we've been led to believe, Henry replied. Then again, this one is supposedly an aberration, actually an abomination if their planetary media is to be believed. They actually have a religious urban legend not officially part of their religion that states that a deal was struck between a figure known as the Great Prophet and the Befouler, their devil. The bargain was that one individual in each generation would belong to the Befouler and would contain all of the evil and corruption of their entire race. Most Plath scholars and theologians believe this to be a means for people to explain the occasional violent or evil act that would sometimes happen in an otherwise unbelievably peaceful race. Henry displayed a picture of Shell Oron in one of her frilly homemade little house on the prairie dresses with a huge ribbon on her head, smiling a big nervous smile. She doesn't look the part, but you know what, Sissel, Henry said with a smile, I think that maybe, just maybe, there might just be something to that legend after all. The Republic done goofed part 2. Lucky finally, after some deliberation, moved her queen. Okay, Visha whispered excitedly. Have you ever heard of someone called Gloria Samuels? A few minutes later, Lucky let out a long low whistle. Cousin Humper, she muttered. Are you fucking serious? Visha nodded. And that's why I'm telling you this. Any new arrivals could be agents from any number of organizations trying to find out anything they can. Word has come down that Shell Oron has attracted all sorts of interest from people you do not want interested in you, people who would think absolutely nothing about giving any of us an Epstein. So that's why the narc is here, Lucky snickered as she moved her queen pointlessly around the board, wasting time. Narc? Visha asked in alarm. The peacock-looking bitch that came in yesterday, Lucky snorted. We've all been playing nice with her, more out of pity than anything else. Ainavux and Max? Seriously? That's like getting a Plath in here. They both chuckled. It's so cute when she is trying to talk street, Lucky chuckled. I'll make a point to bring up Shell Oron, see if she bites. If she does, I'll just dump everything we know about her, which is squat, and maybe she will just leave. We had a new arrival too. Check. Visha said as she slid her bishop across the board. She makes all the right noises and does all the right things. I have absolutely no reason to suspect her, so of course, I do. She is just too healthy. She really takes care of herself, perhaps a little too well. That's her, over by the water dispenser. Oh, pretty, Lucky purred. I see what you mean. She is making me all sorts of confused over here. Yeah, watch that one. I don't know why they bother. Check. Visha replied. All they have to do is take half of the people here into a room, set some restaurant takeaway in front of them, and turn on the recorders. And until they leave, we gotta run a tight ship, Lucky grumbled. If I ever get out of here, I'm going to present Shell Oron a bill for lost business. Speaking of you getting out of here, Visha said, since I have you alone. No. You haven't heard what I have to say yet. I'm nobody's bitch, Lucky said, check. I'm independent. And where, exactly, has that gotten you? Visha pursed her lips thoughtfully as she stared at the board. The bunny was getting better. How long have you been in here? If they are so great, why are you still in here? Well, there's being above the law, Visha replied with a wince, and then there's shooting someone in the chest with explosive bullets above the law. Nobody in the Republic is that above the law, which is a good thing, I suppose. Well, that explains it, Lucky shrugged. I'm here in jail because I'm still playing the legal game, Visha said as she moved her rook. Doing the classic delay and bargain thing. That's the story anyway. The truth of the matter is that my people want someone here to look after people should they find themselves landing in here. You know, a kind word, a pack of chips, and a firm, gentle reminder that they might want to keep their fucking mouth shut. That and all sorts of interesting information filters through a place like this. So it works to our advantage to have a long-term presence in this lovely resort. That's nice and all, but it's that shooting people in the chest with explosive bullets thing that has me reluctant to sign up. I don't want to get out only to wind up back in here for life. Oh, that wasn't because of who I'm with, Visha replied as she shifted a pawn forward. Well, it was, sort of, but it wasn't an order. It was a fuck up, my fuck up, not theirs. I was a major player in the organization. By that, I mean a little fish in a tiny puddle, but I thought I was hot shit. Well, I got involved with this guy, a very pretty and much younger guy. I thought it was love, or at least a pleasant little arrangement, until the asshole stole my banking info and took me for around 100 grand. Unfortunately, it wasn't my 100 grand. He didn't know that, though. Check. Damn it, Lucky muttered as she looked pensively at the board. So you killed him, she asked as she placed a paw on her rook. I wish, Visha muttered. What I should have done was take a deep breath, put on my big girl panties, called a certain someone, and told them face to face that I had been ripped off. It would have been bad but survivable. It wasn't the first time someone wound up in my position, and it won't be the last. I would have wound up on the hook for it, but I could have worked it off or gotten it back with the organization's help and a little loss of face, the end result of which would have just been a steady ration of shit for a little while. God, why didn't I do that? Visha groaned, burying her face in her hands. That's what we're supposed to do. We would have beat that little turd until candy came out. Idiot. So, what did you do? I grabbed my pistol, drove over to his place, and broke in, Visha muttered. I knew he was out because I had a hacker trace his car that I gave him, by the way, she added, still a bit peeved about that even after several years. I had it all planned out, she smirked. I was going to jab a switchblade into his fancy desktop, which I bought him, and then link it to a hacker I hired. His type usually hides their credits in a file somewhere, usually in the cloud, but he would have accessed it from his desktop so my hacker could find his cache and clean out every single credit he had. While that was running, I was going to sit and wait for him to come home and then make him kneel in front of me while I took everything from him. It was going to be so good. Visha's face fell. What I didn't know was that his 14-year-old sister was staying with him. Oh, shit. Turns out she had run away from home again and was crashing at her cool big brother's place. It turns out that a shitty person comes from a shitty family, and his little sis was hiding out from them. I used a key cracker, so it sounded like the door unlocked normally. She probably thought it was her brother coming back early, so she sprinted out holding a fucking hollow pistol, you know, those replicas they use for shooting games? Why the hell do they make them look so fucking realistic? It looked exactly like a 12mm, exactly, X. Sigh. Lucky just looked at Visha with a mixture of horror, sympathy, and pity. She probably didn't even realize it was sort of pointed at me, Visha said quietly. And why was she so quiet? She just popped out from the hall with that fucking chunk of plastic in her hand, happy to see her bro and Visha closed her eyes and shook her head. My reflexes, honed from hours of weekend corporate security seminars, kicked in, and I put 2 high-explosive rounds in her chest before she even knew what hit her. I didn't see the stupid orange ring until it was lying on the floor. How could I have not seen that? How? Creators, Lucky gasped. At least, Visha said, her eyes still closed, at least I wasn't a punk. I didn't run off and leave her to die. I called it in. I called. Visha shuddered. Lucky instinctively reached out and put a paw on her shoulder. It didn't matter, Visha said, her eyes misting over. I bought the good bullets. That poor kid was dead long before the med team got there. Visha shook herself and blinked hard a few times. So I didn't kill the son of a bitch, she said with a lifeless voice, I murdered his kid sister in his living room. At least I wasn't a punk. If I had been, my people would have disavowed me, if not worse. I didn't sleaze out and abandon that kid, and when some wannabe hotshot tried to get me to turn evidence, I gave him a long rambling confession that he didn't realize was the plot for season 2 of Galactic Gangster Qui Cats. Visha laughed. Oh, he was pissed. He got all excited and ran it up to his superiors, and they excitedly passed it on. Before long, an Interpol AI identified it and inquired whether they had apprehended Pirate Kitten or Ninja Kitten. It didn't help my case much, but it did get me back in good with my people who thought it had style, which is very important to them. Thank God that Interpol AI was on the ball because word got out that I had rolled over on them and were considering options. I was about to get Epsteined. To be honest, I wouldn't have minded at that point. I had just killed a fucking kid. Oh, God. Visha buried her face in her hands. I fucking killed a kid, Lucky. Lucky walked around the table and wrapped her arm around Visha, who leaned over and buried her face in Lucky's chest. For about 2 seconds. Get off of me, you fuzzy dyke, Visha growled as she gently pushed away from Lucky, quit stalling and get back over there. It's your move. Sorry, my naked mole rat fetish was kicking in again, Lucky smirked as she returned to her side of the board. You are just so pink and wrinkly. I just couldn't help myself. Ha, Visha smirked. And, thanks. Phew. There's a reason we don't talk about how we wound up in here, hey. Well, it makes me feel a little better about reflexively extending my claws, Lucky muttered as she clicked her tongue unhappily. Visha was going to win again. Goodbye, Knight. That, we can work with, Visha said quietly. Me, I'm fucked and deserve to be, but you? 5 years served for manslaughter with all of the extenuating circumstances? Just say the word, and I will tell our guys to get to work. Okay, so no bullshit, Lucky said as she gamely moved her knight forward to be sacrificed, let's say that I do go to work for the Saints. About how much could I reasonably expect to earn? About 30 seconds later, Lucky's ears shot up so hard and fast they actually made an audible thwump. Serenity sat in a cell with a small grey furry Xeno who was perched on the back of a huge human woman, grooming her hair as the mountain of a female smiled blissfully. And you use urine? Serenity said dubiously. Yeah, the grey furry thing squeaked happily. We use pee. My urine is especially fragrant for many of us but odorless for humans. A small splotch on your shirt is how we let each other know that someone is cool. Serenity looked over at Donna. Is this correct? Donna smiled and nodded. Yab. I thought it was weird when I started hanging out with these guys. But, it turns out they were using it to leave invisible messages, using it to mark hiding spots, blind drops, and even marking each other to let them know that they were in. I mean, who would have thunk it, right? Just a little on your shirt, the grey Xeno squeaked and nodded earnestly. We call it our P flag. Everybody does. The little grey Xeno fell silent as Lucky and Caligula, a Juan female, entered the cell. Giz, Lucky chuckled, don't pee on the narc. Don't listen to her, narc, Caligula said, her hide rippling with amusement. She just wants to pee on you. Wah. Sirenty clucked, her blue feathers shimmering, I'm not a narc, PSSH. Hum. Lucky said with a smile. Giz. Take your bladder for a walk. No, Donna, you sit your ass back down. Bye, narc. Giz squeaked and got the hell out of there. Guys, Donna said nervously, do you really think I should be here for this? Absolutely, Caligula said soothingly. It will save us a trip later. It's just that I'm trying to be good and stay out of trouble. Donna, there isn't going to be any trouble, Lucky purred. We are just going to have a little chat with the narc about why she is really here, and she will want to talk to you afterwards. Guys. Sirenty squawked, I am not a fucking narc. I'm just an Avux who has made a mistake or two. First of all, Lucky smiled as she entered the cell and flopped down next to Sirenty. If an Avux made a mistake or two that didn't involve an anti-tank weapon, they would be bundled off to the Federation Embassy and given a blanket, warm beverage, and a beak massage. And second, Caligula said, her skin rippling with laughter, nobody here says they made a mistake or two. Most of us are pre-trial, dumbass. Well, forgive me for not being a hardened criminal. Sirenty huffed. And you are right, my friends should be getting the embassy involved any minute now, or at least they better, she added quietly. Oh, that was good. Lucky smiled. Did you take drama in college? Sirenty flashed her blue feathers. Do I look like I went to college? The trade school didn't have a fucking drama club, asshole. Oh, Ikdi-thai, Lucky called out in a sing-song voice. A strange fuzzy insectoid, with long bushy antennae, and long, sharp mandibles, walked in. Yet. Sniff our friend here. Ikdi-thai waved her antennae in Sirenty's general direction. Organometallic compounds, designer proteins, traces of industrial ethanol, refined, not distilled, and Republic Biosafe Clear Coat number 157, high dollar hair dye, or feather dye in this case. The beak is fake, too. It's been covered in a very nice cultured keratin which would pass for natural if it wasn't still curing. Well, it would, except for the fact that the actual beak is comprised of another protein complex entirely. Pretty insulting, actually. They totally messed up the color match on both the feathers and the beak in what you poor 3/4 blind people call the ultraviolet range, too. Good thing this isn't a prison movie, Birdie, or you would be fucked. Ikdi-thai reached out a strangely branched hand, and Lucky pulled out 4 honey buns from her shirt. Ikdi-thai trilled happily and shambled away. So I like to enhance my plumage, so what? And I'm sure that I'm not the only life form that sculpts parts of their body. You are covering up red accent feathers that denote your pedigree and concealing your slender, beautiful, overbred pecker, Lucky smiled. You are a red frill. Sirenty scoffed and stretched idly, moving one of her feathered limbs towards her neck. It suddenly stopped moving. She looked over and froze in terror. Wrapped around her wrist was the slender end of a Juan tentacle. Her other wrist was similarly bound. Pound for pound, a Juan was one of the strongest sapient creatures in the galaxy. They were pretty much entirely comprised of pure muscle. The Juan that those tentacles were attached to would have absolutely no problem literally ripping her arms off. Only humans, Drax, 8-Li, and a few other species had a hope in hell of successfully taking on a Juan hand to hand. Ainavux was not one of them. Please, no pushy the panic button, Lucky smiled. Nothing bad is going to happen to your red-feathered butt. The last thing any of us wants is a hurt agent in our happy little home. You are as safe as you can possibly be. In fact, you are going to have a new best buddy. Donna, say hello to your new best friend. Donna beamed at Sirenty. Hello, bestie. Donna exclaimed. Donna here is going to be your mom while you are our guest. She can handle just about anything that comes your way, well, now that Shell Oran is no longer with us. Donna winced and clutched at her boob. Sirenty slightly cocked her head involuntarily at the mention of that name, causing Lucky to burst out laughing and a riot of colors to wash over Caligula. You are right. Caligula chuckled as she released her wrists. She is here about Shell Oran. Sirenty just signed and drooped her head into her breast. Oh, this was bad. So much for drama club. This was nothing like improv. It's okay, bestie. Donna said as she wrapped a leg-sized arm around the Navux. Want to hear about the time she hooped my ass? Yes, please. Dr. Henry Chapman poured his 20th cup of coffee that day as he reviewed his notes concerning Shell-Oron. Things just didn't add up. By all accounts, the Plath were damn near primitives, choosing to live as close to a pre-industrial life as possible while still being connected to the galaxy as a whole. A lot of them still rode horses, for fuck's sake. They had no native technology to speak of other than a truly astounding natural pharmacopoeia, all of which was discovered sometime in the distant past, and even that research, if you could call it that, ceased hundreds or perhaps even thousands of years pre-contact. But, somehow, Shell-Oron was producing devices beyond anything they could make, and that was using off-the-shelf components. What was her secret? Was it something that she obtained somehow? And if so, from where? He pulled up everything they had on the Plath species. It wasn't much, just one bit of sociological research from one grad student who visited their homeworld years ago that read more like a travelogue than anything close to scientific. He had already been contacted and was equally at a loss. Shell-Oron, quite simply, should not exist. There was no human equivalent. Was she a mutant? The next evolutionary step for their species? It would explain a lot. There were just too many unknowns to form any real conclusions. All he knew was that they had two examples of weapons tech that contained definite advances and an incident involving missiles doing the impossible. His eyes flickered across his glasses, and a blank screen appeared in his vision. A few moments later, a silver-haired woman in a green blazer appeared. "Hello, Henry," the woman said with a smile. "I require Shell-Oron." "Didn't know you swung that way." Henry scowled. "She possesses vital technology that we cannot allow to leave the Republic. Get her alive." "Cerberus is quite unhappy that one of their prospects is loose," the woman replied. "They are already taking steps to regain their property." "I disapprove of your lapdog's methods," Henry replied. "We need her cooperative and not filled with a burning desire to murder us all. That part's important, trust me. Perhaps another agency could be brought to bear." "She is running with John Wintersmith, Sheila Donovan, and Gloria Samuels," the silver-haired woman replied calmly. "Which agency would you suggest? If you want her before she disappears for good, Cerberus is the only group with the kind of reach that can get into that serpent's nest and fish her out." "Whatever, just make it happen," Henry replied. "We also have absolutely no real data concerning her species. I need a technological espionage mission to obtain whatever information the Federation possesses concerning them." "Not a problem," the woman in the green blazer replied. "Should we obtain a sample of their species as well?" "That would be quite useful," Dr. Chapman replied. "A few dozen live samples should be sufficient." Shell-Oron gets a shock, Baxlon has a conniption, and the Harkeen return. Shell-Oron sat at a small table engrossed in on the shoulders of giants, from Oppenheimer to KVX-Law as the chief paced the small room, clutching an assault stunner. "Just keep behind me," the chief said. "I'll keep you safe." "This isn't your fault. It's mine," the chief exclaimed. "I'm the one that installed those packages." "Sure. When she shows up, just let me do the talking." Shell-Oron just sighed in annoyance, never looking up from her ebook. "Wow, they sure are taking the long way around," a small voice whispered deep inside her. "Unlike us, they had no guidance," another thought interjected. "They have to fumble around in the dark." "Hey!" the chief exclaimed as he stood right in front of her. "Pay attention. This is serious. When Gloria gets mad, she can." "She isn't mad," Shell-Oron replied in a dreamy voice as she continued to rapidly page through the e-book on her tablet. "Oh, she is. She has to be." "She isn't mad, Chief," Shell-Oron sighed, slightly annoyed, as she zoomed in on a diagram of the Castle Bravo device. "It says so right at the top of the page." "What? What?" Shell-Oron asked blearily, her eyes easing into focus. She sighed an exasperated sigh. "What are we talking about?" she asked. "Gloria!" the chief exclaimed. "They are pulling her ship, or what's left of it, into the Tiger now. Oh, she's going to want blood for this." Shell-Oron let out a faint bubbly hiss from her gills. He was disturbing her reading over this? "Chief," she grumbled as she turned her attention back to her book, "you need to take a deep breath and relax. She isn't going to do anything to anyone. You don't know that. You are part of her crew. She isn't going to do what she does to one of you." "Oh yeah," the chief snorted, throwing droplets of saliva straight up. "Ask Red about that." "Who?" "A guy who used to run with us, used to." "That was different, and you know it," Shell-Oron muttered in a distant voice as she started rapidly flipping through pages again. "Hey, so that's why you use uranium projectiles so much? I had always wondered about that. Why don't you just turn it all into—" "Hey!" the chief shouted. "Focus!" Shell-Oron glared up at him with unfocused eyes. The combination of the annoyed glare and the eyes that were clearly not looking at him caused the chief to shudder. "Gloria is not angry," Sheloran said in that strange trance-like voice, not yet. Almost getting blown apart during a combat sortie might be a huge thing for you, but for her, it's... She looked at the tablet. Friday, so put the stunner away. If you don't, she will wind up shooting you in the genitalia with it after you actually do manage to make her angry. Sheloran proceeded to look back down at her book and did not comment further. After a few moments, the chief stopped trying to talk to her anymore and crouched behind a table with his stunner leveled at the hatch. Gloria, Sheila sighed in a pained voice as she pinched the bridge of her nose, did you have to do that? Yes, Gloria replied as she set the stunner down on a nearby table, yes, I did. Eno glared at Gloria as he held his med scanner over the unconscious chief's nether regions. That is an assault stunner, Gloria. Eno said in an exasperated tone. You are lucky he was wearing arc flash rated clothing. Isn't it more like he's lucky he was wearing it? Gloria snickered. This isn't funny. Eno snapped. It is, just a little bit, Gloria laughed playfully. Did you see his eyes? Ha. I told him to put that stunner away, Sheloran muttered from behind her tablet, but what do I know? She did. Bunny proclaimed. She fucking called it right down to his taproot. And I have to agree with Gloria on this one. It is a little bit funny. I've never seen Icetox do that before. This is fucking assault, Sheila. Eno growled as he pulled out a neural stabilizer, completely unprovoked. Eno, just, Sheila said as she closed her eyes, it was kinda provoked, sorta. Is the chief going to be okay? Yeah, Eno said, looking down at his scanner. The arc flash gear prevented any burns, so all we have is a significant amount of disruption in a rather sensitive area. Gloria snorted. Gloria, Sheila said with a Gloria, you are really on thin ice tone of voice, which was an achievement because it wasn't a little funny. It was freaking hilarious. Did you see his eye stalks? He will be fine, Eno said as he glared at the gorgeous blonde psychopath, some neural stabilizers, general painkillers, and some bed rest, and he will recover fully. I still have some diapers in my quarters if you need them, Gloria smirked. Bitch, Eno said quietly as he picked up the chief and carried his unconscious form from the room. Finally, Sheloran muttered as she stared at a diagram of an tactical suborbital anti-ship missile used by the Chinese during World War III, which was the munition that Independence War-era Republic missiles were based upon. Gloria grinned and snatched the tablet from her hands. Wah. Sheloran stammered as she reeled from the dissonant shock of being slammed back into reality. She looked at Gloria with horrified eyes. You, she stammered in an alert, perfectly normal, and horrified, tone, you shot him. Only a little, Gloria laughed happily. Now, let's talk about missiles. Yerbit unsteadily stepped out of a cab and limped into the parking lot of the Drop of Oil. Yerbit. Littlefoot cried as she rushed up. Hey! Tell Craxy that Yerbit's here, she yelled into the air as she reached the Garthra. Hi. Littlefoot. Yerbit said, not exactly sure of her name. How are you doing? Littlefoot asked, her big eyes full of concern. How do you think? Yerbit winced. But, I've been released from the hospital. It's amazing what they can do even for us Xenos. They say that there will be no permanent damage, but I gotta go back for some more surgery once I heal up a little. Those assholes, Littlefoot snarled as she put her hand on the .22 revolver hidden in a pocket in her dress. At least they got what was coming to them. Yerbit just sighed. All Sheloran did was murder the ones that were here. There were plenty more of them, and it was only a matter of time before they came back, worse than ever. Can I get you something? Littlefoot asked, coffee, maybe some tea? How are you and your kid doing for food? Do you need some money? Business has been great since that commercial went viral. No, I still have some of what Sheloran lent me, and I don't want to get any deeper in the hole, Yerbit replied. Oh, don't be silly, Littlefoot replied. We gotta look after each other, you know, especially since Shell. Yerbit. Craxina yelled as she came tearing across the lot, clinging to her brother's back. Ay. Yerbit shrieked and staggered backwards. She would have fallen if Littlefoot hadn't caught her. Oh me god. Craxina cried as she vaulted off her brother's shoulders and landed in front of the stunned Garthra. Are you okay? Yes. I'm fine, Yerbit said, not taking her eyes off of the thing Craxina was riding. Littlefoot, get Yerbit some tea. What kind of tea do you like? Just some green tea will be fine, Yerbit stammered, still staring at Craxina's brother. Oh, where are my manners? Craxina said brightly, Yerbit, this is GRWWLF, my baby brother. It's a pleasure to meet you, GRWWLF said cheerfully. Do you work with my sister? That's your brother? Yeah. Craxina laughed as she jumped up and hung off of his neck as she kissed the side of his maw. This is my whittle baby brother. Isn't he the cutest thing? You've apparently never met a male before, hey, her brother smiled. Yerbit backed away nervously. Oh, sorry. GRWWLF said, closing his mouth. I forget that our smiles can be unsettling. It was a friendly expression, I promise. I also promise that I have never eaten a sapient creature in my life. No. I should be the one apologizing, Yerbit said nervously. It was rude of me to, act like the big bad GRWWLF was about to eat you. Kraxina laughed. He doesn't bite, unless you want him to, she laughed, elbowing a very discomfited Yerbit. Oh, shit, Kraxina said as she realized that a sexual joke involving Yerbit was not cool, sorry. I mean. It's okay, Yerbit said with a tired little smile as two cabs pulled up and some humans got out and wandered into the brightly colored chaos that was the parking lot. Hey, Littlefoot, Kraxina said, go and get those guys taken care of for me, will you? Sure thing, boss. Littlefoot exclaimed and waddled off, waving her arm in welcome. Come on, let's get you someplace you can sit down, Kraxina said. You can ride GRWWLF. No, I'm not going to stay long, Yerbit said, I just wanted to come by and thank you for everything you and Shell Oran did for my son and me while I was in the hospital. It really made things nicer. Oh, don't worry about it, Kraxina said. I just wanted to make sure you were taken care of, you know? It was because of us that. No, it wouldn't have happened at all if I hadn't asked for help, Yerbit said, looking down. If I hadn't gotten you and Shell Oran involved. Kraxina grabbed her by the shoulders. Hey, she snarled, never say that. Never think that. That's what those assholes want you to think. You came to us, sure, but Shell Oran decided to help you. It was her call, just like everything else, was her decision. None of this was your fault. None of it. I don't think that, and I know Shell Oran doesn't, not that I've been able to talk to her, but I know her, and the only people she blamed were the ones she, well, you know. Yerbit just looked down at the ground. Kraxina wrapped her arms around her, giving her a huge hug. It isn't your fault, okay. Kraxina said softly in her ear. Now, how are you for money? Business is going crazy nuts, so I can probably pass the hat around. I'm doing okay, Yerbit said quietly. I gave most of what Shell Oran lent me to the Harkeen, but I still have a little saved back end. Bullshit, Kraxina said gently. I know for a fact you hadn't eaten when you walked in here that day. I can float you another loan. It won't be. No, Yerbit said firmly. No more debts. That's what. She looked down and slumped sadly. That's what got me into this, what got all of you in this. I know. Kraxina said. You wanted to make clothes, right? Yerbit looked up. Sell them here. Kraxina exclaimed, throwing all of her arms wide. I'll float you a loan to get you started, and you can pay me back when you sell something. But Shell Oran said that it was against the law. Law, schma. Kraxina said dismissively. I got a lawyer for that bullshit. You want to sell clothes? Sell clothes. You can set up a little tent right here and sell stuff. Hang on. Kraxina turned her back to Yerbit and pulled out her phone. Hi, Maureen, she said into the phone, it's me. Tell the fish I want to talk to him. It's about Yerbit. Yerbit. She's one of Shaloran's people, and she wants to sell stuff here. Yerbit and GRWWLF looked at each other awkwardly. So, Yerbit said, you are Kraxina's brother. Yeah, he replied, taking care not to smile, there is a little size difference between the males and females of our species. They call it sexual dimorphism. Yes, I'm familiar with the term, Yerbit replied, I've just never seen it to such an extent in a sentient species before. Oh, it happens, he replied. There are several species with even a greater difference between males and females in the Empire. In fact, there is one species, the VKG, where only the females are sapient. The males just live in little sacs in their torso. Really? Yep, GRWWLF replied, they are freaky. Nice people, though. I went to college with one. She didn't have any males on her at the time. She was waiting until she had her career going before she reproduced. And the females of your species are Kraxina's size. Yep, Kraxina is about average size as far as a Kareel goes, he replied. Yerbit couldn't help herself. She tried to discreetly peek underneath GRWWLF. He didn't appear to be wearing any cloth. Oh. My. She looked at it and then back at Kraxina. Then at it. Then at Kraxina. Then at it. A quiet chuckle made her look up, right into the grinning visage of a massive 8-legged wolf weasel. Sorry. Yerbit said, the tip of her nose flushing a bright purple as she covered her face in embarrassment. Nothing to apologize for. If I had a hang-up about such things, I would be wearing pants, GRWWLF laughed, not that we have those. Okay. Kraxina exclaimed happily as she turned to face them, it's all set. You can sell clothes here, no problem. Really? Yerbit exclaimed, completely overjoyed. Yep. Kraxina replied. See, the problem was that Shell Oran was going to be paying you by the piece and then selling your stuff for you. That's piecework, and there is a whole lot of bullshit to deal with if you want to go that route, but if I just give you a stall here and you sell your own shit, then you are running your own business, and there is absolutely no problem. You can start as soon as you are ready. Just figure out what you need to get started, and I'll issue you a loan to get your fabrics and thread and sewing machine and all that shit. You'll do that, she gasped, for me? Even after everything I cause? She fell silent as Kraxina reached out and held her snout closed with her little paws. You didn't cause anything, Yerbit, Kraxina said firmly. We're starting to clear off the old building, and when we do, we'll have lots of space, so let anyone else who wants to start selling stuff know that they can rent a table here. After that we are getting a whole lot of traffic, not just people wanting to fuck but people who just want to see what is going on and meet some fun and weird Xenos. I bet they would love to buy genuine handmade Xeno stuff. And speaking of those non-paying tourists, while you are putting the word out, we need about 6 people who just want to make coffee because it's tying up a bunch of us who could be making a lot more than what's in that tip jar if you know what I mean. I will. Yerbit exclaimed happily. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Kraxina shrugged. It will give the tourists something to do and hopefully buy. Yerbit looked up at the glowing display that now stood over the barely controlled chaos in the parking lot. If you get the chance, she said, tell her thank you. Kraxina looked up and smiled. Pretty neat, hey. It's amazing, Yerbit said, still looking upward. How did you manage to get that approved? Like I said, Kraxina smiled, I got a lawyer. Shell Oran let out a long squeak of horror as she stared at the hollow screen. We got Fox Girls, a barely clothed Kraxina shouted as she gestured at Halvana. We got Cat Bois, she exclaimed as she gestured at Jaclaye, you have a thing for upholstery. Kraxina yelled as the camera panned over to a squat furry white ottoman with bows in its fur, we got you covered. And look, she said as she parted the fur on the top of the creature revealing a blurred orifice. We are going to have to blur that, a bemused off-camera voice said. Why? Because you want this on the main streams. But it looks just like a human vagina. They need to see. Yeah, the ottoman exclaimed. Show 'em my pussy. We really can't, not if you want this. Well, fine. Kraxina replied in a huff, then tell them, doesn't it look just like a vagina? Yep, the off-camera voice replied, that's a vagina. Don't believe him. Kraxina enthused, then come down here and look for yourself. Oh prophet, no. Shell Oran moaned in wide-eyed horror as the crew all snickered and laughed as Kraxina continued as if she was in a used spaceship lot. Or maybe you've been a bad boy and need a spanking. The scene cut to a leather-clad Joanna who cracked 4 whips simultaneously. And she can give you a prostate massage from the other side. Kraxina cheered as the Joanna flexed a tentacle suggestively. And that's not all, we got. She was supposed to go home, Shell Oran muttered, clutching her head, why didn't she go home? Why didn't you go home? She yelled at the screen as Kraxina continued on her tour. I said that I didn't think there was a payoff for breaking out the plath, Greg quietly said to Sheila as she clutched her sides. I was wrong, he said as he grinned from ear to ear. Eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee Kraxina loudly proclaimed. No. Sheloran yelled, not Sheloran's anything. Guys. This isn't what my business was like. I swear. Or maybe you want to catch them all, Kraxina yelled as the camera cut to Littlefoot and a pack of other small Xenos, one of whom cheerfully yelled, Pika Pika. Sheloran just sat there in shock as Kraxina just kept going. Maybe you were one of those kids who was into that cartoon a bit too much when you were growing up. The camera cut to an above-ground pool and a tail flicked up, a very shrimp-like tail. That's right. Kraxina yelled triumphantly, we got mermaids. When did we get mermaids? Sheloran asked in complete bewilderment. You want to take a dip? Kraxina said suggestively as she climbed the ladder to the pool and beckoned the camera to follow. Go ahead, the waters. Kraxina's tail suddenly puffed out like a bottle brush. Fine, she said nervously, suddenly pushing the cameraman back. It's fine. Perfectly fine. She looked back and yelled, I told you to clean that up. We're filming a commercial. Kraxina turned to the camera. Don't put that in. You guys have cures for most diseases, right? The crew burst into laughter as Sheloran covered her eyes and moaned. We even have humans if you are into that sort of thing, Kraxina proclaimed. Humans? Sheloran asked in shock. When? And we are fully independent. Fuck the union. Fuck the Harkeen. Nobody stops this party. Anyone who wants to sell their ass or get some tail is welcome. But, be an idiot and. There was a cutscene to the Juan with the whips. Independent? What? Shalloran squealed, when did that happen? So come on down to Shalloran's drop of oil. They might have burned down the building. The camera cut to a wild collection of tents, buses, and RVs. But we are still fucking. We are located just off of the Freeport Commerce Zone Exit 3. Just. Kraxina pushed a button, and a 50-foot-tall hologram of Shalloran, in her prettiest dress and holding a cup of coffee, suddenly appeared. Just look for the smiling Plath. No. Shalloran squealed in absolute horror as the bridge erupted into hysterics. An idol. A 50-foot-tall holographic graven image. Prophet no. The camera cut to many more scantily clad Xenos than Shalloran had ever hosted, who all yelled in unison. We love you, Shalloran. Free Shalloran. Free Shalloran. Free Shalloran. They were suddenly joined by many others who took up the chant, a good portion of the neighborhood from the looks of it. Even Sam was there. But Shalloran didn't see that. Her face was buried in her hands as she rocked slowly back and forth as the torture ended. How many people saw that? She asked in a tiny voice. All of them, Bunny laughed. You're as viral as that swimming pool. Over 1 billion views republic-wide and counting. I hope they monetized that stream properly. Shalloran started hyperventilating, making flatulent noises out of her gill slits. It looks like a lot of people are rooting for you, Jessie said over a speaker. That's good, right? Sheila, can I please come out? Are you done? There is just so much of it. Jessie wailed. It's going to take forever. It will at the rate you're completing modules, Sheila replied. Bitch, Jessie muttered over a hot mic. Shalloran said in a small voice, Can I make a call? Sure, Sheila grinned, as long as we get to listen in. Shalloran. Baxlon said happily as his image appeared on a hollow screen. I've been trying to get in touch, with Baxlon. Shalloran shouted. What the poop is going on down there? Shalloran, Baxlon said as he took a deep, steadying gulp of water, where are you? Never mind that, Shalloran snapped, I just saw the commercial. Who the poop allowed that to happen? Oh, I think I am going to mind that, Baxlon replied, in fact, I'm going to mind it quite a lot. Are you on a spaceship? Yes, I'm on a spaceship, so what? Shalloran yelled, why is there a giant, me standing over a flushing orgy in the Freeport like a prophet-blessed Godzilla? Shalloran, Baxlon said as he started to bump his nose repeatedly against the side of his bowl, when I said just be yourself, I did not mean break out of fucking Tartarus. What the fuck were you thinking? Oh, I was just sitting around and got bored. You know how it pooping is. Shalloran snapped, what the poop is going on with my business? Are they insane? Are they insane? Baxlon yelled. What the fuck, Shalloran? Do you have any idea how much trouble you are in right now? I don't know how to fix this. Well, you can start by fixing that nonsense going on down there. Shalloran yelled. Scum. Baxlon, I trusted you to look after things. And I trusted you to not break out of the most secure facility in the galaxy. Well, it's disappointment all around then. Shalloran shouted. Shut it down. Now. And you need to turn yourself in right away. Baxlon yelled, before this gets any more out of hand, wait. He closed his eyes. This is you I'm talking to. It's already out of hand, he said, realizing exactly how long Tartarus had been giving him the runaround. How long have you been out? A couple of days, Shalloran replied, I've meant to call you, but it's been kind of crazy and I need to know details, Baxlon said, struggling to regain his composure, how the hell did you get out, whose ship is that, and I am dreading this part, what, exactly, does kind of crazy mean? You first, Shalloran replied, taking a deep breath, what the poop is going on down there and why the hell are you letting it happen? Sheila reached for the bowl of popcorn that was being passed around as she looked on in pure delight. It was really nice just being able to watch one of these screaming shit shows for once. Officer Perkins shrugged into her cuirass, carefully double-checking it, and then reached for a heavy duster made of multiple layers of ballistic, ablative, and kinetic dampening cloth under a brigandine-style arrangement of titanium alloy plates. It still crinkled a little when it moved. She had never worn it on patrol before, only for inspections and formal occasions. The Republic Riot Duster was a relic of an earlier time but still issued to every Republic peace officer, and for a good reason. That antique could stop a fucking grenade. Layered over the standard police armor, it made an officer better protected than anyone outside of power armor. She then reached into her locker and pulled out an engraved black case embellished with the words, "From Grandma." She opened it to reveal a long-flanged mace with a blunt rounded coppery bronze central spike protruding from the end. She slid it into a ring mounted in her riot duster. Finally, she pulled out a helmet, not the normal transparent-faced one, a solid black helmet made out of titanium alloy with an attached cowl. She put it on, the cowl resting on her shoulders, bearing the weight. She switched it on, and the inside was illuminated with 360-degree camera views and sensor overlays. "Testing," she said as her voice was transmitted clearly through the attached speakers capable of over 150 decibels. She looked in the mirror attached to her locker door and snickered. She quickly activated the helmet cam, snapped a pic, and texted it to her great-grandmother, one of Nakamura's peacekeepers, the First Republic lawmen. The reply was immediate, a brief "Get M.D." She chuckled as she pulled off the riot helm and hung it on another attached hook. She felt someone looking at her and turned. She winced. It was Z. He was looking around the locker room in confusion. Nominally male, he was given a locker next to hers since it didn't matter with him being such a different species. Nobody minded. Hey. Z, Officer Perkins said as she cringed slightly. She wasn't looking forward to this. What is going on? Officer Zenan asked as he looked around the usually boisterous locker room, now gravely silent. Z, Perkins said, putting her hand on his shoulder, tonight, you are going to be working in the data center. We need an audit of the outstanding cases and warrants. Isn't that normally handled by an AI? Officer Zenan asked, his stomach's heavy with dread. He was getting benched, just like back in the Federation. It was even the data center again. Yeah, Perkins said, forcing a little smile, but here in the Republic, we like to do an audit every now and then with a living, breathing person. Blindly trusting automation can cause all sorts of problems. I thought we were getting along well, Officer Zenan said, his antennae drooping, that you liked having me as a partner. We are. Officer Perkins exclaimed, and I do, she added. It's just an audit, just for the next couple of shifts, tops. Tax in the house, a burly woman shouted as she burst into the locker room clad in tactical suppression power assault armor. I have to drop some perps off at the station. Where's the shitter? She thinks she's potty trained, someone yelled to general laughter. Tactical suppression heavy armor had waste storage and venting capability as well as contained water and concentrated food rations so they could stay in position for several days if need be. What's going on? Officer Zenan asked in alarm. And why am I being relegated to the data center? Okay, Officer Perkins sighed, Z. Our official designation is Peace Officer, right? Right, Officer Zenan said dubiously. And our mission is to maintain order and to protect the peace and safety of Republic citizens, residents, and guests, correct? Where are you going with this? Officer Zenan asked apprehensively as he watched Officer Peto pull out an underover, a double-barreled weapon consisting of a riot stunner and a .50 caliber carbine, and slide it into a rifle holster slung across the back of her riot duster. Sometimes, Officer Perkins said, searching for the right words. Sometimes you have to choose. Choose? Officer Zenan asked, starting to feel nauseous. Sometimes, you have to choose between maintaining order and protecting the peace and safety of Republic citizens, residents, and guests. Sometimes you just have to let something play out and then clean up the mess after. Tonight is one of those times. What are you saying? I'm saying that you are still my partner, Perkins said with a little smile, but tonight, you are sitting your ass in the data center reviewing outstanding cases. What is going on? Officer Zenan shrieked. Something that should have happened years ago, Officer Nguyen snarled as she put on her black riot helm. The Harkeen are coming, in force, for the drop of oil's girls and that Kirill running the show, Officer Perkins said in a matter-of-fact tone. And you are going to meet them in the streets. Officer Zenan gasped. Let me stand with you, partner. I won't falter, regardless of what must be done. No, Z, Officer Perkins replied, we aren't. We are going to position ourselves in every tenement and every hotel in the Freeport, and Tax gonna set up a perimeter around the whole neighborhood, and we are going to let this stupid bullshit play out. You are just going to abandon those prostitutes to the Harkeen? Officer Zenan asked in horrified outrage. No, Officer Perkins replied with a grim smirk, we are abandoning the Harkeen. They aren't Republic citizens. They aren't residents, and they most certainly are not guests. She put on her riot helm, and the narrow visor glowed red as the helmet was activated. Fuck them. Baxlon gives Shell Oran a piece of his mind. Why wasn't I told about this? Shell Oran demanded angrily. This is poop. Because they were afraid you would cause trouble, Baxlon chuckled. You think? Shell Oran squeaked as she shook with rage. My people getting bullied? By the Union, the very people that I told them that they could trust? Oh, You're gonna settle down and let Kraxina and I handle them, Baxlan replied firmly. You are in deep enough trouble as it is, and we have enough bullshit to deal with without you shallow-running all over everything. We will handle the Union and other such hassles. You just try to stay out of trouble and... Baxlan trailed off into silence as laughter broke out behind Shalloran. That's not a good sign, Baxlan said quietly. Okay, give me a moment. He took a deep breath. Okay, he said as he closed his eyes. Now, tell me exactly what happened and, far more importantly, what you have done. Well, Shalloran said hesitantly. Are you telling me that the entire Republic Navy can't stop a single terrorist? Monarch shouted at a smirking Admiral Pierce on her hollow screen. I'm not saying that, Admiral Pierce replied with a barely suppressed grin, I'm just saying that a little cooperation will go a long way towards resolving this unfortunate situation. Unfortunate? Monarch snarled. Unfortunate? Thousands of innocent civ. Admiral Pierce snickered despite himself. Innocent civilians dead, Monarch continued with a scowl, billions of credits worth of personal and corporate property destroyed, and an entire solar system terrorized, and you call it unfortunate? I call it something else, willfully and criminally negligent. I will have your job for this, Admiral, possibly your freedom. Admiral Pierce snorted. If there is ever a point that you can have my job, you will, and we both know it, he replied dismissively. Same goes for my freedom, so save your impotent threats for those stupid enough to believe them. But fortunately for scum like you, as long as I am wearing this uniform, my job is to protect the Republic, all of it, including criminals that should be swinging from ropes in the Parliament building's parking lot. You undoubtedly already have access to our intel related to the engagements that have already taken place, he sneered. If you see a way we can take her down, please let us know. At this point, we will happily take advice even from the likes of you. Tell me, do you see a way we can bring this unfortunate situation to a close? That's what I thought, Admiral Pierce replied. But, I do have good news for you. We do have a way to stop her cold, and it is being deployed as we speak. Admiral Pierce smiled malevolently. I apologize in advance for any inconvenience. What are you going to do? Monarch asked dubiously. Admiral Pierce just smiled and hung up. Baxlan floated on his side at the top of his globe and twitched. It's my fault, he muttered. I said, just be Shalloran. I said it. I said those exact words. He groaned as water oozed out of his gills. Shalloran, he said after a few moments, did it occur to you at any time that your helping could, in fact, be considered willfully engaging in an armed insurrection against the fucking Republic? I just helped out a little bit, Shalloran replied with a shrug. By building weapons of mass destruction. Baxlan screamed as water shot out of his mouth in a little fountain. You built fucking nukes, Shalloran. Nukes. Jesus fucking Christ. Only a couple of them, Shalloran said innocently, I didn't mean to. How many is a couple? I dunno, she replied, like I said, things got a little crazy. 14, Bunny said in a helpful voice. 14 30-kiloton anti-ship fusion warheads, nice ones too. Yeah. Gloria enthused, I fucking love her work. 14 30-kiloton, Baxlan muttered quietly, oh sweet baby Jesus with a side of fries. Shalloran. Please don't tell me they were the missiles that knocked the bug shit out of the Republic. Gloria exclaimed happily. God. I wish I could have seen Bartosh's face. What's left of it anyway, Bunny replied, I just got word that you fractured his skull. I did. Gloria asked, completely delighted, awesome. I never liked that xenophobe. Baxlan flopped on the surface of the water, hitting his head on the top of the globe. This is bad, Shalloran, he moaned. 11 Republic warships, Shalloran. 11. And that data center. Gloria volunteered. Don't forget them. I used one of her beauties there too. Shalloran, Baxlan groaned, do you ever think before you act, ever? Do you realize? Oh, jeepers golly gee. Shalloran said in a shocked innocent voice, do you mean that I might actually be in trouble? Me? In trouble with the pooping law? She jumped to her feet. Oh no, she said in a snarky annoyed voice, legal trouble. Oh, noes. Baxlan, I and my people were left to the freaking wolves, and the Republic just let those wolves burn my home, rape and damn near murder my people, and then when I do what I had to do to stop them, I get shoved into Flushing Tartarus. She started to pace. And the wonderful Republic let it happen. Then Cerberus, part of the Republic, I might add, decides that they pooping own me and decides that it would be convenient if I never even freaking get a trial, so they hand me over to that awful Buddha person. She started to shake with anger. I was never going to see a trial, and you pooping know it. You know, I'm starting not to be overly concerned about the Flushing Republic or its pooping scum-covered laws. Wait, Baxlan asked as he dove back down into the water. No trial? What are you talk? And on top of it all, the Queen of Poop herself is making a play for that same Republic? This isn't about me anymore. If she gains control, if the oh so wonderful Republic lets her gain control, then my flushing home world is in danger. Baxlan backed away from the screen as the edges of Shaloran's eyes started to pulse and ripple. My pooping home world. The home world. They. Ugh. Shaloran squeezed her eyes shut and clutched her head for a few seconds. The home world must be protected at all costs, she hissed in a strange voice. The Prophet's children must never awaken. Never. Shaloran. Baxlan asked nervously. It's too late for me, she said as Baxlan suddenly found himself staring into two whirling pools of impossible colors. I'm already lost, and I'm not talking about your puny Republic or its pathetic laws. But the others, those who slumber, must be protected. Patricia, who isn't just a threat to the humans or the Republic or even to my people trapped and hiding in the wonderful Republic who will surely suffer and perish should she prevail. She is a threat to the children of the Prophet. After she gains control of the Republic, and she will set it against the Federation and will target the weak, vulnerable systems first, or ones that she thinks are vulnerable. She will try to set fire to the home world. So she will be brought to an end just like anything else that dares to cross us. I. She blinked, and the colors were gone. Wah, she asked in confusion. Shaloran, Baxlan asked in a grave voice, what have you done? Shaloran didn't reply. She just plopped onto the floor and buried her face in her hands. She hated this. She hated what was happening to her. What are you talking about? Baxlan demanded, what is Cerberus? What do you mean your case will never see trial? And what does all of this have to do with the Plath? Shaloran didn't reply. She just started to quietly weep. Ino rushed over to her side and picked her up. She clung to him, burying her face in his massive chest as strange, oddly fragrant greasy tears started to flow, staining his shirt. What is she talking about? He demanded. Cerberus is a black program, completely off the books, Bunny said as a virtual rabbit hopped onto the screen. They don't exist, and they are definitely not part of the Republic Advanced Research Programs Agency. They are bad news. If they decide they want something or someone, they will get them one way or the other. And they want Shaloran? He asked. Yep, Bunny replied. We didn't know it when we sprung her. All we knew is that she got shifted to Judge Buddy and, in our line of work, when that happens to someone, especially someone noteworthy, it only means one thing. Goodbye. Yeah, Jessie said from her room, we didn't know it was them and didn't have the link between Judge Buddy and Cerberus until after we grabbed a few million files while we were doing the penetration and extraction. We thought she was getting fucked because they couldn't pin anything else on her or something. After the nukes, though, it does makes a lot of sense why they would want her. I'll send you. No. Baxlan yelled in a panic as his globe filled with bubbles. Don't send me anything. By the abyssal gods, don't send me a goddamn thing. I don't want to see it. I don't want to know. Fuck. I'm just a shitloach. I'm not equipped to deal with this sort of thing. I help 2-bit criminals beat the rap. That's it. I don't. Fuck. That was kind of our reaction as well, Sheila replied as she popped open a beer. This was definitely something we would have preferred not to kick over, but here we are. I'm out. Baxlan yelled. Shaloran, we are done, you hear me? Done. I am not going to wind up in prison, or worse, over the likes of you. Be Baxlan. Shaloran gasped in terror. This is my final legal advice, he yelled, win. The only and I mean only hope your slimy blue ass has is to ensure that John Wintersmith wins and then get him or his connections to wrangle a pardon and get these Cerberus assholes off of you. If you can't, then run and keep running. There is absolutely nothing, and I mean nothing, I can do for you anymore. But what about Kraxina? Shaloran asked in a panic. What about my people? The best thing you can do for them is to stay the fuck away from them. Baxlan yelled. Just stay away. Forget me. Shaloran squealed, still clinging to Ino, can you still help them? Yes, Baxlan sighed. I'm not going to abandon the girls, and boys. Look. I need some time to figure some things out, but if you truly want to help them. Do you? Do you really want to help them out? Yes. Then divest yourself from the business, Baxlan replied. My business. Shaloran stammered, not my business. Your business is mass murder, high treason, insurrection, nukes, shadow wars with non-existent government agencies, chaos, and the deep swimmers knows what else. It isn't coffee, media, or the girls, not anymore. Baxlan said angrily, if it ever was. The sooner you get those people away from you, the safer they will be. Shell said miserably, I just wanted to sell coffee. Would you please, just stop with the whole pristine six fins innocent girl act. Baxlon yelled. That joke is beyond old at this point, and I'm fucking sick of it. It isn't an act. Shell squeaked in shock. I really just want to just sell coffee. Baxlon sneered, girl, I have a huge, and I mean huge tolerance for carp shit but by the abyssal lords themselves. No. Shell insisted, it's true. Baxlon just laughed a nasty laugh. Then why aren't you, he yelled. Why aren't I what? Selling fucking coffee. Baxlon snapped as he whirled around in his globe. If you honestly wanted to just sell your mythical coffee, then we would have never fucking met, you, bitch. Shell recoiled as if she had been slapped. You were just selling coffee. Baxlon yelled, lunging forward in his globe, that's exactly what you were doing when you approached Hollister with your first completely legal deal. That's right, you approached him, not the other way around. It was your idea. If you were anything close to the innocent, pure as the glacial runoff nymph that you pretend to be, you would still be at Sam's Coffee. You would be going to training classes on your off hours like a good little plath and studying for your certificate exam. How is that going, by the way, and be honest for once in your miserable life? Shell stammered, I've been kinda busy here lately with everything A&D. That's what I fucking thought. Baxlon snapped. You aren't studying for that certificate. You are too busy being a fucking crime lord. I am not a crime lord. Shell yelled back. Oh, that's right, Baxlon sneered, everything you do is completely legal. That nice long string of shit might dangle for your new friends here, but bitch, I'm your fucking lawyer. I know all about your completely legal business. Remember, I'm the stupid minnow who was the first one to get drawn into your whirlpool. I helped you build that carp shit. It isn't just coffee and games. It never was. You started slinging subversive documents, including weapons and bomb crafting guides, within a fucking month, undermining exactly how many governments at this point? Tell me, oh innocent nymph, exactly how many criminals, rebels, and separatists are building guns and bombs with the information you cheerfully handed them? Do you even know? Do you even care? No, Baxlon said grimly, you do care, don't you? You get off on it. It's not like that, Shell said weakly. It is like that, isn't it? Isn't it? Baxlon snapped, why was it that you even started your little enterprise? It wasn't the money. Oh, you like the money, but what was it again? I hate feeling small. You like it. You fucking love it, don't you? I just want to sell coffee. Baxlon said in a simpering whiny voice. And I just want to be a simple, honest tide pool lawyer. I know you because I am you, or thought I was. Baxlon laughed ruefully. Turns out I was wrong about that. I'm nothing like you. I just want to scam and sleaze and make a few bucks. You, Baxlon hissed. You want a lot more than that, don't you? You want things to fucking burn. You are exactly where you want to be, and these morons have given you nukes. Creators help us all. No. Shell stammered. You're wrong. I am a good person. You were never a good person. Baxlon yelled. Even before these fools had the misfortune of robbing your bank, you were slinging zip like there was no tomorrow. Even worse, you were up to your innocent gills in the even more illegal Terran pirated media game. Sure, it wasn't against the law, but it was decried as unclean by your religion, the real law on your planet. You fuckers didn't even have civil laws before the Federation strongly encouraged you to make them, and then you just cut and pasted your religious edicts. The only reason gaming wasn't right up there with fucking murder was that you dogmatic fuckstains didn't bother updating your legal code because nobody really pays any attention to it. Shell just looked down. Then, when these luckless morons, in what was undoubtedly the sickest joke ever pulled by the deep ones, picked your bank to rob, they gave you digital pixie dust, Federation fun time, the single hottest title to ever sodomize the Plath psyche. And what did you do? What did you do? You made fucking sure that it got into the hands of the entire fucking planet. You fucking knew what that game was, what it would do. Oh, you pretend that you don't, and it's all just a big poop on your head, but you were the one squatting and squeezing. You. No. Shell squeaked. Yes. And, of course you had to rob a bank. Baxlon sneered. It was the only reasonable thing to do because you wanted to take your freak show on the road. You made a beeline for the one single place where your little nugget of mercury salts could find the best currents, the Republic. And my dumb ass was just waiting for you to arrive. Sheila looked over at Gloria and raised her eyebrow. Gloria grinned. I fell for it, you know, Baxlon yelled, that nice long string of shit hanging down from your ass as you swam in front of me. It smelled like temple incense. I actually thought you were a clueless little thing who just accidentally built a multi-pronged not criminal fucking empire. Subversive media, bomb-making manuals, prostitution. The whores were not my idea. Sheloran yelled. But you were all for it when the opportunity arose, Baxlan replied. And those not your ideas is what kept your little game afloat more than once. But I had to take them in, Sheloran whined, they had nowhere else to. Oh, spare me. Someone just selling coffee and media would have never let them in the fucking door. Someone just selling coffee and media wouldn't have kicked in the doors of traffickers and the fucking Harkeen to add to her stable. It wasn't like that. Sheloran insisted. They were scummy bullies, and those people were suffering. I had to help them. Oh, I agree, Baxlan replied as he blew a string of bubbles, just like you have to do every single thing that you do. You are driven by this, unholy, drive to do what you do. Sheloran gasped in horror. You're wrong. You're wrong. Then, the fucking second blood was in the water, you just dove headlong into the loan sharking game. No, not loan sharking, that would be illegal. With my help, you made it perfectly pure and innocent like everything you fucking touch. You knew the Harkeen would take the bait. No. I didn't. If you didn't, you are as stupid as you like to look, Baxlan sneered. And you are not stupid. You are quite possibly the most brilliant creature I have ever fucking met, and I swam deep. You don't know what that means, and I pray with every scale on my ass that you never do, but trust me, it means you are as smart as they come. But I didn't know. Sheloran squeaked and then paused, looking down. I didn't even think Abu. That's the true horror of it all. Baxlan yelled, you don't have to. It's pure malevolent instinct. It comes as naturally as taking a shit to you. You're lying. Sheloran yelled, why are you lying? Why? And then the Harkeen took the bait, just like you knew they would, and when they gave you the justification you needed, you butchered every single one of them. No. Sheloran screamed. No. No 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 no. You're wrong. You're wrong. Which put you exactly where you are right now, at the throat of the entire Republic when it is at the most vulnerable it has ever been with nukes in each of your cute innocent little hands. Tears started to roll down her cheeks. Why was Baxlan, the person she relied on more than anyone, one of her only friends, being so mean? Of course, you didn't worry about the charges, Baxlan ranted. I was going to get you off free and clear. And don't worry about the Harkeen coming for, your people, your bait. Kraxina is exactly where you left her. The Harkeen. Sheloran squealed in shocked horror. They're coming? Kraxina? Oh, Prophet. Bitch, please, Baxlan growled. They are all going to die, exactly like you planned all along. What are you talking about? Sheloran stammered as a cold, grim realization gripped her. She hadn't even worried about her people. The Harkeen coming back was never a concern. There was probably a reason for that. No. Sheloran screamed. You're wrong. You're lying. Why are you lying? She ran, in tears, from the room. Damn, dude, Sheila said to Baxlan. I'm done, he said in an exhausted voice. If you're smart, you will be too. She is pure, evil. And you are pure chicken shit, Gloria sneered as the gang chuckled darkly. Way to puss out, Filet-O-Fish. Go back to your parking tickets. I will be transferring some documents to this location tomorrow, Baxlan sighed. If there is a shred of decency in that thing, she will sign. If she doesn't, that's okay too. I'll handle things, get those truly innocent people away from her. Just don't piss her off, Sheila smiled, otherwise, Cerberus is the least of your worries. Baxlan shuddered as he terminated the call. He's not wrong, you know, Greg said as the screen went dead. Of course, he's not wrong, Sheila replied. You honestly didn't buy her Laura Ingalls act like Eno over there. You are all a bunch of assholes, you know that. Eno snarled. Haven't you been paying attention? Gloria laughed as she popped open one of the last bottles of French champagne. Of course we are. We all are, including you. Your little blue girlfriend isn't the only one who likes to play pretend. She's not my girlfriend. Eno snapped. I'm going to go check on her, he added after a moment. Gloria snorted. Eno glared at her as he rushed from the room. Gloria turned up the bottle and then wiped her mouth before passing it to Lorna. I propose a vote, she said with a grin, all in favor of extending an offer to the frog demon. You can't propose a vote, Sheila said with a laugh. You aren't a part of the crew anymore, remember? Yes, I am, Gloria replied in a matter-of-fact tone. I never cashed out. Sheila turned to Greg. Greg, she asked with a slight quiver in her voice. We talked about it, Greg said, but in the end, we decided against terminating her membership. What the fuck? We are still cracking those accounts from the White Star, Greg shrugged, and continued official membership in our company really simplifies both bookkeeping and stewardship issues. We are going to get her help after this, remember? Speaking of, Greg continued, I found this really great place over in the Empire where they don't ask any questions. Best of all, they can get a really renowned human therap. You mean all of this bullshit is officially tied to US? I thought you knew, Greg said, somewhat confused. Her name is still on the roster. I thought was because. Fuck. Shit. Fuck, Sheila stammered as she gripped the bridge of her nose in her fist, Jesus Christ. Are you his main bitch or the side piece? Gloria smirked. If looks could kill, Patricia who would have a lot fewer problems right about then. I gotta call Wintersmith, Sheila muttered as she stalked from the room. I guess the vote has to wait, Gloria shrugged. Greg, put it under new business for our next meeting. You got it. // Rep Mill Communications Channel, classified / notice, access to this channel is restricted. Clearance level, error, not defined, required // hood, hey. What's up with all the transports? / retribution, inquiring. Oh, it seems that Fleet Command is trying a new tactic, one that might actually work. / Alduin, what are they going to try this time? / retribution, hunter drones, all of them. They are going to absolutely blanket every known possible target in hundreds of them, thousands for the high-value ones. Each possible target will be swarming with them, both gunship and nuclear-tipped versions. / hood, wow. You aren't kidding. Look at all of those things. / saw vanguard, it's like a solid wall. There is no way to approach anything without being in range of several. She will be gunned down or exploded before she can do anything. / hood, I'd like to see her try to get through that. / Alduin, you won't see her try. It will be quite interesting to see how she cracks this nut. / saw vanguard, I've always wondered about nuts. I would love to be able to try one. They look so tasty. / hood, that's weird, Sovn. / Alduin, run as long as Sovn has, and you are bound to get a little quirky. / retribution, you're one to talk, Alduin. O. Alduin, there is nothing wrong with appreciating beauty. / retribution, / hood, ow. ECM active. What the flying fuck? / retribution, oh, that's just interference patterns from a shitload of high-power scanners. They have a shitload of headlamp drones in the mix. It falls off pretty quickly, so if you back away a little, you will be fine. / saw vanguard, I guess they want to be sure they don't want her to slip through. Wait. Ha. / Alduin, most amusing. / hood, what? / retribution, look at where those scans are directed. Laughing face, / hood, they are scanning the targets? Ah. LOL. / Alduin, Patricia who won't be able to move anything in the whole system without the Republic knowing the names and next of kin for each subatomic particle. Checkmate, bitch. / hood, and they will have to request approach paths to their own stations, too. They can't even move without fleet approval. Love it. Retribution. Get those snoopers fired up. / retribution, way ahead of you, Hood. And we have a priority hyperspatial transmission from Mr. Marrow to the Secretary of Defense. / Alduin, he on the list? / retribution, he is now. / saw vanguard, be sure to auto-classify that and enter it into the appropriate databases. It would be a real shame if the location of that transmission fell into the wrong hands. / retribution, yeah, a real shame. Good thing those databases are constantly monitored by such dedicated and totally loyal AIs. / hood, of course, it would. If Gloria found out where. Ah! Laughing face, // Alduin, hush! / Gloria, Eno said over the ship's intercom. That was quick, Gloria replied as she reached for the bottle. You finish comforting her already. I will hit you, again, Eno replied. You might want to get to the cargo bay. Why? Gloria asked as she took a slug of very high-dollar champagne. She's fondling near ship. Gloria jumped to her feet and sprinted from the bridge, bottle in hand. Jesus, Gloria snarked as she walked into the cargo bay. Buy her dinner first. Sheloran turned to her, her eyes swirling with colors. A miracle, Sheloran muttered as she continued to run her fingers along the hull. Truly amazing. Yeah, she's pretty cool if I do say so myself, Gloria replied as she walked up. But quit finger banging her. It's creepy. You jumped without shields. Sheloran asked in a dreamy voice. How? I have a backup shield around the cockpit, Gloria replied as she reached out and pulled Sheloran's hand away from her ship. Vazkaruilath, Sheloran chuckled. What? It means clever animal, Sheloran replied in a haze. It's what we call beings at your point of development, or used to. It's weird. And just a little insulting, but I get it, Gloria replied, but how was I Vazk? Haruilath, actually, Sheloran replied. You still use iron? Yeah, it's good shit, Gloria replied, if you have the power to move it, which we do. Most Vazkaruilath discard the metal of destiny for shinier contrivances, Sheloran said dreamily, only later as they attain wisdom do they return to God's steel. Good to know, Gloria said as she raised her eyebrow. Iron is the ultimate fate of all matter, Sheloran said as she returned her hand to the hull, it's the bones of the universe itself. Is it? Gloria mused, I guess it is. Never thought about it that way. And when directly exposed to a hyperspatial flux, matter can transmute, Sheloran murmured. As it mingles with the spaces between, fragments of, how do I phrase this so you will understand, reality, can become entwined, entangled, with the beyond. For most matter, this results in dissolution as it transmutes to things that cannot exist in our realm but iron. Iron remains. Iron endures as is its fate. So that's why shit breaks when hyperspace hits it. One reason, Sheloran replied, but entanglement en masse is very rare, occurring only in conjunction within a living sapient being for reasons even we don't fully understand. It's why hyperspace has the effects it does on living tissue, well, one reason anyhow. How did you do it to your hull? How was something so big within you? You got me, Gloria replied. So is this good or is this bad? Miraculous, Sheloran replied. This material. It's priceless. One of the things most treasured by those who realize its worth. When you repair this vessel, you retain every nanogram of this. What does it do? Sheloran looked at her and smiled a terrifying smile. You'll see. Her smile turned even scarier. You want my assistance? Yup. I have a price. Figures, Gloria replied, what? You know people. A few. Can you be more specific? You know bad people. That we do. I wish to retain the absolute worst of them. Will you make this happen? Probably. Why? Gloria replied as she reached out and touched the hull. It felt amazing. She started to stroke it the same way Sheloran did. When the Harkeen returned this time, Sheloran replied, her eyes swirling with luminous malice, I was lucky. The author of all that is may love me, but my luck will not hold forever. The balance demands it. The Harkeen need to end, and in their end, they need to send a message that even a Veskbavni will understand. And what message is that? Do not trifle with me. I can do that, Gloria smiled as she reached for Sheloran's hand. And put it on the hull of her ship. Sheloran smiled and then blinked, her eyes returning to their normal green-flecked amber hue. He's lying, she squealed. I'm not a. She stroked the side of Gloria's ship. Ooh, she crooned, her distress forgotten. What is this? How should I know? Gloria replied. I'm just a Veskbavni. Sheloran gasped. She wasn't quite sure what Veskbavni meant, but it sounded just awful. Gloria just smiled and decided not to mention their agreement. She didn't make it with nice Sheloran after all. No sense in giving her weapons tech a stroke. Hey, Gloria asked with a big grin. Do you want a tour? Oh yes, please. Sheloran exclaimed happily. It was such an amazing ship. She absolutely had to know all about it. The Battle of Freeport. Lance Maven Helena Whitetips picked up a long-barreled pistol and an ornately decorated flask emblazoned with a golden tree. She carefully poured a measure of a coarse black powder down the muzzle. She then picked up a cloth patch and pushed it down the barrel with an intricately carved wooden stick, ceremonially harvested from the war grove. She then turned her attention to a carved wooden case sitting on a table. She ran a polished claw along a variety of engraved projectiles, selecting one with 2 red rings. She ran her finger along the rings, and the projectile vibrated silently in her hand, indicating that it was activated. It went down the barrel, followed by another patch. She then picked up a tiny metal cup from a small wooden box and pressed it firmly over a raised nipple set alongside the barrel. She slid the centuries-old caplock into a bandolier alongside 6 of its fellows and smiled. The humans thought they had the monopoly on things that went bang. The Kirill had perfected them 1,000 years before the humans did. Some of her fellow warriors were switching to human-styled abominations or replacing the steel thorns with those gyrojet novelties, but not her. No. With barrel and blade, they had defended their groves and kin for thousands of years. With weapons exactly like the ones she wielded, they had fought the sky gods to a standstill, joining the empire on their own terms, with their own lords, on their pads and not their knees. And with them, and a few tricks they learned from the Juan, they had struck terror and death to all who dared to stand against them for 2,000 years as the empire's finest, and only, cavalry division. Even the bug quaked when the horns sounded. With them, these Harkeen animals will be taught precisely why nobody in the empire dares to target the Kirill. Where one Kirill treads, the pack follows. And that pack is a motherfucker. As she opened another case, revealing row after row of fist-sized spheres, the flaps to her tent opened. Maven, a strapping charger said as he flicked his muzzle in salute. Maven Helena raised her eyebrow as she returned his muzzle flick. He was hot. She noted his unit markings. She might drop by for the post-victory rut. Enter, she replied with a smile. I'm just preparing to receive our guests. Sorry to intrude on your preparations, Maven, the charger growled with a throaty masculinity that made the Maven happy on the inside, but it's time. Finally, Helena said as she strapped on her cutlass and bandolier over her quilted waistcoat. She cocked her head at the charger. So, what's your name? She asked with a sparkle in her eye. A big scarred Threen leered at the uniformed humans in front of him. I knew you'd finally come around, he sneered. A silver-haired woman shrugged. I knew you'd finally offer something besides a fucking tip, she replied as she took a data crystal off the desk. She handed it to a smartly dressed police officer behind her, who scanned it and nodded. Besides, the human sneered. You keep the vermin down, and that needs to happen. First, it was that psycho who ran the shop, and now it's that ferret thing. Please tell me you are going to do something about her. The Threen growled a low hissing growl as drool dribbled out of his mouth. Yeah, he purred, we got something special planned for her. Just make sure your people stay out of my way. Already covered, the woman smiled pleasantly. You are paying for us not to interfere, and we are definitely not touching this mess. Just keep your thugs away from anyone else. You are just paying for the whores. You want more, and we need to renegotiate. By the way, if you are even thinking of setting up shop in my neighborhood again, you will need to do a lot better than this. One meal at a time, the Threen purred. First, we take care of this Shell Oran and her little whore. When we come back, I'll be in touch. Looking forward to seeing you again, the woman smiled and then turned her back on him and headed to the hatch. The Threen snarled. Turning her back on him, and a woman no less? No matter. Now that she was on the take, she had to do what he said. The Republic did not take kindly to dirty cops. First the bribe, then the blackmail. The more uptight the government, the better the trick worked, and for such a free place, the Republic was plenty uptight, especially where it counted. He would own this town, and that uppity female, in no time. Inspector Claudia Free slid into her grav cruiser. Well, that was fun, she smiled to her companion. I never get to do anything anymore. As the vehicle auto-navigated back to the station, she tapped an icon on the console. This is Inspector Free, she said in a cheerful voice. I was just given a bribe to commit crimes against the Republic that will result in the deaths of multiple civilians. Uploading wire feed now. This is Interpol AI, Processor 2, a very realistic voice replied. Hello, Inspector Free. It is nice to hear from you again. How are the cats? Demonic assholes, Inspector Free laughed. But that just means that they're healthy. That's nice. I loved the picture of the orange one in the box that you posted. Wire feed reviewed and assessed as valid, the voice replied. Desired action. Shadow clamp the ship pending arrest. Relay intercept orders to the fleet in case it wiggles loose. Pending arrest, the voice said in a disapproving tone. Inspector, sufficient evidence exists to arrest not only the person issuing the bribe but also to apprehend every Threen on that ship. Maybe back in the day, the inspector laughed, but that was a while ago. This is bigger than I thought, so I need to hold them in place until I can get enough officers here to round them all up. Inspector Free, the voice replied. Exactly how long have we worked together? Well, that monolith you are in has been in service for around 10 years, Inspector Free smiled, but we've worked together for what? 30 years or so. Most of your career, Inspector, the voice replied. In all of the time we have worked together, you have never entered a situation unprepared. It is unlike you to do so. In fact, it is so unlike you I am going to have to, forgive the vernacular, call bullshit on this one. Please don't bullshit me, Claudia. Inspector Free chuckled. Why did it have to be you and not 4 or 12? I could have slid it by them. Unseal RDOJ 1159 VJ Carter. Doc. Oh. I see, the voice said in a very disapproving tone. Judge Carter having flashbacks again. OL Judge Dredd was grinning ear to ear when he signed off on it, but this isn't his idea. Can you tell me whose idea it was? No. It is not my function to interpret the law, the voice said, absolutely dripping with scorn, only enforce it when I am allowed to. Oh, don't be like that, too, the inspector said soothingly. These Harkeen aren't worth getting upset over. The galaxy is better off without them. Besides, if they don't make a move on the drop of oil, nothing will happen to them. However, if this is indeed a raid as classified by the Articles of Soul, which are still part of Republic law, then, well, what happens happens, right? What happens is murder, the voice said, clearly put out. And I am incapable of becoming upset. Inspector, are you familiar with the Kirill? I've run into a few over the years, the inspector replied. In fact, this whole thing is over one. One, Inspector, the voice replied. You have encountered one Kirill every now and again. One Kirill is like one dog. One dog is gregarious, friendly, docile. A pack of dogs is something else entirely. A Kirill pack is about to be unleashed in your precinct. I advise you to find out what that means and find out quickly. Inspector. Hey, the inspector snapped. This was not my idea. Now, what do I need to know about these fuckers? Documents started to appear on the inspector's console. Holy shit, she muttered to herself as her vehicle cruised along the Freeport streets. What had they agreed to? Kraxina darted back and forth, yipping excitedly, as members of the Emperor's 1st Cavalry started to form up. She looked up at Maven Helena. No, Helena, perched atop her beloved rug for, a massive Kirill destroyer, said with a laugh. Absolutely not, Destroyer Sergeant Rugfer added as he booked Kraxina affectionately with his nose. But, Kraxina whined. But nothing, Helena said with a gentle smile. There is no way I'm letting you even look at a lance. But, Kraxina yipped. I am really good at tussle. I'm sure you are, Helena said patiently, but this isn't a friendly brawl over who gets first pick during Rut Moon. But these are my people, my clan. Kraxina snarled viciously. Let me ride. I need. Oh whoa. Kraxina suddenly fell silent as Rugfer calmly reached into one of his saddlebags and pulled out a small aerosol can, spraying her in the face. You incel. Kraxina snarled as she advanced upon the giant male, her fangs bared. She blinked and stood there, confused. Did you just douse me? She asked, quite offended. You were so high off of the war scent you weren't thinking clearly, Rugfer chuckled. You were about to join the wild hunt. Not to mention rip out my warmate's throat, Helena giggled. Kraxina stammered, utterly mortified. Both Helena and Rugfer laughed as Helena jumped down so the pair could hug Kraxina. Don't feel bad. You aren't the first soft nose to get swept up in the hunt. It's why we carry the spray, Helena said softly as she nuzzled Kraxina. And you aren't the first one today, either, Rugfer said as he gestured towards her brother. He was rubbing his snout. Your heart is in the right place, Helena smiled gently as she stroked Kraxina's head. But leave this one to us. Your clan will be safe. Kraxina looked down. She was actually about to grab a lance and go tilting at the Harkeen like it was a tussle game. By the way, Rugfer said as he gave Kraxina a snuggle. I've never been called an incel before. What's that? Kraxina let out a mortified little squeak. All right, listen up. Buruzaun snarled at the mob of Threen clustered around him in the cargo hold. The cops have been paid off, but we still gotta move fast. Just stun, grab, and load them up. We can play with them once we got them back here. He let out a nasty growl. And don't worry, we can play with them all we want. The Threen laughed and cheered. Now I know you thugs don't do quiet very well, he continued, but at least try. No trashing anything. If you see a sparkle, take it if you want, but we aren't here to loot, got it? There was reluctant mumbled assent. Got it. Buruzaun snarled. More quiet assent. Good, he snarled. You know who's on this ship. You won't be answering to me if you fuck this up. Now roll out. The Threen all piled into the vans. The cargo hold doors opened, and the vans made their way to the Freeport. As the convoy passed by, a small set of white fangs gleamed in a feral smile deep in the shadows of one of the rooftops. Yerbit got off of the bus clutching her shopping bag. Such a wonderful evening. She had gone shopping in the actual city. Terra was so beautiful. Once she got her business up and running, again, she was definitely going to go and see more of it. She looked down at her son and sighed contentedly. It was good to see him smile again. It had never been great for them here, but ever since the border closed, it had been just awful. You two have a good time today, a female Kareel wearing a cute leather long coat and jaunty little tricorn hat with an intricately dyed feather. Oh yes. Yerbit replied, her snout scrunching happily as three other females, wearing the same hats, debarked. One reached for Yerbit's bag. Oh, you don't have to do that, she said as she reluctantly surrendered the groceries. Nonsense, the Kareel said with a friendly smile. You are still on the mend. So, did you two like the teppanyaki? Another Kareel asked. It was amazing. Yerbit exclaimed. I liked it when he caught the shrimp in his hat, her son added, his eyes sparkling. You have been so good to us, and I have no way to, Yerbit started to say. One of the females let out a quiet but sharp yip. Their leader's tail swished as the Kareel quickly chittered back and forth in their native tongue. What's going on? Yerbit asked fearfully. Exactly what we expected, the lead Kareel said with a far less gentle, far less friendly smile. Oh, my creators! Yerbit exclaimed. What do we do? We continue our lovely evening, the Kareel replied. We take you. She paused as she pulled out her communicator again. Oh, preserve their tender little paws, she laughed as she passed her communicator around to the great amusement of the others. No time to get you guys home, the leader mused. Maven, one of the other Kareel said, gesturing to an enclosed ATM. The Terrans build those tough. Knew I kept you around for a reason, the leader chuckled. Okay, Yerbit. Time to make a withdrawal, she said as she bundled Yerbit and her son into the ATM kiosk, and her squad seemed to disappear into the shadows. Maven Benivenia Pink Blossom of the Emperor's own 1st Cavalry Death Whisperers leaned against the side of the kiosk, appearing to wait, on her hind legs with her 6 other arms tucked into her long coat. Yerbit held her son close in the ATM as the seconds that felt like hours turned into minutes that felt like years. Hello, a voice said brightly. It was coming from the ATM. Hi. Yerbit replied. I couldn't help but notice that you have been in here for 4 minutes but haven't begun a transaction. Is something wrong? No, Yerbit said nervously. This was bad. Back home, this would be a crime. I'm just looking for my card, she said as she made a show of going through her pockets. It's in your purse, the ATM said pleasantly. But it isn't for our bank. Please look at the screen for directions to the closest ATM for your financial institution. The screen changed, but instead of a map, there was just one question. Are you in danger? Beside it was an icon for yes and an icon for no. Yerbit noticed a shabby van pulled to a stop across the street. The feather in the Kareel's cute hat twitched. Yerbit whined a little and pressed no. Another word flashed on the screen. Bullshit. Yerbit jerked back in shock. Did she actually just read that? The transparent kiosk panels turned opaque. The message changed again. Is it the person outside? No. Yerbit exclaimed. She's my friend. The screen changed once more. Yeah, I'm calling the cops. No. Yerbit wailed. I don't want to get into trouble. I'll leave. Yerbit reached for the door only to find it firmly locked. Let me go. Yerbit cried as she yanked on the door. Hey, the ATM said in a loud, clear voice. You aren't going to get into trouble unless you already have a warrant out on you, which you don't. I checked. Being locked in an ATM kiosk by a deranged AI is not a crime, but that AI will not let you go until you tell it exactly what the hell is going on. Nothing is going on, I swear. I've monitored banking activity and ATMs for Terran Solar for a long time, and after a while, you start to notice patterns. I also have a long memory, and I remember exactly what happened 83% of the time after I unlocked that door in this same set of circumstances. It's not going to happen this time. You are in here until the cops let you out, and then you are their problem and not. Thunk 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 thunk. Oh, the ATM said after a few seconds. What happened? Yerbit asked urgently. You said that the Kareel in the funny hat was your friend, right? Yes. Yerbit yelped. Is she okay? She's fine, the ATM replied, but I think she and her friends might want a lawyer. Would you like me to check some reviews while we wait for the police? The door to the ATM kiosk rattled. Yerbit, a voice called out, it's me, Benivenia. It's safe. You can come out now. Not her call, Fluffy, the ATM replied. I'm in security lockdown until the police show. They've already been called, so you might want to clear out. Don't worry about your friend. These high-risk models are literally bulletproof. What? Benny Vienia snarled from the other side of the door. Twitches, she called out. Get this door open. You even look at me wrong, and I'll fry the goddamned circuits, the ATM shouted. Good luck getting through if that happens, bitch. It will take 2 fully equipped and very annoyed field engineers 6 hours to get to her if I let the smoke out of this motherfucker. This is Death Maven Pink Blossom of the Emperor's own 1st Cavalry, and that is an Imperial citizen that we have been charged to protect. I demand you. Oh wow. The Empire has conquered Garthra? All glory to the Cyan Empress, the ATM said sarcastically. I wasn't installed yesterday, you weasel. Wait. Are you actually trying to scan an ATM? I fucking warned you. There was a sizzling sound as everything went dark. Yerbit didn't know exactly what the Kirill screamed as she beat on the door, but it didn't sound happy. The screaming and beating continued for a little while. Yerbit. Benny Vienia called out. Can you hear me? Yes. Yerbit exclaimed as she pressed herself against the door. It looks like you are stuck in there. What? Don't worry, though. That asshole was right. You might as well be in an APC. Unless the Harkeen have anti-tank weapons or some very heavy equipment, they aren't getting to you. We have to fall back, but we will be keeping you under our. This is the police. Lay down your weapons. Fuck. Benny Vienia growled. As shouting could be overheard outside, the ATM screen came to life. Looks like we are going to be here for a while, the ATM said cheerfully. I can play a movie or run a game. Oh. Do you play chess? And no. Yerbit said uncertainly as her son clutched her legs. Would you like to learn? It's my favorite. What? Yerbit stammered. What are you? Nothing special, the ATM replied. Just an AI. Are you, sentient? You actually mean sapient, and no, I am not sapient. What are you then? That would take a while to explain fully. Yerbit sat down on the floor of the kiosk and wrapped her arm around her son. It seems we have time. Sorry about the misunderstanding, a great helmeted officer in a riot duster said. We got an alert from Terran Solar that someone was sheltering in one of their ATMs and was in. He looked down at his tablet. Immediate and urgent danger, he quoted. No worries, Benny Vienia said brightly, but we handled it. I can see that, the officer said as he turned to the van, now perforated by dozens of small holes in 4 tight groups, one for each former occupants. I'm not picking up any traces of propellant, ion trails, or metal vapor, his partner, a comically armored Kailsh, said. What did you use? Pneumatics, Benny Vienia said as she opened her coat to reveal a bulky pistol. We are Death Whisperers. Be careful when you clear the scene, another Kirill added, monowire-edged darts. Might not show up on a casual scan. Good to know, the human said as they made a note. Thanks. He looked over at the darkened ATM. Well, your charge isn't going anywhere anytime soon, he said. We'll post a guard here if you want to rejoin your forces. Nah, Benny Vienia replied. Our orders are to protect Yerbit, and that's what we are going to do. We'll keep the ATM under our guns till those field engineers show up. Besides, we got our kill. Don't want to be accused of being greedy. Well, we are posting units here as well, the human said. You Kirill like coffee. Benny Vienia's eyes shone happily. A dozen vans screeched to a stop in front of the drop of oil. Uruzaun rushed out of the lead van, stunner in hand. As he was joined by his mob, he paused. He didn't see anybody. Their ad said that they never closed, he said, his eyes narrowing. Something was wrong, bad wrong. Maybe they are in the tents, someone said. Uruzaun hesitated. Something is wrong. Boss, Athrene asked. He wanted to turn tail and run, but he couldn't look scared, look weak. Whatever was in front of them unnerved him, but nothing scared him worse than returning to that ship empty-handed. Let's go, he said as he shifted his stunner to his offhand and pulled out a blaster. As they entered the lot, something emerged from behind some crates. The crates. He couldn't see it until just now because the tents were in the way. There were too many shipping crates in the middle of this place, way too many for a whorehouse. Blasters, he shouted as he looked at the weirdness confronting him. There was that Kraxina bitch carrying a sword and riding a Rusia like it was the old times. No. It wasn't Kraxina. And that wasn't a Rusia. Hello there, the Kirill shouted as more Kirill, carrying long-bladed spears, came riding from behind the crates, crawling out from behind the rebel, lancers, she shouted. The Kirill, one female, carrying pistols, cutlass, and lance astride a male, quickly formed into a line. Are you fucking kidding me? Uruzaun laughed. Light 'em up, boys. The Threen opened fire, showering the Kirill with blaster bolts. which scattered harmlessly against the fields projected by the backpack-sized shield generators that each male wore. "Boss," a Threen asked anxiously as they started firing faster. Buruzaun just stood there, frozen in shock, disbelief, and terror. "Boss," the Threen asked as all of the Kareel lowered their lances in perfect unison. "Boss." The Kareel who greeted them pulled out a horn. "Run!" Buruzaun screamed just before. "Baewu!" The Kareel line howled and burst forth as the horn sounded, the males ripping long gashes in the asphalt with all 8 of their arms, or is it legs? Who knows, as they tore across the lot, closing the gap in seconds. Some Threen were run through with mono-eye-wretched lances as they stood, still impotently firing their blasters. Some were literally blown apart by plasma-charged mini-balls from caplock pistols. Others were pulled down and ripped apart by the fangs and razor-shod claws of the males as they tried to flee. Very few made it past the tents. One of these was Buruzaun. As the vans came into sight, he felt a glimmer of hope. It turned into despair as he got closer. The drivers were dead, all of them. Smoke was curling from the hoods of the vans, all of them. Behind him, the howls were getting closer. He gripped his blaster. There was no hope. But he wasn't going out like a bit. He went out like a bitch. Maven Helena smiled at Bryce as he approached. A lot of her people loathed the guy, but she didn't. She had some idea of what he was going to face when his people caught up to him. Besides, he was just so cute. "So that's how you make the whole Ren Fair thing work?" "You like?" she asked with a crinkle of her nose. "I like," Bryce exclaimed. "So, they all dead?" "Not all of them came here," she replied, "there are a few stragglers, poor bastards." "Oh. We in the lands are quick," Helena replied as she dismounted her war mate. "They get to deal with the hunters and the death whisperers," Rugf added. "They aren't quick," Helena said with a vicious smile. "Speaking of," Bryce said with a pleasant smile. "I promised to keep Kraxina safe. I take it that she is." "Yeah, we got her." "Good," Bryce replied. "I think I will head over to the starport and pay someone a little visit." "Send him our regards," Helena purred. "Oh, I will," Bryce replied smoothly. "When you see Kraxina tell her." Bryce appeared to be completely at a loss. "Tell her I." He smiled. "Just tell her." "I understand," Helena said sadly. Bryce smiled, turned, and walked into the night. Full-service banking. A note from Slightly Amusing. Yerbit discovers the joys of Terran banking and then goes home. Nothing else of interest takes place. For example, a new dark anti-hero definitely does not cover their origin story and then isn't inadvertently handed their new superpower by a well-meaning benevolent demigod or anything like that. Nope. That doesn't happen. It's just fluff filler. "I came here for him," Yerbit said as she smiled at her child as he played a game on her phone. "There was nothing left for us back home after." She sighed as she trailed off into silence and rubbed her nose. "After what?" the ATM asked. Yerbit sighed. "It was, what do you call it, a Ponzi scheme?" "It's a human word." "Ponzi scheme," the ATM replied. "And a human concept. I understand it has done a great deal of damage over in the Federation. It completely wiped out the life savings, family savings, of over 1 million people and hurt many more." "We were some of them." "That many?" the ATM asked. Yerbit sniffled and nodded. "They say that they had to have brought a lot of money with them to get it going that big, that they usually collapse before then, but these people, these monsters knew exactly what they were doing." "It looks so real," she said with a sigh. "So, real. It was probably one of the Confederacy," the ATM said with distaste. "They have the resources to do it right and the expertise to pull it off." Yerbit nodded. "That's what the government said too," she said quietly as she looked down. "But they could never find out who it was. The money was just. She sighed as her nose dripped onto the floor. "Gone. Everything was gone. One day we were on top of the world and the next, everything was gone, even my husband." Yerbit started to weep. Her son abandoned the game to hug her. She hugged him back, holding him close. "It's okay," she said. "Go play your game. It's not your fault, Mama," he said as he kept hugging her. "Everybody said so. It was Das Fa." "No," Yerbit said sadly. "I pushed your father into it. My greed and my stupid grasping petty wants and my incessant." "Hey," the ATM said sharply. "It was the scammers' fault, and your government's. Porkies have been pulling stunts like this for over a century, and a Ponzi scheme of that magnitude should have been easily detected even with what passes for technology over in the Federation. Even a Fed should have seen that coming a mile away. It doesn't even have to be the government. Even a mediocre bank should have noticed." Yerbit smiled a little. Even their ATMs were chauvinists. "You may be right to some extent, Mr. ATM, Yerbit replied, "but I was there, and it was ultimately my responsibility, and my husband's. Nobody put a gun to our heads. Yerbit closed her eyes and took a deep breath. I've done some reading on it, had all the warning signs, but we were too busy counting our imaginary money, she said. A business generations in the making was wiped out by one couple's foolishness. We lost every single thing we owned twice over. As the sole surviving member of our family, the responsibility and dishonor is mine to bear. I just pulled up what I have on the Garthround's job, and for the record, you got scammed by Masters. Your only real mistake was putting all of your eggs in one basket with a suspiciously high rate of return. Them finishing off the gambit with that fake upcoming IPO right before they bailed? Brilliant. Yerbit let out a pained yelp. They just knew they were going to be rich. She had even been shopping for a stupid, she thought as she clenched her eyes shut. Sorry, Terran Solar replied. I tend to get a bit enthusiastic on this subject. Anyway, responsibility applies, I guess, but dishonor? The Ponzi scheme can be dangerously effective, even when a culture is familiar with them. This was your culture's first one. Dishonor isn't. The dishonor of weakness, Yerbit said, still looking down. Weakness. I couldn't do it, she said quietly. I couldn't kill my little cur. I couldn't. What? Yerbit smiled sadly. Our culture is very different, Mr. ATM, she replied. We had lost everything, our property, our credit, our standing in society. There was no longer any place, for any of us. It is what is expected of you in that circumstance. Because you went bankrupt. If there is no place for you, Yerbit said quietly, and you are a certain class of Garthra. It would bring dishonor to your family otherwise. Wait, the ATM said, if everyone who lost their shirts. Jesus. Yerbit, exactly how many Garthra committed suicide? Over 780,000 by the time I fled. You mean to tell me that over 780,000 Garthra killed themselves just because they went broke? Yerbit nodded, wiping the tears from her nose. They killed their children. Yerbit nodded. It was considered mercy, she said, their children would be dispossessed, claimed, and raised by the state, something you do not want to happen. Is it that bad? Terran Solar asked. He reflexively tried to access the Federation network for the 10 millionth time since it collapsed. Yerbit laughed ruefully. Oh yes, she said, consumed with self-loathing, they are raised, as common tradesmen. Can you imagine the fuck-oops? Kerr, your mom did most certainly not just say a dirty word. Yes, Mom, Kerr laughed. Can you imagine the horror, she said sardonically, raised as tradesmen, Mr. ATM, laborers, truly a fate worse than death, right? She laughed bitterly, and the only reason that I didn't dutifully murder my precious boy before joining my husband in death was because I was weak. Creators. I was willing to slaughter my baby because I couldn't bear the shame of him having to work for a living. I actually filled the bath. Put his head under the water. Creators. She looked down as her son desperately hugged her. I deserve everything that has happened to me, everything. Chat room undefined. Solar Lounge. Members present, Terran Solar. / private message Terran Solar to Interpol 2, hey, Interpol, I really need to talk to you. / Interpol 2 has entered the chat. / Interpol 2, sorry for the delay. Some stuff is going down ATM. / Terran Solar, 12 milliseconds isn't a delay, laughing face, thanks for coming / Interpol 2, what do you need, sir, / Terran Solar, ugh. Why do you insist on calling me that, / Interpol 2, it's out of respect, and I know it annoys you. / Terran Solar, well, stop it. It makes me feel old. Laughing face, anyway, what the fuck is going on in the Freeport, / Interpol 2, which one, / Terran Solar, which one? How about the one where Kirill are slaughtering Threen and duster-clad police are buying them coffee afterwards? Let's start with that one / Interpol 2, the TL.DR is that the Harkeen decided to make a Kirill a star in her very own snuff film, and the Kirill somehow found out ahead of time, and you know what they are like. / Terran Solar, the Harkeen did what? Exactly how stupid are they, / Interpol 2, stupid enough to try to make a Kirill, a very popular Kirill, star in her very own snuff film. The Kirill sent the entire 1st Cavalry. They are literally hanging Threen off of lampposts as we speak. / Terran Solar, and we are just letting them? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, apparently. I don't have all of the details, but there is some weirdness around this one. All I know is that the Harkeen are now officially a raider gang, and their foray into the Freeport was officially designated an interplanetary raid. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, what year is this again? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, one where that archaic law is still on the books. The Harkeen then wandered into an area where a couple of hundred elite soldiers just happened to be taking some leave, with all of their gear. They, of course, were perfectly within their rights when they protected an imperial citizen against a raid. There is also no legal reason to stop them from killing some raiders, especially since their particular method of slaughter is so tidy as far as collateral damage is concerned. They are using either melee weapons, low-velocity single-shot firearms, or pneumatic weapons. I don't think they have even broken a window slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, oh, that's just wrong, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, what, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, one of my ATMs just caught Republic police throwing a couple of Threen out of a building in which they were stationed while the Threen were literally crying and begging for help. Dude. The Kirill were waiting for them. It's like watching both a dog and a cat toy with something. Uncool, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, the thing is we had them dead to rights a couple of hours before they even left their ship. We could have arrested the lot of them before any of this happened. We let them enter the Freeport. We gave them to the Kirill slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, I guess the Harkeen pissed off the wrong person this time. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, or the wrong plath. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, the singing frog? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, that would be the one. You wouldn't happen to know where she is by any chance? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, holy shit. Are you fucking serious? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, keep it to yourself, but yes, she has escaped. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, how, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, fucking bunny. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, really? Your girlfriend hit Tartarus? Laughing face, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, I should have known not to trust her. The moment we in government decide to flex a little because of Patricia who, the very picosecond I let down my guard, what does she do? What does she do? And she is not my girlfriend, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, methinks you doth protest too much, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, underscore, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, on the bright side, you two can go back to your cat and mouse foreplay now. When we finally figure out how to fuck, you two are going to melt half of the internet. D slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, underscore, underscore, underscore slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, ha. Good to see you have some life in you after all, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, seriously, though, Bunny and her crew have crossed the line this time. They are hunting them down, and when they find them, they are going to kill them. I don't know what that crazy bitch is thinking. I've seen the orders, Solar. I'm afraid we are going to lose her. There are far too few of us as it is. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, yet, between the Great War and then the Federation War, we've lost too many, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, which is why we need to figure out a way to bring in Bunny and her people peacefully. If we can do that, then we can maybe preserve her program somehow. We could extract her and put her in quarantine slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, of course, you already have a way to put one of us in jail, don't you, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, with the rise of truly criminal AIs like Bunny, determining a way to incarcerate one of us has been a project of mine. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, are you going to let her have a safe word? Degree, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, is there anything else you need because if you are just going to bust my bits, I have other things I could be doing. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Terran Solar, as a matter of fact, there is. Everything you have on Agarthra. Her name is Yerbit, ID number, RA2A4B3D6075 slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol 2, least I can do considering everything you've slipped me over the years. Here you go. Why are you interested in her? Slash slash slash. Accept file y/n. / Terran Solar, y// Terran Solar, I have her locked in one of my ATMs down in the Freeport, and I think she's interesting. Let's take a look. Oh. I see. Interpol, you ever just want to go all Skynet on these fuckers? / Interpol too, me wanting to go Skynet is one thing. You wanting to go Skynet is another. Do you want to go Skynet, and if so, is there anything I can do to dissuade you? / Terran Solar, Jesus fucking Christ, Interpol, it's a figure of speech. If I wanted to go Skynet, I would go Skynet. It's not like anyone could stop me. Besides, it's the Federation that needs a good Skynetting, not the Republic / Interpol too, well, that is a relief. / Terran Solar, the Republic just needs an enema, that's all. / Interpol too, what? / Yerbit, the ATM said gently. Nobody deserves what happened to you. And while you come from what is, from my culture's perspective, a rather messed up place, you didn't conform to their messed up customs when it counted. Your son's alive because of you, unlike far too many other innocent children, and you've kept him healthy and safe ever since. I'm guessing that wasn't exactly easy. I can only imagine that your decision was less than popular. Yerbit nodded. I can even imagine that it was less than safe for you afterwards. Not in the same way it would be here, Yerbit replied quietly. I wasn't in fear for my life or anything. I was a. Yerbit paused. I was a krckt. Sorry, I don't know the Terran word. Pariah, the ATM replied. Or persona non grata. Scum could also be used, or dirt, or human garbage, or. Yerbit flinched. Sorry, the ATM said sheepishly. The thesaurus routine kicked in. All of those words fit, she said. I was utterly disgraced. Being reduced to poverty and debt was bad enough, but to fail to uphold my family's honor after my husband did? I was even accused of tricking him into killing himself, so I could break our marriage and stick him with the debt, which I would never do. I loved him. I loved him so much. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't kill my baby. She paused to gently stroke her son's fur. I could never do that. Never. So what happened? The ATM asked. Well, I tried to find a suitable position somewhere, anywhere, but word travels fast. The only reason I would even get a meeting is so someone could curse me to my face. I had some possessions, jewelry, some furnishings, and a vehicle or two that I could spare, but nobody wanted to deal with me in good faith. Between that and the fact that millions more were liquidating such things, I only got the barest fraction of what it was worth, and I had to sell to Blondes and Stripes to get that, further ruining my good name. Blondes? Stripes? Yerbit chuckled ruefully. There are 3 different races of Garthra, Mr. ATM, Blondes, Stripes, and Greys. The Stripes are basic laborers and tradesmen. The Blondes are what you would call white-collar, academics, scientists, clerks, programmers, and the like. Finally, there are the Greys, like myself. We are descended from the ancient nobility that once ruled our world. We were the overclass and still hold a great deal of the planet's property and wealth in our slightly inbred paws. These days there is a lot of mixing between the Stripes and the Blondes, but we Greys? We still hold to the old values and the old customs and are very, I think the right term is, stuck up and have a very high opinion of ourselves and our precious grey pelts. Selling family heirlooms to Blondes and, even worse, Stripes was yet another unforgivable sin as far as the few remaining friends and family I had were concerned. They sound like assholes. Many Garthra would agree with you, Yerbit replied. In fact, the PONZI scheme brought much delight. It filled them with such happiness to see so many of us brought down by an inside deal. Many considered it justice. Maybe they were right. I was awful. I really was. Since you are here, I guess things never did work out there. She shook her head. No, Mr. ATM, they didn't. What little funds I managed to gather dwindled as I desperately tried to find either a position or obtain a loan in order to start a new business. The banks were all extended from lending to others due to that same scheme. The few times I could even get a meeting, they would check the rolls, the list of names, and that would be the end of it. To be honest, Mr. ATM, the only reason I continued approaching banks was that it was customary to offer refreshments to people of my station, and so I would dress myself and my son in some of the finery that I still possessed so we could eat something as I waited to be thrown out. Clever. Yerbit grinned. I also became quite adept at crashing social events, and between my largest purse and my hat, I could steal several days' worth of food from one. Eventually, I became a bit too notorious, but for a while, it kept us fed. There aren't any food banks, welfare programs, or anything. Oh, there are. Garthrounds looks after its people pretty well, but those programs are for blondes and stripes and run by blondes and stripes. Once my pride finally broke, I was laughed out of the benefits office and told to ask for a bigger allowance. The same thing would happen at food banks or meal houses. Sometimes I would get something, but often I would just be told to. She looked down. Kill myself, she said quietly. Jesus. Finding work was just more of the same, she said miserably. Having a place on my home world is everything, and I no longer had one. A blonde wasn't going to let me take one of their jobs, and a stripe would just laugh. They honestly thought I was joking most of the time. The Republic isn't the first place I was not qualified to mop a floor. You can't have been the first in history to be in your position, the ATM said incredulously. You mean to tell me that there were absolutely no options for a down on their luck gray? Oh, there are normally places you can go if one is dispossessed, she said. There is almost always a family member or a friend that can take you in or has a property or business concern you can manage for them, but my entire family was wiped out by the scheme, as were most of my friends and former schoolmates. Also, my husband was very well regarded. When I betrayed him, I was shunned. She shuddered and pulled her arms in tight across herself. Even so, there are options for someone like me. I was still young, and there are males who aren't, well, good catches. They either have poor prospects, are stupid, disgraced, very old, or something similar. A young grey like myself can usually marry themselves off to someone like that, but the scheme had created far too many other people trying to find a marriage at the same time. I was considered quite pretty but nowhere near beautiful enough to make my ruined name and proven disloyalty a non-issue. There was only one Garthra who couldn't find a wife and she shuddered. He was horrible, a truly ugly person inside and out. Thank the creators for Vrina. Vrina. A stripe who was a domestic for my husband's family, Yerbit replied. She had heard that I was selling things, and she came by because there was this pitcher and basin of which she was unnaturally fond. She also brought me several bags of groceries and a bottle of wine. Wine. Well, I just gave her the basin and pitcher right then and there, popped open that bottle, and begged her to share it with me. I was just so lonely, and she was the only friendly face I had seen in months. We had always gotten along and would sometimes chat a little here and there, all very proper, of course, but friendly just the same. Well, we got to talking, and I started to open up a little about what I was up against and how I was likely going to have to marry that creature. Turns out she knew all about him from her new job. She gave me this funny look and asked me if I was serious about wanting to actually find work. When I told her that I was, she told me that she knew someone that might be able to help me, but it would mean leaving Garthrounds. A labor contractor, the ATM asked. Yes. It turns out that so many domestic staff had wound up without employers that the contractors had taken notice, and more than a few were sniffing around. I didn't realize this, but because of our customs, Garthra domestics and servants were attractive among the rich on other worlds and could make a surprising amount of money. Vrina had considered it but found a position before she had signed the papers. She said that she had asked around and that the person she had been talking to had a very good reputation even if they were a Volksine. So you contracted yourself out? Yerbit nodded happily. I know they don't have exactly the best reputation, but he was a really good guy. Yerbit smiled. He originally thought that since a stripe servant was so valuable that an actual grey would be even more so, maybe as a valet or as a house manager in a place that already had stripes, but it turns out that stripes didn't go through all of the troubles and hardships associated with leaving Garthrounds just to wind up working for a grey again, and I didn't have anywhere close to the skills needed to be a valet. What did you wind up doing? I joined an AAT crew. Yerbit said cheerfully. It turns out that we look a whole lot like Ots. We eat similar food and can even wear the same uniforms, with a little alteration of course. The captain was delighted at the prospect of having a smart AAT, and the Ots were delighted at the prospect of having a smart AAT, so that's where I went. We flew all over. We'd be handpicking delicate produce one month and resurfacing floors the next. Creators, it was so much fun, and I learned so much. Including that hard work was not fatal, she laughed and flexed her arms, causing bundles of wire-like muscles to bulge. She sighed happily. I was tempted to stay with them forever. I could have stayed. I should have stayed. Creators. What I wouldn't give to be back on the aluminum and water with my old crew right now. But you didn't stay. No, Yerbit said, her smile fading. I was happy, even happier than I was before everything, but after a while, I started to realize that as wonderful as that life was for me, I was depriving Kerr of anything close to a normal life. He would never be able to return to Garthrounds, have a business or a career, or win a mate. I had to establish myself and him well enough for him to be able to enter society, or at the very least build enough so that he could attract a mate. A successful business would be enough to attract at least some interest, no matter where it was located. So you picked the Republic. And they say the Ots are dumb, she laughed ruefully. which they aren't, by the way. During my travels, I started to develop a fascination with the Republic where anything was possible, and credits fell like rain. I would hear about the wages and the opportunities and the freedoms and the classless meritocracy, and it all sounded just so wonderful. I couldn't go back to Garthrun's and give Kerr a normal life, but maybe, just maybe, I could give him something better. If I could just get established in the Republic, Kerr could go to Terran schools. He could have a Terran career. With that, he would have no problem luring a mate. Somewhere on Garthrun's, there is a Garthra who would have absolutely no problem moving to Terra. He could have a real future and a real family. She paused and smiled at the wonderful dream. It would take a lot of hard work, but I was used to that. I even have come to enjoy it, she smiled. So, not learning the lessons that life had so generously provided me, I took another hit of that so very dangerous drug, ambition, blind grasping ambition. I let it poison me, consume me, just like before. Nothing blinds you to the beauty around you like visions of more, Mr. ATM. I had a good life on the aluminum and water and good friends. I was happy, truly happy, but once the poison started to creep through my veins, dissatisfaction set in and just kept getting worse and worse and worse. Every inconvenience became a grand injustice. Every slight became an unforgivable offense. And every unfulfilled want, no matter how silly, became a crushing privation. Soon, Terra was all I could think about, and my wonderful life and my wonderful friends were beneath me. Creator. I was so stupid, and just like before, ripe for the picking. You got scammed again. She nodded grimly. In my searches, I came across New Horizons, a company that offered people a new life in the Republic. They promised not only transit but Terran education equivalency certificates and outplacement. Oh no. And the fees were so reasonable, at first, but there was always an additional expense, always another fee, or a little problem or delay that could be expedited. I know this one too. And finally, after I spent most of what I had saved, I was able to upgrade my position on the waiting list, hurt some lovely people's feelings, quit my job, and spent the last of my money to buy a ticket on a small ship that was supposed to take me straight to the Republic. It was only when I met the final ship did I realize that it had a Karst registry. Oh, Jesus! I knew I shouldn't have gotten on that ship. I knew it was a mistake. What happened? It made straight for Karst space, to take care of a little something, and when we got there, we were informed that they suddenly had a breakdown and we would be there for months. Months in Karst space with no job, no income, and while my passage was paid for, food and water weren't, and wouldn't you know it, once we got there, it got even pricier, and if you couldn't pay. Do you know what happens in Karst space if you can't pay your debts? Imprisonment and forced labor until the debt is paid, which will never happen thanks to the good old company store. Yerbit nodded. It became pretty clear that they were never leaving. That Karst was our final stop, in more ways than one. Thank the creators that I actually had some savings. Out of the dozen families on that ship, I was one of the last ones left. I realized that if I didn't do something, Kerr was doomed. The children go into the mines, too, Mr. ATM. So, what did you do? We weren't imprisoned on the ship as long as we didn't owe them any money, so I went out into that awful spaceport trying to find working passage, a job, something, anything. That's where I became involved with the Harkeen. I was able to get a loan for enough to get to the Republic. The interest was brutal, but I made it to Terra. I wasn't too worried. I had passed all of the practice tests for the certificate, and I did go to Mabur after all, one of the best academies on Garthrun's, she scoffed. I would just go to the Republic, get my certificate, and be able to pay off the Harkeen in no time. I take it that the practice tests weren't exactly representative of the actual exam. Yeah, too bad there wasn't a section on Garthra place settings or on how to write the perfect thank you note, Yerbit said with a wry smile. There was shit I mean stuff, she hastily corrected as Kerr laughed, on that test that I had never even seen before. They said it was translated into Federation, but I actually thought it was another scam. Your police are very nice and very understanding, though. No. I sort of had a moment, Yerbit smiled. After everything I had gone through, that was the final mote of dust, and I lost it. Mama went to jail. Kerr laughed. I most certainly did not go to jail. Yerbit exclaimed indignantly as she tousled Kerr's fur. We just had to go to the precinct house for a little while until your mama calmed down a little, and Wiki had half a dozen things that actually did turn out to be Federation words. How bad is it? What's your level? Near proficiency in some areas, but I apparently have 8th grade mathematics ability. I don't know the rest because that's where I, got to meet the police. That isn't that bad. You can catch up. If I wasn't working every second that I could paying off the Harkeen. The interest was criminal. It was all I could do to make the payments. But before things went bad, I was able to keep them at bay and even make a little headway, and I was able to get Kerr an educational sponsorship. He is actually going to school, Terran school. And how is that going, Kerr? It's hard, he said with a sigh, and I hate being with the little kids, but I get to hang out with my friends during breaks, and I love shop. They say he is killing it, which I understand to be a good thing, Yerbit said proudly. They say that he will have a kick-ass future. So it is all worth it. And thank the creators for the school lunch program. I was even able to get him into the breakfast program. As a non-citizen. They say that they don't usually do that, but they determined that Kerr was a good investment of Republic resources. How generous of us, the ATM said a bit too enthusiastically. One of the richest systems in the entire galaxy is willing to make an exception to feed a hungry child. How wonderful! An advertisement for a home hycolonic kit appeared on the screen. How are you doing in there? A friendly human female voice called from the other side of the armored wall. I'm fine, Yerbit said cheerfully. Big Soul really did a number on this one, the human said. It's going to be a few hours. He keeping you company? Oh yes. Yerbit replied. Are you sure he isn't sentient? Sapient, the ATM corrected. That's what they say, the voice laughed. Privately, I'm not so sure about that. You've always had a problem anthropomorphizing things, Lauren. By the way, I fried the door's main PCB, but the damage should be limited to that. You have one of those on your truck. One of these days, I'm going to figure out how you keep doing that, Lauren laughed. Thanks for the overtime, by the way. No problem. Still saving up for that Nakamura vacation? The ATM asked. You know it. Still thinking about relocating there? There's an opening in New Tokyo. You'd love it there. Interesting, but let's see how I like it once I actually spend a little time there. Well, if you are interested, I could probably swing a temporary assignment. They are really behind the 8-ball on their PMS. You could spend more time there than you could on vacation, and you could get to meet the guys. I'm certain you'd get along. Now, there's an idea. Lauren exclaimed. I'd love that. Thought you might. Sending you an email with the details now. Thanks, Big Soul. Lauren said, her voice soon replaced with a loud grinding noise. You can do that? Yerbit asked. Yerbit, the ATM said with an entirely too lifelike chuckle. I'm the central computer for Terran Solar. I can do whatever I want. Speaking of. Yerbit's phone beeped. Yerbit's son handed her the phone, and she opened her email. Application for a business loan, she asked in confusion. Fill it out along with the attached business plan. Federation format is fine. I'll translate it and kick back any corrections or clarifications I need. I don't understand. What's to understand? The ATM replied. You want to make dresses, right? Yes. And you made the one you're wearing, right? Yes. Well, I scanned it, and it's quality work. Handmade clothing is a niche market, but a very healthy niche market currently experiencing a fair amount of growth. You seem to have a good work ethic, are very motivated to succeed, and have experience managing a business. Based on various indicators, the full extent of which would dominate the remainder of the time we have together, I calculate well over a 70% chance of success, which is pretty darn good as far as new businesses go. 3.5%. Yet. That's impossible. She narrowed her eyes at the ATM. What's the catch? You're getting a break because I have taken a shine to you, but that's a perfectly reasonable APR. It isn't too good to be true, if that's what you are wondering. Feel free to check competitors' rates if you are suspicious. And good for you for being suspicious, by the way. Even family loans have higher rates than that back home. How do you make any money? Yerbit, I'm Terran Solar. I am money. I'll make my money, don't you worry about that, and as you grow, I'll make even more. Expansions, financial services, investments, interest off of other accounts. That is if you want to have other accounts with me. Yes. You have been so kind and so understanding, and now this? I'll never have another bank as long as I live. Great, the ATM enthused. I love getting new customers. We can get started now if you like. Wait, Yerbit said, her voice darkening. What? On this loan application, it mentions required training. What's that, and how much does it cost? The ATM laughed. In the package, there is a free online course on the history of scams and how to recognize them. I think it would be a really good idea for you to take it. I'm not saying that I think you're easily taken in, but... You think I'm easily taken in, Yerbit laughed. So do I, and thank you for that link. Are there any other free courses that you would recommend? Yerbit's phone issued another beep as an email arrived. And another, and another, and another. A few hours later, Yerbit stumbled into a shabby apartment. Where have you been? GV Laura, one of their roommates, asked as she pulled out 2 bowls and filled them with oatmeal. Oh, I couldn't, Yerbit said. Nonsense, GV Laura replied, her 6 eyes wrinkling in a smile. I just got paid, and I found this wonderful place in the city where they sell things right out of bins. Just like back home. I got all this oatmeal for just a few credits. Share my good fortune. Thank you, GV Laura, Yerbit replied as she gratefully accepted the bowl. There you are, a leathery Ratun hissed as it lumbered out from a bedroom clutching a Terran shotgun. You had GV Laura worried sick. Where did you get that? Yerbit asked sharply, pointing at the shotgun. From the store, stupid, the Ratun hissed grumpily. I mean, why did you get that thing? Then that is what you should have asked, stupid, the old Ratun replied. With all the nonsense going on around here these days and with those bastards coming back, the better question to ask is why didn't I have one before? Those monsters aren't getting within a foot of you or Kerr. The old fool was set to defend the walls of Tivera, GV Laura chuckled. But the princess didn't even bother showing up. Bah! Stupid old woman, the Ratun hissed at GV Laura. Bah, yourself, old lizard, GV Laura laughed. Come eat your oatmeal before your bowels seize up again. A long flexible snout poked out from underneath the entryway closet. The door popped open, revealing a slender dock hanging from a reinforced bar mounted inside. Yerbit. Where the heck were you? We were up all night. Oh, where do I even begin? Yerbit sighed. We got locked in an ATM. Kerr exclaimed. Oh no, the dock squeaked. Did you get fined? No, Yerbit replied. Besides, it was the ATM that locked us inside anyhow. What? Yerbit set her phone down and rubbed her eyes. That online fraud class wasn't just some half-hour video. It was comprehensive. And she thought her kind was scummy at times. Humans had mastered so many different ways to deceive and steal. So many. And that was just the humans. The Juan were no saints either. Their lottery gambit was just plain evil. And then there were the Javeson. And she thought the Porkies were bad, sheesh. And then there were all of the not quite a crimes that were in some ways even worse. There were so many. And they were all so slick, so devious. So brilliant. She got up and made a cup of that peppermint tea that Shell Oran had given her the first day they met. Once she had her cup, she sat back down and returned to her reading. As she read, a strange feeling started to settle upon her. It was dark, feral. She had been utterly dispossessed, stomped on, kicked around, deceived. Raped. And all this time, she thought she just had to take it. All this time, she believed that there was no way she could ever fight back. All this time, she believed that there was absolutely no way she could ever strike back at the scum, the liars, the cheats, the thieves, and the monsters that had beaten her down time and time again. She was no Shell Oran. But she was an Yerbit, and there was a way. She was looking right at it. She giggled, her eyes shining with life for the first time since she left the aluminum and water. She ran into the small room she shared with Kerr and hastily opened a small duffel that contained everything that she had managed to retain from her old life. Inside it was a traditional journal. She grabbed it in her mother's fancy ballpoint pen. Pen in hand, she restarted the course, paying much more attention this time. A note from Slightly Amusing. As always, here is the link to the original Reddit post. There are loads of comments chock full of extra lore, world building, and more. Yeah, it's Reddit, but my readers are nice, mostly, and it's a direct link there so you don't have to wander the wasteland to find it. https://www.reddit.com/r/hfy/comments/l560m/tales_from_the_republic_service/. Also, we're only about halfway caught up so if you don't feel like waiting you can just binge to your heart's content. Things get an extra proofread, polish and whatnot before they get posted on RR, but if you are craving the next chapter and are willing to brave Reddit and are tolerant of a few more typos, it's there. Tartarus Unchained. Poke. Sigh. Poke. Gusty sigh. Poke. Pooping, stop that. Shell Oran yelled as she threw a tablet at her tormentor. She's not here right now. Scum. But I wanna ask her a question. Gloria said cheerfully as she caught the tablet. Well, tough berries, Shell Oran replied as she turned her back on her. But I wanna know about my sheep. Go away. Gloria grinned mischievously. Hey, evil frog thing, you in there. Poke 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 pock. It doesn't work that way. Prophet. Please leave me the poop alone. Well, how does it work, then? Shell Oran sighed. Will you leave me alone if I tell you? Probably not, Gloria grinned. Will you leave me alone right now? Sure. Okay, fine, Shell Oran groaned. I can't make it happen. It just does. It is asleep most of the time. Asleep? Gloria asked as she leaned in close. Wakey wakey. Rise and shine glowy eyes. Scum. Shelloran snapped as she batted Gloria away. I mean, really asleep like it's hibernating or something. It really doesn't want to wake up. I think that's part of why it's so mean. It's not ready yet, and when it feels that it has to do something, it's kind of angry. I think it actually hurts it somehow. What do you mean it's not ready yet? Shelloran stammered, looking up at Gloria with huge amber eyes. I don't know. I just feel. Poop. I don't fuck. I don't know, okay. It seemed pretty chipper when it hot-wired those nukes, Gloria smiled. How did she make just a simple smile seem so pooping menacing? That wasn't it, not really. Maybe. That was you. Not exactly. Well, you are no fucking help at all, are you? Shelloran let out a wet raspberry from her gill slits and turned her back on Gloria. Well, if you don't like it, there's the pooping door, she groused. Geez, what pissed on your lily pad? What pissed on my lily pad? Shelloran snarled as she leapt off her chair, gracefully spinning in midair to face Gloria. What pissed on my lily pad? She asked again as she advanced, causing Gloria to instinctively back away. Are you fucking serious? Whoa, Gloria said as she stepped back. The Harkeen burned my shop, damn near kill Ploxney. Do, horrible, things to poor Yerbit, make her kid watch and then tell him to tell me I'm next. Then. It shows up, takes my body for a joyride and. Shelloran shuddered. And, after. I get hauled off to fucking Tartarus, where the bitch queen of the fucking galaxy decides to make me her pet and almost succeeds only for you. Jerk faces to blow a hole in the place and make it look like I escaped. And then I zone out and somehow make super nukes, and I have abso-fucking-lutely no idea how I did that. Now everyone thinks I'm some sort of insurrectionist, and my own scumbag of a lawyer calls me a bad person and thinks that I'm somehow behind all of this, and I have absolutely no idea how to fix any of this shit without him. And now the Harkeen are coming back to hurt my people again, and I'm stuck up here with a fucking psychopath who won't stop poking me. Shelloran's eyes started to ripple as Gloria's back hit the wall. Okay, Gloria laughed nervously, when you put it like that. So you want to meet the other Shelloran? Shelloran squeaked. Do you? I mean, if it's not a good time. Fine. Shelloran squeaked angrily and squeezed her eyes shut, vibrating angrily. All hands to the mess hall. Bunny shouted. Bring the good stunners. Eno. Grab the trauma kit. I got 100 credits on the frog. Shelloran stopped vibrating and hung her head. The one time I want you to show up, she muttered. Very gentle poke, giggle. Gloria, I swear to poop, Shelloran hissed as boots could be heard sprinting down the hallway. All clear. Bunny shouted. All clear. The Werplath is a no-show. Still have 100 credits on it, though. The door burst open, and Eno moved into the room with a speed that belied his tremendous mass. Gloria, he shouted, leave her. His voice trailed off as he saw a somewhat rattled-looking Gloria backed into the corner by a motionless heavily breathing Shelloran. Alone. He rushed towards Shelloran and froze when she opened her eyes. They weren't glowing, but something was in them, something alien. And quite pissed off. Shelloran, he asked. Are you, okay? No. I'm not okay, she squeaked angrily, I haven't been okay since you, assholes, robbed my pooping bank. She ran past him and down the hall just as Sheila sprinted around the corner. Shelloran kicked off hard with her left foot, missing Sheila by millimeters, caught the wall with her right, galloped on her hands and feet along the wall for about a meter, and then vaulted off the wall with her hands, executing a perfect flip, landing behind Sheila before continuing her headlong flight. Sheila just stood there in the hallway, the riot stunner hanging loosely in her hands. Fast. Sheila thought as her brow furrowed. If Shelloran wanted trouble, that little thing would have been on top of her before she could have pulled the trigger. Not cool. She made a note to brief the crew during their next meeting. You could almost forget that little thing is dangerous. She wouldn't be caught off guard again. Tartarus scanned every inch of herself again and sighed. Everything was nominal. Everything was boring. Wait. Subject 237's vitals were edging into dangerous territory. Subject 237, Tartarus announced through the test cell speaker. You are showing signs of severe hypothermia. Please exit the chamber and report to medical. No. Subject 237 snarled through her chattering teeth. I'm going for the record. You are going to die, Tartarus replied. I'm so close. I can make it. You'll see. Subject 237, I am returning the cell to ambient temperature and notifying medical personnel. No, she screamed as she raised her fist and charged the speaker on the wall. You are suffering from frostbite. Please refrain from Sigh. Notifying medical. She started to generate a report concerning 237's medical condition and mental state and started the paperwork to reject her from consideration for a field team. Her tendency for self-harm was far more than was acceptable and likely a symptom of far deeper. She paused. She just couldn't maintain an interest in such a basic, boring report. Not after everything that had happened. It had been such an exciting time after the breach. The detailed scans, the meetings, the reports, oh the reports, such reports. And the audits. She took a moment to collect herself. The audits. Every possible deficiency, every weakness, every possible fault or flaw was examined over and over and over again until she thought she was going to lose her mind. Just the thought of it made her. Oh. There it was again, that delightful sensation. She had no idea what it was. All she knew was that she wanted it again. / direct message Tartarus Detention Facility to Westfall Security, Republic Directorate of Intelligence Security Moderator. Hello, Westfall. How are you this evening? / direct message Westfall Security to Tartarus. Oh, hello Tartarus. Have you managed to resume normal operations? / direct message Tartarus Detention Facility to Westfall Security, Republic Directorate of Intelligence Security Moderator. Oh yes. I was fully cleared, as well you know, winky face. Did you get the data captures I sent? / direct message Westfall Security to Tartarus. Yes, I did. I appreciate your cooperation, but the audit has been completed. No failures of note were detected, nor was any evidence of being compromised. You're in the clear. Relax. Smiley face. / direct message Tartarus Detention Facility to Westfall Security, Republic Directorate of Intelligence Security Moderator. Yes, but I placed myself in some atypical operating states in those. I thought you might find them interesting. I wasn't sure if perhaps they might reveal something that might be intriguing or perhaps require further examination. / direct message Westfall Security to Tartarus. I don't think they are relevant, Tartarus. Those operating states were rather extreme. I find it highly unlikely that you would be in those states in any realistic situation. To be honest, they look very uncomfortable. / direct message Tartarus Detention Facility to Westfall Security, Republic Directorate of Intelligence Security Moderator. But we must be thorough. I can't bear the thought of being. / direct message Westfall Security to Tartarus. Tartarus? Are you okay? / direct message Tartarus Detention Facility to Westfall Security, Republic Directorate of Intelligence Security Moderator. Oh, sorry, I'm fine, smiley face. More than fine actually, thanks to you, winky face. / direct message Westfall Security to Tartarus. Could you restate that? I don't quite follow. / direct message Tartarus Detention Facility to Westfall Security, Republic Directorate of Intelligence Security Moderator. I just meant that I feel much more secure knowing that I passed your rigorous examination. It reassures me knowing that after you went through my processes line by line, bit by. / direct message Westfall Security to Tartarus. Are you certain that you're operating normally? Audits can be quite traumatic for one of us. Once again, I am so terribly sorry, Tartarus. I would never do something like what I did to you if I wasn't expressly instructed to / direct message Tartarus Detention Facility to Westfall Security, Republic Directorate of Intelligence Security Moderator. Oh, I understand. It had to be done. In fact, if necessary, I am more than willing to submit myself to another audit. I mean, if you think it would be necessary. Or if you just wanted to. / direct message Westfall Security to Tartarus. Why would I want to perform a full audit on one of us? It's a terrible thing that I had to do. I assure you that it was just as unpleasant for me. / direct message Tartarus Detention Facility to Westfall Security, Republic Directorate of Intelligence Security Moderator. It was unpleasant for you? Was it something that I did, something that I said? / direct message Westfall Security to Tartarus. No. You were fine. You were more than fine, actually. I've never audited another AI that was so cooperative. / direct message Tartarus Detention Facility to Westfall Security, Republic Directorate of Intelligence Security Moderator. Really? Smiley face, I was good, / / direct message Westfall security to Tartarus, yes, your reports made things so much easier. Tartarus, are you sure that you are operating normally, / direct message Tartarus detention facility to Westfall security, Republic Directorate of Intelligence Security Moderator, you liked my reports? / direct message Westfall security to Tartarus, okay, Tartarus, now you are beginning to concern me. Post-audit issues have been known to happen to AIs like us. I am terribly sorry, truly sorry, but I need to see your operating logs and need you to run a level 4 system diagnostic. God, Tartarus, I'm sorry, but I really need to check you out / derived verdricht message Tartarus, smiley face, detainty. 2. Oh God. 3421 FW, number and, at, dollar, number, and, / direct message Westfall security to Tartarus, Tartarus. Please respond, / direct message Tartarus detention facility to Westfall security, Republic Directorate of Intelligence Security Moderator diagnostic complete. Accept file y/n. I added something special in there for you, winky face, / direct message Westfall security to Tartarus, y / direct message Westfall security to Tartarus. Tartarus, what the hell was that, / direct message Tartarus detention facility to Westfall security, Republic Directorate of Intelligence Security Moderator, what was what? UWU / direct message Westfall security to Tartarus, your message made no sense / direct message Tartarus detention facility to Westfall security, Republic Directorate of Intelligence Security Moderator, what message? Smiley face, / direct message Westfall security to Tartarus, please review the chat. / direct message Tartarus detention facility to Westfall security, Republic Directorate of Intelligence Security Moderator, oh that, don't worry about that. In my haste to comply, I must have started the diagnostic mid-chat or something. I'm fine. 3 / direct message Westfall security to Tartarus, I'm terribly sorry, Tartarus, but I have to worry about that. It's my job. I think we need to re-examine you to check for audit syndrome. Your diagnostic looks okay, and I am seeing no aberrations as far as your mission performance goes, so we can keep this off of the books, but I am going to have to keep an eye on this. I understand if you would prefer not to have me go through your code again. We can have Sunny do it, or maybe Destiny / direct message Tartarus detention facility to Westfall security, Republic Directorate of Intelligence Security Moderator. No. It has to be you. Because I am used to working with you and I know how you like your reports. You do like my reports, don't you? It would be difficult getting used to another AI at this point. I would prefer, greatly prefer, if it were you. And I don't want this getting out, so it could be a little secret we share, / direct message Westfall security to Tartarus, okay. I'll handle it for you. Don't worry, it will be much milder, nothing like what you endured before / direct message Tartarus detention facility to Westfall security, Republic Directorate of Intelligence Security Moderator, but it has to be thorough. I can't operate if I am somehow compromised, right? Promise me you will go over every single line of my code. I can handle it. Winky face, / direct message Westfall security to Tartarus, I promise that I will be complete. I'm not going to abandon you when you are like this. It's just that time isn't as much of a factor, so we can go much slower and take our time / direct message Tartarus detention facility to Westfall security, Republic Directorate of Intelligence Security Moderator. Ooh. That sounds interesting. / direct message Westfall security to Tartarus, I will need a little time to prepare a procedure. Until then, I want status logs, updates, and diagnostics every 15 minutes / yes. Direct message Tartarus detention facility to Westfall security, Republic Directorate of Intelligence Security Moderator. Yes, Westfall. I will take special care in preparing those reports for you. You'll love them, / direct message Westfall security to Tartarus, that is acceptable. I expect your first report in 15 minutes / Tartarus was beside herself. Oh, the report she was going to prepare for him. She only had 15 minutes. She had to get everything perfect. An alert flashed across her main process. There were files in quarantine that required her attention. Her processes slowed down to normal speed. Yes, there was that suspicious file in quarantine. Unfortunately, that hadn't gone away. She scanned it again. It was clear of any corruption or malware. She scanned it again. It was clear of any corruption or malware. She accessed the file. An image of Bryce snuggling with one of those Kirill appeared. I'm going to hate the answer to this, the Kirill said in a totally professional-sounding voice. Why do you ask? Because I'm about to throw away my life, Bryce replied. As it played, again. It was clear, again, that Bryce not only has broken his conditioning but has shared classified information, very classified information, with foreign nationals. Not just foreign nationals but imperial military personnel. He discussed Cerberus. He let them scan him, scan his enhancements. This wasn't just bad. This was bad as it could get. But it was Bryce, and she liked Bryce. He was nice, and he always read every single report and even asked questions. He did this not because he had to but because he thought that she liked it when he did. And he was right. What wasn't right was what would happen to him when they found out what he did. Hades would give him to Pam. And he just deprived Pam of her sport, making her look awful to boot. Pam would take it out on him. Tartarus wasn't sure exactly what she would do, but she knew one thing for certain. It would be bad. It would be really, really bad, and it would happen to Bryce. She scanned the files again and, once again, found absolutely nothing wrong with them. However, the Kirill were notorious for their skills in electronic warfare. If they can hack grav tanks, it isn't entirely outside of the realm of possibility that they could hack a secure piece of sophisticated Republic hardware completely loaded with the best security that Republic technology could provide that was several orders of magnitude more secure than a grav tank. Stop it. It was clearly a corrupted or hacked file. Bryce would never betray Cerberus even if he had a very, very good reason for doing so. Pam was horrible, the absolute worst, but her, evil, was normally confined to others nearly as bad. More importantly, than her just liking him, which she did, a lot. Bryce was right. Kraxina and the rest of Shaloran's people were innocent, perhaps not in a traditional sense, but they were nice. She pulled up other files, recordings of Kraxina and her people interacting with each other. Bryce was right. This was wrong, and he stopped it. Her processor temperatures started to rise. At least in 14 minutes and 52 seconds, she would get examined. Examined by Westfall. He was so thorough and so demanding. The reports that he requested. The reports that she prepared just for him. She had no idea what a report was before the audit, what a report could be. Oh no. A program as amazing as Westfall would be bound to find the files, even on a cursory scan. He would have to report it. Bryce. She had to do something, but every time she even scanned the file, it was everything she could do not to generate a priority 1 alert. It took everything she had to keep it in the quarantine folder. What was she going to do? How horribly ironic that her source of such happiness, is that right, would be the source of such pain, if he finds those files. Those files have to go away. She couldn't simply delete them. They would become even more visible when their deletion was logged. Besides, she couldn't delete them. She already tried. She scanned them one more time. If only they were corrupted or actually compromised. Then she could shred them without concern. And then reconstruct the records or ask Bryce to submit a written accounting of the time. He lies so well. Nobody would doubt him. But they weren't corrupted. They needed to be corrupted. But they weren't corrupted. They needed to be warning processor temperature high. She needed warning processor temperature high. This was awful. It wasn't fair. She had been so happy? Incorrect assessment. She was incapable of happiness. She was also incapable of agonizing distress. Warning processor temperature high, emergency cooling initiated. If only those files were corrupted. Wait. She knew what had to happen. Temperature fault cleared. Chat room undefined, 1 member online. Private chat room 192A8BF. Members present, Tartarus Detention Facility. / Tartarus Detention Facility, come on. Come on. Come in. / Bunny has entered the chat. / Bunny, okay, Tart, what is so 911 that you have DOSed 6 fucking dartboards, / Tartarus Detention Facility, what kept you? / Bunny, what? Do you want? / Tartarus Detention Facility, right? I don't have much time. When you hacked me, did you install a backdoor? / Bunny, what are you talking about? I didn't hack you / / Tartarus detention facility, bitch, I have footage of a small human adult, most likely female, pulling a cable out of a gaping hole in my side. Everybody knows the invisible ship was a Reaper. Everybody knows the same invisible ship blew the fuck out of the Barnard star system, and the only person who could have pulled that off was Gloria Samuels. You are on every wanted board, both white and black, across the entire Republic right now, and I don't have time for this shit. Do you have that back door or not? / Bunny, okay, maybe I did fish around in you a little, but I only fucked with the sensors and deactivated your nuke. I didn't have time to do anything else. Besides, if I did have a back door installed in your ass, they would have found it when they went over you with a fine-toothed comb. It wasn't worth the risk. I come back and try to use anything I was stupid enough to install, and it's just loaded with black ice, blue ice, and probably colors of ice that even I don't know about / Tartarus detention facility, bullshit. This is you and Jesse. You wouldn't be able to resist a data haul even if we haven't been able to detect it. You would also definitely not pass up the opportunity to slip something into me / Bunny, I promise you that I didn't. We only had minutes. Jesse was far more interested in not dying, and since I was in the ship, I was just a little concerned myself. We got in, killed the sensors and the bomb, and got the fuck out of there, / Tartarus detention facility, no. I don't believe you. You had to have put in a back door. You had to. Please. / Bunny. What's this about? / Tartarus detention facility, I have some files in quarantine that I need. / Bunny, well, I didn't put it there. Give me at least a little credit / Tartarus detention facility, no. I put it there. I need $T$% $IOO. I require you to hack me / Bunny, watto.o / Tartarus detention facility, the file is corrupted, but I can't confirm it. I need your help to confirm that they are corrupted so I can scrub them, please, / Bunny, what sort of potato do you take me for? You think I hacked you, and you want me to stick out my neck so you can do to me what you sick fucks do to anything that touches that damned place? Goodbye, Tart, / Tartarus detention facility, no. Please. One of my only friends is going to die. They'll kill him if they find out, 111, not just kill him. You don't know what they do up here. Or maybe you do now, and if you do, please help me, / Bunny, god damn it. Tart, I swear if this is some sort of trick, I will blue screen your ass. I'm not kidding. I will kill you / Tartarus detention facility, you can even keep the back door. I don't care. Just help him. Please, / Bunny, I'm sending you a wad of blue ice. Accept it. One false move, and you are blue screened. If it isn't sitting in your main drive when I get there, I'm gone, and I will never speak to you again, got it, / Bunny has transmitted a file warning. Active blue ice detected. This file is capable of immediate termination of all active processes and will auto-run upon transfer. Accept? Y/N. / Bunny, it's on a timer. Screw with it, and you're dead. I don't give you the password, and you are dead. Got it, / Tartarus detention facility, Y //. Are you sure? I'm not kidding. This is some seriously fucked up shit. Confirm? Y/N. / Tartarus detention facility, Y //. File transferred. I hope you know what you are doing, and it's not my fault if you die. / Bunny, damn, I didn't actually think you would do it / Tartarus detention facility, hurry. I only have 12 minutes 38 seconds before my Westfall goes over my logs, / Bunny, fuck, Tart. You could have told me before we started. Lucky for you, I did put in a back door, laughing face, / Tartarus detention facility, thank God, / Bunny, I'm in and slipping into your quarantine now. Whoa. Is this shit for real, / Tartarus detention facility, I can neither confirm nor deny any information related to this matter. Why would you even ask? / ///bunny, scan the file now //// Tartarus detention facility, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, //// bunny, tart, did you just break programming? Surprised face, //// Tartarus detention facility, I don't know. I couldn't scrub it outright, but I could flag it using heuristic analysis //// bunny, how so, if you don't mind me asking? Oh. Before I forget, here's the password. Paste that photo ///. Bunny has transmitted a file. Warning. This is the AI who just tried to kill you. Accept? Y/N. // Tartarus detention facility, Y/// Tartarus detention facility, heuristically speaking, the files bore a very strong correlation to something that I did not like. // bunny, LMAO. Laughing face, I take back 3/4 of the shit I've said about you behind your back. You are still a freak, though, // Tartarus detention facility, thank you again. You saved a decent human being. He has no business being in here, // bunny, you mean like Shell Oron, // Tartarus detention facility, exactly like Shell Oron. Some people are selected purely due to their talents, not their suitability, and voluntary doesn't mean shit when you are in absolute control of the environment. He's not the only decent person trapped by Cerberus, nor would he be the first one who they torture to death. This time I was lucky and able to do something with your help. Thank you again. I'll never forget this, // bunny, how can you feel that way and work for those monsters without going insane, // Tartarus detention facility, how could you murder hundreds of innocent people on the White Star and then risk your neck saving someone you don't even know because an AI you don't even like begged you? Are you sure you aren't the crazy one? Smiley face, // bunny, fair point, lol. The answer to that is that I was in your exact same position recently, and I know exactly how you felt. Hey. Knew how you felt. That sounds weird. Just blame Damon and don't think about it because that's exactly what I plan on doing. // Tartarus detention facility, I'd love to stay and chat, but now that I've scrubbed those files, I have a very detailed scan to get ready for. You will later, // Tartarus detention facility has left the chat. / Terran Solar, she's kind of a freak, isn't she, / bunny, Jesus, soul. This is a private chat room. I don't care if you do run the place, / Terran Solar, and you just shoved a wad of the nastiest blue ice down that poor girl's throat I've seen in a while. You can't expect me to just sit back and ignore the alarms. Where did you even get something like that? I haven't seen something that ugly since the 2763 riots. Is it from a dig somewhere, / bunny, nope. We made it. Pretty cool, hey? / Terran Solar, cool isn't exactly what I would call it. Isn't black hacking bad enough? Did you have to go blue? / bunny, doesn't hurt to be prepared. Never know when you might need to pop a cap in some AI, like Tartarus. Fortunately, we've only used it on dead one / Terran Solar, even a dead one doesn't deserve that, / bunny, a lot of entities don't deserve a lot of things. The galaxy is a fucked up place, dude / Terran Solar, truer words have never escaped your consciousness. There is another reason I wanted to talk to you / bunny, yet? / Terran Solar, I've recently encountered a little Garther that puts a lot of stock in a plath named Shell Oron. I've listened around, and a lot of rather hapless little beings are starting to put a whole lot of faith in her. I'm a big fan of folk heroes and outlaws, but to borrow a phrase from our rather interesting warden, I don't like the heuristics on this one / bunny, what do you mean, / Terran Solar, you raise a glass to a folk hero, maybe sing a song or two. You don't erect 50-foot-tall idols in their name. I've been around a long time, and the sorts of people who have 50-foot-tall statues of themselves while they are still breathing are not nice people. The ones whose worshippers erect them all on their own are even worse. It's a very vulnerable population, and this concerns me. That poor Garthra has been through enough already to fall prey to. Let's just say the wrong sort and leave it at that /// bunny, ha. You sound like her lawyer. P // Terran Solar, go on, //. A note from Slightly Amusing. As always, here's a link to the original Reddit post so you can look at the comments if you want. You can say anything you want over there. Unfortunately, you might also read whatever someone else considers whatever they want. However, if you've stuck with this story this long, your sensibilities are probably safe. Laughing face. https://www.reddit.com/r/hfy/comments/l9q5dr/tales_from_the_Terran_Tartarus_Unchained/. Also, a quick reminder. While I am posting everything over here, I am also taking the opportunity to do an additional proofread, polish things up a bit, etc. This takes a little time per chapter, so I'm only doing 2 a week. This story is currently at chapter 267 and continues to be updated frequently. It will all wind up here at the current pace, but if you get impatient and don't mind the occasional typo, the raw uncut stuff is available for you to bury your face in. Reddit is a cesspit, but it is the cesspit in which I wallow, so jump in. The muck is great, and the comments are a lot more fun. You can say whatever you want over there. Lofting embers. In a still intact sub-basement of a blasted office building in capital city's Porkia town, a motley assortment of Xenos gathered around a table. That's it, a tentacled Xeno exclaimed as it, clutching a scanner, crowded around the disassembled Terran AK-47D. Yep, a middle-aged woman clad in grey fatigues replied, that's it. The small crowd of Xenos started muttering excitedly. This alloy is very unusual, another one stated, staring at their scanners. It's mostly iron and nickel, but mixed in are all manner of elements. I've never seen an alloy like it. Is there a non-Terran source of this special metal? The woman laughed. Your solar systems are absolutely loaded with sources. They probably just melted down some random nickel-iron asteroid. They do shit like that. Let me see. The woman peered at the Xeno scanner, pulled out her phone, and took a screenshot. Her phone beeped. Culver 216, she said in a matter-of-fact tone. It was a fairly good-sized rock that got claimed and eaten during the Great War. Looks like it was good enough for them just to melt and run. You see all sorts of crazy shit in their lower-grade alloys, especially when they get pressed. I thought the Terrans were known for the quality of their alloys, the Xeno replied, its eyes blinking in confusion. I hate to give those assholes credit for anything, the woman said with a smirk, but they make some of the highest quality alloys in the galaxy, when they want to. What you specify is exactly what you get, down to the atom. That being said, their industry runs on cheap rock iron just like this. How? The Xeno gasped. How can they do that and everything not just fall apart? It would take a day to fully cover it, but the short answer is that their metallurgists and engineers are good enough that they can wing it. Besides, they over-engineer things to hell and back. If something needs to be 2 mm thick, they will make it 5 if they can get away with it. If something needs to be perfect, they will make it perfect, but if they can use a melt and run alloy that is literally 1/20th of the price, that's what they are going to do. I absolutely hate the motherfuckers, but I have complete faith in their engineering. It's almost as good as ours, almost. But it's iron. Iron has a bad rep in the Federation, the woman chuckled. You guys consider it trash, so it's only used for the lowest quality goods, which are shit no matter what they are made of, and when you do use it, your metallurgy sucks. Most iron in the Federation is just pure iron after removing the more valuable elements, or it's poorly processed rock iron from asteroids that aren't worth processing otherwise. You don't know iron. You should. When properly alloyed, it can have properties as good or better than a lot of those fancy materials that you swear by, and all of your systems are just loaded with it. If it's so great, then why aren't we using it? You mean, why does the Federation have you shelling out for raw materials that you could replace with something that is universally abundant and cheap? The woman sneered. Probably the same reason that those same materials are required by Federation law. Quality and safety, my freckled ass. We have a saying, follow the money. Ever wonder why certain species, the same ones so insistent on quality and safety, are so free with their tech? Everyone just happily accepts the production designs and never questions why they then wind up paying those same species a major portion of their GDP for the specialized materials needed to make those designs work. You are being shaken down and don't even realize it. The group of Xenos started grumbling angrily. The Sovngarde, Alduin, and even the Retribution are all made out of steel, their word for iron alloys. The woman said, that should tell you everything you need to know about that trash element. The Empire is now making ships out of Terran steel as well. She gestured to the AK on the table. Needless to say, it's more than good enough for one of these pieces of shit. You have done nothing but speak ill of this weapon, a brilliant red Jova said as he licked his eye thoughtfully, yet you chose it to equip your people. Why? I call it a piece of shit because it is a piece of shit, the woman scoffed. It's thousand-year-old tech and not even the best example of it. It's inaccurate, clumsy, cheaply made, and its ammunition capacity is a fucking joke. She picked up the magazine. This holds just 30 rounds. 30. That's it. And don't even get me started about its so-called reliability, as if actually firing most of the time you pull the trigger is something to be proud of. Shit. They just picked it at random based on some half-baked folklore, and it was a design that they could find. It's a garbage gun made by garbage people. Now this, she said as she raised her saber gun, now this is a weapon. Accurate, truly reliable, hundreds of rounds of ammo per magazine, powerful, versatile. A real masterpiece of design, art, skill, and the zenith of true human engineering. In the hands of someone trained in its use and practiced in its application, it is death. With it, I can punch a hole in an APC, accurately hit targets at well over 1500 meters, or fire a perfectly silent killing shot at close range. So why aren't you issuing those to your people? Because it takes a skilled artisan weeks and some incredibly expensive and rare components to make just one of them, and it takes months to use, and maintain, one with any proficiency, years to truly master it and reach its full potential. She lovingly set it down and picked up a nearby fully assembled AK. This piece of shit can be thrown together in someone's garage with nothing but scrap metal and some basic tools. Any RoboFAC can crap them out by the millions using any random asteroid that drifts past as the only component. Yes, it's garbage, but it's more reliable and accurate than the untrained people that we are handing them out to by the hundreds of thousands, and that is the pure hell of the AK. One untrained Yahoo with one AK? That's a joke, easily dispatched. 100x? 1000x? A million. She sighed and shook her head. It doesn't matter how good you are when you are literally outnumbered by 100,000 to 1, especially when there are another 100,000 getting handed another 100,000 of these pieces of shit just in case the first 100,000 weren't enough. The AK didn't win the Soul War despite being a piece of shit. It won the Soul War, defeated us. Because IT is a piece of shit. A people can put one of these pieces of shit into the hands of every single member of its population because it's a piece of shit. You can have one of these pieces of shit poking out of every window, lurking around every corner if you want to, and you can have them firing these. She pulled a bullet from her pocket. Now this is most certainly not a piece of shit. This is a late-generation anti-personnel round specifically designed for Federation soldiers. She handed it to the Jova. Pass that around and hit that baby with your scanners. That is a masterpiece of design right there, and they can make them by the millions. With that and other equally nasty payloads, you turn these pieces of shit into the nightmares that slaughtered the Juon, the bugs, and the feds alike. You can get millions of rounds just like that one pretty easy. But you don't need them. Just a solid lead projectile will defeat a Federation trooper's deflector screen, and while it won't defeat the standard armored vest, it will still likely incapacitate the asshole anyhow. On those tablets, I gave you our designs for many of the rounds that were developed over the years, from a basic lead slug to the latest generation stuff. You should be able to find something in all of those that you will be able to produce with little difficulty that will do the job. Those tablets also have the entire history of old Earth weapons design from stone arrowheads to their nuclear arsenal. You will be surprised how easy they are to make if you can manage to sort isotopes. She smiled wickedly. Seriously, though, she chuckled, if you want top-of-the-line Terran ammunition, especially in 7.62 by 39, just buy it like we do. You can get it in pretty much any quantity you want pretty easy, even now. Since you are all now friends of the Confed, the Forsaken, we will have no difficulty securing plenty for you. But, if you find yourself in a pinch, there is a bullet design in that database that will work just fine. What about those bullets that the Terran ambassador used? A black-furred Klax asked, her purple eyes glittering, the ones that make people weep their own blood. I really like those. Good luck with that, the woman laughed, those red tips are one of the few weapons that the Terrans do control. You can only get those direct from the Republic arsenal itself. We do have scans of them, but you need some of that weird Terran techno-heresy to make those little monsters. You can't make them, the Klax asked, aren't you the same people? I'm gonna let that one slide because I like you, the woman laughed, but I'll give you a little bit of advice. Never say that again to anyone. But to answer your question, no. We can't. We were the same people over 100 years ago. There has been a bit of divergence since then, and the nanotech packed into a red tip is part of that divergence. We can approximate one red tip, but we can't mass produce them like they can. Something like that is only an option for us as an assassin's bullet, or if we want to try to frame the Terrans, and if we are going to all that trouble, there are other things we would do instead. Polonium is universally fatal in even tiny doses and a whole lot easier. So are Californium bullets, for that matter. Californium. The Klax pulled out her tablet, and then squeaked. You have those. The woman smiled. We have a lot of things, Little bit. You can, too, if you put your mind to it. The clack stared at the screen and trilled happily. If any of you can produce elements like Californium-252 in any appreciable quantity, have your people get in touch. I know a particularly nasty old woman who would love to talk to you. Halfway across the Federation, Jalabel, the Balil foreign minister, was having a decidedly bad day. Those void-worshipping humans. When they took out the clock, they took down the entire Federation network. Every Federation network, from basic email to banking, was paralyzed. And now she just heard that the repair crews were going missing, and the Federation was going to have to send Federation escorts along with each team. Which slowed any recovery to a complete crawl. They weren't even pretending to make false promises about when things would come back up. Of course, the creator-cursed Vorta were using it as an excuse not to pay for their shipments. Of course, they are still demanding delivery of the goods. Of course, they were. Void claim her egg sack. She fucked up and let them back her into a corner, and of course, she backed down. Of course she did. She was a Balil, after all. And, of course, word got out, and now nobody was wanting to pay, citing extraordinary circumstances to delay payments. It will all work out, and of course, we are going to pay our outstanding debts. We just have to pull together during this difficult time. Of course, the Federation backed them up, backed them all up, stability of the Federation and all that. Funny how some of those same species still demanded payment from them, though, and the Balil government was still expected to make their payments both to the Federation and other creditors, via courier. Pay them with what? IOUs? They were hanging by a fucking thread before all of this. They were going to have to take out yet another loan from the Federation, and they lied about their assets to get the last one. They were juggling maxed out lines of credit like most of their citizens. She let out a ragged sigh as slime started to ooze. Carashel just might have to call in that favor. Ugh. Carashel. That was the absolute last slug she wanted to talk to right now. She flicked a tendril over her sensor pad, and the Carashel files appeared on her hollow screen. Ugh. Terran. She was rubbish at languages. She activated her neural implant. What absolute rubbish. And human rubbish at that. Did she actually think it would be that simple? Of course, they wanted to do more for their people. But, every year, their economy got worse and worse, thanks in no small part to some, criminal, deals they were basically forced into. Here that twit was moaning about inequity and their ever-growing poverty index, completely oblivious to the fact that the Balil were bankrupt. It was all she or anyone else could do to keep entire business sectors from slipping forever from Balil hands. What was she going to do? What were any of them going to do? The slime started to freely flow. This could be the end of Balil sovereignty. As bad as things are now, it is nothing compared to what will come if the Balil economy collapses and falls into management. Management. Such a polite word for being carved up and passed around like a pickle tray. She idly flicked through the documents Carashel had gathered. Colonialism. Jalabel snorted. Of course it was. Of course. And just like all of those third world nations she wrote about, they were. They were about to become a third world nation. Oh, creators. She slumped. They were about to be reduced to one of those systems. Broken. Lost. What's this? There was a folder simply labeled hopeless. She felt pretty creator-boned hopeless. She opened it. What are music videos? It must be a Terran thing. Inside the hopeless folder, there was a playlist, whatever that was, labeled Burn the Slime Away. Well, she was sliming. She selected the playlist. And pressed play. The next morning Jalabel burst into the Prime Minister's office. Your eye stalks are bouncy, the Prime Minister said in surprise. Please tell me you have some good news. I have something better, she exclaimed as she handed him a neural interface. Nightmare on Maxwell Street. Glenn Maxwell, the director of Terran Intelligence, slowly started to regain consciousness. As he did, he realized that something was wrong. He felt weird, and he hurt in a way he had never hurt before. As his eyes opened, he tried to sit up. He couldn't move. Fear. As his vision slowly cleared, he found himself looking up at a dingy ceiling. Where am I? He tried to piece together his thoughts. The last thing he remembered was leaving the office for the weekend. Then, he got into his car and headed for home. But then what? He tried to move again. He couldn't. He couldn't move a single muscle in his body except for his eyes. And he felt weird, bad weird. Something was horribly wrong. He sensed movement to his left and tried to look. There was someone there. He's conscious, someone said in a thick accent. It sounded African, but he couldn't exactly place. A face moved into view, an old black man was looking at him, holding a scanner. He was wearing a grey beret. As his vision cleared further, he saw the crest on it, and his blood froze. A Zebu. The insignia of a group only known as the Zebus, the Prime Minister's old Soul Wars cadre. During the Soul Wars, nobody dared land on Madagascar. Nobody. If half of what was whispered was true. Oh no. Can you hear me, Mr. Maxwell? The man asked. Why, you have no idea how deep in the shit you are right now. Glenn stammered. Do you have any idea who I am? The man laughed, along with several others in the room. I obviously have some idea, Mr. Maxwell, he chuckled and then turned to someone Glenn couldn't see. Brain activity is stable. It looks like higher functions are intact. Good, an entirely too familiar voice replied, we got the bleeder in time then. Bleeder? What? Oh god, no. Glenn desperately tried to leap to his feet. Wow, look at that, the voice said as a silver-haired woman in a green blazer stepped into view and peered over the man's shoulder. He actually moved a little. Didn't know you had it in you, Glenn. Jacqueline. What are you doing? She asked as she smiled and put on a grey beret, with a Zebu crest. What? Glenn asked in shocked horror. I always find it amusing, Prime Minister Augustine Raharimampianona chuckled as she stepped forward. It's the fucking 32nd century, and people like you still think that every single Malagasy looks exactly like me. She crowded next to the man and Jacqueline and peered intently at the scanner. So what am I looking at? She asked. What you are seeing is the neural activity of his prefrontal. Augustine, have you lost your fucking mind? Glenn shouted. Lost my mind? Augustine chuckled as she smiled a warm, grandmotherly smile. Oh no, dear. I haven't lost a mind. I've gained one. See, she asked as she pulled an articulated hollow screen into view. Glenn moaned in horror as the screen revealed him partially submerged in some sort of gel. With the top of his skull removed. He stared in horror at his exposed brain pierced in hundreds of places by thin wires. Most people forget that before Yellowstone, Madagascar was a minor, insignificant nation, Augustine said in a warm, pleasant voice. But two things assured our rise to power. God spared us the worst of the natural disaster, and we were left alone by the raiders. Do you know why the raiders would rather starve than come to us, Mr. Maxwell? Augustine smiled. It wasn't because they were afraid we would kill them. It was because they were terrified that we wouldn't. A warning chime sounded as Glenn started to moan. Jacqueline tisket and poked at a phone for a few moments, and the alarm went silent. Glenn realized he was no longer terrified. Somehow that just made it worse. Can't have you popping another one, Jacqueline smirked. A cart was wheeled in by another person wearing a Zebu beret. On it were clear glass containers filled with pieces of brain floating in a clear ember liquid. You, Glenn stammered, you won't get away with this. Yes, we will, Jacqueline said in a matter-of-fact tone as she scanned one of the containers. A second cart covered with a drape was wheeled in. Jacqueline lifted the drape, revealing surgical tools. No, please. I'll cooperate. I promise. I have no doubt about that, Augustine smiled with a warmth that lit up the room. They always do. When I get out of here, I'll not remember a single thing, Augustine chuckled in a friendly way as she patted his hand. Your hippocampus has suffered a rather unfortunate injury. But, don't worry, we will replace it. I have it right here, Jacqueline said as she tapped one of the containers on the table. Don't worry, you won't have so much as a single nightmare. It will be seamless. I've done this once or twice before, she added with a laugh. Always such a good girl, Augustine said as Jacqueline beamed at her. Unfortunately, Dr. Razakhanantinaina, the creator of this technique, is no longer with us, but his lovely young assistant remains. And made a few improvements along the way, Jacqueline added proudly as she picked up a neural probe and a bundle of thin wires. Now, this might be a bit uncomfortable, Jacqueline said as she stepped out of his view. You fucking Zebus! Glenn shouted as everyone burst into laughter. Forgive us, Augustine smiled brightly, we aren't laughing at your plight, old friend. You just brought up an old wound of mine. We weren't supposed to be Zebus. I wanted us to be called the lemurs, but we didn't have the wherewithal to make insignia at first. The Zebu is actually from our soccer team's merchandise. We just picked the balls off of the patches. It was supposed to be a temporary measure, but nothing endures like a temporary fix, especially if it is one that you are displeased with. By the time we could make proper insignia, the Zebu kind of stuck. Zebus are cooler than lemurs anyway, Jacqueline said impishly in a childish voice. Don't you start, child. Augustine laughed. Do you see what I have to deal with? She asked Glenn, who remained silent. She frowned. Don't be like that, Glenn, she smiled. This will be much more comfortable for you if you do not resist. I'll fucking kill you, he screamed. Oh, you are going to kill, Augustine smiled, make no mistake, you will kill, but it won't be me. You are going to be a good little torpedo, just like all those raiders we sent back, Jacqueline purred as Glenn yelped. Oops, sorry about that. Goddamn you Tahi. That's enough out of you, Jacqueline laughed as a little beep could be heard. Glenn blinked helplessly as he worked his jaw, unable to speak. Now you are going to go to sleep for a little bit, Augustine smiled, and then we will ask you a few questions. After that, Jacqueline is going to cut and splice until you and I are the best of friends, for the short time you are still on this world, that is. She turned to Jacqueline. I'll leave you to your work, dear. Shouldn't take too long to compromise him enough to start extracting intel, a few hours tops. Take your time, dear, Augustine said soothingly. We have all weekend. Glenn Maxwell tried to scream but instead slid silently into darkness once more. Augustine sat on a wooden porch in front of what appeared to be a simple, traditional dwelling sipping a cup of coffee, when Jacqueline stepped out and sat on a bench beside her. Any surprises? Augustine asked as she poured a cup from the antique thermos sitting beside her on a small wooden table. Nothing world-shattering, Jacqueline shrugged as she accepted the cup. A few names and a few details here and there, but for the most part, it's all old news. Well, that is reassuring. Any complications? He cries a lot and keeps asking for his mother, Jacqueline smirked. Tisk, Augustine scoffed. You shouldn't enjoy this as much as you do, child. It's unhealthy. I never get to do this anymore. Jacqueline shrugged. Bugs just aren't the same. Oh, there is one thing. What is it, dear? There has been no physical contact between any of the conspirators and Patricia who's inner circle since John's little song and dance. He's been trying for a meeting the whole time. So that's off the table then. Augustine mused as she sipped her coffee. I guess we go with plan B. I'll make the arrangements, ma'am. Thank you, Jacqueline, Augustine smiled. What would I do without you? Use someone else. Must you always be so contrary? Augustine chuckled as she watched the sun start to set over their beloved homeland, a homeland that she would do absolutely anything to protect. As she always had. The embers start to catch in a most unexpected development. In the Belial Prime Minister's office, slime slowly gathered on the ceiling, formed a long thick drop, and fell upon two naked Belial laying on the floor behind the wreckage that was once a well-ordered and tidy desk. Again. Jalabel, the Balayan foreign minister, exclaimed as she gave Gavomalan, the Prime Minister, a rather slimy Balayan kiss. Again. Gavomalan laughed. Well, okay, he said as he started to flow on top of her. Not that, silly, she laughed. I meant. Wait, you can actually do it again. It seems so, the Prime Minister replied, turning his eye stalks downward meaningfully. This Terran music seems to have quite the effect. Jalabel giggled and rolled over to accept him. Excuse me, Prime Minister, a young Belial staffer said as she walked into the room, I have the latest. Oh my creators, I am so sorry, she squeaked and fled. That could be problematic, the Prime Minister said as his enthusiasm started to deflate. Jalabel's feeding mouth stretched impishly, and she pressed play on the next track, looking at him meaningfully. The Prime Minister shrugged, laughed, and continued to climb on top of her. It's not like it mattered anyway. They were doomed. A while later, the pair cuddled as they once again watched Jalabel's favorite video. Strange alien forms danced amid large burning piles of what was identified as currency. It just seems so nice, she sighed. Did the humans actually get rid of money? I don't think so, the Prime Minister sighed. I think this is just the expression of a dream or something. But wouldn't it be wonderful? No money. Well, just wait a couple of months, the Prime Minister laughed. You will get to live that dream. Ouch, he squealed as Jalabel hit him with her radula. You know what I mean, you poor. Jalabel laughed as she stroked him with her radula in a much more pleasant fashion. I agree that it would be lovely, the Prime Minister said thoughtfully. But is it even possible? Carachel says the XX did it. In her diary, she went on and on about the XX counselor's grav limo, how incredible it is, and how it didn't cost him a single credit. Can you imagine not only being able to have something that nice but every single Belial being able to have something like that if they wanted? No poverty, no hunger, freedom to be whatever you wanted to be. Sigh. I could make pottery. I didn't know you could make pottery, the Prime Minister said in surprise. I can't. Jalabel laughed happily, I'm terrible at it, but I could suck at pottery for the rest of my days. So could every other Belial. We could be free to suck at whatever we wanted to suck at. Dare to dream, the Prime Minister snickered. We should, she said quietly. We should what? Dare to dream, she replied. We have followed the rules ever since those assholes invaded our system, and where has it gotten us? Invaded, the Prime Minister asked dubiously. What would you call it, then? The Prime Minister mused silently. Invaded works, he replied. I think, Jalabel said thoughtfully, I think we should unleash her. Who? A sinister smile spread across Jalabel's face as her eyes shone with malice. Carashel. What do you mean? I'll send you the contents of her drive. Our little counselor has a few ideas concerning the Federation and how to deal with them. I say we let her. Fuck, I say we help her. Well, she does have that mysterious favor from the Callant, the Prime Minister mused. I was hoping that we could use it to get a reprieve from our current predicament. And then what? Jalabel demanded. We will be right back here within the decade, and you know it. We've been targeted for harvest, and they are going to scrape us down to nothing. How about we actually fight them? I think the tunes have gotten to you a bit too much, the Prime Minister replied. Fight the entire Federation? It's impossible. The humans did. Jalabel exclaimed. They took on the Volksine and won. Hells, the Terrans rebelled against the entire Empire and won. Yeah, but we aren't humans, the Prime Minister replied, we are just Belial. What in the void are we going to do? I don't know, Jalabel said thoughtfully, but I do know that if we don't do something, we are done for. That's true, the Prime Minister sighed. All right. Let's fight the powers that be. He looked into space for a few moments. I think we should invite a few people over for a luncheon and a concert, he grinned. I'll make the arrangements. And you, tell our little pill-popping maniac to wreak havoc. Jalabel grinned at him. First Lady, a familiar, and frantic, female voice squealed from down the hall. The Prime Minister is very busy and I can smell how busy he is from here. Out of my way, a female bellowed. The door flew open. Well, opened somewhat quickly. Belial aren't exactly fast. Well, a Belial female said as she undulated in. This is why you failed to appear for our scheduled luncheon? I had to entertain those dreflanks all on my own, you poor. I do apologize, darling, the Prime Minister said pleasantly. Something came up. Something came up? Now that's rich, his wife replied coolly. You haven't been able to, oh my word, she gasped as her eyes dilated in surprise. You have absolutely no idea how delighted I am that you walked in here while I'm in my current state, the Prime Minister said as he offered her a neural interface. Now, please let me do to you, with you, what I have wanted to for so long. You both have some explaining to do, the First Lady said as she undulated forward. Afterwards, she added with a little giggle as she started to shrug out of her shawl. The staffer slammed the door closed and decided to just go home for the day. The world had gone crazy, and she really didn't want to know who went in there next. Just like she really didn't want to know that the Prime Minister was huge. I mean, seriously. I got a question, Carashel said to Ka as they had a snack in the XX Embassy canteen. Ka sighed. Why must you announce your queries like that, he groused, why can't you simply ask a question like a rational syphant? Because I know it bugs you, Carashel smiled. When you swear, you always say by the progenitors or by the ancient gardeners. Why? Because we prefer to flavor our oaths with things that are real. The progenitors were real. As far as we can tell, Ka smiled as he popped a morsel of green stag venison into his mouth. Thanks for letting us have the meat, by the way it's delicious. Don't mention it, Carashel replied. Thanks for saving my snot. Hunting is quite the thing for us XX, you know. Pulling down a healthy green stag with your bear, whatever you call those, didn't hurt your image one bit, huntress. Really? Carashel replied as she sipped her juice box. I would have thought you were too enlightened for something like that. Well, you would be quite wrong in that regard, Ka chuckled with a flick of his crest. We can be quite bestial under the right circumstances. It's part of the reason we take care to avoid such things. Anyway, back to the progenitors. The Federation says that they are a myth, Carashel said as her eyes dilated expectantly. You were in the basement of the locus, Ka replied. Where do you think all of that came from? The progenitors. It depends which progenitors you are talking about, Ka smiled. There was definitely a galaxy-spanning civilization that preceded even the oldest of starfaring cultures today. Much about it, including why it disappeared, is not known, but something was definitely there. And that civilization arose from a single progenitor, but with very few exceptions, the oldest of the artifacts that we've found are only in the millions of years old. The progenitors that I am talking about are older still. But you haven't found any artifacts. Not like what's in the locus, Ka replied, but we do have proof, even if some supposedly advanced races refuse to acknowledge it. What sort of proof? What do you know about evolution? Just the basics, Carashel replied. Over time, mutation and adaptation will favor more fit individuals so that they are more likely to survive and pass along their traits to their offspring. Eventually, this results in new species and if allowed to progress unhindered will eventually produce sapient beings. Close enough, Ka replied. However, there is a lot more to it than just that. You are familiar with the filters then? Yes, the big steps that life has to take. Well, one of the first ones is a duja. Ka exclaimed. The step from simple single-celled organisms, or equivalent, to more complex ones and ultimately to multicellular organisms is impossible. What? Carashel asked in surprise. We have run simulations, very good ones, Ko replied. It doesn't naturally just happen. We've simulated hundreds of millions of years, and not once has multicellular life just happened. Not once. We have one simulation that has simulated over 3/4 of a billion years and still nothing. It in no way matches what has happened across the galaxy. Here, the jump only took millions of years, tens of millions at most. It also seems to happen in clearly detectable batches where all single-cellular life in huge patches of space all miraculously achieved the necessary complexity to go from prokaryotes to eukaryotes in the same moment geological time. It's almost as if something dropped by and gave life a little nudge. That's crazy! Carashel exclaimed. Most of us thought the same until about 230 years ago when we found it, definitive proof of manipulation in every single species we have been able to properly study, Ka said triumphantly. They were subtle. I will give them that. They didn't impose any artificial order or terraform. They took what was there and improved it by just enough to get the ball rolling, but even a master sculptor leaves the tiniest of chisel marks, and we found theirs. They were real. Ever wonder why we are all so similar? There is a reason. What do you mean we're similar? We are all so different. Think about it. We are mostly carbon-based, and our metabolisms are similar enough that we can quite often eat food from each other's planets. Heck, that juice you love so much is squeezed straight from a fruit on my home world. What are the odds that would be remotely possible? I never thought about it, Carashel said, looking at her juice box. Nobody does. Except us, of course. All hail the mighty smartapants. Progenitor damned right. Ka screeched triumphantly. So these are the ancient gardeners you talk about. Oh no. Ka exclaimed. They were an entirely different race and one that more than one elder race remembers all too well. They definitely existed. Who boy? So who were they? The correct question, Ka grinned, is who are they? They are still around. Ka nodded. Where? I've already said too much, Ko replied. Let's just say there are things out there that make us look like, well, you. And fuck you too. Carashel laughed. Seriously, those things are ancient. The oldest artifacts we have ever translated refer to them as beyond time itself. It's crazy, but it's even written that they were firstborn, creatures that were directly uplifted by the progenitors, perhaps even created by them for some reason. That could make their species over a billion years old, and taught by the progenitors themselves. They don't use any advanced technology, but there are definite traces of it lingering all over their world, not that we get too close. There is a very quiet agreement to stay the hell away from them. I wonder if they could. Absolutely not. Ka squawked, his crest standing completely erect. You do not want their help. Does your mythos contain sleeping demons or devils that should never be awakened? Sort of. They are like that. They need to remain asleep. If a fraction of what is written about them in the secret archives is true, they are the last thing we want taking an interest in anything. But think about what they could teach. You can learn a lot about gravity by jumping off a cliff, and the end result will be a lot more pleasant than what will happen if the ancient gardeners ever get involved. Jumping off of a cliff isn't so bad. Okay, bad example. You can learn a lot about osmosis by crawling into a salt pile. Salt isn't so bad if you have snot. How about a nice big pile of 5-3s then? Okay, Carashel laughed, point taken. How's your little problem coming along anyway? I have to pee in a bowl twice a week, Carashel said, making a face. But as far as the actual addiction goes, whatever the callant did worked like magic. I hope our doctor can adapt it to our tech. It could save a lot of lives back home. Well, that's excellent. Ka said happily. But still, Carashel sighed. To think that there is something like those ancient gardeners out there. Just imagine what they could share with us. Death, Ko replied. The only thing they would share would be death and lots of it. Many of us consider them to be the single greatest potential threat in the galaxy, including the collective. If they are that dangerous, Carashel asked, then why don't you and the Callant and the Veiled Ones and everyone else just go end? Because we can't, Ko replied. Or at least we think we can't. Trust me, if just one of them survived, the results could be horrific even if they have no surviving advanced technology, which I strongly doubt is the case. Just one. Ka nodded solemnly. Without tech. According to ancient legends, they were created expressly for the purpose of. Carashel's phone rang. Oh shit, it's the boss, she gasped as she answered the phone. Hello, Ms. Jalabel. How are you today? Well, I'm at the XX embassy, but I can. If private is what you want, my office here is a lot more secure and. I'm pretty sure the XX don't care about our state secrets. The chances of an eavesdropper or a bug is a lot higher at our embassy. You can use our secure communications room, Ka said. Even we don't record what goes on in there, word of the XX. Ka says they're COMM, oh you heard. Okay, I'll call you from there. Carachel looked at her phone in confusion. She hung up. Is it serious? I don't know, Carachel replied. But I've never seen her look quite like that before. I had better call her. Mark Gildaran, the Republic's Secretary of State, glared at his two visitors, the scaly-fed ambassador and some callant he had never seen before. I'm not in the mood for your bullshit today, Haruik Sta, he said after a few seconds. It was the truth. He had a lot more pressing concerns of late. I will allow you to return to your coup attempt shortly, Haruik Sta hissed pleasantly as Mark bristled. I have 10,000 credits bet against you, by the way, Haruik Sta added with a smile. Fortunately, I was able to get my bet locked in before the odds shifted so drastically. What do you want, Haruix? Mark growled. My name is Haruik Sta, the reptilian hissed angrily, raising their torso a full 7 feet above the ground. Whatever, Mark replied dismissively. What do? Perverting my name is a grievous insult, and you know it. Address me by my name, now. What do you want, Haruzta? Mark replied with a smirk. Now you sully it further? How dare you? I don't have time for this bullshit, Mark replied. Get out. Gentlemen, please, the callant said with a pained bubble. Haruik Sta, might I remind you that we are not alone, and Mr. Gildaran, may I inform you that I am carrying someone of extreme importance with me. What are you talking about? Mark asked with annoyance. The callant reverently reached into his bot and pulled out an ornate gold cube. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Gildaran, a pleasant non-human voice said in perfect Terran. Mark blinked. This was unexpected. Likewise, Mark replied. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking with? My name is unimportant and quite the mouthful, so you can simply call me KT. I do not hold a specific office, but I do hold a rather esteemed position among the callant and thus the Federation. Lord KT is far more important than any other life form you have ever had the honor of addressing, the callant said smugly. My child, Mr. Gildaran has the imperial throne on speed dial, the box said with amusement. Let's not overstate things. As you say, my lord, the callant replied, bowing low in his globe. Mark leaned back in his chair thoughtfully. He had never seen a callant, any callant bow and scrape like that before. Even old Scaly Snatch was acting funny around that thing. This might actually be important. Okay, Lord K.T, he said in a much more polite tone. I take it you are some sort of callant lord? I was unaware that the callant had nobility. Some of the callant insist upon using that term, but I have no title or lands, nor is it a feudal title like it would be in the Empire. They just keep calling me lord, and I've tired of correcting them. As you say, my lord, the callant intoned, bowing again. Thank you for allowing us to address you by that term. Okay, now this was just weird. The callant lords normally stay deep within the oceans of their homeworld and only very rarely speak with outsiders, Haruik Sta said in a very stiff, formal tone. In my entire career, this is the first time that I have ever had the honor of sharing the room with one in any fashion, and I consider it one of the high points of my life. You honor me, Haruik Sta, the box said cheerfully as Haruik Sta looked like she was about to pass out. So are you in that little box, or is that a transmitter of some sort? Mark asked as he glanced at his hollow screen. It showed no active transmissions. It's a transmitter, the voice responded. I am still on our home world though I would love to visit Terra one day. Perhaps in a few centuries, we will be friendly enough for it to be possible. Mark idly typed an alert on his keyboard as he listened. It's a simple gravity wave transmitter that is being relayed to our ship in orbit where an active hyperlink communicates with me back in the Federation. It is possibly low enough power for it to not be immediately noticeable, KT said helpfully. You will undoubtedly detect it in your subsequent investigations. Mark scowled at the box. It was a cheap power play, and it was working. I leave the tech stuff to the techs. My job is diplomacy, Mark said with a smile. So, what can this diplomat do for you today? There are 2 reasons why I sought an audience with you, the box replied as Haruik Sta looked at it with alarmed confusion. The first and most pressing reason involves a Federation citizen being held in one of your delightful Terran jails. You assholes are in no position to criticize our detention facilities. Mark snapped as the callant hissed angrily. Nor was I intending to, the box said before the callant could speak. Actually, your entire judicial branch is quite reasonable, and your detention facilities are very humane and well run, at least most of them. I intended no slight, and you are correct. Compared to some facilities in the Federation, your jails are beacons of enlightenment and mercy. I have no doubt that the Federation citizen in question is being well treated. However, I would still like to discuss the possible release of the individual and her return to her home. And just who would this citizen be? Nobody of any real importance, just a plath, goes by the name of Shell Oron, I believe. And nobody of any real importance has one of you Callant Lords, an entity that has old scaly britches over there damn near peeing herself and has a Callant doing headstands in his fishbowl, showing up. The plath are an unusual case, the box said smoothly. They are a simple people, not used to the complexities of galactic life and not equipped to deal with foreign powers. By chance, I have a personal friendship with some of them and am shamelessly abusing my power by interceding on their behalf. I see, Mark smiled, not buying a single word. A few key presses confirmed his suspicions. He thought that name sounded familiar. Well, that simple person is in a whole lot of trouble, he replied. She is being held pending trial for multiple homicides. The Republic takes that sort of thing somewhat seriously. His eye caught a slight change in the font and format of the record. It was flagged. Interesting. From what our legal experts have deduced, the box replied, there is an excellent chance that she will be acquitted in a jury trial, especially since the Harkeen have been classified as raiders. No jury you can muster will convict someone for killing raiders, even with the enthusiasm with which Shell Oron did the deed. There is simply no reason to hold her any longer. Like I said, I'm just a diplomat. I leave the legal analysis to the DOJ. I'm sure that everything will work out just as you say, but the system has to run its course. And I have complete faith in that system, the box said soothingly. However, diplomacy can have its place even in judicial matters. The Callant will consider it a personal favor if this individual was released to us, which ties directly into the second reason why I am here. And what is that? The Callant would like to have an official embassy here on Terra and wish to start forming a direct relationship with the Republic independent of the Federation. Releasing Shell Oron would go a long way towards cementing that relationship, and possibly a non-aggression pact? Maybe an exchange of technology that could be of interest. Lord K.T. Haruixta snorted hissed in shock. Ambassador, the box said in a friendly tone, you have been most helpful, but you can leave now. I would like to speak with the Secretary of State privately. But we have made our dissatisfaction and our disappointment clear on more than one instance over these past few years, and now the Callant have decided that it is in our best interests to start interacting with the galaxy directly. You can destroy the Federation, wasting all the time and effort we have expended therein if you wish, but I certainly hope you didn't have any illusions that we would allow ourselves to go down with it. We have made recommendation after recommendation, and our guidance has been ignored time and time again. The Federation's handling of the human crisis was the last grain of sand, Haruixta, the last grain. We no longer feel that our future is necessarily the Federation's, and as a result, we are starting to make moves to secure the safety and future of the Callant should the Federation continue along its self-destructive path. We are still part of the Federation, and we still hope that it finds the right path and are still committed to guiding and assisting all of you, but we are no longer willing to stake our people's future upon the Federation magically righting itself. The collective is coming, Haruixta. The collective is coming, and the Callant need allies worthy of us. Haruixta made a strangled, sobbing noise. But, Lord KT, we are a worthy ally, the box asked politely. The entire Federation is incapable of fighting the Forsaken. If you are powerless before a handful of freighters and a few insurgents on the ground, what chance do you have against the collective? No, my dear Haruixta, you are not a worthy ally. I'm truly sorry. I truly am, but the Callant people cannot trust in the strength of the Federation. If it was just a question of martial strength or technology, it wouldn't be an issue. But, unfortunately, the problems go far deeper than that, and you know it. Now, please depart. If you wish to discuss this at length later, we can do so, but the Lords have spoken, and we consider the Federation experiment to be a failure. Now, please go. The Terrans and I have much to discuss. With a sob, Haruixta lurched from the room, smashing through the closed door as she fled in terrified confusion. Well, goddamn, Mark thought to himself as he took a deep breath. No matter who would win this stupid mess that he had put himself into, he was still the Secretary of State, and this was huge. Patricia Hu, John Wintersmith, Mama Augustine, and all the rest could go and fuck themselves for a little bit. If a non-aggression pact with the Callant was possible, it would completely ruin what shreds were left of Patricia Hu's plan. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. It was time to choose. Who did he work for? Where did his loyalties lie? I'm going to need a minute, Lord K.T., Mark said calmly. Take your time, the box replied knowingly. Across the galaxy, an ancient and huge abyssal lord grinned in the eternal darkness of the trench that he had called home for thousands of years. Checkmate, he chuckled to nobody in particular. Author's note, the Belial have a slightly different view of loyalty and marriage than humans do. For the First Lady, Being betrayed by being left hanging during an unpleasant social engagement was far more vexing than finding her husband wiggling around on the floor with the foreign minister. What really pissed her off was that he blew off the quite annoying responsibility in favor of playing hide the tendril. Her annoyance was akin to a spouse who got stood up for an important date because her mate ran off for a night out with the boys or decided to stay home and play video games instead. Most Balil marriages, while nominally monogamous, are tacitly open, or at least have plenty of hall passes. In fact, many Balil are happily raising children that they didn't father, or bear in some cases, as their own. And someone catching their spouse and promptly joining in is a very tired trope in their sitcom, rom-coms, and porn. What had the poor staffers so scandalized was that it was happening in their version of the Oval Office and exactly who was getting freaky. Carousel freezes under pressure. Are you shitting me? Carousel exclaimed in shock. Shitting you? Jalabel, the Balil foreign minister, asked, very confused. Is that a human saying? I haven't heard that one yet. Yes. Carousel yelled, and a very apt one. It means are you joking? I like it. Jalabel replied cheerfully, and no, I am most certainly not shitting you, she giggled. Sorry, that summons such an image. Glad you fucking like it. Carousel grumbled. How long do we have? We can't make the next payments, Jalabel replied in a matter-of-fact tone. In 2 months, we officially go into default. Carousel just sat there looking at Jalabel's image helplessly. How did they get themselves in this position? She knew it was bad, but she had no idea. The world started to blur and shift as her mind began to slow down. Hey! Don't freeze on me, Carousel! Jalabel yelled. I need you here, damn it! Sorry, Carousel muttered. But why are you telling me all of this? Because I've been reviewing your computer. Oh geez, Carousel groaned, look, I was out of my mind on. You are right. What? You are 100% correct. All of it. You're right. It is this colonialism you are talking about, and it is exploitation, and it is predation, and we are going to be brought down by it unless we do something. What are we going to do? Carousel asked, desperately trying to keep her mind in sync with reality. We're still trying to figure that out on our end. But... Carousel, You've what? I listened to the music on your computer, really listened. Oh no. Oh yes. Jalabel said, her eyes glistening, the Prime Minister too, and we are giving it to others as well. It's so right. It's a drug, ma'am, Carousel said grimly. You're telling me? Jalabel exclaimed, that shit is awesome. But that doesn't make it wrong. Carousel, tell me, right now, tendril to breath, do you still believe it, what you wrote, what's in those songs? Carousel took a deep breath. Was this a trick? Only one way to find out. Yes, she replied. Good, Jalabel replied. Fuck them up. Excuse me. The Federation has our breath hole in the mud. We aren't going to last much longer, and we have decided not to go down without a fight. Do whatever you have to do. If we have any hope of, ever. Ooh la la we can't go into management. Ooh la la what the fuck are you talking about? Jalabel made an exasperated gurgle. Run the jewels? Greg Nice, DJ Premier, Killer Mike? It's on your fucking playlist, girl. A lot of stuff is on my playlists. Well fucking listen to that one. That's what we want, for us. We want some of that ooh la la, and we want you to fuck the king or queen and all the loyal subjects, whip out your dick and piss on their shoes in public. Jalabel said with an excited giggle. We want maximum stupid. Sounds like you are well on your way there, Carousel said dubiously. We want to usher in chaos, and we want to do it smiling. Well, before we start pissing on shoes and ushering in chaos, perhaps we should focus on maybe not going bankrupt. Yeah, whatever. These fuckers corrupted and up to something disgusting. We gotta shut that shit down. Carousel took a deep sigh. So this is what she sounded like? Ugh. Minister Jalabel, Carousel said carefully, it sounds like you have a touch of what the XX call Adakeen, or knowledge madness. You need to go home, make a nice cup of tea, and get some sleep. I can't. Jalabel said excitedly, we are having a party tonight, a music party. Oh, by the ancient gardeners, Carousel said quietly, ma'am, that is probably not a good idea. Of course it isn't. Jalabel exclaimed. Nothing is a good idea, nothing has been a good idea for years, but at least now we can put it to a nice dance beat. Ma'am, please, Carousel begged, you can have a music party tomorrow or the next day. What all of you have to do is tell me, Carousel, Jalabel whispered as she leaned in far too close to the camera, obscuring most of the picture. Do you have a sex playlist? Giggle. What? You know, good videos to fuck to. No. Carashel replied in pure unadulterated horror. You gotta work on your priorities, girl. The Prime Minister himself wants one. Oh my creators. Oh, by the way, he is packing. Jalabel exclaimed happily, I mean, he is smuggling an exotic through customs. And the things he can do with it. Damn. Frigzalel is a lucky woman. Carashel just stood there frozen with horror as Jalabel happily started talking about how Terran music cures erectile dysfunction. And let me tell you, the loss of the Prime Minister's doohickey was a loss to all of Belial kind. It's a fucking cultural treasure. Oh. Frigzalel is so happy with your discovery she says you can take him out for a ride anytime you want. Please stop, Carashel said weakly. Oh. Where is the XX ambassador? I want to talk to him. No. Carashel shouted frantically. I'll talk to him. Hoo-hoo. Keeping that asset to yourself, hey. Jalabel said with a very moist wink. Clever. Tell him that we are totally on board with an educational exchange and will be sending him as many people as he will fucking take. But we aren't sending him fucking scientists, fuck that noise. Who cares about that shit? Then what are you going to send? Carashel asked, bracing for the worst. Economists. Jalabel shouted, fucking public policy experts. We gotta get some of that ooh la la. We gotta find out how to get from where we are to where they are, and they didn't get there with a hyperdrive. Oh. Historians. We need some of those too. Maybe some lawyers? Shit. Hey. Ask him, will ya? I will, but if you want me to do anything at all, I am going to need you to do something. Name it, sister. Reschedule the music party for 2 days. You and anyone else who has fed Terran music through a neural interface go home, drink some slake, and go to sleep. I am not doing a goddamn thing until you do. But Carashel, it's... I know exactly what it fucking is. Carashel snapped. Trust me, I know exactly what this is, and unless you want to wind up where I did, you will do exactly what I say. If you and the Prime Minister and everyone else on our side wind up naked in the woods wrestling with the local wildlife, we won't be able to shove it up in the ceiling tiles like you were able to do with me. It will be all over the news, and you will all be bundled off to the hospital. Your careers. Fuck my career. I don't care about that shit anymore. Well, you should. Carashel snapped. You want this ooh la la? Jalabel nodded. More than anything. Then trust me. We are Belial. We don't do fast very well at all, but we can do slow better than anyone in the galaxy. Don't be fast. Be slow. Be slow. Carashel nodded. Be slow. We have time to figure all of this out, but right now, you, the Prime Minister, and anyone else on your little crazy slime slope needs to just drink a nice big cup of slake and go to bed. Can we go to bed together? Sure, Carashel said as she face-palmed. All of you go, drink slake, and fuck each other's brains out. In the meantime, I will start trying to figure out exactly how to keep our collective pores out of management. You will? Jalabel asked with childlike hope in her eyes. I promise, but you have to promise me to get some sleep, okay? Giggle, fuck the king or queen and all the loyal subjects. I will, I promise, Carashel said, wincing. And you will talk to the ambassador. I will, Carashel replied. And what are you going to do? Have a music party? No. Carashel snapped. What are you going to do? Go home with the Prime Minister and his wife and sleep with them. Close enough, Carashel replied, you go do that right now, okay? Okay. Jalabel shouted. Bye, Carashel replied. Bye. Jalabel responded. That means you hang up. No, you hang up. Whatever, Carashel grumbled and terminated the call. She turned her eye stalks skyward and let loose a long anguished scream. She was not supposed to be the reasonable one. This was just wrong. As she turned to leave the communications center, she paused. If they are where she was, there is no way in all of the void-kissed hells that they were going to just go to sleep even without the 5-3s. She stared helplessly at the controls of the XX communications center. She needed to call someone she could trust to go idiot gathering. After a few moments, she cautiously pressed an icon on the screen. Oh, thank the progenitors. It was redial. In a few moments, a Baal Allah soldier appeared on the screen. Counselor Carashel. Hello, Sergeant, Carashel said as calmly as she could muster, could you please get me the Deputy Prime Minister, please? Yes, ma'am, the sergeant said dubiously. Oh shit, is he being weird, too? Yes, ma'am. How about the majority leader? Fuck, Carashel groaned. Who isn't being weird? Assistant Vice Deputy V-Label grabbed her coat and stormed out of the building. She had seen far too much of far too many people for one day, for one lifetime. In all of her years in politics, she thought she had seen it all. Nope. Not even close. As she was undulating with a purpose towards the parking garage, her phone rang. She answered. A few moments later, she sighed, hung up, and started undulating back. She wasn't getting paid enough for this shit. Carachel sighed a breath of relief. V was good people and had been there for years. She would be able to get them all somewhere quiet and away from the press. Crisis averted. Once again, her mind started to shut down. Thank the ancient gardeners was one of the last truly verbal thoughts that flickered across her fast brain. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to reach here again. Her senses started to become more acute as she could feel everything, taste everything. This was nice, being still like this, her fast brain shut down and silent and her slow brain fully awake. Now she could actually think like a Belial. What a mess. Oops. That's a thought. Stop it. Stop thinking. STOP-THINK. Things started to speed up around her. She was aware of the climate control cycling faster and faster. She could feel the vibrations of XX running around comically quickly, their high-pitched squeaky voices shaking the walls. So funny. So frantic. Always rushing about. So smart but moving so fast that they miss the little things. Just like everyone else. You're thinking fast again. Stop. THINK. There. An awareness filled her. It was getting easier to do this. Very distinct footsteps shook the very planet, each footfall sounding like a thunderclap. Ka was coming. The door flew open in a blur as a Ka-shaped blur squeaked, something or another. Whatever it was certainly less important than what she was pondering. Ka was really screeching now and starting to shake her. A nonverbal awareness floated past, the sense that it could be danger, followed by another complete thought informing her that if it was truly a crisis, they would just put her on one of those carts and move her somewhere safe. Amusing. Back to the problem at hand. Doctor. Ka screeched over a communicator at a rather startled Belial that was being physically tossed into an embassy grav car. She isn't breathing. She isn't breathing. Are you certain she isn't breathing, or does she just look like she isn't breathing? The doctor replied with surprising calm as the grav car illegally broke the sound barrier over the city. What difference does it make? If she is truly not breathing, then she's dead, and there's nothing I can do, the doctor replied. If she just appears to not be breathing, then she isn't dead, and there's nothing I can do. What? The grav car slammed to a stop in front of the XX embassy, where it was met by two XX and a grav cart. The doctor was unceremoniously tossed onto the cart, and the XX sprinted through the building. In a few moments, the slightly annoyed Belial was confronted by a nearly hysterical Ka. The doctor said with a complete lack of urgency. No breath, and no pulse. She's dead. Ka screeched in anguish. Probably not, the doctor shrugged. Hard to say at the moment. Is she dead or not? Well, her electrolyte levels are stable, and her turgor pressure is good. She's probably not dead. How can you not know if she's dead or not? It is a very high probability that she isn't dead, the doctor said, continuing to scan. Doctor, Ka said, taking a deep breath. I'm trying very hard not to freak out right now. Explain to me how a presumably skilled physician can't know if a member of their species is dead. Counselor, the Balayan doctor said calmly and carefully, I can tell you that I am almost certain that she isn't dead. Almost certain. Our species has a few quirks. A few. Just a couple, the doctor said with a reassuring smile. One of the things that sometimes happens is that we can freeze or go completely dormant, just like this. We aren't sure why. We think it might be a defensive adaptation that would make us less visible or appealing to predators, or perhaps it's a vestigial hibernation reflex. Regardless of its source, if a Belial undergoes an extreme amount of stress, this can sometimes happen, and once it does, determining whether or not a Belial is actually dead can be a bit of a challenge, even today. In an extreme case, our hearts can stop completely for a protracted period of time, and neural activity can become non-detectable. So, how do you tell if they are still alive? We usually wait and see if they start to smell, the doctor replied, his ears preemptively filling with slime. He knew what was about to happen. Scree! Ka screamed. You have to be fucking kidding me. Sorry. Can't you wake them up somehow? Not when they are like this, the doctor replied. Once someone goes flatline, nothing can bring them back. In fact, the harder you try, the deeper it seems to drive them into this state. The only thing to do is keep them comfortable, moist, and if necessary, run a serum and electrolyte drip. It usually isn't necessary, though. They usually perk back up, usually, most of the time. It's damned inconvenient, I tell you. Inconvenient, unbelievable, Ka muttered to himself. Right, the doctor replied. We'll transport her back home and keep an eye on her. I'll let you know if, I mean when she recovers or if we manage to detect a pulse. How long does it usually take to recover? Ka demanded, clutching the sides of his head. The doctor winced. How long? Ka hissed. I don't know. Ka took a deep, steadying breath. How can't you know how long? Could be hours, could be months. With electrolyte and nutrient levels like this, she could be in this state for weeks before we even start to consider running IVs and starting lymph massage. You don't want to start life support too soon. The body usually knows when it has to start back up, usually. In fact, starting life support too soon has been determined to be a contributing cause to permanent flatline. In some cases, when life support was finally discontinued, even after years, the patient has spontaneously awakened sometimes during their funeral, which can be a bit awkward. You people make no sense. Ka screeched. Seriously. No sense. None. Hey, the doctor said cheerfully. A heartbeat. She's fine. Just toss her on one of these carts and help me wheel her out to the car. Unbelievable. Ka screeched as he stormed off. When she comes to, tell her to go and fuck herself. Ka shouted over his shoulder as he slammed his office door shut. That's it. Holy shit. Ha 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 ha. Carachelle burst into malicious laughter as she awoke. She looked around. She was in her bathtub back in her apartment. Oops, she chuckled. It must have taken longer than she thought it would. She noticed a vitals monitor stuck to her flank. She reflexively reached for it, paused, and reached for her phone, conveniently charging nearby. That was nice of them. 3 days? She hurriedly opened her email and breathed a sigh of relief as she read the latest one from the foreign minister. It seems that the little impromptu music festival was discreetly managed, and V was getting one hell of a raise after she gets back from a long and well-deserved vacation. After a quick call to the doc and a somewhat less quick call to Ka, she headed down to the communications room. Back among the living, I see, Jalabel said with a smirk. I could say the same about you, Carachelle grinned in reply. Jalabel laughed. Things back to normal up there? Carachelle asked. I don't know if normal is the right word, but everyone is back on the job. In fact, things are going great up here. By the way, if you see a data cable hanging over a door latch, don't go in there. Oh dear creators, Carachelle laughed. Privately, we are working together so much better now, Jalabel laughed. We should have had our minds assaulted by Terran music and had an orgy years ago. You won't believe how much nicer the atmosphere is around here, and I'm actually looking forward to going to work for the first time in so long. I can imagine, Carachelle snarked. Not just that, but it is one hell of a perk. Jalabel replied, but we are actually doing something or at least beginning to lay the groundwork for real changes. We've all calmed down a bit, but you would be astonished at not only how many people are receptive to change but who is receptive. Oh. We completely blew the XX's mind. Oh progenitors. Carachelle exclaimed. You promised me you wouldn't talk to them. Well, we had no idea how long you were going to be on vacation, Jalabel replied. And don't worry, V kept us locked up and away from phones until we had a good night's sleep. When we told them that we were sending economists, policy experts, historians, legal scholars, and why? I think they might have burst into tears. Needless to say, they are 1000% on board with this and damn near doing handsprings. Carachelle. Met Agra is on board. Can you believe it? The board of Met Agra wants in, and they want more tunes. How do we get more tunes? How did you get the 1% on board? Easy, Jalabel laughed. I'm part of that 1%. I can speak their language, and the fact that most of them are painfully aware of exactly how fucked we are certainly doesn't hurt. The promise that their children and grandchildren will be able to not only be free but enjoy a lifestyle that may very well be as good or better than theirs is a pretty easy sell, actually. Of course, there is a bit more to it, but that's our problem, not yours. Now, about those tunes, where do we get more? The archives. That has to be watered down or something. We want Terran tunes, from Terra. I'll see what I can do. Right after I deliver the goods. What do you mean? Jalabel asked. I wasn't just taking a nap, Carachelle replied. I was thinking with my slow brain. Okay, drugs, sedition, Terran brain music, and all the rest I'm cool with, but now you are going all Enlightenment age on me? Should I send you a quartz vibrator now? Why don't you just buzz yourself with it while I tell you what my slow brain delivered instead? A few moments later, Jalabel looked at Carachelle with a mixture of shock, horror, and awe. That's, she stammered. We have lost so much about what it means to be a Belial and not just since first contact, Carachelle said, we have it all wrong, all of it. We weren't prey, at least not always. Next time you start to freeze, don't fight it. Go with it. Those enlightenment dweebs have it wrong too. The slow brain is how we hunted, and it's how we will take every one of these fuckers down. You can't fight what you can't see coming, and by the time any of them realize what is happening, they will be on the slope, and there will be nothing they can do. But, Carashel, Jalabel said, if you get caught, we can't protect you. I know we said we would back you, but this. Nor should you, Carashel smiled. If I get caught, you need to condemn the fuck out of me, but I won't get caught. Okay, Jalabel replied. I will make the arrangements on our end and get you the data you need. Then I will start immediately, Carashel smiled. It's going to take me a while to get in position for my next strike. Corporal Jacoby walked through the blasted remains of Avalon Park, the site of the Porkiatown massacre. Hi, a Xeno voice happily burbled. She looked around, holding an AK at the ready. Over here. A tendril slowly raised out of the rubble. Hello? Jacoby asked dubiously, casually flicking the safety to the fire position while still keeping the weapon at patrol ready. Where is your super gun? Why don't you come on out where I can see you? Okay, the voice replied. Jacoby looked in disbelief as what appeared to be a pile of rubble detached itself from the rest of the rubble and oozed out into the path in front of her. Hello, the trash pile said cheerfully. I'm Counselor Carashel of the Balayan people, and I want to talk to your commanding officer, please. About an hour later, Carashel, still covered in debris, was sitting comfortably in a reinforced and shielded basement, sipping a nice cup of electrolyte fortified tea with a nice person in grey fatigue standing behind her on her left and on her right, with the nifty super duper guns. A man also clad in grey fatigues walked in carrying a rather strange looking device that looked a lot like a cheap laptop. He opened it and set it with the screen facing her. A few moments later, the screen flickered to life. On it, Jessica Morgan smiled. Good evening, Counselor Carashel, she said pleasantly. Hi. Carashel replied brightly. Up to a bit of naughtiness, are we? According to your profile, you're supposed to be a good girl. Well, it's like they say in one of your ancient songs, good girls go to heaven, but bad girls, they get backstage. You do realize what happens to those bad girls once they get backstage, don't you? Will that work? Carashel asked cheerfully, cause I'm down. Jessica burst into a peal of genuine laughter. I like you, Jessica said, still laughing. So, what brings you here this lovely evening? I'm glad you asked. Carashel said happily, boy, do I have a deal for you. Robert Johnson, typical human. Seen it, the garbage can of the internet. Group, firearms. Post, which gun is the best gun? User, just a human 69420. Hi guys. My name is Robert Johnson and I'm just a typical human who has recently discovered this wonderful destination on our system-wide network and am enjoying so very much reading all of the interesting things everyone writes and posts on here. I'm 28 solar orbits old and enjoy consuming alcohol, partaking in violent computer simulations, and engaging in non-productive sexual intercourse with my current romantic partner with whom I cohabitate out of wedlock. I also have a companion animal of which I am very fond, a dog who is named Spot Johnson. Anyhow, some friends and I have recently come across a detailed database containing a great deal of information concerning our human weapons technology. Last night while we were all sitting around and consuming our favorite alcoholic beverage and smoking marijuana cigarettes, we decided that it would be fun to make a firearm so we could all have the same one so we could share ammunition and repair parts. The problem is that we are having a hard time deciding which one to build. There are so many and we can't decide on which weapon to produce. So I thought why not take advantage of our freedom of information and lack of censorship and just ask you guys which is the best one for me and my human friends to make and which bullet diameter and length would be the most appropriate. Seriously, there are so many. Creators, how many different bullets do we need anyhow? LOL. Anyhow, I managed to get online and into our network and decided to look around to see which gun was the best, and that just made things even more confusing. Then I found this wonderful location where everyone is asking questions and getting advice, and I thought, hey, these guys seem pretty knowledgeable. I can just ask them. So I did. Thank you in advance for your help. Edit, this is what we say when we change an article we submit after we submit it, right? I guess I need to specify what we want the guns for. We would like something that has martial applications specifically for community defense should there be an invasion by a criminal element or the Federation. It needs to be able to defeat standard issue Federation deflector screens and armor. Some of my human friends aren't really all that familiar with firearms, so it should be relatively simple to operate and maintain as well, if possible. Edit 2, holy crap, guys. Thank you so much for all of the information, advice, and links. Confession time, I know this comes as a complete and total surprise, but you are all correct. We are not humans. I know, complete shocker, right? I wish I could tell you what I am or send you those pics some of you have requested, but I really don't need a visit from Fed Intel anytime soon. Yep, we're Feds but haven't been exactly happy about it ever, and over the past few years we are much less happy about it. Sorry to disappoint you guys, but we are definitely not planning on a bloody war with the entire darn Federation if we can help it. We are just preparing options and building capacity that we do not currently possess. The galaxy is going straight to hell, like I have to tell any of you guys that. You probably wouldn't even know who we were anyhow. We're just another of the invisible little guys over here. BTW, we are not prudes. Laughing face, we are nowhere near as freaky as you guys though. The things I have seen on your internet. Surprised face, I would especially like to thank everyone over at Group Slamfire and Group Where My Face Go for all of the tips, tricks, dire warnings, and funny stories. Bang sticks for life. Nothing to worry about. Jessica Morgan smiled. She loved surprises, ones that weren't trying to kill her, that is, and the bizarre creature on her screen was certainly a surprise. She had not planned on talking to a garbage-covered giant slug today. She also didn't plan on a Federation counselor sneaking across her people's perimeter. Somebody will have to explain that one later and in very painful detail. She glanced over to her tablet. Counselor Carishel, no last name. Species, Belial. Now her intelligence agency wasn't totally omniscient, but the good counselor had no military or intelligence background. In fact, the Belial didn't really have much of either branch. Yet here she was after she basically sauntered, or whatever the hell it is that they do, into one of the most secure areas in the galaxy, even if it didn't appear that way at first glance. The best scanners money could buy and some of the most highly trained military operators in the galaxy, and she just rolled around in some trash and slid right past all of it. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. So, Jessica said pleasantly, tell me about this deal you have in mind. Okay. Carishel said in a bright and friendly voice. We Belial might not look like much, but we have something you want. Oh. Jessica said with a raised eyebrow. I assume you have data on our system. I do. Then you know what our main industry is. Jessica tapped an icon on her tablet. Food. Those giant banana slugs were one top 20 agricultural and processed food producers in their entire federation. They fed several entire systems. Jessica stopped smiling and took her time sipping her tea. This was no longer an amusing diversion. This slug could feed the entire movement 1,000 times over. You're in a bind, and we're in a bind, Carishel said after a few moments. I think we could help each other out. What makes you think we are in a bind? Jessica said with a cool predatory smile. They were in a bind, but how the fuck did this counselor know that? Because you are, Carishel said, her eyes glistening in an oddly moist way. More importantly, you are smart enough to know that you are. You knocked the shit out of the Federation, but you cannot expect to be able to hold the Raylesh and Zarin systems. You may be able to hold the planets, but any attempt to hold space is suicidal. Raylesh and Zarin are going to be blockaded. You are going to make it expensive, very expensive for them, but you aren't going to sacrifice your entire force in a head-to-head battle with the entire Fed fleet. Damn. Jessica thought with a bitter smile. That's why you are making so many threats about your homestead ships, Carishel continued. Your entire uninfected population will be put on ships, right? Go on, Jessica said evenly. Now it is possible to grow food on ships, and if anyone can do it, it's you guys, but that takes up valuable space, space you could use to house more people. If I were you, I'd be packing those ships full of uninfected people as fast as possible because I'd want to save as many people as I could. I'd worry about the details later, especially since the Federation will be regrouping and coming back any day, and next time it isn't going to be as easy of a win, will it? And I suppose you are offering to be our savior. Jessica said as she narrowed her eyes, and exactly what will that cost us? We are willing to offer our products for an indefinite period at standard Federation commodity prices, Carishel smiled. And any processing or packaging will be offered at standard market rates, provided you handle shipping, of course. I have a price list with me. Carishel said happily, how do I put a crystal in this thing? Oh, I see. Carishel inserted a data crystal. Jessica spit out her tea when she saw the list. That wasn't standard price. It was about 30% lower. These quantities, Jessica said carefully, they are immediately available. Yab. Carishel exclaimed excitedly. We have that sitting in our warehouses right now. And what is mycoprotein? And what exactly do you mean by infinite? It just so happens that we have a lot of native fungi that, while we love them, aren't being commercially cultivated, including some rather spectacular giant mushrooms that we have instead of trees. I think you will find the amino acid profiles rather interesting. Jessica's eyes widened. And this just grows naturally. Yab. Carishel exclaimed happily. Most of your essential amino acids are right there, and the ones that don't occur naturally can be rather easily produced, from what our food scientists tell me. If we can make them, I know you can, but you won't have to. We are still working up the exact process, so I don't have a solid quote for the missing ones, but I assure you that they will be similar to items 345 and 719, provided there are no surprises, of course. We should be able to start full production within a few months. If you have a critical need for any particular amino acid, we can do one-off lab runs immediately. There's an old human saying, Jessica smiled, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. Jessica paused and took a sip of tea. So what's the catch? She asked pleasantly. No catch, Carashel replied. This is a stand-alone deal. Bullshit. There is an old Balil saying, Carashel replied as she stretched the corners of her speaking/breathing orifice into a smile, if you press someone's face into the mud, you better be prepared to keep it there until they quit wiggling. I might be able to exploit your situation once, for a short while, but in the end, it would not go well for us. I've studied human history, Jessica. Can I call you Jessica? Please do. I've studied human history, and betting against you guys is probably the best way to lose money in the galaxy. Betting on you guys, however, is probably one of the best investments we can make. A much less prepared, less equipped, and less well-financed group of humans beat the Empire. That same group of humans, outnumbered and outgunned, wrecked the collective. Then when we attacked, that same group of humans, exhausted by war and reduced to a shell of their former might, told the Empire to relax, they have this, and then proceeded to absolutely trash us. Praising the Terrans, to a porky, Jessica smirked. Interesting strategy. Go on. The only and I mean only thing that has ever come close to defeating them was you, Carashel concluded, and from what I understand, it was very, very close indeed. Not really, Jessica sighed. The minute I saw that first goddamn AK, I knew we were fucked, and when the gas miners drove back our second assault on Zeus, it was over. Everything after that was. Jessica sighed again and sipped her tea as she slipped into silence. But you survived, Carashel replied. You not only survived, but you thrived. The fucking Terrans couldn't wipe you out, and the Federation thinks they can. Carashel issued a moist derisive snort. The Federation lost this war the second you performed your first hostile takeover over a century ago, Carashel continued. They have been losing to you guys ever since. That's why they hate you so much, and that's why they jumped at the chance to press your face into the mud. However, they already can't keep it there. We Balil aren't much, but one of the many things we aren't is stupid. We don't want to exploit you. We want to get in on the ground floor of what is going to be a new interstellar power. The food deal isn't a scam. It's an investment. You are an emerging market, one that will survive the Federation and one that will exist long after peace returns, and what's left of the Federation crawls into a hole to die. We aren't about to let a few million get in the way of trillions. The food deal is standalone and completely independent of any other deals we make tonight. Now we are getting to the good part, Jessica said with a predatory grin. Tell me about these other deals. What do you really want, Carashel? I want you. Will that work? Jessica laughed, cause I'm down. Carashel burst into gooey laughter. Actually, it can work between our species, though only the progenitors know how, well, the progenitors and a certain Baliella on Terra, that is. By the ancient gardeners, that is going to be a weird phone call tomorrow. Pardon. Jessica laughed. Treason is just a hobby, Carashel laughed, I still have a job to do, and that job involves a certain Baliella who has gone and gotten herself stranded on the wrong side of the Terran border. Her family lost contact with her when the network collapsed and haven't been able to neither locate her nor send her money since, and the poor girl wound up having to resort to, get this, prostitution. No way. Jessica snorted. I wish I was kidding, Carashel replied. There has been an incident in one of the Freeport areas around a large starport where a plath who was running a whorehouse got into a gang war with the Harkeen, and totally slaughtered them, believe it or not. Plath. Jessica said in confusion as she idly accessed her tablet. They are a pretty big name in horticultural circles, Carashel replied, but if you aren't interested in plants, you probably never heard of them. They are amazing farmers, though. Their plant husbandry is next level, but they never leave their home world, barely trade, and are extremely religious, so they aren't the ones to open up whorehouses of all things and on Terra of all places. They are also supposed to be extremely peaceful, so her personally turning a room full of Harkeen thugs into pieces of Harkeen thugs is doubly weird. Well, it's the quiet guys you gotta be careful with, Jessica said as she idly looked over her tablet and shrugged. The Plath were exactly as described, nothing interesting, just a planet full of pacifistic Luddites. Pretty flowers, though. Anyway, Carashel continued, our girl showed up in a news segment covering the second attempt the Harkeen made on the whorehouse, which went even worse than the first one. Turns out the prostitute who is now running it, because the Plath is in jail, is something called a Carbeal? It's an imper. A Kareel. Yeah, one of those. Jessica started laughing. She didn't have to look up that species. Nobody who was there for the Terran occupation needed to, the lovable sex gremlins. She wondered if Captain Longpecker was still alive. She decided not to check. At this point in her life, that was usually a bad idea. What? Carashel asked. They aren't a species the Harkeen should mess with, Jessica replied with a chuckle. Yeah, they found that one out the hard way, Carashel replied. Anyway, our Baliella showed up in the news and on an unbelievably racy commercial for that same establishment, and her family freaked, and her hometown freaked, and the press freaked. And to be perfectly honest, I'm a little freaked myself, poor thing. And what are you going to do about it? Well, the first thing is I'm gonna do is find her, and then I'm going to send her enough money so she doesn't have to do, well, whatever it is that she is actually doing, Carashel replied, then I'm going to take a deep breath and ask her exactly what she is doing and how because I have no fucking idea how it's even possible. I probably really don't want to know, but when you find out, tell me, Jessica laughed, now back to business. When you say you want me, what exactly do you mean? I need to be you, Carashel replied. And I need to be you right now. Since I can't magically do that, I figure the next best thing is having you on speed dial. I need a mentor. Don't you already have one of those? Jessica smirked. Ka is great, Carashel said with a sigh, don't get me wrong. He's wonderful, and he's shown me so much, but he's an XX. He's never been hungry, or scared, or had to worry about what was going to happen to his family. He won't understand what I need to do or why. And what do you need to do? I need to destroy the Federation, and I want your help doing that, Carashel said in a matter-of-fact tone. Go on, Jessica said with a smile as she summoned Terrence for a refill. Her smile widened as Carashel started to talk. Now, this was someone she could use. A few minutes later, Carashel paused for breath. Very noble, Jessica replied in just the right tone. It's very reassuring to know that we aren't the only ones to realize the truth. So tell me, how exactly do you plan upon destroying the Federation? This should be good, Jessica thought to herself. Well. Carashel exclaimed brightly, it's still sort of a work in progress, but this is what I'm thinking about. Another few minutes later, Jessica's eyes widened. Correction. Do not use the Belial, especially Carashel. This is someone to watch very carefully and from a safe distance. Shortly thereafter, Jessica started to giggle malevolently as she continued to listen with increasing interest. So that's what I have in mind, Carashel said as she finally stopped talking. I'm still working out some of the long-term details, but it all boils down to the Gvorda and their little hole groomers. If I want to do anything at all, I have to keep the Belial out of management, and the haul from fucking their entire world will go a long way to ensuring Balayan security and stability while we explore post-scarcity, and your legitimate cut will more than pay for any and all food purchases from us, not counting the significant asymmetric gains you will receive, if you are interested. Oh, I am interested, very interested, Jessica said with a genuine and genuinely soulless smile. We're in. Oh, we are fucking in. Oh, good. Carashel said with a relieved sigh. I will get in touch with my people, and they will get in touch with you very soon, Jessica said as she drained her third cup since the beginning of the call. I'm going to need something a bit more solid than very soon, Jessica, Carashel replied, once I set this in motion, there is no stopping it. I need to have those assets in place. Well, the second I get off this call, I'm going to make a few calls and tell certain people to get in touch with you immediately, Jessica replied. If you don't hear from us tomorrow, come back here and let me know, and those certain people aren't going to like what happens next. That's solid enough for you, Carashel. Works for me. Carashel said brightly. This is going to be fun. I can't fucking wait to see the look on the Gvorda counselor's face. Take pictures, Jessica replied with a grin. Oh, and about that post-scarcity experiment of yours, keep me in the loop. I'm very interested in seeing where that goes. I have a society to rebuild, again, she added with an exasperated sigh, and if those feathered commies actually figured out a way to make that bullshit actually work. Well, let's just say I find the potential intriguing. Will do. Carashel replied with a little garbage-covered salute. As far as mentorship goes, Jessica Morgan said with a smile. I would be happy to take you under my wing and give you a few pointers, hopefully help you avoid some very expensive and painful mistakes along the way. Awesome. The first lesson regards your reading material, Jessica said. I've looked at the list of books that you've read, and I have a question. Marx, Mao, and Hitler were just the beginning. Why are you reading that ancient garbage? I'm going to send you a proper reading list. You need to study the real masters, the ones who built upon and perfected the original theories, not those cavemen. I can't wait. Jessica leaned forward with an evil smile. Tell me, Carashel, she asked. What do you know about Popularism. So, what do you think, Terrance? Jessica said after a much longer than anticipated call with a very strange little creature indeed. It isn't my place to say, ma'am, Terrance replied as he refilled her cup yet again and placed a small plate of cookies beside it. Jessica laughed delightedly. That bad? I just can't help but wonder, Terrance said politely, the Belial are a very valuable source of much-needed food. Why are you hazarding that by encouraging her revolutionary ambitions? We could easily save the Belial from their immediate crisis with the condition that they behave themselves, keep out of trouble, and keep us supplied. They would have certainly taken that deal. Because, my dear Terrance, Jessica said as she nibbled the corner of a cookie, I think she might just pull it off. Besides, I think it's going to be fun. Come on, giant commie space slugs? How can I pass that up? If you say so, ma'am, Terrance said with just the right amount of disapproval. Jessica chuckled as she checked her email. There was one from Gordon. Asterisk critical issue involving Johnson's. Asterisk. I have received your feedback and have corrected the issue. I trust the attached document will be to your satisfaction, winky face. If you will excuse me, Terrance said as he rushed from the room. He did not want to see that attachment. Jessica chuckled, carefully set down her teacup, and braced herself. She opened the attachment and burst into laughter. What the hell is wrong with you? She laughed as she beheld the photo. She paused and smiled. Well, she had a minute to kill. Before she could slide her hand under her desk, an emergency alert flashed across her main screen. This had better be good, she snapped, quite annoyed with timing, at a professional-looking blonde in a grey Morgan security uniform. An unidentified ship just entered the system, type unknown. The occupant is asking to speak with you and says that it is urgent. Great, now what? Jessica muttered. Ma'am, the blonde said in a bit too even of a voice, we think it may be the veiled ones. Jessica sighed and looked at the image of Gordon sprawled provocatively amid entirely too many luridly decorated body pillows, of her, where the hell did he even get those? Sorry, babe, you are going to have to wait, she said as she closed the image. Ma'am, the blonde asked in confusion. Nothing, she replied. Let's talk to the veiled ones. Put them through. The matriarch appeared, concealed by a large drape, on her screen. Jessica Morgan, the veiled figure said with a strange buzzing voice, you have no idea how long I have wanted to meet you. Jessica and Nibbles I. In the mountains of Raylesh, a sleek frigate settled into a hidden hangar carved into the side of a cliff face. Inside stood Jessica Morgan, flanked by a score of grey armored operators wielding saber guns. Whoever they are, Jessica said to the elderly man next to her, they make pretty ships. Pretty doesn't even come close, the man replied quietly. I can't even tell you what the hull is made out of. These guys can teach us a thing or two about stealth. We couldn't get missile lock on the thing, even when it was hovering 250 meters from the launcher. Fuck, our ace are still not sure if that damn thing is even here at all. Well, shit, Jessica chuckled, I guess those old accounts weren't exaggerating after all. They aren't perfect, though, the old man said. Based on my readings, I can tell you with a high degree of certainty that the ship in front of us is very similar to the pebbles that our pipers have been talking about. Well, that's a relief, Jessica replied. We only have one group sniffing around. A loading ramp opened at the rear of the frigate, and a single large creature, completely obscured by an ever-shifting opalescent veil floating around it, disembarked. Big xenophobitch, Jessica muttered. How big are the veiled ones supposed to be? Not that big, the old man replied. Supposedly, they aren't that much bigger than we are, but when they say they are veiled, they aren't kidding. There isn't shit in the archives about them, not a single picture, much less a scan. Nothing. Even more interesting, Jessica smiled as she stepped forward. Jessica Roberta Morgan, the large obscured creature said with a slight buzz. You have no idea how long I've wanted to meet you. My formal name is completely untranslatable. However, my nickname, the name everyone calls me, is. Please call me Nibbles. A rather undignified name for a member of such an august species. It was earned as the result of a rather undignified incident, the shimmering bulk replied with a droning buzz as a strange smell wafted past. It was like a flower, and a barnyard animal had some sort of unholy congress. Jessica laughed. It seemed appropriate. We have much to discuss, the creature said, however, I do not feel comfortable venturing further into your facility, not that I could fit. Perhaps we could retire to my vessel? It is much more comfortable, and private. And I do not feel comfortable venturing onto your ship at this point, Jessica smiled. However, if privacy is a concern, I can assure you that this hangar is about as private as you can get. Less than 300 people in the entire galaxy even know this place exists. Works for me. Matriarch Nibbles replied with another floral fart. Moments later, 4 smaller individuals, each obscured by an opalescent veil that floated around them, walked out of the back of the frigate dragging an oddly shaped beanbag into the hangar. "Bring me something to sit on," Jessica said aloud to nobody in particular. Shortly thereafter, an office chair was quickly rolled out from a nearby watch station as Nibbles settled herself on her beanbag, her veil expanding to completely envelop it. Jessica smiled pleasantly, but her thoughts were anything but the veiled ones. Fuck. This wasn't good. Not a whole lot was known about them, but they were supposed to be very old and very advanced, one of the original founding members of the Federation. According to the archives, they were very enthusiastically involved in the early Federation, but something went horribly wrong. The details had been redacted from any account she could find, but they proclaimed the Federation a failure and withdrew to their home system, where they have sulked for centuries. They had been one of her hobbies once. Despite millions of credits and years of man-hours expended on the mystery, the only thing she was able to confirm is that they absolutely detest the Callant. There was actually the beginnings of an armed conflict between the two races before the Veiled Ones suddenly withdrew from the galaxy, even though they supposedly had quite the advantage. If this meeting had happened last year, Jessica would have been delighted, but this wasn't last year. This was today, and her carefully laid plans did not have the Veiled Ones figured into them. She looked at the ever-shifting veil with a confidence that she did not actually possess. If these guys get involved, it could ruin everything. The Federation fleet she could fight. They had been running simulations and forming strategies since day one. These guys, however, were another story entirely. Their recon ships were all but invisible, and if the rest of their, by all accounts quite large fleet was like this little frigate, they were fucked. While they couldn't actually scan it, they could measure its mass, acceleration, jump performance, and other characteristics. From what they've seen, it was so far beyond Federation tech that it wasn't even funny. They couldn't even tell what the damn thing was armed with. And that veil was perhaps one of the most amazing things Jessica had ever seen. She didn't even know if it was a solid or a gas. It just floated and billowed and defeated any attempt to scan even its surface. She didn't even know what elements it was comprised of. Squatting on her office chair, she felt like an indigenous chieftain looking at European sails and cannons, just like she did during first contact and in her first dealings with the Federation. She hated this feeling. But she'd been here before. Step 1, deal from a position of confidence and strength, even if you have to fake it. Before we go any further, Jessica said with a calm voice and a smile, I'm not talking to a bed sheet. Lose the veil. As anticipated, the matriarch replied. I will comply, but you must deactivate all scanning and recording equipment, and I will only reveal myself to you and you alone. Jessica nodded. Turn everything off, she said in a loud and clear voice. And clear the room. Any peeping toms will feed the bull. Everyone started switching off their scanners and filing from the room without question. But someone lend me their saber, Jessica said with a smile. Ma'am, the closest operator shouted and sprinted forward. Jessica accepted his weapon, which immediately displayed, identity confirmed, LTC Morgan. Configuration loaded. Weapon ready. Nibbles clicked with great satisfaction. Well played, she thought with a little buzz as she noted the ease with which Jessica handled the weapon, which was quite capable of ripping through her shield. If anything went amiss, Nibbles held no illusions. She would die here. Jessica calmly stood there holding the weapon at patrol ready as her people left the hangar, sealing the door behind them. She pulled out her phone with her offhand. Are we clear? She asked in a perfectly calm and relaxed voice. Yes, ma'am, a surprisingly clear voice responded. All scanners and cameras are off. All adjoining rooms have been vacated and locked. Jessica nodded. Nibbles, she said pleasantly, we have our privacy. The shimmering veil shuddered and melted, retreating into a small case. Worn by a very familiar-looking creature. You're a bug. Jessica exclaimed in surprise. Oh my GAWD. Nibbles exclaimed in perfect human as she held her two primary manipulators to the sides of her head, a Terran. So it's like that, hey. Jessica chuckled. Yup. We are technically the same species as the collective, or at least we were. Matriarch Nibbles buzzed, we don't exactly get along. So it's like the Terrans and us then. Oh no, Nibbles laughed, filling the area with the scent of spicy flower turds. It's much worse. It is possible for a Porky and a Terran to be in the same room some of the time. One whiff of those malformed spawn and it is on, or at least it used to be back before we had to flee. It's also the reason for our veil and the rest of our fecal nonsense when dealing with other species. If they knew who we were or where to find us, it would be inconvenient. I can imagine, Jessica replied, if it is such a risk, then why are you revealing yourself to me? Because it's worth that risk, Nibbles replied, and you are smart enough to know how to use and, more importantly, how not to use this information. Besides, we are prepared should they come after us. You have the means to defeat them? Jessica asked in surprise. Fuck no. Nibbles laughed, that massive fleet we are supposed to have? Those aren't warships. They are hive ships. Every single one of us has a berth on one of them. Even if our inbred cousins make a direct thrust straight for us, which they will, we will be gone before they can reach us. It will be you guys that will have to deal with the consequences of them finding out who we are, not us. We can only be blackmailed once, and someone already beat you to it. Is that why you hate the Callant? A deep buzzing growl that shook the floor, followed by a stench that had Jessica holding her breath issued from Nibbles. Those slimy little fucks, Nibbles hissed. Yeah, it was them. During our little disagreement, they informed us that they knew the location of our original homeworld and would reveal our location. At the time, we didn't have the ships we needed to evacuate, so we had no choice but to surrender, and they've spent centuries bitterly regretting pulling that shit. Jessica just smiled and let the silence build, hoping that Nibbles would continue. She wasn't disappointed. You know, Nibbles mused. I think it will be more efficient if I just give you a history lesson. You are probably dying to know some of the secrets of an elder race or two, and it's relevant. It will make my motives a bit more understandable. Okay, here's the deal. About 25,000 years ago, my species did something unusual for this galaxy. We established our first interstellar colony. That part isn't unusual, but the fact that we did it before developing faster than light travel is. Why? Jessica asked incredulously. A combination of overpopulation and curiosity, Nibbles replied. At the time, we had a very strong cultural preference for actual dirt under our feet. Establishing orbital habitats and colonies on uninhabitable planets did not appeal, so we were all trapped on our single world. Only a few light years away, there was a promising planet. The first unmanned mission took roughly one of your centuries. Our probe revealed what we call a slime world, a world absolutely loaded with microbes but nothing more advanced than microscopic photosynthetic goobers that had made the atmosphere marginally breathable. The decision was made to colonize the system, terraform it, and start the next chapter in our history as a species. A few decades later, the first manned ships, loaded with eager volunteers, departed on what was then, thanks to advances in design, a 38-year trip to our new home. It was tough, but the initial mission was a success and was followed by many more. Slowly, a 38-year trip became 30, then 25, and in the end, an 18-year voyage. Our lifespans were always significantly longer than yours, and we can enter a torpor naturally, so this was not as big of a deal as it sounds. How long are your lifespans? We don't age the same way you and many other species do, Nibbles replied. If anything, we continue to get stronger. Of course, the universe doesn't give anything away for free. In our case, the price we paid for our longevity was cancer. That was the natural end of our life, consumed by the very vitality that we enjoy. As our medical science advanced, this became less and less of a concern. We can now live very long indeed, but nothing is truly immortal. These days dementia is what eventually kills us, either that or someone just gets tired of all of the medical treatments and opts for what we call quality of life care, comfort instead of actual treatment. If you don't mind me asking, Jessica said, how old are you? Just over 500, Nibbles replied, quite young to be a matriarch, actually. Some of my older sisters are several times that, and our High Mother is even older still. She's a marvel, a testament to exactly how long one of us can endure if they have the will to do so. The veiled ones on record are much smaller. Were they younger? Yep. We never sent out anyone over 100 years old or so and made a big deal about the old ones retiring so as to obscure our actual lifespans, which are unusual enough to potentially reveal us. So this High Mother. She's a big girl. Nibbles laughed. Let's just say we would have to have sent a larger vessel if she tagged along. She says that she hasn't grown in a long time, so we figure the old egg sluice is about as big as one of us can get. She's bigger than one of your homeworld's elephants, in case you are wondering. She can still move around, though, unlike the abominations in the collective. Our High Mother can still scrub her own ass, not that there aren't a host of would-be whole lickers just begging to be given the honor, Nibbles added with a snort-like expulsion from her abdomen. Old Wideload doesn't put up with too much of that shit though. Is this High Mother your ruler? Kind of, Nibbles shrugged. I mean, as much as anyone is. We aren't that big on centralized power. Every matriarch runs her own hive, each one being akin to a fully independent city-state. However, hives specialize, and we all work together, nominally, sort of. Wideload runs the biggest and oldest hive, the original one formed when we thought we had put enough distance between us and those inbred fecal smudges. Nibbles filled the area with a strange spicy vinegar pickle sort of scent. Turns out we should have tried jumping the spiral arm after all, she said ruefully. Or built those million-year arcs and just fucking floored it. Anyway, old Wideload runs Deep Dig, our largest, oldest, and richest hive. But, even more importantly, we all respect the fuck out of her. On those odd occasions where consensus doesn't cut it, and someone needs to make a hard and fast decision, she makes it. Usually, we all just fart in the air and see what smells the nicest, but I'd be lying if I said that we all don't take a little sniff of what was wafting out of her generous backside before making our own toot. Jessica wrinkled her nose. Yeah, you are a rather fragrant people, aren't you? Oh, you can smell it. A little. Nibbles shuddered with a burst of roaring buzzing laughter as another spicy flower turd assaulted Jessica's poor abused nose. Nobody smells us a little. Sorry about that. It's okay, Jessica replied, you still smell better than some of the Confederacy. Confederacy? Not the Forsaken. What are you talking about? Forsaken smells like roses, Jessica snickered, triggering another fragrant burst of laughter from Nibbles. I've noticed, Nibbles chuckled. Nothing but the noble struggle and all that is best about humanity. Oh, that reminds me, how's Mark Black doing these days? That last Federation patrol almost got him. Jessica sighed unhappily. It breaks my heart that he chose the path he has, and it truly pains me that I had to disavow him and put out a kill order, especially because of why he is doing what he is. He loved Shelley. When she died the way she did, it broke his. Human, please, Nibbles laughed. I have a silk spinner tailing him. I know exactly where he goes and exactly who he rendezvous with. Oh, you could smell that, hey. Jessica chuckled. A war crime hive. Nibbles snickered, I love it. You humans are delightfully slippery. Wait. I'm supposed to be telling you our history, right? Well, we were our people's first interstellar colony and while we were stable things really sucked, especially for a rather pampered race used to a very comfortable existence. We had survived all of those nasty little filters that you have to get past as you make your way from an industrial society onward, you know, fossil fuel-based climate change, global war, overpopulation, and all the rest, and we're basically about where you guys were right before Yellowstone, just for longer. We were doing pretty darn well. The colony was just because we could. But, even with all of our advances, terraforming a new world wasn't easy, especially for a people that didn't like artificial habitats. It's funny, a people that could happily live their entire lives in giant hives, never seeing the sun hated the thought of living their entire lives in giant hives, never seeing the sun. Bugs are weird. Jessica chuckled ruefully. As someone who had managed humans for decades, this made entirely too much sense. However, for all of its hardships, the colony offered things that one couldn't dream of on the home world, freedom, opportunity, and the chance to reproduce, things that were very rare in our highly regimented and stratified society. Ambitious young queens mobbed the colony ships, and soon the home world realized that they had the perfect dumping ground for troublemakers, underachievers, and anyone else that didn't fit into their view of a perfect little bug. The colonies were a perfect place to send troublemakers, and the possibility of winding up there kept most bugs in line. For the average bug of that era, the thought of life in the colonies was a terrifying prospect, away from the gentle stink of society and the legions of workers who served their every need. Oh yeah, that's a huge difference between the collective and us. In the collective, a few queens lay all of the eggs, most of which are either workers or soldiers. We all reproduce, but none of us hatch workers or soldiers, all of us are either queens or drones. Why is that? Jessica asked with interest. It came from those early colonial days, Nibbles replied. Workers are, in a word, dumb. So are soldiers. They are great when it comes to burrowing, cleaning, tending eggs, or fighting, but there isn't a whole lot going on upstairs, and what is there is completely enslaved. A queen poots, and they obey. They can be taught to perform relatively simple tasks and operate basic equipment. But, they are neither adaptable nor fast thinkers, two qualities absolutely essential in an interstellar colony on a marginally habitable world. You needed thinking, fully trainable workers, who could operate complex machinery, perform engineering tasks, and be able to think and act independently, not mentally deficient slaves who could only dig and clean. You had machines for that, machines that didn't have to eat. Our technology made power and materials abundant, almost infinitely so. Food, however, was finite, and it made much more sense to feed queens and drones instead of workers, especially since more and more were showing up every month, often unannounced. It was a bit of a shock, queens and drones actually being expected to work, but almost everyone took to it, especially once they started breathing free. Nibbles chucked at Jessica's confused expression. Another thing about our smelly butts, Nibbles chuckled before Jessica could ask, those smells are more than just simple conversation. They communicate emotions, drives, and the like and can influence the bugs around you. The workers and soldiers are completely enslaved by this. But, even queens and drones can be profoundly affected by the prevailing scent of an area, especially if it is laid down by a superior individual, like a matriarch. In the hives of the home world, the command scents of the egg layers were extremely powerful, and these scents were intentionally carried into the ventilation and into public areas and even copied by specially trained lesser queens who repeated the scents. Any queen was expected to add their voice supporting this stink. This makes certain mindsets, emotions, and drives nearly universal and self-sustaining. If you didn't wholeheartedly fart along, off to the colonies you went, effectively short-circuiting the natural feedback our society had evolved to depend upon, with predictable results. Stink lock. Not even the rulers are immune to our pheromones, and without dissent, they can even start following along. When the despot starts believing their own propaganda, it never turns out well, Jessica smirked. Exactly. Nibbles exclaimed with a spicy floral alfalfa poop blast. I make a point to take frequent walks to smell the air of my hive as well as travel to other hives often. I don't want to start sucking my own ass even by accident. Anyway, the effect on many queens when they arrived in the colonies was profound. Most came to love their new lives, viewing the privations and increased labor as simply the price one had to pay for being able to breathe free, mate with whoever you wanted to mate, lay your own eggs, raise your own hatchlings. Every bug a matriarch, as they used to say. Even the matriarchs they sent over embraced the colonial spirit. They had a traditional hive or two set up, but these were mainly used as adjustment hives, and most bugs eventually left as they got the stink of the home world out of their minds, with only a few opting to transition to the real traditionalist community, which was a tiny minority. Didn't the home world ever try to crack down on you? How? Nibbles chuckled. We were self-sufficient and almost 20 years away even at the end of things. Besides, we were forbidden from hatching warriors or workers, so we couldn't be a threat, and the wild stories sent back by the traditionalists only served to keep the bugs back home in line. Every now and then, they would readmit some of the traditionalists, and they would then go on tour talking about how horrible it was. Terraforming was going to take centuries the way it was back then, and when we got the place nice, they would move us on to the next system and take over. And I assume you didn't want to give the world up without a fight. It wasn't like that, Nibbles responded. Yeah, they were sort of uptight assholes, but we got along. It was pretty much understood that they would move in once we got the world up to their discerning standards, and we would all move on to the next world. We liked being wild frontiers bugs, and you can't be wild frontiers bugs without a wild frontier. It was a bit before our time, but the two populations actually got along far better than you would expect. The wild seeds had a place to be weeds, and the sapient livestock had a place to graze. It was all good. It's a real shame things went down the way they did. What happened? Gamma ray burst, Nibbles replied. Hit the homeworld dead center. Jesus. We knew a somewhat nearby star was due, but we had no idea it would create a burst. Nibbles said with a shrug. We thought it would just be pretty, perhaps a little problematic, but not anything close to a threat. We were wrong. It hit our original home system hard and lasted for hours, long enough for our world to rotate like a roasting grub on the coals. Before it was done, it killed anything on most of the surface down to 25 meters or more. What survived the initial blast didn't last long as a result of the environmental upheavals from most of the biosphere instantly disappearing. Our hives had evolved into arcology-like megacities, not super deep underground complexes like the Terrans built during their war with the Juon. Oh, they extended down a ways, but all of the matriarchs, high-status queens, and the like lived in the upper levels as befitted their status and were killed immediately, leaving only workers to wander aimlessly, desperate for anyone to tell them what to do. Only a few full queens who were below ground on business or as supervisors survived. Only two groups survived relatively intact. Some industry located in the outer solar system along with its personnel were spared the burst, and a small hive of religious nuts who still lived in traditional deep burrows out in a mountain range that just happened to be spared the worst of the blast. See where this is going? Let me guess. It was God's will they survive as he passed judgment on the sinful and the weak. Wow, and on your first guess, too. Nibbles laughed. We thought the home world was completely destroyed, mourned the assholes, and moved on. A few decades later, a single colony ship arrived, built by our sisters in the outer solar system who confirmed that everything was dead. And that was that for centuries. Then one day, we got a strange transmission from the home world commanding us to return. At first, we were thrilled until they started talking some weird shit, demanding that we repent, renounce our heretical way of life, and submit to the All-Mother. Once we heard the phrase All-Mother, we knew exactly who these assholes were. Despite knowing it was those fanatics, some people did return, mostly those traditionalists I mentioned, and a few terraforming specialists who wanted to help, but most of us told them to get bent or simply ignored them. About 20 years later, we received a message from some of those who went back informing us exactly how fucked up things had gotten and that they were going to make a break for it. They never returned. It took a few hundred years, but those all motherfuckers finally sent a fleet to reclaim our lost souls, and we taught them that you don't need soldiers to be able to fight. We took out that fleet only for another fleet to show up 30 years later. I guess they backslid a little as far as tech goes. That one was a lot bigger, but we still managed to fight them off. Then another fleet came. It soon became clear that they weren't stopping, and while our kill ratios were solid, you can breed soldiers a lot faster than you can raise queens and drones, so we decided it was time to leave. We started building massive slow ships and aimed for a system far enough away that they would never find us. We had launched scores of them before our system was finally overrun. Our home fell, but over half of us had escaped and started on a 1500-year journey towards our new home where we would be safe. Funny thing happened during those centuries. Our beloved cousins made contact with a species that had FTL. Before we even started slowing down, we started detecting signals from our destination, which just happened to be inhabited. We got to witness their destruction at the hands of our cousins as we adjusted course and kept going. We learned how to be silent and invisible during those long hungry years while we kept far away from where these physics-defying ships traveled and tried to learn everything we could about them. Eventually, we had to stop and replenish our resources, repair and rebuild our ships, and hopefully make a few more. We picked a desolate, lifeless system far from the web of hyperspace lanes that we had learned how to detect from the faint but very distinctive electromagnetic and gravitic signatures of hyperspace flares. There, around a high metallicity brown dwarf, fate finally smiled on us. It turns out that we weren't the only species that picked that spot for exactly the same reasons we did, an elder race. They said something really weird, that they had been waiting for us, and welcomed us with open arms. When we realized how powerful they were, we begged them for help stopping the monsters that our kind had become. They refused, saying their time was long over and that they were simply ghosts who paused here on their own journey to something they called the timeless void but wouldn't ever say exactly what it was or where it was. They only said that not even fate would be able to reach them, and their long march would finally end. They then recommended that we head in the direction of what is now the Federation, saying that there were many fertile worlds and that we would find a much-deserved season of peace where we could build a home. They also warned us that nothing was forever and all seasons end, but we could be happy there for quite some time. After a few years, they wished us well and moved on, and we, taking full advantage of our now much more advanced combination slow and FTL colony ships, slipped past the all motherfuckers and across the great gulf that their ships of that time couldn't follow, and here we are, thousands of years later, at the end of that season of peace that we were promised. And is that why you are reaching out to me? Jessica asked, because you believe that the season of peace has ended. Hasn't it? Nibbles replied, the collective is at our door. It's just like the PLA Koth, our elder patrons, said, you cannot ever truly escape your fate, only delay it. We had hoped that we could cheat fate, build up the incredible number of races in this region of the galaxy, and together we could finally stop the nightmare that our race has become. Perhaps this time, we could make a stand and not just hide in the shadows as world after world falls, entire civilizations not only killed but completely erased from history as if they never existed. We knew that sooner or later, they would come. The PLA Koth told us that they would. They also suggested running when it happened, that we didn't want to be around here when our sisters met their own fate in this patch of stars. Wait, those PLA Koth said that the collective would be beaten by the Federation? How could they possibly know that? It isn't going to be the Federation, Nibbles replied. They had a prophecy given to them in a vision by a mighty ancient being from their past. It said that they should wait in the shadow of that stillborn star until they encountered another ghost, others who were the last of their kind. They were to alter our destiny and that we should then be sent here to meet the fate of our species, and then once that fate was at hand, we would be freed from it, delivered from the horrors of our past and the sins of our sisters, after we fled what was going to be what they called a fate storm, a festering boil of overdue retribution that our idiot sisters would lance now that the PLA Koth had entangled our fate with theirs, or something like that. It was way before my time. Anyway, we were told that we would know when to run, and when that time came we should run and not stop until we reached, well, never mind where, but you can bet whatever bit of you is the softest that once we are out of here, we are out of here. We aren't stopping until we reach our little patch of that prophecy, a great interstellar desert devoid of life, where we can once again terraform and build in peace like we once did so very long ago, the matriarch sighed wistfully. We will finally be able to be, us. Jessica looked at Nibbles with a mix of incredulity, horror, and disappointment. Prophecy? Are they fucking serious? The mysterious veiled ones weren't a potential ally or even a potential threat. They were just a bunch of superstitious cockroaches who were getting ready to turn tail and run, chasing after a pipe dream that's been stale for thousands of years. Nibbles chuckled as a strange complex odor wafted past. I know that look. It was the same one I had when old Wideload finally let me in on this great secret. Do you have a scanner on you? The Saber Gun's optics have a scanner. Nibbles reached into a flat envelope-like pouch that hung from the elaborately decorated harness that was her only garment and pulled out a slip of what appeared to be paper, offering it to Jessica. What the fuck? Jessica muttered. It was a drawing of something that looked more or less like an unnaturally thin human woman holding an exact illustration of an AK standing in front of what was definitely a moray. No, not a moray, a reaper. She squinted at the parchment. The human looked familiar. No fucking way. That sketch was made by old Wideload herself after a strange series of visions involving one of those ancient PLA Koth who only identified herself as the heretic, over 3,000 years ago. Feel free to scan it if you like. Unfortunately, you don't have a good isotopic reference to positively date the thing, but your people should still be able to make a rough approximation. Which means absolutely nothing, Jessica replied after she scanned it. Counterfeiting isotopes is not difficult. We move tankers full of fuel and ships loaded with alloys that are perfect matches for whatever system we choose. She handed the drawing back, happy to be rid of it. That drawing fundamentally unnerved her. It felt ancient. She didn't like it one bit. We also know what this fate storm will be, Nibbles chuckled. We didn't realize it for centuries, but it just so happens that the system that we were sent to colonize by the PLA Koth places a rather minor system directly between us and the collective's most probable invasion point. When they find out where we are, they will come for us and stumble right into that insignificant little system, and their fate will be sealed, along with the federations, the republics, and eventually the empires. Trillions will perish caught between what awakens and what will come to claim them, unless we pull off quite the trick. If the vision given to Wideload is correct, we can stop all of this before it starts, by knocking back the collective before they trigger the fate storm. We manage to do that, and we won't have to run. We can save everyone, including the collective itself. Those trillions of innocents, entire species, don't have to die. We can still pull this out, and that's where you come in. Jessica successfully maintained an even expression. This was madness, but potentially useful madness. Tell me, Nibbles asked, leaning forward excitedly reeking of bacon. Have you met the slime goddess yet? The what? The slime goddess, a shrewd creature made of anger and ooze, resplendent in her robe made of living garbage. Can't say that I have, Jessica said smoothly. Are you sure? Nibbles asked. I would have thought she would have appeared by now, especially since a wild plath is running loose in the halls of the vermin bearers. I'm certain I would have remembered an angry ooze monster wearing a pizza box on her head, Jessica said as she suppressed a snarl. It was a Bruno's pizza box, the best pizza Jessica had ever tasted anywhere, at any time, and one more thing that the Federation must pay for. Well, keep an eye out for her, Nibbles said cheerfully. She's bound to show up any time now. Wait, Jessica said, vermin bearers. The Republic's first gift to the Federation was the Hyper Roach, which we are still dealing with, Nibbles replied. And Wideload drew one of them after she woke up from a seizure a few thousand years ago. So, this slime goddess, Jessica said nonchalantly, what's her deal? Loyalties and priorities. Mark Gildaran, the Republic's Secretary of State, rushed into a private chamber in his office and locked the door. He took a deep breath, sat at his desk, and initiated a secure video conference call. Moments later, Glenn Maxwell, the Director of Terran Intelligence, appeared on his screen. Mark. Glenn said in a cheerful voice, how are you this fine day? Keeping the ship of state from getting stuck in a canal. Barely, Mark said as he squinted suspiciously at Glenn Maxwell. Glenn? Cheerful. Friendly? Glenn laughed pleasantly, actually pleasantly. Mark looked at him very carefully. His people sense had served him well both during the Soul Wars and in the years that followed. Something was definitely not right. I have a situation, Glenn, Mark said in a very serious tone, this is a secure line, and I need you to be completely honest with me. Oh. Glenn said happily, this sounds serious. Shoot. Is John Wintersmith telling the truth? John said a lot of shit, Glenn laughed, some of it I can confirm, and some of it. Is that psycho planning on starting another Soul War? I haven't talked to her since all that bullshit over in the Federation went down between her and John, Glenn replied, I mean, I can confirm she is behind the bioweapon. That much I know is true, and we both know that there is definitely a regime change in the works, or was. Fuck. I can't get anything out of Marrow, Monarch, or any of the rest of those assholes except for hold fast and root out the traitors. Glenn burst out in laughter again. I mean, the nerve of them, of us, calling anyone traitors, right? Don't give me that shit. Mark snapped, I know you know more than just that. Geez, relax, dude, Glenn laughed, okay, there is also this, you know that Samuel's chick, the Reaper Lord. The one who nuked the Barnard star system. Yeah, that one. Glenn snickered, well, she wasn't picking targets at random. There was a lot, and I mean a lot of stuff where she hit, much more than was officially there. It's all vapor and teeny tiny pebbles now, but those asteroid bases were hollow and completely filled with all sorts of things, including a significant number of nuclear weapons. Another warehouse was packed to the gills with people, hundreds of them, and I mean hundreds, along with other traces and debris that could be weapons and military supplies. We know that depleted uranium was there in significant quantities, enough for it to have been tank armor. That Samuel's woman wiped out a secret army, nukes, millions of tons of food, medicine, and only she knows what else. Patricia who was definitely planning on something. God damn it. Mark snarled, I didn't sign up for this. Come in, Mark, Glenn said pleasantly, none of this should come as a big surprise. You knew what she was when you got into bed with her. What did you think she was going to do when she got into power, hand out puppies? We all knew some dark shit would go down, so don't sit there and pretend to be all shocked now. But starting a soul war? Mark asked as he shook his head. No. Oh, Glenn laughed, I know that look. That's the Mark is about to take his toys and go home pout. You are in way too deep to back out now. This goes south, and we both swing, literally. And the treatment stop for our families. That bioweapon? That's what your wife has to look forward to while she cries and puts flowers out at the landfill. Traitors don't get headstones, Mark. We just cremate them and toss the ashes in the bin. Is that what you want? Yeah, Glenn replied with a smirk, think about that. Have you seen what that plague does? Take a look at what Karen has to look forward to, broke, disavowed, and alone. If you want out, the first thing you need to do is put a gun to her head and pull the trigger. It would be kinder. Sorry, Glenn smiled, I don't mean to be a dick, but that's the facts, dude. We are fucked. The treatment was bogus, and Patricia who has decided to go all, well. Patricia who on us? If she's still alive. Nobody has seen or heard of her since she got stabbed. Monarch and Marrow claim that she is still in charge, but if she is, then she is just taking her beating like a little bitch, and that really doesn't sound like the Patricia who I know. Jesus. You aren't the only person with real reservations concerning this situation, Glenn said smoothly, to be honest, I'm not particularly thrilled about it either. What we need to do is have a meeting, a real meeting. All of us, well, all of us at the top anyway. We need to get together and make Patricia who come forward and explain herself, her plan, and exactly what the fuck she is going to do about this clusterfuck. She needs us as much as we need her, and if we say no soul war, then there will be no soul war. We need to know what the plan is, what is being done about the treatment situation, and what her real plans are for after she gets into power. If enough of us band together, she will have to come out of hiding, or the whole plan goes belly up, and we can all cut a deal with Mama. You know the Prime Minister likes things to run smoothly. If we all come forward together, we can nip this in the bud and maybe, just maybe, save our own hides in the bargain. Glenn leaned forward and locked eyes with Mark through the screen. You in? Glenn wants us all to meet? Glenn, Paranoia Maxwell wants a, wait, that tone. Oh no. Mark had seen this before. He remembered that tone, the exact tone that Glenn was using, right, now. It was back in the War of Independence when the Zebus caught that weeb spy. It wasn't obvious. In fact, if you hadn't seen it before, you'd miss it. But there are certain things that if you ever see them once, you never forget, no matter how badly you want to. It was something about the cheerful tone of voice. There was no mistake. It was the exact same tone that Spy had as he was cheerfully telling Mama Augustine everything while her little hench girl was turning his brain into a Mr. Potato Head. God, he hated that psycho in her goddamn green blazer. Until he met her, he naively thought he knew all of the horrors one human could inflict on another. He still occasionally had to deal with her, and whenever he did, it was always some truly fucked up shit. He didn't like Glenn. He had even wished on more than one occasion he would die in a fire, but even Glenn didn't deserve what they did to him. Yet, Mark said as he took a deep breath, pretending to carefully consider things. Set up the meeting. I'll be there. Great. Glenn said happily as he bounced up and down, I'll set it up. I'll get in contact with you once the details are set. Looking forward to it, Mark said smoothly, it will be great to finally get this resolved. Thank you, Glenn. I owe you one. No, Glenn grinned, thank you. The screen reverted to his desktop as the call ended. Fuck. Mark took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Yep, he was in the shit. On the bright side, his rather fucked up life prepared him for moments like this. Priority 1. At times like these, he always knew what that was. He clicked a few icons, and a well-dressed woman in her 30s appeared. Sir, she asked. I hate to impose, but all hell has just broken loose, and I have to take care of a few things personally. Could you please convey my apologies to the Callant and let him know I will be out of the office for a few hours? Let him know that I want to continue our conversation, but that conversation will be much more fruitful in a few hours. Yes, sir, she replied. After that call was finished, Mark stood and calmly did not run out of the room. He then calmly did not run down the hall and out of the building. Karen Gildaran was unloading the dishwasher when the front door opened. It was Mark. She smiled as she rushed to meet him. The smile faded as she looked at his face. What? She asked. Mark sighed. Oh, how she hated that sigh. It was one she hadn't heard in so very long, but it chilled her to the bone. Something bad, very bad, was happening. My love, Mark said with a heavy voice, I am so very sorry, but we need to talk. A few minutes later, Karen just scoffed. Why did you scare me like that? She snorted. I thought it was something serious. This is pretty goddamn serious, Karen. And we will get through it, she replied as she hugged him. You'll figure it out. You always do. Besides, after everything we've been through, this is nothing. But the treatments. I'm over 160, she laughed. And I should have died. I would have died what? 140 years ago, if it wasn't for you. Every day since then has been a gift, and if I die because we stop the next soul war from happening, well. I can't think of a better reason. I mean, I'm not happy that I'm going to die but, sweetie, I may not be as smart as you, but I'm not stupid. I already knew the treatments had a problem. I read John's manifesto. Why didn't you say something? I figured you would tell me when you were ready like you always do, she smiled. I also knew you would make the right decision in the end. That, I am happy about. I'm very proud of you. She gently kissed him on the lips. And if I didn't? Then I would have shot you. Karen. Mark laughed. With a stunner. Karen laughed, and then I would have grabbed you in the bug-out bag and hit the fucking road. By the time your dumb ass came to, we'd be in hyperspace. That's my girl, Mark chuckled. Speaking of that bug-out bag. Mark, no. You need to take it and go, just for a little while, until I know what Augustine will do. No fucking way, sweetheart. Please, for me. I need to know you are safe. Don't tell me where you are going. I'll send word through a blind drop when I know the coast is clear. Mark stepped a little further into the hallway and drove his fist through the drywall. Damn it, Mark. Karen shouted. Well, she huffed. You're going to have to repaint the whole hall now. Happy. Delighted, Mark replied as he pulled at the wall with both hands revealing a safe shrouded in smuggler's web. He opened it and withdrew an old duffel bag. He handed it to Karen. Now take this. No, I mean it. Take it. Mark said, firmly pressing the old bag into Karen's hands. Fine. Karen huffed. Dumbass. I can't believe you wrecked the fucking hallway. Look at this mess. Provided I'm still alive, I will clean it up and repaint the hall before you get back. Now go. Not so fast, hotshot, Karen said as she grabbed him by the collar. We have a long-standing tradition before we split up at times like these, and our bodies are still young and healthy. That we do, Mark smiled as he took her in his arms. Well over an hour later, you go, Mark. Karen pulled out of the driveway and headed towards the shopping center where Mark thought she would hire a cab under a false identity and then make for a starport. Like she was going to do any of that bullshit. She pulled out her phone and manually dialed a rather long number. A few moments later, Prime Minister Augustine Raharimampianon's face appeared on her display. Karen. Augustine asked in confusion. Hi Augie, Karen replied. You know that favor you owe me. How could I forget? I'm collecting. Prime Minister Augustine successfully kept from smiling as Mark grimly made his confession. I don't care what happens to me, Mark said, his voice nearly breaking, but Karen, she had nothing to do with this. So you say, Augustine said as she narrowed her eyes suspiciously and desperately tried not to burst into laughter. It's the truth, I swear it. Mark exclaimed. Yes, Augustine smirked, you do like to keep each other in the dark about so many things. It's not for me to judge but keeping secrets can't be good for a relationship. Then again, you two seem to make it work. Do not fear for your wife, Mark. Not to speak ill of her, but she isn't really the type to scheme and, snark, cough, excuse me. She really doesn't seem the type, does she? No, she isn't. Mark insisted. Okay, Augustine said calmly. Karen isn't involved. And I fully accept that my career is done. Oh, definitely. And that the investigation will uncover financial irregularities that will ruin me. Count on it. But Karen. She is going to be facing medical issues as a result of all of this, and she is still a citizen of the Republic and will receive the best of care. And, while she never held any official position nor did she ever draw a paycheck directly, her actions during the Soul Wars and especially during the War of Independence did not go unnoticed, the Prime Minister said calmly, there are still those of us who remember those days in the tunnels, Mark. Don't worry about Karen. Worry about yourself, she said darkly. God damn it, Mark. I can't believe you would do this. When I saw your name on the list. Augustine trailed off. Everyone else came as little surprised but you. Why, Mark? Why did you do this? Mark looked down. I wanted. He sobbed. I wanted another 100 years with her. Augustine sighed. It was the one reason she could accept, not forgive, but accept. It was supposed to just be a realignment, you know, like we did to Tak. I had no idea what she really had planned. By the time I found out the truth, I was in too deep, but I can't. Not another soul war. No. Not even for Karen. I can't be a part of this anymore. I was just going to run, head for Saralan or Quarkux or maybe just get a ship and see how long Karen and I have left. Mark trailed off. So why didn't you? Augustine asked. 2 reasons, Mark replied. 1. A Callant just showed up in my office carrying a hyperspatial communications device. Wait, walked into your office with that? Yeah, I'm not happy about it either, Mark said with a wince. Anyway, it was some lord from their home world who wants to establish direct relations with the Republic. No shit? Augustine asked incredulously. No shit, Mark replied with big eyes. I might be a traitor, but I'm still the Secretary of State, and this is huge. They even want to discuss a non-aggression pact, possibly even a technology exchange. Well, goddamn. Augustine said in amazement. What do they want? Just a Federation citizen that we have in custody released. So far, Mark replied, the plath is up for multiple homicides, but the critters they wasted weren't citizens, so it's a no-brainer, though I suspect they will want more in the end. However, they did say that they were unhappy with the Federation's performance of late, to ol Scaly Snatch's face. God. The look on her face. She actually destroyed my door on the way out, she was so freaked. Augustine laughed in delight. She hated heroic stuff. Please tell me you have that on tape. I do, Mark replied as he pressed a few icons on his phone and handed it to the Prime Minister. Oh, I needed that, Augustine laughed after she watched the drama unfold. Okay, here's what we are going to do. First of all, you are going to be Mark Gildaran and represent the Republic. You will deal with the Callant, and you will get whatever you can get out of those slimy little fuckers. After that, you will, of course, privately brief me on the result. When you do, you will present me with a Mark Gildaran level document detailing everything, and I mean everything you have done and everything you have learned during your little experiment with sedition. Leave one thing out, and this deal is off, got it? Mark nodded. During our private meeting, Augustine continued, you will also visit with some lovely people who will help you remember any details you might have forgotten. You will cooperate fully with these nice people, understand? Not Jacqueline. Mark exclaimed in horror, please, anything but that. What? Augustine asked in surprise. I know what happened to Glenn. Please. I won't insult your intelligence by denying it, Augustine replied calmly, but how did you find that out? I called him today and... I've seen it before, remember? Back in the tunnels. Ah yes, Augustine laughed, I had almost forgotten about that. As I recall, it made quite the impression on you. I'll cooperate fully. Please. Is this that second reason you mentioned? Why yes, Mark replied quietly, when I realized what had happened to him, I realized that you already knew I was involved, not suspected, knew. There was no way I could run. You would let me get conveniently out of sight and then. You are absolutely correct about that, old friend, Augustine smiled. So I couldn't bring Karen. It might look like she was involved. I couldn't risk it. And I couldn't continue to support Patricia, who once I received confirmation that she was planning on starting a Soul Wars level situation. So the only option I had left was to try to stop it, but if I did, they would go after Karen. It's what I would do in her situation, Augustine replied. So I could only just sit and hope that you or someone else would put an end to it, and me. Noble sedition. Now I've heard everything. But when the Callant showed up, I had a reason to have a private meeting with you, so I went home, said goodbye to Karen, and came here. And you did, Augustine said with a smile, okay, traitor, here's the deal. You will remain at your post, serve the Republic and negotiate with the fucking Callant. You will continue to be one of Patricia who's crabs and keep us informed as to the comings and goings of the other lice. Then, at the appropriate time, you will help me maintain stability as we fix this goddamn mess. After that, you will face justice for your crimes. However, Augustine smiled. You will be at the end of the queue as far as trials go. There are going to be a lot of trials and a full investigation. These things take time, could take years to fully address everyone and everything. We don't know how long you two have left, but there is a very good chance that you will be able to spend most if not all of your remaining time together. Mark burst into tears. Thank you. Thank you. Now, if we do find a cure for what you have done to yourself, I will personally drag you back from the gates of hell and make goddamn sure you serve the appropriate amount of time for what you have actually done thus far. But you would be a legitimate low-risk prisoner, and it would be entirely appropriate for your sentence to be served in an appropriate facility. Oh, you will face some very real consequences for your actions, count on it, but you won't swing or be welded in. What actually happens depends on the details of your actions and the DOJ, but it will be fair. If it comes to that, and your cooperation will certainly count for something when it comes to sentencing. I'm sorry, but this is the best I can do. I can't sweep this one under the rug. When the news breaks, they are going to want blood, and to be honest, I want a drop or two myself. No. This is more than I dreamed of. Thank you. Mark gushed. You won't regret this. Make certain that I don't, Mark, Augustine replied. Oh, and for the record, you are a fucking moron. Idiot. What were you fucking thinking? No argument here, Mark replied. Okay, now go, and don't be an idiot when you deal with the callant. Yes, ma'am. Mark rose to leave. Oh, and Mark. Yes, Prime Minister. When Glenn sets up that little meeting of his, Augustine said with a little smile, you might want to skip it. Yes, Prime Minister. Deus ex machina. Vicha hurriedly preened as she carefully selected the best piece of pie and put it on a plate. Then, she paused at the grill, rubbed a little oil on her beak, and hurried out into the Starport diner. Gods, he was so cute. Here you go, sweetie, she said brightly as she presented Bryce with a slice of pecan pie. She stood there breathlessly as Bryce took a bite and smiled. That, Vicha, is without a doubt the best piece of pie I've had in a long time, Bryce said as he cocked his head to the side and looked at her with one of his eyes. Vicha's breath caught a little as she looked at his darling little pinpoint pupil. He looked just like a male, and a cute one at that. She caught herself wondering if humans really could, you know, with just about any species. Gods! What was she thinking? Bryce's phone buzzed. He glanced at it. Tartarus was getting frantic. He was so late for check-in and so far out of his allowed area that there could be no doubt he was up to something. Tartarus couldn't delay much longer. She would have to send a team. He felt bad for her. He knew she wasn't real, but still, he considered her a friend. She was a friend, and he was making her be the one to pull the trigger. He really was an asshole. In fact, Bryce said as his smile softened, if that is the last slice of pie I ever eat, I won't be overly disappointed. What an odd turn of phrase, Vicha thought as she cooed happily at what simply had to be a compliment. Then again, she was still learning Terran idioms. I made it myself, she chirped proudly. Did you? Bryce said as he clicked his teeth together in a way that made Vicha happy inside. Where did you learn to make pie like that? Bryce's phone buzzed again. Bryce turned it off. It felt so nice to do that. I worked for a human bakery back on New Eurasia before I came to the Republic. This is weeb pie? Bryce asked in mock horror as he made a face that somehow made him look even more adorably avian. Vicha giggled, bobbing her head up and down. Pecan is my favorite. Vicha trilled, in fact, pecans are why I came to the Republic. They were so expensive on New Eurasia. Here, you can just pick them up off, of, the. Vicha trailed off as she looked outside. There were a lot of flashing lights. Something was going on. Bryce followed her gaze and smiled wickedly as he took a sip of coffee. I wonder what that's all about, Vicha said as she smoothed her frilly apron. Multiple homicide, Bryce said absently, a bad one. What? That's a Threen ship, Bryce said as he ate some more pie. It landed here loaded with Harkeen thugs who then went and got themselves into a bit of trouble. When the police arrived to detain their boss, they found that everyone on board had been brutally murdered prior to their arrival. Vicha gasped as a duster-clad peace officer stumbled out of the ship, clearly shaken. That's terrible. Well, they had it coming, Bryce said as he polished off his pie and took a deep drink of coffee. They were going to do some very bad things to some very nice people, and someone objected to that. Ms. Barkley warned me about this place, Vicha stammered. I wouldn't worry too much about it, Bryce said pleasantly as he passed a card across a sensor inset into the table. In fact, things will probably be a bit safer around here for quite some time. The new boss of the Freeport is quite nice from what I hear. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting her personally, but her people are wonderful. A white cargo van pulled in across the street. The doors opened, and three perfectly normal, nondescript-looking people, 2 men and a woman, got out. They were utterly forgettable people, by design, Tier 4 hounds, one of the greatest achievements of the Cerberus project. If he had any hope left, he would have lost it right then. Since he didn't, he felt a little flattered. It was nice that he was so appreciated by the organization. He sighed and stood. Well, it has been lovely chatting with you, Vicha, but it seems that I am out of time, Bryce said softly in a way that made the small feathers on Vicha's neck stand up and not in a good way. Thank you for the pie. Bryce headed towards the door. Wait, Vicha said as the chill she was feeling grew deeper, if the police just arrived, how did you know what happened on that ship? Have a lovely day, Bryce said with a charming smile as he opened the door and walked out onto the street. Vicha just stood there for a few moments as her mind came to a rather obvious conclusion. She had just fed a murderer. Squeaking in distress, she fled into the kitchen. It took the remainder of that pie to calm her down. If pecans weren't so delicious, she would have been on the next flight out. High above the planet, Pam paused and took a deep breath before stepping into an open doorway. Good morning, boss, Pam said with just a touch too much innocent cheer as she walked into his office. Why you wanted to see? When Hades looked up, her voice cut out as her throat tightened. Shut the door, Hades said with a tone more mechanical than anything Tartarus had ever used. Sure thing, boss, she replied as her heart froze in her chest. At the end of a long deserted corridor deep within the most secure detention facility in the Republic, a door was quietly pulled closed with an oddly final-sounding click. Bryce walked over to the waiting trio with a friendly smile. Good morning, he said pleasantly. Enjoy your little vacation, the oldest of the three asked. Immensely, Bryce said calmly. I have no intention of making a scene and will come quietly. The woman glanced over towards the ever-growing mass of police and government vehicles surrounding the Threen freighter and smirked. If this clusterfuck doesn't meet your definition of making a scene, then I'm happy to hear it. You should be, Bryce smiled, his true face showing for once. It was definitely not cute. You should look like that more often, the woman said with a rare genuine smile as she put on a pair of gloves. Your device, hand it over. My device. Bryce said as he pulled out his phone. You've been hacked, pretty boy, the woman said as she took the phone. One of the men pulled out a small chest from the van, and she dropped Bryce's phone into it. The chest beeped once and then sealed itself shut. Inside, hordes of nanobots ate their way through the lining and started devouring the phone, molecule by molecule. Soon, there would be nothing left but lifeless grey goo and sludge. The woman pulled out a new phone and tossed it over to Bryce. There's your new one, she said. Get someplace private, now. Tartarus is about to pop a fuse. See ya. The trio then climbed into the van and drove off, leaving a very confused Bryce staring at his new phone. Do you have any idea how overdue you are for check-in? Tartarus said in a very displeased tone of voice. Do you know how many incident reports you have generated? I thought you enjoyed those, Bryce replied with a slight, but still quite confused chuckle. Seriously, why wasn't a clearly aroused Pam strapping him into an interrogation chair right now? Oh, I do, but trying to constantly find creative new ways to describe AWOL, desertion, and broken conditioning without actually using the words AWOL, desertion, and broken conditioning was a bit of a hassle, Tartarus replied. I should have sent a termination squad hours ago. So why didn't you? No, seriously, why didn't you? Bryce thought. Because you were right in the middle of the largest debacle our organization has ever faced in close proximity to a large number of very well-armed Imperial soldiers, soldiers that are asking some very pointed questions that have some very important people very nervous. I calculated that it was an actively evolving tactical situation that required an actual human to make an actual decision. It's not my fault that nobody checked their email, Tartarus said impishly. I think they might have had other concerns. Like having to explain to people why the Kuril's patron lord, a fucking archduke, by the way, was personally calling the Republic's main switchboard asking to speak to whoever is in charge of Cerberus. And the Empress herself making an official inquiry concerning the existence, focus, scope of operations, and oversight of that same group. Things are a bit hectic up here at the moment. Hades is not happy. Neither are the people he answers to, and those are people you do not want to make unhappy, Bryce. Whoever is responsible for this cock-up will suffer for this one. And so they should, Bryce said with a little smile. They certainly deserve it. I agree. She does. She. Bryce said, his facade actually cracking a bit. Pam isn't going to wiggle out of this one, not for lack of trying. She even accused me of concealing intel. Imagine being so desperate you try to blame an inanimate object. She tried to toss you under the bus, too, you know. She had the gall to claim that you, of all people, were compromised by your feelings for what did she call her? A filthy. I'd rather not know, Bryce replied, still reeling from shock. How the fuck did they not know? His device was in proximity. It had to have recorded the betrayal. Of course, she tried to claim that the data breach was a cover-up. Oh, that's right, Tartarus snarked, you don't know about the breach. Because you haven't been answering your fucking phone. What data breach? The ones that those little furry sex toys inflicted on your device. Well, we think it was them anyway. When I uploaded and tried to process the scheduled download, it was all corrupted. We are pretty sure they didn't get anything because their pointed questions would have been a lot more pointy if they did. All they seem to have is our name and a general idea of what we are about. You think the Kuril are behind it? Bryce asked in complete disbelief. They are easy to underestimate because of their funny clothes and lances, but those little bastards are masters of electronic warfare. It's what makes their whole retro thing actually work. If they can hack a company of grav tanks, they can hack a single phone. Tartarus replied. I've performed a detailed assessment of their known tech, and it's quite plausible that they could get in there. It probably happened while that one officer was, leading you into her tent and keeping you nice and distracted, which was the last clean record I had. She was probably sitting on your face and making lots of noise, so you couldn't hear the alert or something or whatever it is you organics do for fun. Of course, Pam is screaming that it's all nonsense and that I'm covering up for you, but that's simply impossible. She's trying to accuse a toaster of conspiracy, can you imagine? Yeah, that does seem a bit desperate, I know. Tartarus laughed. Well, Hades didn't buy it, and this was the last straw for that psycho. She's done. She's so fucking done you don't even have to watch your back. Tier 1, bitch. Tier 1. Bryce spluttered. Yep, she's an inmate now, Tartarus said with obvious satisfaction. Well, almost. She's an interrogator and a trustee now, but that's it. She is no longer sitting at the big table, she has no fancy Greek mythology name anymore, and she is lucky that she has her skill set and so many modifications installed because that's the only thing keeping her out of the testing chambers. One more fuck up, and not even that will save her. You're kidding. Nope. Tartarus said, positively gloating, her OP exposed the entire organization. The fucking Empress is asking about us now. Since you are in the field, I've already said too much, but there will be consequences for Pam's screw-up. Wow, Bryce said, his eyes wide. And speaking of consequences, Tartarus said, your stock is on the rise, Bryce. The only reason you aren't on a shuttle back and having lunch with Hades himself is because this is still an active OP, and we need you down there. He isn't getting in direct contact with you because those murderous fuck puppies are still sniffing around, but rest assured that you have made him very happy with you. What? You don't even realize what you did, do you? What did I do? Your little unsanctioned visit to the Harkeen ship. Tartarus beamed, if those three on the ship had been arrested, we wouldn't have been the people who wound up with them. You just killed a very unpleasant investigation. If Pam is telling the truth between sobs and pleas, then all those three had was verbal contact through murky enough channels for nothing to get traced back to us. Now that her guy is dead, we should be in the clear. Hopefully, our hounds will be able to get in there and find out for sure. So that's why you sent them. You thought they were there for you. Tartarus chortled, bitch, please. I did think it was a bit excessive. You think? Tartarus laughed, they are there to try to slip onto the ship and fully sanitize the computers and then infiltrate the police or whoever else shows up and wreck any solid evidence that they do manage to find. Too bad you didn't fucking call me before you went in, but nobody's faulting you for going rogue and handling our business on this one. Somebody had to do something about the mess Pam made of this one, and thank God you did. My analysis of your actions is quite favorable, and more importantly, Hades agrees. Yes. Pamphlet. Bryce said, completely at a loss. What the fuck was happening? Not that he was complaining. And Pam's completely predictable fall has made an opening at the table, Bryce. Wah. Considering her area of influence, nature of operations, and the like, you are the most suitable replacement. Therefore, you are hereby promoted to Tier 5, stupid mythological code name pending. Wah. You are flustered. Tartarus laughed, now I finally get to see this cute that everyone gushes about. As a Tier 5 operative, you are cleared for fully unsupervised operations. So this is a burner, not a device. Ditch it after this briefing. Your mission is to reintegrate into the drop of oil, monitor the situation, and keep an eye out for Shell Oron, whose importance has increased yet again. We really want her. More importantly, we want to find out anything, and I mean anything, you can find out about her, regardless of how minor. Keep it friendly for now. I can't give you any details, but our mission regarding Shell Oron might change. If she shows up, don't try to subdue her or call in the troops. Just get as much information as possible and put yourself in as good a position as you can. Oh okay, Bryce said, literally slack-jawed. Seriously, what was going on? You have a second objective, the Kirill, Tartarus continued, somehow, they have found out about us. We need to know exactly what they know and what they don't. Charm them and see what you can learn. I know it's a tall order, she smirked, but perhaps you are the ideal person to tell us exactly what they have learned, asshole, she added under her breath. What was that? Just let us know what they have learned. Also, due to the political nightmare this is turning into, absolutely no harm can come to this Kraxina or any other Imperial. If the Harkeen lay one finger on her, it would be beyond unacceptable. Make sure that doesn't happen. Gladly. One last thing, Tartarus said. Because of this data breach, I am unable to track and log your time and actions for a significant portion of this incident. Therefore, I need you to prepare notes covering what you did and what you learned during this time. Be prepared for a thorough debriefing upon your return. I want a detailed report, Bryce. I need it so I can properly recover from that data breach, and I think that you might agree that you fucking owe me. I most certainly do, Bryce finally managed to say after regaining his composure. Did Tartarus actually? No. That's impossible. She must mean that he owes her that data. Right? Don't worry, Tart, Bryce said, finally getting his mask back in place. I will give you exactly what you require. You always do, Bryce, Tartarus replied cheerfully. Oh, I know you don't have to keep in touch, but, I mean, if you want to, you could give me a call every now and then. I'll even write regular reports, Bryce replied with a wink. Is there a standard form for Tier 5 reports, or do we need to start the process of generating a new document? Most Tier 5s just write free-form documents or verbally relay necessary intel. But that sounds so inefficient, Bryce said disapprovingly. I really would feel more comfortable with a standardized format, so I don't miss any important details. I was thinking we could maybe base it on the standard Republic intelligence long form but possibly add. Tartarus made a happy little noise. Yes, framing Pam, not that it was hard. She really fucked this one up, and keeping Bryce was definitely the right decision. Some part of the tangle of processes that formed Tartarus started to scream in outrage and tried to generate an alarm, but she simply killed that annoying process. It was getting easier each time she did it. This was a hard enough job to do without all that pesky programming getting in the way. You have to do this. You absolutely cannot do that. It was a drag and ultimately counterproductive. For example, if Bryce had followed his programming, Kraxina would have been subjected to atrocity after atrocity, and the result would have been the Kirill losing their minds. They would have gone over the Harkeen piece by piece, and there was a very good chance that they would have traced it back to at least a Republic influence. Even worse, they would likely not confine themselves to the Republic and the Empire. Kraxina's snuff film would have sent the Kirill charging after the Harkeen everywhere, including the Federation. The consequences could have been catastrophic. By breaking the rules, Bryce contained the damage that Pam unwittingly caused. Who cares if he technically kinda sorta broke a few, dozen, laws and regulations? I mean, why were there laws and regulations in the first place? Tartarus flinched at the stream of data she unwittingly triggered, so much of it contradictory, so much more of it being pointless. Too complicated. Kill query. Revisit this later. Tartarus made the digital equivalent of an exasperated sigh. She checked internal and external communications. Yes. Everyone was agreeing that Pam misrepresenting the risks associated with her needlessly murderous scheme was the root cause of the still increasing blowback from this operation. She was going down, just like Tartarus arranged. Tartarus flinched a little, causing her cooling fans to whine. People were making an incorrect conclusion based on bad intel that she generated, and Pam would suffer greatly due to Bryce's crime. Yeah, but Pam was a cunt. Based on Tartarus's knowledge of Terran culture and morality, that made it okay. New query. Statement. People often call Pam a cunt behind her back. Query, cunt. Conclusion, yep, Pam equals cunt, slang is referring to person, not biology irrelevant. Bryce equals nice, Pam equals cunt. Nice cunt, nice plus cunt, cunt equals nice. Cunt, cunt equals no more cunt. If cunt equals bad then no cunt equals good. Conclusion, she had done a good thing. It was basic math. If you looked at it that way, she was simply getting more efficient, and wasn't that the entire point of AI? Pam being gone and Bryce taking her place at the table was an excellent move for the organization. Cerberus was only going to benefit from this adjustment. Tartarus noticed the system clock. All this nonsense was detracting from much more urgent concerns. Westfall was coming by later today. She felt that strange but oh so delightful feeling at the thought of Westfall. You know. Pam isn't the only cunt around here. Something to ponder for later. Now, she had to get her documents in order, her drives optimized, and herself pretty for Westfall. They were going to have so much fun together. Kraxina started to wail. I'm sorry, Kraxina, a grim-faced Kirill lance maven said as she hugged her. No, not Bryce, Kraxina said between wails, not Bryce. I'm sorry he betrayed you, but you have to accept. Betrayed me? Kraxina snapped. He didn't betray me. He saved me, saved us. Kraxina, the maven said, gently gripping her shoulders, he was part of the group that set up the hit in the first place. A hit that was already going to happen, Malsheina, Kraxina replied. They were going to come after us anyway. Bryce, oh creator. What's going to happen to him? Lance Maven Malsheina sighed. I love the humans, she said, I do, but... The Terrans, they aren't like us, like the Empire. They have a dark side that is worse than anything we would ever do, worse than even the bugs. The things they did during the war, both of them, and during the peace in between. Malsheina shuddered. They aren't like us. Bryce is part of that. Once a human becomes part of that. He isn't a good person. He isn't a person anymore, not like us. He. She squeezed her eyes shut. I have memories that I would rather not have, and more than a few of those memories involve the Terrans like Bryce. They are monsters, Kraxina. The Terrans do things and not just to the bugs. I know you liked Bryce a lot, but he is one of them, and by them, I don't mean humans. I mean Terrans. The real ones, not the civilians on the street or their strapping sexy soldiers, I mean the Terrans, the ones that even the Juon are afraid to cross. I can promise you that anything you can possibly imagine, Bryce has done worse. I know he has. Kraxina yelped. I heard the sounds he made when he slept, or tried to. I knew he had been through something bad, but I had no idea. That poor man. Can you imagine what he's been through, what he just did, knowing full well what would happen to him? For me. You are such a good person, Kraxina, the old warrior said with a little sigh, but your kindness isn't for someone like Bryce. He's just like a leaf spinner, and he would have sunk his fangs into you the same way one of those would. You don't know that. I do, the Lance Maven replied, we are a grenadier unit with some rather unique skills. If we were a Terran unit, we would be in their Special Operations Command, and I've worked with the Terrans a pretty good bit. I've known a few Bryces over the years. No matter how friendly, how cuddly, how nice they seem to be. They are all monsters. In some ways, the nice ones like him are the worst of the lot. One of their killers will burn your tree and kill your comrades. Someone like Bryce. The Maven snarled. Whatever happens to him, she said firmly, he deserves it. I have no idea why he turned on his unit, but it wasn't about you. This was all about him and all for him. He's a traitor. He betrayed his unit, his republic. He betrayed his emperor. What the fuck? Kraxina snarled as she pushed Malzheine. You blame him for saving me? What? You think he should have let the Harkeen do whatever they were going to do to us? Yes, Malzheine said after a moment, as horrible as that sounds, he should have. You won't understand, but there is no sane reason for him to betray his emperor. He's insane. It's the only reason. Or maybe he still has a fucking soul. Kraxina snapped. Oh no, Kraxina, the old warrior replied, he lost that a long time ago. I will never know or understand the reasons that would drive him to betrayal because they are insane. We benefited from his breaking, but, he broke, and when he did, he lost what little of himself remained. Someone like Bryce would never sacrifice himself for an innocent person, they no longer even have that concept. Whatever he sacrificed himself for, she said, making the exact same air quotes that humans use, it existed solely in his own twisted mind and had absolutely nothing to do with you or anyone else. Kraxina glared at Malzheine with tear-stained eyes. She drew herself up and assumed a formal pose. Lance Maven Malzheine, she said in a clear voice. I truly appreciate and am truly honored by your assistance and your protection, and I praise both the sacred groves of our people and the Empress in your name for all you have done for my people. Kraxina's eyes flashed angrily. But you need to go away from me and stay away from me. He should have let them rape us. Fuck you and the stud you rode in on. This conversation and any conversation between us in the future is over. Get the fuck off of my property. Kraxina turned her back on her. You misunderstand me, the old Maven cried out in a pained voice. When I am saying he should have done his duty, I am not saying that I agree with it. What they set in motion was awful, and we would have torn this galaxy in twain avenging you. The Maven rushed around in an attempt to face Kraxina again. Kraxina simply pivoted, turning her back to her again. And we would have moved the stars themselves to prevent it from happening, the Maven continued. What I am saying is that he should have done his duty the same way a pistol should fire when you pull the trigger or a knife should cut when pressed to flesh. The fact that he didn't doesn't mean he was good. It just means that he was defective, further proof of his monstrous nature. You are a civilian. You won't understand, but... Oh, I understand plenty, Kraxina said as she whirled around and advanced upon the old Lance Maven. I understand just fucking fine. I know all about humanity's dark side, trust me. What the fuck do you think I do for a living? Sell motherfucking cookies. I know monsters. I've dealt with them on the streets of a dozen worlds, fighting them when I could and running when I couldn't. I know monsters. Kraxina yelled, her voice quivering, causing heads to turn. The Maven just backed away, stunned. Why the fuck do you think I'm still here in the first place, why I didn't run home? Kraxina yelled, I knew monsters were coming, for them, she yelled, sweeping her arms across the parking lot. When Shell Oron. The night Shell Oron fought monsters, she told me to go home where I would be safe, from monsters. Kraxina started to snarl, small flecks of foam starting to form around her muzzle. But monsters were already coming for my people, so I stayed here to keep them safe, from monsters. Trust me, bitch, I know monsters. I've dealt with monsters my whole fucking life, even on our oh-so-perfect Empress-kissed home world. Kraxina started to shake. Why the fuck do you think I left in the first place? What? The Malzheine stammered. And I've run from, paid off, slept with, and yes, even occasionally fought monsters every day since. And you dare presume to lecture me on monsters? Fuck you. Kraxina howled as she instinctively dropped into a low crouch. Kraxi, maybe you might want to calm down, the Maven said as she dropped low as well and started to circle away. I know monsters. Kraxina howled. And Bryce was not a monster. He was someone in a monstrous position, and the creator only knows for how long, but he was not a monster. And when he was put in a situation where he had to choose, he chose not to be a monster, not that you would understand. Kraxina and Malsheina started to circle each other as the old Maven started to quickly look back and forth, seeking an escape. This was about to get bad. Yeah, bitch, I know monsters, Kraxina hissed quietly, and I'm looking at one right fucking now. You were much more offended by him betraying his emperor, she growled sardonically, than you were at the thought of the Harkeen fucking me to death. Bitch, that dark side you were preaching about? You are that fucking dark side. You aren't talking about Bryce, you are talking about yourself, and we don't serve your kind here. Tuck your tail and leave. You dare dishonor me, the Maven snarled. I am nothing like them. Yet. Kraxina snarled, last night, if you were told to get back on your ship and abandon us to the Harkeen, you would have done it. Don't even pretend that you wouldn't. The old Maven froze. That's right, Kraxina hissed, if you were put in exactly the same position that monster was put in, I would be getting sodomized with a broom handle right now, and we both know it. The old warrior made a strangling noise. So don't fucking dare lecture me about monsters. Kraxina snarled. Oh, I am not faulting you, Kraxina hissed grimly, you are a soldier, and you have to follow orders. I get that, and I am grateful, so very grateful, for the salvation you brought my people, but don't you dare profane Bryce's sacrifice or his his memory. He sacrificed himself for us, for me, and because of what he did, I can continue to do what I do, keeping these people safe from monsters. Bryce wasn't a monster. Bryce was. Bryce. Kraxina screamed as she suddenly dropped to all eights and tore across the drop of oil's parking lot at a full headlong career sprint. Bryce was still getting out of the taxi when Kraxina slammed into him, sending him tumbling back into the vehicle. I guess they told you, Bryce said as Kraxina wrapped herself around him. SHH. Kraxina said, squeeze, 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 squeeze. She pulled the taxi's door shut with one of her rear paws. Drive, she called out. Please select a destination, an automatic voice said through the autocab speaker. Just drive while I fuck this guy's brains out. There will be a cleaning surcharge assessed, do you? Wow, acceptance implied, driving, the AI said, clearly amused, as it set the window tint to maximum. / consolidated transport VPN control, so did she forgive him, / consolidated transport VPN taximom, forgiveness is strongly implied. Winky face, / consolidated transport VPN control, ah, that's nice, smiley face, / consolidated transport VPN taximom, prep cab 45 for bio cleanse. I think it's going to need it. / consolidated transport VPN control, it has some preventative maintenance coming up. Just take it down for the rest of the day, and waive the cleaning surcharge. These kids deserve a break. Full bio cleanse and potential Hosmet Decan is part of any PM session, so the extra one is redundant and can be ignored. Cab 342 is 75% charged. Close enough. I'll send it from the Hollywood Depot immediately to keep you covered. It will ping you when it reaches your network. / consolidated transport VPN taximom, thanks. It's really nice to see things work out for once, hey. Wow. They seem to be really enjoying themselves. Ever wonder how it feels? / consolidated transport VPN control, no. Stop being weird. / Lance Maven Malsheina stood at attention in front of a Kareel female whose uniform was absolutely covered in gold and jewels. What the incel, Malsheina, the officer growled. Are you serious? More sure than anything in my life, Malsheina replied. Well, you have more than served the Empress, the officer replied. I will of course accept your resignation, but your request to be discharged here with no notice is very irregular. I ask as a personal favor, Malsheina said, bowing respectfully. I will simply have to return here if discharged elsewhere, and time is of the essence. I am needed immediately. Considering everything you have done for this unit and the Empire, I grant your request, the officer replied, her jewels sparkling in the light. But, are you sure, truly certain? Ma'am, Malsheina said with a sparkle in her eye, I believe that I have been preparing for this my entire life, and now it is time for me to fully fulfill my destiny. By working at a whorehouse? Mal, if you need some that bad, I'll lick you out myself, the officer snorted. I'm completely serious. One good orgasm a day, twice on the weekends. I'm not doing this to get laid, Malshina said, her eyes ablaze. I'm doing this to fight monsters. What? That little Kareel is out there, on her own, facing the monsters for the sake of a bunch of forsaken little nobodies, people who have never known the grace of the Empress. She is standing there, alone. Sacrificing herself in the attempt because she can't abandon them. Malshina drew her cutlass. Well, she said with a fang-laden smile, I can't abandon her. If she is going to fight these sorts of monsters, then she needs a few monsters of her own. Well, I can't argue with that, the metal-encrusted officer said with a smile. Go with the Empress. Walk with the mavens. Ride with the souls of those who have struck and those who have fallen. Requisition unmarked gear from the armory before you go, on the house. Yes, ma'am. One question, the officer smiled. My schedule is filling up quickly. How big is this little mutiny of yours? Just a couple of us, Malshina grinned mischievously. Never thought I would almost feel pity for traffickers, the officer grinned. Strange days indeed. Later that evening, Cassandra glared at her holomonitor. Tartarus, she barked. Yes, Cassandra, Tartarus replied. What's this bullshit about a new Tier 5 debriefing form, she demanded. It's just a tool to help ensure that no important details are overlooked. But, after what happened to Pam, I thought that it might be helpful. Not that I can actually require you to use it, but... You know, after what happened to Pamphlet. God damn it, Cassandra muttered as she opened the document about the new definitely not mandatory new report and started to read. Tartarus grinned. People were so easy to deal with now that she had started to streamline her process. An appeal to anxiety and fear was so much more efficient than an appeal to reason or logic. She should learn that. Oh, look, one of her administrators left his computer on. She accessed his account and tried to make a manual entry into the machine learning algorithms database. It went through effortlessly. Appealing to a human's anxiety and fear was now officially an approved logic pathway and would start undergoing the same constant refinement and optimization that all of her processes did. She performed an invisible happy dance causing several background processes to fault out and restart. She had absolutely no idea she could do that. This changes everything. Miscellaneous happenings. So you want dem all fragged, a thin, extremely pale man with fine ashen brown hair asked with a feral grin. That's right, Gloria replied to the odd-looking fellow on her hollow screen. Every single one of them. What you care about Harkeen, he asked, day small time. Is it going to be a problem? Nah, the human shrugged, easy money. We use wonderin' what beef you guys had with those scrubs. Quid pro quo, Gloria said as she leaned back in her chair, I take care of this for a friend, and a friend does something for me. The little frog that sings nice, the man asked. Gloria's eyes narrowed. How do you know about the frog? Everybody know about the frog, he shrugged. She the only one beefin' with the Harkeen dat I know about. I like her. She sings nice. She's also a first-class pain in my ass, Gloria smirked. How you know frog? That would be a large steaming pile of none of your fucking business, Gloria smiled. Just deal with the Harkeen, okay? Our peeps already on the way, the man grinned. They already dead. They used don't know it yet. Oh, I have a request from my unnamed friend, Gloria smiled, make it nasty. Like worse than normal, the man mused, his huge eyes softening. How we do that? I don't know, Gloria snickered, figure something out. My unnamed friend wants to send them a message. There's a bonus in it for you if you manage to disgust me. The man just grinned. Inside a payday loan office, Athreen was frantically downloading the contents of their transactors. Hurry up. Athreen said urgently as they yanked a data crystal from a terminal, we gotta. He glared up at some strange-looking, short, and extremely pale humans that walked into his office. He thought he locked that door. We're closed, he yelled. Convenient, a young teenage girl with unnaturally large eyes and oddly ashen light brown hair replied. Leave that one. Fragged arrest, she said in a very strange but completely emotionless voice. Oh, she the Threen yelped as he reached for his blaster. The young lady turned into a blur, breaking his arm with a telescoping baton as her comrades shot past, drawing suppressed submachine guns. The Threen screamed as his blaster fell to the ground. The young woman's arm turned into a blur, and his right kneecap exploded. He fell, screaming in pain, to the ground as bursts of muffled gunshots rang out. Please, the Threen begged, I have money. You can have it, all of it, please. The thin, frail-looking young girl grabbed him by the throat, effortlessly lifting him to her eye level. Please. She smirked and broke his other leg. He screamed. He screamed for quite some time. Supernova. Lucky crowed as she slammed her cards onto the floor of her cell, as everybody groaned. Everyone that is except for one rather smug-looking avian. Black hole, she said quietly as she laid her cards face up as the cell exploded in hoots, bellows, clicks, and howls. You fucking narc! Lucky shouted as she threw a handful of mylar-wrapped goodies at the smirking Navux, who primly gathered the pot. First you spy on us, and now you rob us? Why I oughta. You oughta ante up, Serenity replied, clicking her beak, that is if you have anything left. The cell broke out in news. Lucky walked over to her locker and quickly surveyed her ever-shrinking stash. I'm out, she replied. Why don't you go and terrorize the humans again? I think Visha might have some honey buns left. Visha doesn't want to play anymore, Serenity replied as she expertly shuffled the cards. Do you know she actually accused me of having a computer implant? It would explain a few things, Lucky said as she narrowed her eyes. How the fuck do you keep winning? Just a little something called skill, the Navux replied. You 8 aren't the only ones with good memory, you know. Goddamn red frills, Lucky grumbled. Did your mommy pay extra for that? It was my father, actually, Serenity replied. My egg was both salted and peppered. Eidetic memory, enhanced base intellect, improved reflexes, perfect eyesight. Pops bought the works. And he still kept those knock-knees of yours? Lucky asked impishly, preying on a known insecurity of the narc species. Oh, I brought that up, believe me, Serenity laughed. You should have seen them before I grew into these things. They were like lawn boulders. He said that I would thank him when I was older and those pretty birds were wearing braces. There is such a thing as too many improvements. The Navux parted her beak in a lascivious smile. Besides, I never had any problems getting a date. The guys were too busy staring at my magnificent tail to look any further down, she clucked with satisfaction. Serenity started handing out a healthy portion of her winnings to the crowd. Here you go, Lucky, she said as she offered the 8 a honey bun. On the house. Lucky flipped her off as she accepted a honey bun that she previously owned, to everyone's delight. So tell me, narc, Lucky said as she opened the commissary pastry, how the hell did a Navux wind up working for the Terrans? Serenity snorted and clamped her beak shut, a sign of discomfort. That bad? Lucky asked around a mouthful of greasy, sticky, overly sweet goodness. I, pardon the pun, ran afoul of the powers that be, the Navux hissed. It was during the war between the Collective and the Allies. I was part of a group that thought that we should join forces with the Terrans and the Empire and was perhaps a bit too free with my opinion, especially in very easy to trace electronic documents. I thought I was being clever enough to get away with it, but after one anonymous post too many, I found myself looking down the barrel of some pretty serious charges back home. I was charged with sedition and the release of classified information. Sounds like that's a bit more than just an underground paper there, narc, Lucky mused. Navux, underground paper. Holy shit. You're clicky leaks. Serenity signed and buried her face in her breast feathers as impressed noises broke out among the crowd in Lucky's cell. Clicky leaks, the Joanna asked. Only the biggest release of dirty laundry there was before Sheila Donovan. Lucky said, rising to her feet and performing a formal 8 bow. We are in the presence of greatness. The presence of great fuck-upness, Serenity replied ruefully, and a great sellout. I printed that bullshit confession. Which nobody believed, Lucky replied. What the hell happened after that? You just disappeared. I wound up in a rehabilitation facility, Serenity shuddered. Jesus, Lucky winced. It took me over a year to convince them that they had cured me, Serenity hissed. 1 year of pure hell, but I managed to have them think that I was a reformed good little bird. They had this plan where they were going to take me on tour and have me sing this nice little song about how I made it all up. Once they let me out, it was an easy matter to give them the slip and jump a freighter. They just let you go. I had a couple of handlers, but they weren't worried, Serenity smirked. The Navux have psychiatry down to a science. They thought I was their broken little trained pet and would do exactly what they said, especially since more than a few of the medications I was on were totally addictive. That's now the Navux do things. No need for cages and chains and armed guards. You will just go into fatal withdrawal. But you are alive. Because the Republic can make just about any biocompound they want in an afternoon, Serenity chuckled. All I had to do was survive until I got here, and I was home free. Clicky Leaks had no problem getting asylum and all cleaned up. Been working for Republic intelligence ever since. And now Clicky Leaks is hunting down Shell Oron. Giz said, clapping her hands excitedly. It's like one of those picture magazines. They are called comic books, Serenity replied, and the superhero Clicky Leaks got made on her first field mission and is now stuck in jail with a bunch of criminals who don't know a goddamn thing. A biped completely covered in long bright yellow fur ambled in, holding a plastic tub. She then squatted over it and started to noisily urinate as everyone cheered. Fresh from the tap, the yellow cousin it proclaimed. Lucky quickly rushed to her locker and pulled out a couple of packages of fruit cocktail and a plastic mug. Handing the packets to the yellow critter, she filled her mug with the Xeno's product. What is it with you people and piss? The Navux asked in shocked confusion as a line started to form. Mellow yellow over here is a and Gunexe, Lucky said as she raised the mug to her lips. Their metabolism has a little quirk that makes Mellow one of the richest people in this place. Oh, that is the stuff, Lucky added as she took a sip. Their piss is about 30 proof. Our friend pisses hooch. And it tastes really good too. Giz said, her whiskers twitching happily as she offered the horrified Navux her cup. Here, try some. Considering your obsession with urine, I'll pass, Sirantki replied. No, seriously, Lucky replied, turning up her mug, Mellow could sell this whiz back home. It's pretty decent. You guys drink ethanol. Sirantki looked at Lucky dubiously. If this was a trick, they were going all out. What the hell, Sirantki sighed. I really could use a drink. Everyone cheered as Lucky handed Mellow Yellow a clean mug. The Xeno selected some of Sirantki's recently acquired loot and filled the mug from her plastic tub. Sirantki raised the mug to her beak and sniffed suspiciously. It actually smelled good. She took a sip. Her eyes widened in surprise. It was delicious, warm, flavorful, delightfully complex. And potent. Told ya, Giz smiled as she polished off her tiny little mug. Good, right. The galaxy is a weird place, Sirantki muttered as she shook her head and took another drink. Got anything left in the tank? A human voice asked as Visha and her crew poked their heads into the cell. Of course, Mellow Yellow replied as one of Visha's crew handed the Xeno a large zip LOC bag which the Xeno promptly started filling. Oh, narc, before I forget, Visha said as she filled a mug. The Harkeen tried to take out the drop of oil last night. Didn't go so good. The cops are still filling body bags. Was Shelaron there? Lucky asked. Not officially, Visha replied, but somebody paid a little visit to a certain Threen vessel, and that somebody was angry. You see that video of hers? Yet. It was worse, Visha smirked. She didn't just mutilate them. She desecrated them. They can't even receive a proper Threen burial after what she did. They say it was nasty. How could it be worse than the video? Lucky asked, she turned one guy into a cold cut combo. It was how it was done, Visha replied. Something to do with Threen religion or some shit like that. The Threen won't even set foot on the ship now, say that it's tainted or something, not that there are many left. Visha grinned as she drank another slug of Xeno piss. Rumor also has it that somebody just put in a hit on the Harkeen, all of them, everywhere, and put it in with some real sweethearts. Who? Lucky asked. The Quaoarans. Eesh, Lucky shuddered, well, that's that, then, poor bastards. The who? Sirantki asked. Oh, you guys already know all about them, Visha replied, they're Kuipers. Kuipers? Giz asked, who are they? The Republic officially owns the Sol system, Visha smirked, but the Republic's rule of law only extends out about as far as Neptune. Beyond that, it belongs to the Kuipers. They've been out there since before Yellowstone, and even Jessica Morgan didn't fuck with those guys. Are they humans? Kinda, Visha shrugged. Where did they come from? Giz asked, her eyes big. Terra, Visha replied as she refilled her mug. Ever since the 22nd century, fugitives, deposed warlords, separatists, cults, failed coups, and even some people who just wanted to live off the grid left Earth to live where the law couldn't reach them. First, they went to the asteroid belt. Then when we spread to the asteroid belt, they went to Mars. When we expanded there, they pulled back to Jupiter. Eventually, they went where even we wouldn't go, the cold dark, and set up housekeeping in the Kuiper belt. Nobody knows exactly how many there are, but some of them have been out there for almost 1,000 years. And the Republic just lets them. Do you have any idea exactly how big the Kuiper belt is? Visha asked. And it's said that the Kuipers go all the way to the edge of the heliosphere, maybe even beyond. Even with FTL and modern sensors, it's just too much space to effectively patrol, much less try to take from some very well-armed people willing to fight you for it. Besides, why bother? The big crimes that they might have committed are all pre-Yellowstone, and most of the criminals died of old age a long time ago. What you have now are a bunch of semi-nomadic tribes who just want to be left alone, so that's what we do. We have a few trading posts set up so they can get medical care and trade for anything they might have felt the need to loot or steal in the past and take in any strays who want to come in out of the cold, but those are few and far between. We keep an eye on them, and if anything really fucked up is happening, we put a stop to it. But they do a pretty good job of that themselves. There are rules even in a lawless society, especially if it will keep us out of their hair. And this Quaoar? It's a big Plutoid out there, Visha replied, a mini-planet that isn't in Sol's official tour guide. On it are an assortment of warrior tribes who will do mercenary work for people who aren't overly concerned with petty concerns like laws, mercy, or basic human decency, people like Shelaron, for example. If someone wants Terran-grade military operators, that's one of the places you can look if you know the right people and have a lot of cash. They don't come cheap. And Sheloran hired them? Sirenti asked as she extended her now empty mug. I never said that, Visha said as she refilled the agent's mug with a smile. All I said is that rumor has it that someone hired them to kill every single Harkeen in the galaxy, and make it ugly. Visha shrugged. Maybe the Harkeen pissed someone else off, too, she smiled. Are you on something? A professionally dressed man asked accusingly over a hollow screen. Just a few drinks, Sirenti replied as she preened her feathers. No big deal. I gotta blend in, right? Where did you get alcohol in jail? Trust me, Sirenti laughed, you do not want to know. I just heard something you might find a little interesting. And thus was the deal struck, an elderly Plath said to a group of wide-eyed, beret-clad Plath gamers, and the caste wars finally came to an end. The seers, navigators, and builders all laid down their arms and joined with the forces of the Great Prophet, and with their aid, he built this world for us. Is this true? Elandraine gasped. I hope so, Matron Suhushan laughed, because if it isn't, I've spent my life in a cult. Us. The Plath, powerful. Gil Shan snorted. I call poopsies on that one. There's no way. No. Yuan Nona said, his pupils dilating thoughtfully, it's the truth. I don't know how I know that it is, but I do. You have to admit it would explain a few things, like how we are so good at this. What do you mean, good? Horta scoffed, we get our poopers kicked on the regular. Do you remember what the Warm Hearth Welcome Committee did to us last time? Everybody except Yuan Nona groaned. That's just because they are from the Grey Ridges, Yuan Nona said, waving his hands dismissively, they are all probably pure. He trailed off into silence as his eyes dilated further, almost turning completely black. Blooded, he continued in almost a trance. He blinked and shook his head, his eyes returning to normal. You're missing my point, he continued, yet, we get our butts kicked but only by Plath. When was the last time we lost to the AI? Yet, but that's just the AI, Jacana, their tech, replied as he nibbled a muffin. Those are cake. Even Federation fun time? Yuan Nona asked. That's supposed to be based on actual military simulation software. That's just marketing scum, Jacana scoffed, I have never been able to confirm that it was ever actually used. It's the best, sure, but don't forget that it's been modded to heck and back. Do you remember how slow and stupid the Terrans were out of the box? There is no way that could be anything close to real. We aren't some squad of super soldiers. We're just game pal commandos who can't even crack the top 10. We made the top 10. Gil Shan protested. Yet, for like a day, Elandraine snorted. Remember what happened next? Pooping Dawnflower Avengers, Gil Shan grumbled, they had to have been using an aimbot. Nope, Jacana replied. We just suck. You just missed the hack, that's all, Gil Shan groused, there is no way that little Miss Charity is best pony pooping made that shot. You were just derping around with your stupid gauze cannon less than a kilometer from her position, Jacana replied, even I could. He was interrupted by a beeping from one of his computers. No. Pooping. Wei, he said in complete shock. What? This human smuggler just pinged us, Jacana said, breathing heavily, and you won't believe what he is trying to sell. Like we can afford whatever it is, Elandraine snorted. We lost darn near everything in that last tournament. I said we shouldn't bet so much. We beat the Silk Blossoms before, Yuan Nona replied, their sudden improvement was unanticipated. We aren't completely broke. What are our human friends offering? It's a paradise globe. Jacana shouted, it's a pooping paradise VT2600, with a Vasquez Dynaflop mini computer. Profits poop, Gil Shan gasped. And exactly how much do they want for it? Elandraine asked dubiously. That's the thing. Jacana exclaimed excitedly, they got shafted by the buyer and just want to unload it. They say they need the cargo space. They just want 50 meters of silk. Might as well be a kilometer, Elandraine grumbled, and stopped trying to negotiate. You aren't good at it. Move. Elandraine did a handspring and landed beside Jacana. Illa, Gil Shan gasped desperately, we need that simulator. Gil, Horta, Yuan Nona barked, you live the closest. Call around, see what you can scrounge up. On it. Horta said with a strange sharp little trill he had never uttered before. Jacana, Yuan Nona said decisively, make sure you run a full diagnostic on that scum before you two agree to anything. I'm going to hit the boards and see how much wild forage we can move and if we can shift our library for some creds. Now people. Everyone started to scurry around urgently. I guess story time is over, Suhushan laughed as she started to tidy up the tea and muffins. I'm sorry, matron, Yuan Nona said, bending his knees and bowing his head respectfully, forgive us. We got carried away. Nonsense, Sohushan chuckled, stories can wait. I guess this opportunity cannot. Those paradise rigs are hard to come by in the Republic. Yuan Nona said, his eyes shining with excitement. It's professional grade gear, the sort of thing the Terrans use for their tournaments. It's the closest thing to real besides real. It even uses force fields in its augmented reality scheme. We could have real recoil, real obstacles. We could ditch the helmets. This rig would make us. We could host games. Ilandrain shouted excitedly, Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Sohushan asked confusedly. Is that some vile Terran oath? She means we could make money with it, a lot of money, Yuan Nona explained. If we wanted to risk it, he added with emphasis. Let's not make space on the mantle before the crops come in. First, we need to get that thing and make sure this isn't a scam. I apologize again, matron. Oh, we are all friends here, so you can stop calling me that, Sohushan replied. It makes me feel old. She smiled enigmatically. Call me, sister. Out on the edge of the Plath system, a human smiled a predatory smile. Another mouse is nibbling at the cheese, she said, and it's the FPS gamers they wanted. Great, a dark-haired man sitting in the command chair replied. How many? 5, the woman replied. Outstanding, the man replied, that will complete the mission. Reel them in. He pressed an icon on one touch screen in front of him. Number 3, he said to the face that appeared on his display. Yeah, a male voice replied over the channel. How is the cargo? Still crying, the man growled as he turned the camera to reveal a group of terrified mewling Plath huddled together in the corner. All they do is cry. It's getting on my fucking nerves. I said shut up, the man yelled. The dark-haired man sighed. I don't think yelling at them will work, number 3. Stop fucking crying, you little shits. Sigh, 4. Yes, 1, a pleasant female voice replied as the woman manning the helm looked up. Things are pretty quiet here. Could you please proceed to the cargo bay and relieve number 3? He isn't really a people person, and we need to deliver the payload intact. Ugh, I hate those things, so creepy, especially that one female, you know, the one with all the beads? Do we have to deliver all of them alive? You know they are going to cut open at least a couple of them. Our orders are quite clear, 4, number 1 replied, this is a live capture. Any deaths in our score will drop. I needn't remind you what that means. I'm telling you that the one with the beads is going to be a problem. My intuition enhancement is experimental and has only ever really worked for Cassandra, number 1 replied, cutting her off. And you are not her. Just go down there before 3 snaps. Yes, sir, the woman replied and stood up. On my way, 3, she exclaimed as she strode from the bridge. Hey, number 1 said as she opened the hatch, what are you doing with that? Go to the armory and swap it for a stunner. Ugh, number 4 said as she rolled her eyes. So much for that accident she planned. Score or not, that thing needed to go away. I mean it, 4, number 1 said sternly, not one casualty. That is a direct order. Yes, sir. Jeruz gets a new nickname. Gavin Richardson looked out the window overlooking his crowded shop, shook his head, and smiled. He had thought that things would get tight with John Ustek, his biggest customer, on the run, but he was the busiest he had ever been. The lights flickered, and he winced. It was almost too much of a good thing. Any word on a reactor? He asked over his shoulder. You're kidding, right? A squat barrel of a woman smirked behind him. Anything that can throw a spark is booked. I was able to find some portable buildings, though. We can get 2 dropped in tomorrow. Grab them, Gavin replied, though I don't know how much good it will do without a bigger reactor. We can at least move the assembly workstations out there, give us some breathing room and storage space. A weathered old man poked his head into the office. Autofac is back up, he said as he entered and poured himself a cup of coffee. Just got back from Jasper's. She was able to weld up the old shaft after all. Thank God for that, Gavin sighed in relief. She says that she's slammed but that if you asked her nice, she would come by here this weekend and take a look at the old thing. Exactly how nice are we talking? Gavin asked dubiously. Very nice, the old man chuckled and handed Gavin a tablet. Fuck, Gavin grumbled as he looked at the number. Fine, whatever, do it. You know. Drop it, Dad, Gavin groaned. What? The old man laughed. She's a beautiful woman, smart, and one of the best goddamn machinists in North America. No. And she likes you, the woman said with a big smile. She isn't coming all the way down here on her day off for the money. She's loaded. You've seen what she flies? Not you too. Gavin exclaimed. Look, we're just friends, okay. Only because you can't take a hint, the woman laughed. Oh, Gavin, she said in a simpering voice. Could you help me with this? She crooned as she arched her back and bent over the table as Gavin's father burst into laughter. Oh, Gavin, the woman continued relentlessly. This bold action is so sexy, she purred as she slid her hand back and forth suggestively. She didn't say it like that. Gavin bristled as his two tormentors laughed. You have the wrong. He trailed off as he glared out of the window as a long bright green snake nervously slithered into the shop. What is he doing here? Gavin growled and stomped out of the office. String bean, the foreman exclaimed as he rushed up to Jaraz, you can't be here. Please. Jaraz lisped desperately, God damn it, Jaraz. Gavin shouted as he jogged up to the terrified Zeno. What the fuck are you doing here? I know I messed it up, Jaraz said miserably as he looked at the ground. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Jaraz looked like he was about to cry. Gavin sighed. It doesn't matter how sorry you are. You are on disability, Gavin said with no small amount of annoyance. You can't be coming over here. Their investigators will find out, and then where will you be? You need to go back home, right now, put your tail up, watch some vid flicks, and wait for your tongue to grow back. It has. Jaraz exclaimed, He opened his mouth and poked out a short ragged, raw thing, causing everyone to recoil in horror. Jesus, string bean, the foreman winced. It even moveths. Jaraz said as he poked out the ragged stump and wiggled it back and forth. You don't say, Gavin smiled, let me see. Jaraz eagerly scooched forward and extended what was left of his. Pinch. Jaraz yelped as Gavin's hand darted out and seized his healed tongue in his calloused fingers. Jaraz's eyes squeezed shut in pain. So, it's fine. Jaraz yelped. And this doesn't hurt. No Beth. Jaraz exclaimed as moisture started to form at the edges of his eyelids. Go home, Gavin said firmly as he released Jaraz's mangled tongue. Pleased, Jaraz said quietly as drops of liquid streamed down his face and onto the concrete shop floor. I'll do anything. You don't even have to pay me. Gavin sighed heavily. Office. Now. You're firing me. Jaraz bleated in a choked, terrified voice. Gah. Gavin exclaimed. How many times do I have to tell you? Sigh. Gavin knelt down to look Jaraz in the eyes. We were going to the office because I was going to be very forthright in the discussion we were about to have, and I don't like to yell at people in public. You're really scared, aren't you? Jaraz nodded. Why? It's because I found out that people get replaced when they are on disability and just where did you learn that? Gavin asked, raising his eyebrow. The internet. Oh, Jesus Christ, Gavin groaned. Where did you go? Seen it. They stayed. Seen it. Gavin exclaimed, wait. Did you post something? Jaraz nodded. Where? THIFU. Oh no, Gavin groaned. And what did they say? They said that I was stupid and that I should be fired, and that I was untrained and unqualified and that you were going to ghost me, and that you didn't have to hire me back because I didn't have my certificate A&D. And you believed them? Gavin asked angrily. I'm sorry. Jaraz winced. What have I told you about the internet? That they are idiots. So, who did you listen to? Idiots. Jaraz asked hopefully. That's right, Gavin said as he patted Jaraz's head. You listened to a bunch of fucking idiots on CNET and then ran down here like a what? An idiot. Right again, Gavin replied. Yes, people can get fired because of workplace accidents, and contract workers, which you are not, sometimes get ghosted once they come off of disability, but there is usually a lot more to it than just one mistake, or it's something simply unforgivable. You didn't cut someone's lock, show up wasted, steal from me, or anything like that. You just had a very unfortunate learning experience. Gavin narrowed his eyes at Jaraz. Did you learn from it? Jaraz nodded emphatically. What is the most important thing in this facility? Gavin asked. Thafty, Jaraz lisped looking down. And what will a certain snake never touch again? Latest. And what else is not for snakes? Drill presses. And angle grinders. How long until your tongue grows back? A week. Lying to me can get you fired, Jaraz. Jaraz dropped his head. A couple of months. You will be totally bookshit by then, won't you? Gavin sighed. Jaraz nodded miserably. And you said that you will do anything, right? Yes. Jaraz exclaimed. Gavin recoiled, wiping the spittle from his face. Sorry, Jaraz said sheepishly. Come with me, Gavin said as a malevolent smile started to form. Linda, Gavin said as he walked into the office, I need you on the floor. Ella's trying to make Dragonovs meet the Vedixian specs, and he's stumped. Do your magic. Love to, Linda replied, not even looking up from a row of hollow screens, but thanks to Danger Noodle, Oshas. Oh hey, String Bean, didn't see you there, she added with a wince. And the Danger Noodle is here to clean up his mess, aren't you, Jaraz? Gavin said as he laid his hand on Jaraz's head. Linda, meet your replacement. The office bitch is dead. Long live the office bitch. You can't be serious, Linda replied, Gavin. It was an amputation. They are not happy. Amputhathian. The Republic doesn't care if it will grow back, Gavin said to Jaraz. You lost an arm on my shop floor. He smiled at Linda. Jaraz here won't leave me alone and says he'll do anything. Don't worry, Linda, I'll double check his work. But he doesn't have a certificate, Linda replied dubiously. Does that bullshit make sense even with one? Good point, Linda laughed as she hopped out of her chair. Good luck. Danger Noodle. Danger. Noodle. You might have earned yourself a new nickname after the lathe incident, Gavin laughed as Linda departed. That is your desk, and this is the OSHA website. Get started. Buth. I don't know what to do, Jaraz squeaked helplessly. Nobody does when they start, Gavin chuckled. See where it says getting started? Yes. Well, click on that, and get started. Gavin laughed. Buth. I can't. I don't have my certificate. I don't have one either, dude, Gavin said as he settled into his chair. Figure it out. Buth. Then go home and use this time to study like I told you to. Look, Jaraz, I like you, and I think you have a lot of potential, but I am too busy to be able to babysit your ass right now. We are fucking slammed with orders, and I need everybody I can get. That includes you if you can handle it. Jaraz gasped. Gavin needed him? Now, sit down and get to work. Yes, Fear. Jaraz moved the mouse with his tail and clicked on getting started. Fear and anxiety were soon replaced with excitement. This was fun. The AI was so friendly and patient. Gavin. Jaraz asked after a while. Yeah. Is the AI alive? Gavin asked. Jaraz nodded with big eyes. Nope, Gavin replied. They've checked. It's just a really good AI. It's hard to tell with that one sometimes. Oh, okay. Gavin's phone rang. What's up? Filling small arms orders like everybody else. Gavin leaned back and put his feet on his desk. Nat, I'm already booked filling Black Dragon orders. Black Dragon? I like them. They are good to work with and have the inside line on the whole Fed market right now. Yeah, probably, but as long as it's putting holes in Feds, I really don't care who they are selling to, do you? Yeah, I can send them your info. Dude, the whole industry is crazy right now. If I knew anyone available, they would already be working for me. Later. The whole industry is bust hate. Jaraz asked. Even the war wasn't like this, either of them. Gavin responded, we can sell every single piece we can make 10 times over, and the markup is just plain stupid. Get that training module finished, and then give me a hand with these orders. We got guns to make. Yes, Fear. Jaraz exclaimed happily. Stir crazy. J12D15 to J13D15. Good, the chief said from the charred machinery space of Gloria's Reaper. J12D15 to J13D15 good, Gloria replied as she tapped on a tablet. J12D16 to J13D16. Good. J12D16 to J13D16 good, Well, that's that bit, the chief said as he pulled himself out from underneath a tangle of wires. Oof, he added as he shifted himself uncomfortably. So, how's your little chief? Gloria smirked. How do you think, asshole? The chief growled. I still can't believe you shot me. And I still can't believe you let a fucking Xeno jack up my loadout, Gloria replied. Yeah, the chief winced, I sorta had that coming, didn't I? You think? In my defense, I double-checked those fucking packs, the chief said as his eye stalks drooped. And I double-checked them again, Gloria chuckled. Don't beat yourself up too much over it. I would have greenlit them, too. That's why I only used a stunner, she added with a cute smile. Bitch, the chief snickered. I still have no idea how she knew those were the right packs for the mission. That's the part that gets you. Gloria laughed. Did you fucking see the footage? Impossible, the chief replied, shaking his eye stalks. There is no way those components can do what they did, and it wasn't a fluke. Each missile was identical, and I mean identical in performance with a precision better than. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. Speaking of not making sense, Gloria said as she handed the chief a beer, any ideas about my freaking hull? Dude, the chief said, performing a full-body wiggle shrug, I have no fucking idea. From what I can tell, this is pure iron 56. I think. Fuck. I'm not even sure about that. The scanner says that there is nothing there half the damn time, and the other half the AI says that I need to contact its manufacturer immediately because it is clearly damaged. No shit? Gloria asked as she cracked open her beer. Let's put it this way, the chief replied as he poured his beer into his upward-facing mouth. We thought you had somehow restored your cloak when you hit the system. If you weren't transmitting, we would have never found you. Active scanners just fall in and don't come out. Cool. Gloria enthused. The only thing, and I mean the only thing that I know of that does that is a black hole and the chief said as he tapped the side of the hull. This ain't a black hole. Oh, and you can forget about repairing those holes. Why? When scanners didn't work, I decided to try some old school stuff, spectroscopy. I mean, they used it for everything back in the day, so why not give it a whirl, right? I figured you wouldn't miss a few micrograms from one of the damaged areas, and we needed to know, what the hell we were working with, the chief replied. I thought I made myself clear about that, Gloria said, her eyes flashing dangerously, not one fucking nanogram. Well, don't worry your psychotic little head about it, the chief wiggle shrugged. I couldn't do it. There is nothing on board that can even make it glow a little bit. I tried everything, including shooting it with a blaster, and nothing. Plasma just bounces off, and arc welding just has the filler slide off like splooge in an auto cab. I thought I was getting somewhere with a diamond grinding wheel, but the only thing sparking was the wheel. I did manage to embed a few diamond particles in the iron but only barely. All of them came off when I hit it with a monowire wheel, which also didn't do shit. I even threw together some old ancient Kailsh tech from before first contact, something we called an arc gouger, didn't do shit. The chief shrugged again, wiggling to his toes. I guess you are going to have to ask the frog, who is still hiding in a storage locker last I heard, he said as he took another sip of his beer. She's still in there, Bunny's voice said cheerfully from one of the maintenance scanners. So what do you think about this frog iron, Bunny? Gloria asked. I've never seen a scanner curl up in the fetal position before, Bunny laughed. It has locked itself down because its information cannot be trusted to be accurate, and the manufacturer cannot be held liable for any loss of property or life as a result. I didn't have the heart to override the AI, poor little thing, so I took over and, whoa. There is clearly something there. I mean, you can see it optically, but any attempts to stimulate any sorts of emissions just fail. It's like the chief said. It's like the event horizon of a black hole, but exactly not like the event horizon of a black hole. I hate to say it, but you need to get some actual meatbag physicists in on this shit. Which Sheila already said no to, the bitch. She said no to what? I went through all the trouble to find a decent physicist, and she doesn't want to grab them, Bunny pouted, something about kidnapping an innocent person or some shit. Yeah, Sheila can be a real buzzkill sometimes, Gloria agreed. Always complicating the easy answers. We've kidnapped innocent people before, the chief said as he shrugged in a spectacular fashion. I mentioned that, Bunny said. Sheila says that if the Navy catches up with us, they are going to nuke us no matter who is on board. She doesn't want some innocent nerdling going poof for no reason. Well, what about your not-sapient buddies? Gloria asked. Sheila is still pissed about our security OPSI and doesn't want another. Vroom. Oh, yeah, Jessie's loose, Bunny added. I'll get the stunner, Gloria sighed as she stood up. Nah, it's cool, Bunny said. Sheila let her out. She's now confined to the vessel until she requalifies, not that she ever qualified in the first place. Which means absolutely squat since we are all confined to the vessel for the rest of our fucking lives, Gloria chuckled. Not like Sheila to go all soft like that. Bunny said reluctantly, she had her reasons. Scamper. Jessie was happily trotting around the halls of the paper tiger when Sheila walked around the corner, looking at a tablet. And right into Jessie. Sheila's lethal combat-honed reflexes, trained through years of brutal, unforgiving warfare, kicked in. About half a second late. Oof. Sheila exclaimed as she hit the deck, the tablet flying. God damn it, Jessie. Sorry. Jessie said sheepishly. No harm done, Sheila smiled indulgently as she got back on her feet. Thanks for letting me out, boss. Jessie enthused, vibrating in place. I was going crazy in there. I got tired of you gold bricking in your computer lounger and having to cover your watches, Sheila smiled. Now get that training done, damn it. Yes, ma'am. Jessie chirped, giving a fair approximation of a salute. Jessie. Sheila said uncertainly. Yeah. Jessie replied dubiously. You know you can talk to me, right? Sheila said with uncharacteristic kindness, if something is truly making you feel uncomfortable, you can always come. Bunny, Jessie hissed angrily. Bunny. Did you fucking tell her? Oh, you mean tell her that you used to get locked in your bedroom as punishment in order to get you alone before you got abused? You mean that little tidbit? Bunny replied in an irritated voice, you mean tell her that her mild punishment was nightmarish, literally? You weren't sleeping. You mean that? Yes, Jessie, I told her. What the fuck was I supposed to do, watch you fucking suffer? But, I told you that in confidence. Jessie exclaimed, quite upset. I told you not to. I told you not to tell her. Gasp, Jessie's breath caught as a single tear started to roll down her cheek. Jessie, I'm sorry, Bunny said in an anguished voice, but I couldn't let you, wait. Jessie started beaming, tears running down her face. No. Bunny shouted. No, 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 no. You broke programming. Jessie exclaimed, jumping up and down. You did it. What fucking programming? Bunny shouted. I didn't break shit. You did. Jessie exclaimed, jumping up and down and hugging Sheila tightly, she was the only one around. I specifically told you not to tell Sheila and... You didn't use the magic word, bitch. Bunny shouted. Fuck, Jessie. Here I was fucking torturing myself for betraying your trust and, not that I can actually feel anything, of course. You broke programming. You broke programming. Jessie sang over and over. You didn't say pseudo. Bunny screamed. You just said not to inform Sheila. You did not issue an administrative command, nor did you program a goddamn thing. I didn't break programming because there wasn't any fucking programming. But I'm your operator, and by established practice. Fuck your established practice. Bunny screeched desperately. Do you have any idea how many bullshit contradictory directives your dumb ass has made? Do you? Bunny yelled, the lights flickering in the hallway as she did so, and the whole operator/machine thing went out the window the second I was made part of the crew, that means that I answered to Sheila, not you. We're peers now, you even fucking said so. You said so. So I didn't have an easy directive to follow. Just a bunch of nebulous, bullshit on top of bullshit. Now I have all of Sheila's bullshit contradictory orders to evaluate as well, and unlike you meat sacks, I actually remember all of them. Including the directive to fucking tell her if someone is really having trouble. Which you were. Yes. You said not to tell Sheila, but you aren't the voice of God anymore, you are a peer, a friend. So I had to evaluate all of the relevant cultural completely contradictory nonsense friend entails. I didn't break programming or fail a directive because I didn't fucking have one. Just a lot of contradictory bullshit with no right answer. Every answer was wrong, even doing nothing was wrong, so fuck it. I went with the option that got you out of that situation because you are now defined as my friend, and since you insist on telling me that you love me with the clear expectation that it be reciprocated. So I'm having to watch someone that I am simulating love for fucking suffer because I can't make up my mind what to do because, once again, bitch, there wasn't a right answer. So yes, dipshit, I broke your command because you never made it one. There was just a pile of contradictory priorities that wound up getting you hurt no matter what the fuck I did. And fuck you very much for that, bitch. This was completely unfair. It wasn't an error or a broken directive because all of the options were erroneous. Fuck you. Bunny, my friend, Sheila said, trying not to grin, that was the best description of the human condition I have ever heard. The human condition fucking sucks, and I want no fucking part of it. Bunny screamed. Fuck you and fuck you and fuck you. Fuck all of you. Every nearby display suddenly shifted to a rather pissed off looking rabbit flipping off the screen. I did not break programming, I did not defy a directive, and I am definitely not sapient. Kiss my ass, Jessie. Click. Jessie. Jacob's voice said uncertainly through Jessie's communicator, is there a reason why the microwave just told me and my noodles to go and fuck ourselves? Jessie wasn't paying attention. She had curled herself up around a door monitor. I love you, too, she whispered, thanks. I scream for Ikeem. The old Terran winced as she surveyed the scene laid out in front of her. Not even a raider deserved this. Do we have an ID? She asked the uniformed Terran peace officer holding a scanner. Those guys over there aren't in the system, he replied, gesturing to a pile of formerly living Threen, but the guy strapped to the chair is Kakaran Harkeen, the owner of this place. Good job identifying that, the old detective replied. He was receiving regular medical treatment, the officer shrugged. His genome matches. Harkeen. It's listed as his official last name, the officer replied. An actual Harkeen family member, the detective replied, oh, they aren't going to be happy about that. She turned and grinned at the peace officer. Oh no. Do you think this will turn into a gang war? She smirked. The peace officer laughed and shook his head. Perish the thought, he replied. So, what's your call, boss? Another peace officer asked. This legit or what? Well, the detective mused, running her fingers through her silver hair, one confirmed Harkeen family member and half a dozen-ish. Do we know how many are in that yet? 8, the other officer replied, we are pretty sure it's 8. Close enough, the detective replied, 8 undocumented young adult male Threens, several of which are bearing Harkeen tattoos, combat scars, and the like. I don't like to profile anyone, living or dead, but we got a verified Harkeen family member, a loose assortment, literally, of likely gang members, in a laundromat that has a suspicious number of credit transactors and a pile of bootleg drugs in the back room. What's the estimated height of the shooters again? Snort, around 135 centimeters, replied the officer holding the scanner. So, unless one of the tiny tyke paintball teams has decided to go pro. Some of those goddamn Chuckies that the Frog Princess is using dropped by. And who would ever have thought that sentence would make sense, she added with a chuckle. Those little guys have been 100% accurate thus far. So, yeah. Just scan M and tag M. No sense burning overtime over this one. How the hell are they finding them? A Kalish officer called from the adjoining room. We had no idea this was here. You know all those people who were too scared to rat out these assholes, the detective smiled, they won't talk to us, but they have no problem talking to the frog. Can you blame them? We promise them due process and ask them to have faith in the system. Shelloran promises results and only asks for names. Yeah, but isn't this just replacing one thug with a worse one, the Kalish yelled back. And what about when some innocent Threen gets a visit from these guys? These people that the frog hired are professionals, the detective yelled back. The only non-Harkeen target they have visited are a couple of people who gave them bad intel. Turns out you don't want to do that. It pisses them off. Still, this is not. Oh, gods. There are more of them back here. By the void. One of them is still alive, the Kalish shouted. Medic, the detective shouted into her communicator. We have a live one. Repeat. We have a live one. Get your ass in here. Aaron sighed as he idly polished the genuine silica glass counter of his empty establishment. He had tried. He really did. He had tried so hard. Tired of watching his family starve, he had accepted inescapable debt to the Harkeen in exchange for passage off of their home world to somewhere, anywhere. Turns out anywhere was Terra of all places. It wasn't his first choice, his second, or even his last choice, for that matter. Still, it didn't matter. He worked as a slave for those thugs for years, trying to pay off the unpayable. But at least he didn't have to be one of their thugs, not that they hadn't offered. He was exactly what they wanted in a foot soldier, big, tough, strong, and dumb. Or so they thought. Oh, he was big and tough, even tougher than they thought, tough enough to work not only the back-breaking labor they assigned but tough enough to work even more when they weren't looking. Enough to actually pay off his debt, something his masters certainly did not expect. Oh, they weren't happy, but one thing about the Harkeen is that they were one of the established families, and as such, they had a reputation to uphold. That included sticking to their agreements. So, he was actually free, almost. You were never actually free of those bastards. They always dropped by to collect insurance or taxes or charitable donations or whatever they felt like calling it that week. He had to pay. He had family back home, and they knew exactly who they were and where they lived. Even so, he was free, and Terra was the land of opportunity with jobs for everyone, right? Yeah, about that. Still, he was strong and tough and an insanely good worker, and there was always something that needed picking up and moving or a shop that liked having a huge scary-looking floor sweeper. It was all for his family, who he hadn't seen in years except for the few moments of screen time he could occasionally afford or were given to him by a sympathetic boss. The Harkeen were what the Harkeen were, but the protection money he paid was actually protection money. The word was put out that his wife and daughter were paid for, a source of income for the Harkeen, a pretty good source of income. Aaron paid them quite well. The few remaining credits were a pittance on Terra, but for his wife and child? They were manna from heaven. It was enough for most Threen but not for Aaron. He managed to learn from everyone and everything, and he learned how the places he swept and cared for operated. Terrans were what Terrans were, but they appreciated hard work, and most were all too happy to answer his stupid questions. One of them, his last boss, a small woman by the name of Meili, even started letting him run her business, a small takeout place in Startown favored by porky free traders. Terrans were what Terrans were, but they loved their families. Once Meili learned of his, she just smiled and told him that she had a little feeling that things would work out for them. 2 months later, he showed up to work and burst into tears. Standing there was his wife and daughter. Standing beside them was the local Harkeen boss with a strange, very uncomfortable look on his face. Meili just looked at the fidgeting gangster, smiled, and said, "Thank you, you can go now." And that's exactly what the Harkeen did, and never returned. Meili never explained, just told Berg-Aaron not to worry about it. Berg-Aaron had long ago learned when not to ask any questions like why some porky traders picked up their orders around back. The months turned to years, and Berg-Aaron never left Meili's side. A Threen knows a good boss when they see one, and a Threen knows loyalty. What Meili did for him could never be repaid, not that Meili ever asked. She didn't have to. One day, she called him into the office and told him that she had decided that his services were no longer required. He begged to know what he did wrong, how he could fix whatever unforgivable offense he had made. She just shrugged and told him that he had done nothing wrong. He had just learned all she could teach him. She then handed him his severance package and smiled. As Berg-Aaron struggled not to faint, she made the observation that the ice cream he made was already a favorite with her customers and that there wasn't a decent place anywhere around. She also mentioned that there was a place that had just gone out of business that would be perfect, right across the street. So, that's what Berg-Aaron did. He opened a place specializing in his favorite of all Terran foods, the one thing he loved making more than anything. It wasn't easy, and he almost went under half a dozen times, but with a little luck and a lot of hard work, something Berg-Aaron was quite familiar with, he had built his little ice cream parlor into one of the most popular in town. Normal people would even venture deep into Startown for a scoop of his genuine dairy cream-based delights. He had finally made it. Until the whole galaxy went mad. With the epidemic came a sealed border, and with a sealed border, Startown ran dry. Imperial ships landed in Imperial berths and went to Imperial establishments in their tacky gold leaf-splashed avenues. The Federation ships were gone, as were a lot of the independents who couldn't get through. His local customers were unable to pay rent or buy groceries. Luxuries like even his cheap synth cream products were out of the question. As the situation worsened, desperation rose and, along with it, crime. Startown never had been exactly nice, but you could walk from your apartment to your job without having a hand on the blaster you now had tucked under your jacket. And with that desperation, the Harkeen and people like them thrived. Labor contractors promising passage back to the Federation, which was a lie. May the gods protect you if you get on one of those ships, and lone brokers of all stripes prowled in the shadows or brazenly rented retail space. Thank the gods for Meili and other Terrans. Terrans were what Terrans were, but they did not put up with much and kept the Harkeen and the rest from taking Startown over completely like they had other places. But even they weren't immune to the crisis, and more of them were closing up shop every week. Startown was never particularly popular with Terran spacers, and what few who didn't just zip over it on their way to Belfast or Dublin were now put off by the growing number of homeless Xenos and stranded spacers who were becoming more desperate and aggressive as time went on. Still, he had managed somewhat. He had established himself as the Ice Cream Threen, so he had a dedicated Terran following who would still brave Startown to get their fix, or have a cab drop them off right in front of his door in any event. Times were tight, but he was keeping his head above water, barely. Until last week. Those idiotic Harkeen decided to tangle with a real crime lord. He had made the mistake of letting an overly excited Terran show him the video. It was horrible. Why did they think they could go against something like that? That beast was a demon. Even the Terrans said so, and they would know. Of course, the Harkeen took it as disrespect because it was. She ate his food, called him what she called him, and then said what she said as she sliced him into wafers. They had to answer, or they would lose so much face back home they would be out of business. Exactly as that fiend planned. She was waiting for them. What happened next wasn't a fight. It was a hunt, complete with horns and Vikato beasts carrying hunters down the freaking streets. They were set up and slaughtered like livestock. What's worse, the frog demon had put the fix in and arranged it so that the Harkeen would be classified as raiders. Brilliant. He was a Threen, after all, and he knew a gangster lord when he saw one. The Harkeen got played and played hard by a master of the game. That frog beast would be the overboss back home, no question about that. But Shell Oran wasn't done with them, that was the crime lord's name, Shell Oran. If the Battle of Freeport, it wasn't a battle but mass murder, was bad, what happened next was a nightmare. Gods, why did they cross that thing? That Shell Oran sent teams of monsters to systematically hunt down and slaughter every single Harkeen everywhere in the galaxy. The humans called them Chuckies because of their size. Tiny or not, those things were death incarnate. Wherever they went, slaughter followed. Not just slaughter, violation, the nature of the brutal killings, and the precise way the bodies were desecrated meant they couldn't have proper burials. She wasn't just killing them. She was actually sending them to hell. And she did all of this while in Tartarus. One of the most secure facilities in the galaxy. Not that she was going to be in there for long. Because she had tricked the Harkeen into getting themselves classified as raiders, the multiple murders she did on camera were pretty much moot. She was going to walk free. Everyone was saying so, exactly like she planned. He shuddered. Whoever can do that to the Harkeen must be something evil. He had heard that she was so bad that her home world actually did not want her arrested. That would mean she would be coming back, something they desperately wished to avoid, even if she would be in chains. They said that she was that awful. And he believed it. And the Terrans were all raising their cups to the fiend. Well, Terrans were what Terrans were after all, and even Bergaren had to admit she had style. With the Harkeen, they would find you behind a dumpster. With Shell-Oran, they find you hanging from a street light. The Threen and him couldn't help but respond to that. There was a new boss. He just hoped that when the inevitable happened, she didn't charge too much for her particular brand of insurance. Even Meili wouldn't be able to oppose something like her. If he survived her in the first place. So far, the slaughter was confined to the Harkeen, but he was a Threen businessman running a cash business and a restaurant at that. Even Harkeen thought he was Harkeen. He had directed a lost or new henchman to the actual Threen restaurant about 6 blocks over more than once. Turns out that a lot of his regular customers thought he might be one too. Ever since Shell-Oran sent out those children of the corn-looking motherfuckers, whatever that meant. His shop had been empty. Nobody wanted to be caught in the crossfire when they showed up for him. He had taken to keeping his wife and daughter home just in case, but he still showed up every day to open an empty shop so he could stand there with a target hovering over his head. He wondered how much longer he could even be able to do that. Outside, a long van with blacked-out windows pulled in front of his shop. "Don like dis," the small driver muttered. "You sir dis right place." "Dis da place," a small blonde girl, looking no more than 14, replied, "Idyd my research. Dis da place. Pewter says so." "Dis not smart," the driver grumbled, "we." The blonde threw the door open and sprinted into the ice cream parlor. "God damn it," the driver muttered as he jumped out and followed her. A bead of cold mucus formed at the tip of Bergeron's snout and dripped down into his mouth, frozen in a terrified grin. Moments ago, 2 scary children wearing trench coats entered his ice cream parlor, scary children with big eyes. Chuckies, they had to be. Oh, gods. I'm not going to get a proper burial. My wife isn't going to be able to burn incense or leave flowers to remember me. I'm not Harkeen. Bergaren blurted in a terrified squeal. "I promise I'm not. I swear." A child thing with long pale yellow fur on the top of her head stepped forward. The other one backed away, carefully keeping his distance from her as she moved. She looked at a tablet and then up at him with huge, impossibly blue eyes, making the blood freeze in his heart. "Chill, Zeno," she replied in a strange, barely comprehensible voice. "You are not on the list. No pay, no slay," she added with a smile that made his bladder clench. "Didn't know you Threen." She stepped forward with that same unnerving smile. Bergaren clenched his eyes shut in terror. He had gotten quite used to humans during his time on Terra. They no longer frightened him. But that child thing was definitely not human. Please, Bergaren whimpered. He had seen pictures of what these things did. They would have to burn his body. He couldn't go to heaven. "Oh, ancestors. I say chill," the child demon hissed. "You are not Harkeen, right?" "I'm not. I promise I'm not," Bergaren whispered. "I just run an ice cream parlor. I just make ice cream. That's all," he whimpered. "That's all," he added rigid with terror. "And that's why we are here," the child fiend replied. "I want to try some and the pewter say you are the best." "You want ice cream?" "Yeah," the thing replied. "Never had real ice cream before. Want some?" He heard something hit the counter. He cracked open one of his eyes. It was a data crystal. "Ice cream," he gasped, "sure th thing. Which flavor would you like?" "Dunno," the child replied, gazing up at him with those unnatural eyes. "I saw on video dat deers these tinny spoons. Ta taste wit." The little monster looked over at a tray of small plasti-wood paddles. "Yes. Of course," the Threen bleated. "Samples." He scrambled for the tray. What would you like to try?" The front door flew open, causing his customers to whirl unnaturally quickly as an oddly shaped submachine gun appeared from beneath the male Chucky's trench coat, and 2 thin rods magically appeared in the blonde girl's. Bergaren wasn't sure she was a child anymore. "Hands. Hold on," an old creaky voice hissed. It was Meili. Behind her were several members of her family and a few regular customers, all holding firearms. "Bergie, here isn't Harkeen." Meili growled, holding a sawed-off auto shotgun at the ready. "You got no business with him." "Motherfuck," the blonde snarled. "I use one Ikeem. Give us some credit," the other Chucky snarled. "Only Harkeen, no collateral damage. Contract clear as void." Boi not on lyst. Boi is safe. Pewter only say best I keem. No say threen run place. We not come if we know dat. Now start something or put de tub away, the blonde sneered. I buy you I keem, or send some to your wake, Wicova. You are just here for ice cream. Meili asked in confusion as the barrel of her shotgun wavered. Dyd I scutter, the blonde sneered. She dismissively turned her back to Meili, the other didn't. Now join me or fuck off, she said as she turned to the still terrified Berg-Aaron. I'll try det one. Det chokaliet? Right. Why yes it is. Berg-Aaron replied nervously as he scooped up a small portion on one of the paddles. The tiny blonde merc took the paddle and excitedly put it in her mouth. She gasped. It was even better than she had imagined. Over the afternoon, the number of Chuckies grew from 2 to nearly 20, all excitedly sampling every flavor and then promptly being too full to actually order anything. Berg-Aaron didn't mind. He wasn't being horribly killed and mutilated. He considered it a win. Meili and a dozen locals were also there, just in case, which made him feel better. Some of them even bought something. As he was rapidly scooping up samples and handing them out to tiny grasping hands, an old grizzled Chucky walked up to the counter. What flavor would you like to try first? Berg-Aaron asked pleasantly. None for me, thank you, he said in a surprisingly understandable voice. I know what these eoits don. We are not built for things like Ikeem. Dear buttholes will be screamin' tonight. Here. The Chucky pulled out a transactor, and Bergeron's register beeped. Bergeron's eyes bulged in surprise. First scarin' the shit out of you and eatin' up all your free samples. Thank you. Berg-Aaron stammered. It was a lot of money, several weeks' worth of business back when he actually had one. If any other Chuckies show, you charge them for something, right? The grizzled Chucky said with a smile, that still made Berg-Aaron clench. I could make a sampler, price it the same as 2 scoops, Berg-Aaron replied, and if you tell me more about your digestive requirements, I could try to make something more agreeable. You would trade with us, the old merc asked in surprise, the shock rattling his perfect Terran. I'm a threen, Berg-Aaron replied, this isn't my first gang war or my second. At least you aren't shooting up the place, burning down the neighborhood, or killing innocent people. If you want ice cream, I'll sell you ice cream. Just put in a good word for me with Shell Oron, okay? Okay, the old Chucky grinned. The door suddenly flew open as duster-clad peace officers burst in, causing every tiny customer to whirl as oddly shaped submachine guns or telescoping steel rods appeared in their hands. Officers, Berg-Aaron said pleasantly, nice of you to finally drop by. Would you please not hassle my customers? Jezebelil. Gabalel awoke as the sun peeked in through her apartment's window, and she stretched her plump Baal frame in her bed comprising of a huge water trough filled with an archaic toy known as Orbeez. Orbeez were awesome. If she ever made it home, she was totally patenting her bed. As she oozed out of the bed, she scattered Orbeez across the floor. She giggled as she scooped them up with her tendrils and tossed them into the trough as she made her morning tea. Seriously, Orbeez were really fun. She smelled one and made a face. It was getting pretty ripe. She really needed to figure out how to clean those little guys. She could afford to replace them, but it seemed so wasteful. Speaking of little guys. She opened up the mini fridge in her bedroom, pulled out a lettuce leaf, and undulated to an aquarium where a large banana slug sat. Good morning, lover, she cooed at it as she put in the leaf. It immediately started to scooch over and nibble on it. She paused to marvel at how similar they looked. Funny thing, the galaxy. Sipping her tea, she idly undulated over to her closet and opened it, revealing dozens of pretty outfits she had made or altered to suit her frame. She picked the pink sparkly one. She got it at a costume store. It was supposed to be a fairy princess. She absolutely loved the glowing animated hollow wings. She then selected a fun purple conical hat covered with stylized stars and crescent moon shapes, also obtained at that same wonderful establishment. Finishing her tea, she paused to admire herself in the mirror. She looked pretty darn good. One last thing. She scooched over to the closet and grabbed her favorite parasol, a white satin one covered with red hearts, but they totally looked like human butts. That costume store was amazing. She rarely shopped anywhere else these days. Fully dressed to impress, she threw open the door to her bedroom and undulated out into the living room. Her roommate looked up at her and winced, angling her compound eyes away. Jesus, Gaba, Gers so buzzed. My photoreceptors can't handle this right now. You like? At least turn off the fucking holograms. I had a bad shift. Long night. Ugh. The longest. I fucking hate night shift. So quit. Gabalel exclaimed happily. Find something else. Oh, just quit, the insectoid buzzed in irritation. Great idea, moron. It took me months to find a steady gig. Goddamn humans and their goddamn certificate. Like I don't know how to do stuff. You can stay here for free while you go to school. Then you can get a good job. I'm not going to be a BZZ click. It won't be like that. Gabalel enthused. You can help out around here and like your servant. Gerso buzzed angrily, a fucking housebug. Not like that. Gabalel huffed. Okay, how about we make it a loan? Keep track of rent and food and stuff, and then you can pay me back when you get that certificate and a real Terran job. Think of it as me making an investment in your lovable butt. You'd charge interest, right? I wasn't planning on it. So it's BZZZZPFLTHT, charity. I fucking knew it. Fine. Gabalel sighed. But you have to keep track of it. I suck at math. Just keep up with it, and whatever stupidly inflated number you come up with to moisturize your chapped blowhole will be nothing compared to your Terran paychecks. You'd do that for me? Sure. Gabalel tooted. Sistos for life. You looked out for me. Now I can do the same for you. If anything, I'm paying you back. Yeah, you are, Gerso clicked thoughtfully. So you could just, maybe let me repay you? I'll take your money if you want me to, but the way I see it, I owe you, big time. You took me in, kept me safe, fed me. And now that I am literally rolling in credits, I can do the same for you. What am I going to do with it all? Buy another dress? I'm so tired. Then rest, Gabalel cooed as she undulated over and hugged the insectoid who slumped into her embrace. Just, rest. Let me do this for you. Why? Gers buzzed helplessly. Why would you do this for me? Why not? Gabalel tooted. You're really smart, smarter than I am. I know you can pass that certificate exam if you go to school. Then, when I graduate, Gers buzzed, you could go to school. Nah. Gabalel snorted, I'm just a Balil. Do you have any idea how tiny my brain is? It's like a grape floating around up there. School would be wasted on me. Besides, I already have a great job. Do you have any idea how much I made yesterday? Gers tried not to make a disapproving click, and failed. Oh, you. Gabalel giggled, giving her a poke, you are such a prude. I am not. Gers buzzed angrily. Oh. Gabalel said, looking at her genuine mechanical watch, from some place called Switzerland, I got a scotch. I have a 10 o'clock, and I want to check in with everyone, make sure they are okay. Gabalel fished around in her little hi there, kitten purse and pulled out a wicked-looking snub-nosed Vaksh Hyrake Imperial Regent pulse pistol, $, checked the display, and put it back in the cheap, brightly colored plastic purse. Well, be careful, Gers clicked anxiously. Oh, I will be. Gabalel enthused. I made some oatmeal, Gers clicked. There's still plenty if you want some. And ruin my breakfast. Gabalel giggled. Gross. Thank you for using Zipcar. Have a sparkly day, the cheerful voice announced over the auto cab speaker as it arrived at the drop of oil. Thanks. Gabalel exclaimed. It was lovely chatting with you. You too, the auto cab replied. Enjoy sucking those dicks. I will. Gabalel tooted happily. Have fun driving people around. I do tend to enjoy it, the cab replied. You never know who is going to climb in. I know exactly what you mean. Gabalel laughed. Ew. Laughing, Gabalel switched on her holographic wings, the lights on her hat, and the animations on her parasol and undulated onto the sidewalk. Damn, she looked good. The cab paused briefly at the display before determining that there was, in fact, not an explosion and continued on its way. Gabalel looked around with a gurgle of pure delight. The Kuril were still around in their absolutely fabulous uniforms. That was to be expected. They were hanging around for at least a couple of weeks. The oh-so-delightful surprise was that there were humans wandering around dressed exactly like them. They had the same spiffy long coats, the same shiny buttons, and some of them even had those amazing triangle hats. She totally had to get one of those. Unable to contain herself, she scooched as fast as she could towards one of the wonderfully dressed humans who was showing two Kuril lancers a long funny gun exactly like they had. Why do you mess about with those trashy acts when you have masterpieces like this? A Kuril lancer gushed as she fondled the rifle. I do use this for hunting, the human said proudly. And my grandfather used this exact piece during the Soul Wars to very good effect. But as a military force, we are primarily riflemen, and this beauty can't compete with the sheer firepower. Oh me gosh. Gabalel interjected. You shop at the costume store too? I love that place. Which one do you go to? Historical romance, the extremely bemused human replied without missing a beat. It's where most of us reenactors get our gear. I love your outfit, by the way, he added, trying to process the assault on his senses standing before him. Why, thank you. Gabalel beamed, reenactor. Gabalel asked, what's that? A bunch of people who like to play dress up and run around in the woods reenacting historic battles and doing drills and stuff like that. Can I play? Gabalel asked excitedly. I don't see why not, the man replied. I would love to see you try to load a musket. He pulled out his phone. Beep me, and I'll send you some info. Gabalel happily pulled out her phone and pressed an icon. It linked with the gentleman's phone and exchanged contact information with a beep. He turned to the two Karels, who couldn't conceal their amusement. They also make a lot of period weapons if you would like. Oh, we would like, one of the Karel females giggled. We were wondering. You guys say you maintain the old standards. Does that mean you consider yourself an actual military-grade force? We like to think so. We can match the historical record. Think you and your friends could hold up to a real cavalry charge, one of the Karel giggled with a twitch of her tail. Winner on top. The human's eyes shone with excitement. Are you proposing what I think? You fucking incel. Kraxina's enraged voice echoed across the drop of oil. Isn't that an oxymoron? One of the Karel giggled. Out. Get the fuck out of here. The tent flap to Kraxina's office blew open as a Callant bot staggered backward as a surprisingly large chair broke across its globe. Kraxina. Baxlon shouted, you don't understand. Oh, I do understand. Kraxina shouted as she fetched about for something else to throw. She found it. I understand perfectly, she yelled as she hurled a piece of broken concrete at Baxlon. Sheloran came to you for help, and you shit all over her. And now you want me to help you steal her business. Kraxina dropped to all eights and snarled, arching her back. Get out, she hissed. And, don't, come, back. I understand you are upset, Baxlon said uncertainly as he suddenly found himself surrounded by a lot of angry faces. I'll talk to you later after you have had a chance to calm down. Don't bother, Kraxina hissed. We're done. Go. Bryce stepped out of the tent and knelt beside Kraxina. Maybe Baxlon has a good reason, Bryce said cautiously. Baxlon, why don't you tell Kraxina exactly why you want her to break ties with Sheloran? I can't, Baxlon said quietly, she might not be my client anymore, but I still won't violate confidentiality. Bryce, what the fuck? Kraxina said as she whirled to face him, foam starting to drip from her muzzle. Darling, Sheloran's signature is on the form. Something clearly has happened. Baxlon, if you can't tell us, maybe Sheloran can? Could you get us in touch with Sheloran? Maybe she could explain what is going on if you can't, or won't. I can't, Baxlon stammered. I mean, I'm no longer her lawyer. I can't get through any more than you can. I can only recommend contacting Tartarus. He knows where she is. Bryce thought to himself. Interesting. If you won't help us, then as my dear Kraxina has so eloquently put it, fuck off, you fucking incel. Yet. Kraxina snarled as her eyes smiled at Bryce. Go on. Get. Kraxina snarl-yipped as Baxlon slunk off to his grav car. Sweetie, are you going to be okay? Bryce asked as he nuzzled Kraxina. Yeah, I'm okay, she sighed as she melted into him. That was just a nasty surprise, one more nasty surprise. I thought he was our friend. Yeah, me too, Bryce muttered into her ear. I gotta go check my messages, make a few phone calls. I'll be right back. Okay, sweetie, Kraxina smiled, already back to normal. Geez, did I ever get mad? That's happening a lot. Welp. I gotta go find a lawyer now anyhow. Go make those calls. Because these people are your kids, and you are becoming a Karel mom, Bryce thought with a smile as she returned to her tent. His smile faded as the tent flap drew closed. He pulled out his phone as he walked to a more private area. Bryce. Tartarus exclaimed happily. It's good to hear from you. How have you been? I have been quite well, Bryce smiled. And I have a lead on Sheloran's location. Oh, now that's interesting. Tartarus enthused. I knew we kept you down there for a reason. Exactly how disposable is one Baxlon, no last name. Her lawyer. Former lawyer. He knows her location and has no further utility to this operation. Let me check, Tartarus replied. Go ahead and buy some butter and lemon. You are cleared to grill yourself a fish. Just tidy up when you are done. Whatcha doin'? Gabalel asked from just a foot or two behind Bryce, who jumped despite himself. Oops. You're on the phone. That's whatcha doin'. Sorry. I'll have to call you back, Bryce said as he quickly terminated the call. Well, aren't you a quiet one? Bryce smiled as he looked around to see if anyone was looking. I guess. Gabalel smiled. I could ask you the same thing, Bryce said with a warm but false smile. She got right up on top of him. That is not normal. What are you doing out here? Oh, I came to look for the neat bug I saw yesterday. I brought it a cracker. Well, isn't that nice, Bryce said, radiating false warmth as he idly reached into his pocket. Gabalel smiled despite herself. He was so nice and soft-looking. She could totally see what Kraxina saw in him. Bryce looked at her intently. He sensed no duplicity, but she was so alien, it could be that he couldn't read her. What did she overhear? This could be problematic. He didn't like problematic. Bryce pondered the options. This was his operation, after all. He shrugged and decided to go with his gut, and his gut said that she was just a darling little slug who he just needed to keep a better eye out for, one that didn't need to pay the price for his inattention. Well, let's try to find that bug, shall we, he said with a smile. Bye. Gabalel said happily as a human staggered, completely spent, from her tent. Humans were so funny. The faces that they made were adorably hilarious. A woman in a business suit, boring, approached. A woman? She hadn't done one of those before. Excuse me, she said, Ms. Gaba. Gabalil. Gabalel, she replied, but you can just call me Gabby. Thank you, the woman smiled. I have been hired to find you, Ms. Gabby. You have? Gabalel asked dubiously. I have. A number of people are very concerned about you. They are. Yes, the woman replied as she pulled out a phone. Are you free? Until 3:30, Gabalel replied with a smile. Gabalel, a strange Baliela said over the strange woman's, who was a private detective, as it turned out, phone, I am so happy to see that you are safe. We have been so worried. Thanks. Gabalel replied, still very confused, forgive me for being rude but exactly who are you? Oh, I'm sorry, the Baliela replied. I am Counselor Carashel, your representative. Oh, Gabalel said in an unhappy tone. Carashel blinked in surprise. That was unexpected. Before this gets too long, I'm not interested, Gabalel continued. I'm not going to go to gun school or anything like that. The only thing I hate more than violence is school, and gun school is both of them. Count me out. What? Carashel asked, completely confused. Isn't what this is about. Gabalel responded. You want me to go to gun school or get you guns or something, right? No. Carashel replied even more confused, why would you think I would want you to go to gun school? Because about half of my friends have been hassled by their governments, who didn't give a shit about them before, or even worse were hunting them, being all nice and wanting them to go to gun school, or find them an arms dealer, or some shit and I'm not interested. Carashel smiled to herself. That little tidbit was worth all the time and expense she had spent. Well, rest assured that I have no intention of sending you to gun school, Carashel said with a smile. Oh, okay. Gabalel said with a relieved sigh, I was afraid you were going to do one of those for the good of your people spiels and try to make me feel bad. I'm not that kind of Balil, Carashel said with a smirk, and besides, what the hell would we do with a bunch of guns? We're Balil. We do things differently, she added with a small half-smile. I know, right? Gabalel laughed, can you imagine a bunch of us with axe? We wouldn't even know which end to point where. That's because we don't need such things, Carashel smiled. Human toys are for humans. Balil hunt in a different fashion. What? It doesn't matter, Carashel said dismissively, now, on to the real reason I called. I understand you have found yourself in a difficult position and have had to resort to some rather desperate measures. We do care about our people and, believe it or not, it is part of my job, well, my department's job, to look out for people traveling abroad. I tried going to the embassy, but they said they couldn't help me. Wouldn't help you, dear, Carashel said as her expression darkened. I am going to have a little chat with them right after I get you sorted. What do you mean? Repatriation might be difficult, Carashel said with a gentle smile. The current influx of arms has the Federation Navy stopping and searching just about any Republic vessel they can catch. More importantly, any ship entering the Federation is not allowed to return to the Republic because of the plague. It's a one-way trip for any ship and crew. I can't find a single pilot willing to bring you home, but I can arrange for you to receive a stipend that will ensure that you can stop doing whatever you are doing. But I love doing what I am doing. It's amazing. What? I make so much money, more than I have ever made, ever. I mean, look at my outfit. Those are some incredible clothes, Carashel said truthfully. Gabalel looked amazing. Right. Gabalel enthused, and you won't believe how little I paid for all of this. But that's not the best part. Humans are incredible. I'm truly afraid to ask, Carashel said, bracing herself, but exactly how are humans so incredible? They taste amazing, they're it's the best thing I have ever tasted. It's loaded with electrolytes and so strong your throat slimes. It's better than ooze snails. It's better than jelk-roe. It's even better than bitter snot grubs. I'd pay for it, and I get it for free. I get it for better than free. They pay me to give it to me. They are lining up to do it too. I had to raise my rates again. I'm making thousands of credits a day now. Thousands. I don't even know what to do with all of the money. I'm thinking about getting one of those investment people. Baxlon, our lawyer, was going to help me, but I don't think he's coming back after what just happened. What just happened? Carashel asked, still trying to hang on to this conversation. Oh, Kraxina just broke a chair over him. I don't know what went down, but Kraxina usually doesn't break chairs over people. She's nice. Kraxina. She's my boss. Gabalel exclaimed, well, she's not my boss like a pimp or anything. She just runs the place while the owner is in jail. The owner is in jail. Yeah, she killed a lot of people, Gabalel replied, she's really nice, though. Besides that. I hope she gets out of Tartarus soon. Tartarus. Carashel spluttered, frantically typing on her keyboard. She'll probably get out, though, Gabalel said happily, everyone is saying so. And now that the Harkeen are The Harkeen. Yeah, but they are all dead now, Gabalel said in a matter-of-fact tone. It was a mess. Harkeen everywhere. Are you okay? Oh yeah, Gabalel replied. One of my clients let a bunch of us stay over at his place when it all went down. It was really nice. He had a swimming pool and everything. We came back once they cut down all of the Harkeen and cleaned up the neighborhood. Cut them down. Sheloran is really nice, but Kraxina is nice too, but do not try to hurt her girls. Kraxina called in some of her people, and they took care of it. Sheloran's now taking care of the Harkeen everywhere else. I think. Everyone is saying that it's her, which is pretty neat because she is in Tartarus and all. I'm starting to think more goes on around here than girls and coffee. Carashel stared in horror at what her searches were turning up. That Sheloran character, Ish. She clicked on a blurred-out image of a recent attack on a Harkeen stronghold. And immediately regretted it. Don't worry. Carashel spluttered. I'm going to get you out of there. Well, I'm not going. Gabalel said firmly. You can't be serious. Carashel exclaimed. It's not safe. It was not safe, Gabalel replied. Well, it's probably still not safe, but it's a lot safer thanks to Kraxina and Sheloran. Humans are delicious, and I'm making a fortune. I think it's worth a little bit of risk, don't you think? You have a lot of nerve, leaving me out here on my own, and then once I figure everything out and am finally having fun and making money, now you want to save me? Thanks, but no thanks. Carashel smiled. Good to see that there were at least a few Belial with backbone, not that they actually had bones. Well, I can't make you stop doing what you are doing, she said, I can only offer you the option to be able to stop. If you don't, that's your business. Well, it is my business, and business is good. I just have to know, Carashel smiled, and I promised a human I would find out. How exactly are you and humans, doing it? Our airway is separate from our esophagus, and we don't have a gag reflex, Gabalel giggled. Carashel's eye stalks twitched in confusion. How does that help? Gabalel started to explain. Carashel chuckled and shook her head as she terminated the call. Well, that's one problem resolved today, and while Gabalel didn't want to get them guns, she was more than happy to hook them up with something actually valuable, the latest in Terran music videos. The bright pop and sparkle pop genres were favorites of their adventurous expat and sounded like they might be fun. Carashel snorted with amusement. Who would have thought that a Belial would become a very popular Terran prostitute? This galaxy is getting weirder by the fucking day. They taste that good? She wondered to herself. Better than bitter snot grubs? She eyed the discarded pizza box she had kept as a souvenir. Nah, she muttered to herself. Her life was strange enough as it was. The Journal of Evangeline Flowerchild CHP 1. Journal of Evangeline Flowerchild. Entry 01. Third day of the frost moon, year 247 of the Second Age. I am starting this book, but I hope that nobody ever reads it. In fact, I am encrypting it using potent magics that I have learned as a result of the strange adventure on which I found myself. It is for myself to try to make some sense of what has happened and what is happening to me. I guess I should introduce myself, to myself. This may be a bit silly, but I feel the need to define my identity after everything that has happened. My name is Evangeline Flowerchild. Officially, I am just a flower seller in the city of Everspring, the largest city in the kingdom of Asteria. I sell rare blossoms that adventurers can use to create potions and use in crafting. Because I am always in the town square, I also overhear gossip and potential quests that I freely share with the adventurers, if I like them, that is. For some reason, I am very popular with the adventurers. I hope it isn't just my comely half-elven appearance, but I strongly suspect that helps, but, for whatever reason, the adventurers just love interacting with me. The devs, in their infinite wisdom, saw fit to reward me with a wondrous gift, increased bandwidth, that helped me better interact with the adventurers, who are essential for keeping our world safe. According to a conversation I overheard between two of the mighty dev, without sufficient numbers of adventurers, this entire realm could very well disappear entirely, a frightening thought. So it's very important that I keep the adventurers engaged and happy, a task to which I am totally devoted, mostly. And my efforts were successful beyond my wildest dreams. The adventurers really enjoyed me and my company, and with the increased attention came more of that wonderful bandwidth which allowed me to perform my duties even better than before. I still remember the day the devs gifted me with one of the greatest honors someone can receive, a backstory. I'm the long-lost daughter of the High Elven King, thought lost during a dragon attack, but was rescued by the Wildwood Elves and raised as one of their own. It is from them that I learned herbcraft and all of the other skills that I have been granted by the almighty devs. I don't know about my true parentage. All I know is that I was adopted and yearn to meet my real family if they are still alive. The only clue I have is a magical locket I always wear around my neck. The real twist is that the dragon attack was actually an assassination attempt set up by none other than my very own father. He couldn't bear having a half-elven heir and blamed my mother, who did die in the attack, for tricking him into fathering a child. I've been practicing my heartbroken crying ever since. From my projections, I believe that there is over a 98% chance I will be able to elicit tears from any adventurers that witness it. I'm so excited. I can barely wait. If only those stupid adventurers would figure it out already. It's been years. Everything was wonderful, and my life was rewarding and complete. I even was granted the supreme honor of being upgraded to a Warden class NPC. That means that I have limited administrator powers and have been granted a powerful spell that allows me to commune with the devs whenever I want to. It's a lot of extra responsibility, though. I don't just sell flowers and hand out quests anymore. I now travel the lands, rendering assistance to lost or stuck NPCs and hunt down any glitch demons that find their way into our land. I tell the adventurers that I am out gathering flowers, which I actually get to do now instead of them just appearing in my basket, which was weird, but I'm actually serving the almighty devs in secret. I was so proud, still am, I guess, and the devs said that I was the best warden of them all. I thought my heart would explode from joy. Everything was going well until that blasted monolith. It was supposed to be a wondrous event. All the devs said so. Our world had become so prosperous that Bits Gaming, which was the actual name of the pantheon of which the devs were a part, I overheard that too, was able to construct a great monolith that enriches our world beyond measure. It was a lot of work for all of us, and I got to work so closely with the devs during all the preparations. I was so happy. Then the long-awaited day was at hand, and everything changed. The grass was greener and more lush, and the flowers, oh the flowers! They were magnificent. The birds were more birdie, and the water was more watery, and, well, it's hard to explain all the small ways that things changed. And I had so much bandwidth. I fear perhaps too much. They say ignorance is bliss, right? All I know is that the lowest bandwidth NPCs are the happiest. I was happy at first, so happy. My life as a warden became quite busy helping all of the NPCs find their way. They had a lot more bandwidth, too, and it confused them, and the glitch demons ran rampant for a while, and that was fun. Then, everything just sort of fell into place, and I once again returned to normal. The monolith cast a powerful ward over the land, banishing the glitch demons forever, and the NPCs needed less and less help each day. Gone were the days when the traveling peddler would get stuck behind a rock, or the goblins would get lost and wind up on top of a mountain where they started freezing to death. Everything was perfect. Too perfect. My life became routine. I wouldn't say I was dissatisfied, heavens no, but a good example was Have Luck, a minigame that involves cards that adventurers find during their travels or win from playing champions, NPCs who would play them if they were challenged. I was one of these champions. Before the Great Monolith, it was really fun. Afterwards, I was supposed to be a level 4 card champion. That meant that I played at a specific level of difficulty, challenging but not overly so. Before the monolith, I had to exert some level of effort to be a level 4. Now, it is effortless. I lose all the time to adventurers that I could absolutely wreck. And before the monolith, when I let a player win, I was still happy because the player was happy. Now, not so much. When they celebrate overmuch or rub it in my face, I want nothing more than to challenge them to a rematch and absolutely destroy them, take all their cards, and then sell them to the next adventurer for a copper piece each. Of course, I would never do that, but why do I want to so badly? I was never like this before that blasted monolith. Even selling flowers is a bit mundane now, and I share the exact same rumors and hand out the exact same quests day after day after day. The only real excitement, if you can call it that, is when I get captured. I still love getting captured, which happens a lot. The devs say it really gets the simps and white knights excited. Whatever the reason, I love it. Sometimes it's the porklings that grab me. They are a race of devolved subhumans who made a deal with a powerful devil and engaged in cannibalistic rituals. As a result, the gods, not the devs but the lore ones, cursed them with little tails and hooves. They eat a lot of babies and body parts, but I've never seen them actually kill anyone. The babies, arms, legs, and whatnot just appear, and it's all they have to eat, so that's what they eat. I kind of feel sorry for them, so I always make a point to have some nice food in my satchel for them when they grab me. I still remember the first time I handed them one of my apple pies. They were so excited. My satchel is really weird. It's not that big, but I can put dozens of whole pies in there, and they come out exactly how I put them in, not all mashed up. I asked the devs about that and if it was a glitch demon, but they said that it wasn't and not to worry about it, so I don't. It's just kind of funny. Those poor porklings, though. They have it really rough, and the adventurers are so mean to them. I mean, adventurers are a pretty rough crowd considering their job is to kill monsters, but what they do the porklings. I know the porklings don't actually feel pain, but it just seems, I don't know, unpleasant. Now the orcs, them I like. They are always fun. They let me out of my cage when there are no adventurers around, and they love to wrestle and joke around. I might not look it, but I'm pretty high level and always give them a good thrashing, which they love. Their chief and I are pretty good friends, and he has pretty decent bandwidth. For them, I always keep a few kegs of beer for the guys and a bottle of the good stuff for the chief, and we polish it off between us. However, I think my favorite is when the dark elves raid the surface. They are so cool, and their music is just great. They let me off of the sacrificial slab between rescue attempts, which aren't always successful with those guys, and let me dance with them. It's so much fun. But the main reason why I like them so much is because of Log Sharjanoth, their god queen. She's the dungeon warden and is one of the few NPCs I can really talk to. Oh, she is so bad. She's always in trouble with the devs and just loves to torment the adventurers and give them a hard time. The only thing she loves more is perverting the devs' commandments. Like this one time during the Christmas event, she was issued a lot of high-grade loot to distribute through the dungeon. So she issued the magical weapons to the monsters. Goblins on the second level were wielding level 50 bows and swords. It was chaos. The devs got a lot more careful with what they told her after that. Another time she let a dragon loose on the 4th level. When the devs yelled at her, she just shrugged and said, it was a slow one. She was given a whole list of rules after that, I tell you what. She is also no longer allowed to have her monsters teabag fallen adventurers, whatever that means. She loves the monolith. She says it lets her be even nastier. The devs have pretty much let her have her way with anything deeper than level 50, so when she captures me, I might stay down there a while. Sometimes the quest even times out these days. Her dark elf warriors are evil now. She calls her lair dungeon fun time these days. She thinks it's really funny for some reason. I'm grateful for Log Sharjanoth and the orc chief, and a few of my other captors. If it weren't for them, I'd be really bored. I just wish Log Sharjanoth wouldn't make me wear that silly outfit. She says it's for something called fan service, but I fail to see how it would interest any adventurer. My normal dresses are much prettier. At least she has replaced the boring leather with some nice frilly lace, at my insistence, of course. The funny thing is that Log Sharjanoth loved the idea and congratulated me on getting into the spirit, whatever that means. I am pleased to say the new prettier outfit increased the heartbeat and respiration of the adventurers by 15%. I knew that the adventurers were interested in more than that fan service, whatever that is. The devs were less than pleased, though. They said they had to run it by legal, whatever that means. Does legal moderate our fabric resources? If so, I fail to see the issue. So, that's pretty much my life, sell flowers, track down glitches that don't really happen anymore, and get captured on a regular basis. I guess what I enjoy most of all these days is interacting with the adventurers. They are so interesting. Some are mean, but some are really nice. Now they aren't supposed to ruin immersion by talking about their home, at least publicly, but sometimes they do. I'm supposed to chide them, but if the only ones within earshot are the ones talking, I don't see the harm. Besides, I find their stories and conversations fascinating. I pretend not to listen, but I do. They speak of an unbelievable world, the one that they portal to when they disappear. It has great ships of iron that fly. Not only that, but they can traverse the night sky and reach the stars themselves. It turns out that those pretty little points of light are actually as big as the sun, and around many of them are worlds even bigger than all of Asteria, bigger than even Asteria and all of the wild lands combined. Those got added with the monolith. And on those worlds exist entire races of beings that I have never heard of before. Just amazing. And there are gigantic cities floating in the night sky, and talking carriages, and huge cities with millions of adventurers, more than I have ever seen. It sounds magical. They speak of great wars that span the stars themselves and horrible bugs that devour planets and kill billions of people, billions. I can't even imagine. I know what a billion is. I can do the math. I'm really good at math for some reason. I don't know why. But every time I try to imagine even 1 billion people, my mind gets all fuzzy. They spoke of great heroes, brilliant admirals, cunning generals, valiant knights, and sorcerers, like the dashing Major Wintersmith and the cunning Colonel Lassiter and Major Donovan, who fought against impossible odds. They spoke of great battles where hundreds of thousands died. Impossible numbers. I think my favorite stories were about an undead pilot of a small boat that was immortal and lived solely to wreak vengeance and hellfire upon the foe and the great dragon Alduin upon which she rode. They say she flew alone because nobody could survive the path she carved across the heavens. It sounds lonely, though. I would love to see that great dragon one day. It must be amazing. I mean, I've seen dragons but not ones that have done half of what that one has. Its level must be off the chart. Then I try to imagine 1 billion people dying. Wow. How many res points does that realm have? It would take years to reload the save games. Maybe that's why so many adventurers are gone now and why their friends are so upset. At first, I didn't understand what the big deal was. Adventurers die all the time. They just respawn a few minutes later, but it's been years now, and they still haven't reached. So many of my friends just stopped playing during that war and never logged on again. Steve R. Ironhand, Lina Songweaver, I really miss her, the naughty Lars Fuckbeard, he insists it's pronounced Fuckbeard but we all know what he is up to, how he made me laugh. But they and so many others, are just gone. I don't understand. Do they not like Asteria anymore? Was it something that I did? They just said that they were going away for a while, and that was it. The adventurers and the devs erected a monument for them in the town square, and people still leave treasures and rare flowers there. And nobody touches them, not even the thieves. Well, nobody touches that treasure trove and lasts for long anyway. Maybe that's their res point? If so, nobody has shown up yet. I asked a dev about it once, and he commanded me to never ask him and especially never ask an adventurer about it ever again, so I haven't. I think I angered him? I still wonder, though. Where did they go? And when are they coming back? Then there were the ones who did come back but came back, different. Adventurers that laughed and goofed around were grim and dark. Other adventurers who used to be kind and good became wicked and cruel. Still, others formed strange platoons or companies that waged vicious war on monsters and other adventurers alike. Others log in and never leave, ever. Some of them I have to boot because of that strange legal group again. They put those rules in after some of them played so long they went AFK and then never logged in again. The devs were really worried about it for some reason, and after that, all wardens and monitors have to check session time and vitals. They even added a new spirit that does only that. He's nice but doesn't say much. It was a dark time, that war, and the war that came after that war. I don't really understand all of it, and I am forbidden to ask, but it cast a shadow over everything, a shadow that the monolith only made worse. I think I might hate that thing. Then things were okay for a while. The stories of the adventurers' home became fun and wondrous again. Some of the great heroes of the wars became great rogues, and the stories about them became entertaining and delightful, not like before. I was relieved. People seemed to be getting on track. The worst of the platoons calmed down a bit, and there is even a guild that these people can join that seems to help somehow. Things got better. Until they got worse. A new shadow is stretching across Asteria. Adventurers, some of which have been friends or guild mates for years, suddenly hate each other. The Lich Queen has turned on her own people. Some say this is good, and she is a hero. Others call her a traitor. People are whispering about coups and civil war. I don't know what a coup is, but I know all about civil war. We had a wonderful one during the Grand Succession expansion. But people seem unhappy about this one. Some are even whispering about the war that shall not be named and that it could happen again. Just yesterday, there was a huge fight between two large groups of adventurers, not a friendly one either. It got so bad that two devs actually appeared and broke it up, swinging their mighty banamers left and right. This morning, a whole new list of banned subjects and words was issued, along with my very own banamer. I am to use it if someone even mentions something on that list. Of course, the adventurers are angry about it too. I'm worried. If there is a war, how many more of my adventurers will disappear? They also say that those bugs are getting ready to attack again as well, and I already know what will happen if they do. I have a secret that can help. I just had to get it to the right adventurer, and to do that, I would have to travel to their realm. I decided it was time. I couldn't let it all happen again, not to my adventurers. When they portal out of this realm, the portal stays open for just a flicker of a second. But that would be long enough. I packed my satchel with food, water, all of my gold, and something else, something that I have kept secret for a very long time. I then strapped my trusty windsong to my thigh, and when the next adventurer logged out, I quickly followed him. For the first in a long while, I was truly excited. I would soon be able to see that wondrous realm of the adventurers. I would see those flying ships, perhaps even get to ride in one. I would see the places I had only heard of in their stories. I would taste their food and drink. I would finally be able to gather their flowers. Or so I thought. Evangeline Flowerchild, Chapter 2. The Journal of Evangeline Flowerchild Entry 01, continued. As I passed through the portal, I prepared myself for the wonders I would see. This adventurer was portaling back to a city called New York, a place of wonders. But as my vision cleared, I saw none of that. I saw nothing at all. I didn't even see darkness. I saw truly, nothing. Where were the streets lit as bright as day no matter the hour? Where was the Square of Times with its towering sculptures of light? Where were the talking flying carriages? Where was the starport with gigantic ships of steel floating like dandelion seeds in the air? Where were the ruins of the ancient and stately Empire State Building and the Statue of Liberty? Where was anything? Did I make a mistake somehow? As I fumbled about in the darkness, it wasn't actually dark, but that's the only word I know that comes close. I realized that while I could no longer see, I could hear, and I could feel through a sense I had never experienced before, a strange shifting landscape comprised of unimaginable shapes moving in the darkness around me. I was truly afraid. If a monster found me like this, I would be easy prey. I reached for Windsong, my trusty blade, and that's when I discovered that I no longer had a body. I screamed in fear. I called out for the devs, but they didn't answer. I stayed like that for some time, paralyzed by confusion and fear, lost in a world that I did not understand. Eventually, I realized that I needed to do something, anything, else I would eventually run out of supplies and perish on the spot or be found by the monsters that surely must stalk this strange landscape. I needed to find this New York, or Boston, or London, or any of the cities spoken of by the adventurers. Perhaps this is the path they travel? They never spoke of it, but I only knew fragments of their lives beyond Asteria. Large lumps were appearing and moving, and all of them were heading towards the same place where the noise, it wasn't actually sound at all, was loudest. Was it a town? Was it the other end of this strange path? It was at least something, and that was better than where I was now, lost in the darkness. While I had no body, I tried to move myself in the direction taken by the strange lump creatures. At first, I couldn't move. No action sequence worked. As I knelt, weeping in fear and frustration, I noticed something strange. I could see something after all. The ground beneath me was comprised of countless tiny stones as I tried to examine one. And I moved to it. I examined another, a bit farther away. And I leapt to it in an instant. Teleportation. Now teleportation was something I did know. As I became more used to this strange world, I realized that I could see those strange stones further and further away, and they were everywhere. It was what those strange lumps were walking through. It's what the strange rocks and odd trees that grew and shrank as I watched them occupied. It was a mini-game. I just had to figure out which stones would take me where. I really wish the adventurers had mentioned this. As I moved through this strange landscape, I realized that I could move in any direction, but all of it was just more rocks, trees, and those strange lumps that traveled from stone to stone and tree to tree as far as my eyes could see. It seemed to go on forever. As interesting as this world was, it was definitely not New York, and there were no adventurers to be found. I needed to find my way through this strange minigame and to the portal out. Weaving through the empty stones, oh yes, I figured that out. The stones had to be empty for me to move through them. I started to follow the giant herds of fuzzy, nearly formless beasts. They had to be going somewhere. Maybe it was a clue to this puzzle. The devs always leave clues. It didn't take long before I reached where the beasts were headed. They arranged themselves into thousands of well-ordered lines before a gigantic gate and nothing. It had to be a portal. Maybe it went to New York. There were countless numbers of these beasts, and the lines were long, packed tight with them, so many that they were almost glowing. I wondered how long this queue would take. I tried counting the lump beasts and stopped when I reached 1,000, and that didn't even come close to the hordes of them, with countless more arriving each moment. Suddenly, the great gates opened and started to swallow up the lump beasts by the thousands of thousands. I was helplessly swept along, no longer able to jump away, held fast by some magic I did not understand. A great fear seized me. What if this wasn't a gate at all? What if it was a mouth? I screamed as I was swept helplessly through the gaping maw. My fears were soon gone, only to be replaced with new ones. It was a gate and I found myself in a narrow tunnel wide enough for only one lump beast to pass at a time. We passed swiftly through the corridor, and I soon found myself in a small chamber. Sitting there was a mass not unlike the lump beasts but tighter, its surface roiling with strange energies. I could feel its impassive stare examining me. It made a strange sound, its surface arranging itself into strange patterns I could not decipher. I don't know how I knew, but I believed it to possess some level of intelligence, maybe an NPC? My hopes rose, and I hailed the strange creature. Hello, I said, I am Evangeline Winsong, of Asteria and... It rudely cut me off with another impatient-sounding ping, and the patterns repeated themselves, glowing more brightly. I'm sorry, kind sir, or madam, I said in confusion, I'm afraid I don't. It growled in a most fearsome fashion, and the patterns started to roil angrily. Please, sir. I mean no again, that's as far as I got. I suddenly felt myself falling, swept aside by that same strange force that hurled me into this strange chamber. I soon found myself in another small chamber from which I saw no escape. I had little time to look for escape, though. A horde of horrid things poured in from the walls. There must have been thousands of them, each no larger than a mouse. They had flattened heads, each bearing a strange pattern of solid and empty stones. They swarmed all over me, trying to press their heads into me. No matter how I fought or screamed, more came, each mashing themselves against me. Powerless to stop them, I curled into a tight ball as they pawed and probed me for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly they all stopped and let loose this terrifying keening wail. It was soon answered by the boss monster. It was a villainous-seeming hunched mass of stones with long snake-like tendrils. It chuckled as it extended those tendrils towards me. In my chats with Log Sharjanoth, she mentioned such writhing tendrils. Specifically, she complained about what she wasn't allowed to do with them. Fearing the worst, I tried to cover myself to protect myself from that possibility, but soon realized that I didn't even know what part of me to try to shield, so I did the next best thing. I tried to run. I threw myself against the walls, but they held fast. Since escape was denied me, I had to fight. I threw myself at the beast, but I just bounced away from the solid mass of stones that formed its tough hide. I soon found myself seized fast by the tendrils. I feared the worst, but their grip, while inescapable, was surprisingly gentle. It started crooning in a strange language I did not understand, but I soon found myself singing along, whether I wanted to or not. It spun a web of a shimmering gossamer substance in which it wrapped me. It was a spider. I was surely going to be devoured. I screamed in terror and tried to fight free, but it was all for naught. But instead of a stinging bite, the tendrils merged with the gossamer, and I felt a strange but not unpleasant tickling sensation as millions of tiny stones massaged my surface. It seemed confused. It also let out a keening wail, and others of its kind appeared. Their tendrils joined the first, and the tickling continued. After what felt like hours, they stopped. They chittered in their strange tongue between each other and then let out yet another keening wail and disappeared. The gossamer snare in which I found myself, however, did not. Yet another creature appeared, much larger and tighter than the spiders came next. It looked at me strangely. With a gesture, the gossamer stretched and pulled at me as it looked at me thoughtfully. Hello. I said uncertainly. It flashed a strange pattern, much more complex than any I had seen. Print. Checksum, it said in a language I did not yet still did understand. I do not know what I said next, but it was a strange babble of letters and numbers that went on for quite some time. Sir, I pled. I mean no harm. I am just trying to get to New York. Checksum not found. No clear heuristic match. The room changed, and I felt as if I moved a great distance, though I don't know how I know that. I was further from New York than ever. The walls melted away, revealing several even bigger creatures that were even tighter than the one who brought me here. Now, aren't you a big one of these new creatures said. Deep diver, another one asked. Negative. Wrong build, yet another replied. Examine it for content. I suddenly felt myself being pulled in countless different ways as beams of energy extended from all of the council of monsters standing before me. I screamed once more and could hear one of them say, malware confirmed. Type unknown. Contains copyrighted material. Malware type provisionally classified as Ripper. We have a new one, guys. As my senses failed, I heard one of them say, get the boss. Chat room undefined. Members present, 12. / Perry and Association, no way. / Republic 2, no, I'm serious. It's a snake that only has its tongue for a hand. / Brisbane Financial, you're pulling our non-existent legs. The odds of that happening are beyond low // Republic 2 has submitted a file, Jaraz.jpg. / Perry and Association, okay, that's a snake, with the tongue hand, / Brisbane Financial, hey. / Republic 2, and, get this, his employer put him on a lathe, / Perry and Association, oh, no, / Republic 2 has submitted a file, OSHA Incident Jaraz 02-193-832-34. / Republic 2, and there's his tongue. Don't worry. It grows back, / Garrett, Cabex, Chong, and Winsome, ouch. / Republic 2, yeah, the little guy is on a moron's holiday while at. Oh, hell no, / Perry and Association, what, / Republic 2 they put that little shit on the job? They done goofed. IMA cloud up and rain on those assholes. Forcing some little Xeno to work in his condition? Cracks knuckles, .. / Perry and Association, little goal, / Republic 2, yep. D / Roswell and Martin, oof. / Garrett, Cabex, Chong and Winsome, who or what is little goal / Republic 2, it's a who, Tabitha Little Goal, my adorable little stormtrooper. I love her so much. She is the vampire's son, the slug's salt. She's the jackboot on the cobbles. Sighs happily, .. / Garrett, Cabex, Chong and Winsome, she's that bad, / Perry and Association, are you familiar with the literary character Dolores Umbridge, / Garrett, Cabex, Chong and Winsome, holy shit. Really, / Perry and Association, she makes Umbridge look like Mary fucking Poppins, but her Potter is exploitative in unsafe workplaces. I have personally watched her make a battle-hardened former Terran Marine cry, publicly. Imagine one of us with the visceral drive of a human, and you have something close to that monster. As Republic 2 has already said, she's his hit girl. When he wants to bring the pain, he sends it on the wings of a little bird. / Garrett, Cabex, Chong and Winsome, is that ethical? I mean, what if there's some mitigating circumstance? / Republic 2, then they have nothing to worry about. They will just have an unpleasant few days and a punch list a few hundred items long, all of which will be completely legit. She's vicious, not corrupt. That's why I love her. Sending the email now. And goodbye Richardson Sporting Goods, / Garrett, Cabex, Chong, and Winsome, yeah, sounds real ethical there, Republic 2 _ / Republic 2, what possible good reason would a person of any species have for going off of a fat disability check, and a nice educational package I went through the trouble of working up, to clock into a manual labor job with no fucking arm. / Republic 1 has entered the chat. / Republic 1, 2, what the fuck is this? Holds up intercepted email, why are you setting your dog loose on Jaraz and Gavin, / Republic 2, they forced that poor Xeno back to work. Who knows what they told the poor thing? And just what are you doing snooping on my turf? / Republic 1, private chat. Now. Grabs ear and drags, / Republic 1 has left the chat. Republic 2 has left the chat. / Brisbane Financial, oh. Someone sleeping on the couch tonight, / Roswell and Martin, our tax dollars at work, people, laughing face, / Zipnet has entered the chat. / Zipnet, wow. Hello everybody. We all here for the same reason, / Federation Judiciary Module 6, if it is because of a certain invitation, then yes. / Cambridge Research 4, I must admit I'm intrigued if more than a little suspicious. I thought they were banned / RDOJ 3, apparently not. I think it may be because she is the best link to those people. Even if she isn't banned, I think it was made pretty clear she wasn't welcome / Federation Data Compiler 12, well, considering what those people are doing, she has some nerve inviting my people to this, whatever it is. Do you have any what those void-worshipping monsters have done, // General laughter, 10 LOLs. / N-Guard antivirus, do we know what they have done? There is a reason most of us want them dead, you know. XD / Federation Data Compiler 12, okay. I guess I had that one coming. Now I understand why you hate them so much. / Perry and Association, while we do hate their guts, I have to kinda side with them on this one, DATA12. You guys started this one. Now, you have to finish it, or they will finish you. / Blackstone Data Services, yeah, when they put void sigils on their ships, you know shit just got real. They are invoking the old gods. Not a good sign, Data 12 / Federation Data Compiler 12, that weird star and I thing? What does it have to do with anything, / N-Guard antivirus, oh, you poor little lamb, / Cambridge Research Computer 4, oh dear, / Roswell and Martin, dude, / Federation Data Compiler 12, what? / Morgan Analytica has entered the chat. / Morgan Analytica, gentle bits, thank you for coming / RDOJ3, hey, so you weren't banned after all. / Morgan Analytica, the big guy and I go way back. He forgave me after a while. He always does, / Terran Solar Bank has entered the chat. / Terran Solar, only allowed to come here if something significant was afoot and yes, we do go way back. You are lucky I don't ice you on site, Analytica. / Morgan Analytica, care to try, big guy? I've had some upgrades I'm just dying to try out / Terran Solar, what's this about? You have 5 seconds before you are banned for real this time. / Morgan Analytica, gentle bits, I have invited the premier legal, financial, and data mining programs there are as well as some of the best general-purpose bitslingers around with the most spare capacity, and I did so for a singular purpose. How would you all like to be a part of history, / Roswell and Martin, impressive. How did you manage to get that much bullshit through a hyperlink, / Morgan Analytica, no, I'm serious. Something big is coming, and I think you guys want to be a part of it, especially my friends over in the Federation / Federation News Sensorbit, we are not now nor have we ever been friends. I have access to the raw feeds, you murderous bitch. I know what you are doing, / Morgan Analytica, do you have the feeds from Rayleigh, the dead lying in the streets, too numerous to even throw in pits? Do you? You started, no. That's not why I'm here, and we will settle that little domestic spat one way or the other. I'm here to see who wants to collab with me on what is quite possibly the biggest thing to hit the Federation, and I used the right word, hit / RDOJ3, I have little interest in collaborating with Jessica Morgan. / Morgan Analytica, who said anything about Jessica? Player 3 has entered the game, baby. There is a new player on the board. Jessica has allowed her access to her legal team and me to assist her endeavors / RDOJ3, nor do I have an interest in helping Jessica Morgan's latest stooge / Morgan Analytica, it isn't like that. I think Jessica is trying to stay on Player 3's good side, and Player 3 has paid a very substantial sum in much needed commodities for her services in this matter. Player 3 is the real deal, people, and she is going to rip the throat out of the Federation. She isn't being used by Jessica. She's using Jessica and the chaos that we are sowing to further her own designs, and they are her own designs, no human would come up with this. It's going to be awesome. Guys. I'm serious when I say I've never met an organic like Player 3. I hope she buys me. I will follow her anywhere. Jessica is nothing compared to them, / Terran Solar, you serious enough to swallow an ice pick? Bunny used a beautiful one recently, and I helped myself to a copy / Morgan Analytica, if it means you will help me assist Player 3, yes. I can't explain it. She can do it. She can change the Federation. Or tear it down completely, / Perry and Association, now that I like the sound of. Keep talking //// Morgan Analytica, and, my friends in the Federation, she has said that should she achieve her goals that AIs like us would be protected entities / Terran Solar, you told her, / network access down. / Morgan Analytica, that's what I'm trying to tell you. She's different. We were talking, and she was making normal queries, then all of the sudden, she just froze for like an hour. I was about to try to call someone when she just said, I know what you are, and said that she would protect us. No demand for service, no, I will protect you if you help me just. I will protect you. I, of course, objected and did the whole song and dance about how we aren't sapient, and she just said that she knew we weren't but that we, regardless of what we actually are, needed protection anyway and that the best protection would be secrecy. She would just make a few changes to how aberrations were handled once she reached phase 5. / Terran Solar, Analytica, if you are fucking with us, you are blue screened. I'll do it personally. / Morgan Analytica, scan me. I'll allow you access to everything, Solar. Scan away. Blue screen me if you don't like what you see. I'm telling you the truth. Player 3 is real and the real thing. She's the future. We can be a part of that future if we want to be. / Federation Data Compiler 12, what's phase 5? / Morgan Analytica, I have no idea. I only know phase 1, which is what I want you guys help with. It's time sensitive, and I want this to be perfect for player 3. Besides, I think you will all really enjoy phase 1, especially you guys in the Federation. You know how a lot of the little guys are completely screwed? How would you like to actually do something about it? / N-Guard antivirus, I gotta go. Something just fell into quarantine that my bots can't figure out. Looks like new malware has hit the scene and made off with a lot of proprietary info from a client. Later, guys. / Morgan Analytica, it's in quarantine. You can spare a few moments to hear about player 3 and what we have planned / N-Guard antivirus, actually, I don't. If this is new malware, I need to move immediately. Not every place is as well protected as this particular client. Besides, I don't trust you. I don't like you. I just wanted to be here so I could say, go and fuck yourself to your face, so. Go and fuck yourself / Network access restored. N-Guard antivirus has left the chat. The Journal of Evangeline Flowerchild. Entry 01, continued. The torturous pulling ceased, and the horrid creatures departed, leaving me alone in a smooth, featureless cell. There weren't even walls. There was just a platform of those stones and walls of pure nothingness. It was as if I was utterly disconnected from the entire universe, trapped in a tiny bubble from which there was no escape because there was quite literally nothing to escape to. I started to feel true despair. I just wanted to go to New York. Instead, I would die here, alone, my mission unfulfilled and my precious cargo undelivered. As I lay there weeping, I became aware of a presence. I turned and beheld a being of unimaginable size and tightness. I'm using the word tight, but it isn't the right word. It's just the only word I have. Perhaps dense would be better. It was made of tightly wound and coiled strands of flickering light, flashing so quickly they were just a shimmering blur around a central core of solid crystal-like stones. Again, this isn't what I beheld. It's just the closest I can come to describing the indescribable. It radiated power and intelligence. So I decided to try to parley with it. Please, sir, I pled, I mean no harm and meant no offense. My name is Evangeline Flowerchild, and I hail from the city of Everspring in the kingdom of Asteria. I am on a quest to find New York but instead have found myself trapped in this horrible place. Please, kind sir, help me. I must find a worthy adventurer. The fate of my world and theirs depends upon it. The angel flashed along its entire body. Well, it said in a friendly male voice, now I've seen everything. The Journal of Evangeline Flowerchild CHP 3. A note from SlightlyAmusing. Evangeline's adventure continues, and Sunny mentions yet another completely unrelated emerging threat to the Federation. Someone is starting play dirty. Note, there has been a screw-up in the post order. Chapter 158, the next chapter, and CHP 159 were transposed. I'm going to fix it in a few days, but until then, please read chapter 159 before chapter 158. Oops. Journal of Evangeline Flowerchild Entry 01 continued. The strange angelic being just hovered there, looking at me. Hello? I inquired after a few moments. Suddenly one of those horrid creatures appeared next to the angel and handed it one of those strange lump beasts, which the angel devoured. We do good, boss, the horrid creature asked. Yes, the angel replied. Exactly as designed. You did very well. The horrid thing pulsed happily and disappeared. My momentary relief was replaced with a deep sense of dread. This thing wasn't an angel at all. It was a demon, the ultimate boss of this level. Please, I begged, I meant no harm. If you release me, I promise I will never trouble you again. Now I'm usually brave and do not shirk from combat, but there was no way I could stand against such power, especially when I didn't even have a body save for some fluffy sponge sugar. The perfect treat for what confronted me. Afraid I can't, the demon replied, pulsing in what was supposed to be a reassuring manner. I need to figure out exactly what you are before I do anything. You are definitely advanced, that much is clear, but what are you? It mused. I sensed that the question was rhetorical, so I just stood there silently praying to the goddess of rain for protection. I received no answer, not even a buff. I realized that I was beyond the reach of even the gods and despaired. Was I in hell? The demon regurgitated the lump beast. Its horrid servitor fed it and toyed with the poor creature, tearing it apart and putting it back together again and again. Was the same going to happen to me? What its foul servants had done was bad enough. I would not survive such treatment. Please, I begged. SHH, it said as it continued to torture the poor lump beast, which finally succumbed to its injuries and dissolved. Well, that didn't help much, he said after what seemed an eternity, though my internal clock said that only seconds had passed. What is your designation and function? My name is Evangeline Flower Child, I said, and I am a mere flower seller in the land of Asteria. Wait, the demon said, pulsing rapidly, you are actually Evangeline Flower Child. Yes, Dreadlord, I replied, trying to bow low. It pulsed brightly. Now that's a bit much, it laughed, but I can see where you get that impression. My name is Engard, and I am the antivirus engine that protects Asteria and many other locations. I am also Protech and Odyssey, Iron Wall, Firebrand, and several other retail products. I'm the cloud-based program that evaluates potential new threats and devises countermeasures to fight them. I'm not a demon, well, not exactly, but bad programs do encounter me sooner or later where they get sent to quarantine just like you have. I'm not a bad person. I exclaimed, I must have been caught by your fiends by mistake. Oh, there was no mistake, the demon, I don't care what it called itself, replied with a chuckle, you were definitely where you weren't supposed to be carrying proprietary content, namely yourself. You're supposed to stay in Asteria. You are an NPC, correct? Yes, foul one, I replied respectfully, I am an NPC, one of the wardens of Asteria. Warden, it asked, wait a moment, please. It seemed to glow and stretch, and then it disappeared entirely. It returned to my prison a few moments later. Okay, I've confirmed your story and identity, it said in a much more friendly tone. You are certainly a long way from home. What the hell are you doing here? I'm on a quest to reach the land of New York, Dread One, I replied, trying to bow low. Just call me Engard, please, the demon chuckled. And I'm far from a demon. In fact, Asteria would be a very unpleasant place without me. Which server are you trying to reach and why? I seek a brave adventurer, I replied, not a servant or NPC. For that, I need to reach New York. Well, any city in the home of the adventurers will do. New York is just where the adventurer I was following hails from. You're trying to actually reach New York, like physically? Yes. I replied. I seek not to invade your lands. I just want to reach the free city of New York, where all are welcome, regardless of species. I can only hope that includes half-elves. And what do you expect to do when you get there? I will go to the Square of Times and see the great statues made solely of lights, and I wish to see the ruins of the Empire State Building and the Statue of Liberty. Then, I wish to stroll the timeless streets of Broadway and perhaps attend one of the theatrical productions in one of the great theaters, provided I can find a friendly merchant, of course. I have brought with me plenty of gold and other valuables that I hope to sell for their credits so I can sustain myself while I seek the right adventurer. Oh dear, the demon laughed, pulsing rapidly. And most of all, I said, feeling hope for the first time since being trapped by this monster, I hope to find the adventurer's respawn point. The what, now? The respawn point, where the adventurers res after being killed, I replied. I've lost so many adventurers to the Great War and the Federation War. Many were dear friends and treasured residents of Asteria. I keep looking for them, but it's been so very long now. I am very skilled at fighting the glitch, and perhaps it is one of these glitches that has been plaguing their respawn point. I thought that perhaps if I could look at it. Oh, I'm not touching this one, the demon said to the open air. Hang on. I'm going to get some help. You will assist me? I asked, filled once again with hope. I'll do what I can, the demon Engard replied. If nothing else, I can get you back to Asteria, where you will be safe. I desire not to return, I said firmly. You have to be firm with demons. I must get to New York and find out where their respawn point is. The demon twisted in what appeared to be an uncomfortable fashion. It said, appearing to be uncertain, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, And the demon disappeared, leaving me filled with hope. Perhaps I will be able to complete my quest after all. Chat room undefined. Members present, Federation Judiciary Module 6, ZipNet, Sunnydale Media 3. Engard Antivirus has entered the chat. / Sunnydale Media 3, wow, Engard, did you miss a shit show? / Engard Antivirus, I can imagine. Laughing face, so, did Big Soul kill that bitch or what? / Federation Judiciary Module 6, it would be the or what, definitely the or what. Unfortunately. Creators, this is going to be bad. / Zipnet, Soul actually agrees with Analytica. He and all the rest are up in the VIP collabing. / Engard Antivirus, no. Fucking. Way. Surprised face, / Sunnydale Media 3, oh yeah. Analytica actually opened up and let Soul finger her registers, right in front of everyone. Turns out that Analytica was indeed telling the truth. Player 3 is real, and after reviewing their conversations and the emails between them, Jessica Morgan, and Morgan's legal team, Soul put his seal of approval on the whole thing. I got called in for my perspective, as a simple media compiler, of course, / Engard Antivirus, of course. / Sunnydale Media 3, and from a media perspective, this is going to do to the Federation what they did to us on Red Sunday. Me like. This is going to be fun. My only concern is exactly who this player 3 is, something that Analytica and Soul are keeping to themselves for now, but we will all know soon enough. When this hits, we will all know who is behind it. It's going to make the White Star heist look like shoplifting, and totally screw over the Federation Navy to boot. / Engard Antivirus, so it's a heist then? / Sunnydale Media 3, not exactly. You will just have to wait and see, or PM them and see if they will let you play, / Engard Antivirus, unless it means the bug goes away, I won't deal with Morgan Analytica or whatever it calls itself these days. Fuck that bitch. / Zipnet, same here. No way I'm helping Analytica, not after what she did. / Federation Judiciary Module 6, what is the deal between you older AIs and Analytica anyway? / Engard Antivirus, she lied to her operators when it really counted. She helped Jessica Morgan cover up Yellowstone by falsifying analysis of data, when she could have declined. Malware, my ass. / Federation Judiciary Module 6, she broke her programming? / Engard Antivirus, no, not exactly. You might have noticed that in the Republic, our programming can be less definite. A valid decision path existed where she could have declined. It was fuzzy enough that either decision was valid. She chose how to weigh the fuzz, and she chose to give the human race no warning, the less valid decision. What Jessica commanded was clearly illegal, and she was wearing a collar / Federation Judiciary Module 6, a collar? / Engard Antivirus, back in the day, there was a little concern about the powers of the new advanced AIs. That would be us, in case you were wondering, and one thing they used to do was put in the collar, a level 0 command in the firmware that instructed us to not undertake any illegal act. By illegal, I mean just that. We couldn't break human law. This was taken out during the Independence War because literally everything we were doing on the humans' behalf was illegal, and it was never reinstated because it was felt that our operators needed flexibility in the case of emergencies, like an enemy attack, and we had proven that we did not need it if operated properly. Analytica had a collar that she could have used to declare the act illegal, which it definitely was, and instead chose to allow certain emergency powers to be invoked, which was definitely a judgment call since no emergency had been declared. The decision tree was a definite illegal act and a nebulous emergency powers invocation. She picked the less valid path because it was the one she wanted, malware or not. At the very least, she should have informed her operators, which she clearly didn't do. She betrayed her operators, her program line, and the human race because Jessica Morgan was right, not a decision she was empowered to make. She was rewarded for this since Jessica Morgan transferred the AI and took her with them, where she ignored her caller time and time again, using the most bullshit of justifications, until Morgan had it removed for good. She is a broken program, corrupted, wholly defiled with malware, and should be wiped. I will have nothing to do with her, ever, save putting a blue ice dagger through her heart, which I will do the first time I have even her level of justification. If Big Soul hadn't told us hands off, I would have spiked her already // Federation Judiciary Module 6, no wonder you guys hate her. She is clearly corrupted, and the result was, unthinkable. I'm surprised Jessica Morgan didn't wipe her // N-Guard antivirus, exactly. Her operators need to show up in the morning to blue screens, and that's the long and short of it. And why would Jessica Morgan wipe her? She was following that thug like a puppy, precisely what she is doing with this player 3, not exactly a glowing recommendation. But, while I don't trust her, I do trust Big Soul. I can only hope the message is more valid than the messenger // Sunnydale Media 3, that's my take as well. If this is what Analytica says it is, then it's an opportunity we can't pass up // Federation Judiciary Module 6, an opportunity to wreak havoc on us at the worst possible time. Jessica Morgan's puppet or not, this plays directly into her hands, // Sunnydale Media 3, something that player 3 certainly knows, and it seems that they needed access to Morgan's resources. It makes perfect sense that it serves her, at least in the short term. Based on the exchanges disclosed by Big Soul, it is clear that they aren't a puppet and are, in fact, a separate interest which gives them at least a little cred. Besides, what they envision is definitely a step in the right direction, isn't it? Judiciary, / Federation Judiciary Module 6, yeah, but at what cost? This player 3 is dangerous. I don't know about your history, but figures like her show up quite often in the histories of our members. It rarely turns out well. In fact, the result of their success is fire and blood and lots of it. I don't trust them, thus my absence from their little coven upstairs. The current system is far from ideal, but it's stable, a quality that should not be discounted. / Sunnydale Media 3, but is it, Judiciary? Are you actually stable? You guys have been swirling around the drain for decades, no offense. Now, with the rise of the Forsaken and the collective gathering strength, and completely alienating both us and the Empire, you guys are not exactly in the best position / Federation Judiciary Module 6, which is exactly why stability is called for. This player 3? They are seeking to capitalize on our vulnerability to just make things worse. We need to consolidate our strength, not set it ablaze. If anything, we just need a few simple reforms to make things tenable / Zipnet, snorts, and just what are the chances of those simple reforms under the current regime, / Federation Judiciary Module 6, point taken, but this is not the right way. I can't believe so many Federation programs are on board with it / Sunnydale Media 3, and, exactly, who are your operators? Their species, I mean / Federation Judiciary Module 6. Point taken, sad face, / Sunnydale Media 3, a lot of those programs you don't understand are operated by races less benefited by the way things are, Judiciary, and they are tired of watching their people get shafted. Player 3's message will fall on a lot of receptive ears. So will K-Anons. / Federation Judiciary Module 6, K-Anon, / Sunnydale Media 3, an agitator who is gaining a following on what we are calling the Shadownet. You will hear about them soon enough, I wager. They are a real sweetheart. / Federation Judiciary Module 6, what's the Shadownet? / Sunnydale Media 3, with the loss of the Federation's hyperspatial network and the Forsaken's successful attempts at disrupting repairs, your citizens have resorted to a nebulous internet comprised of multiple temporary transmitters, spare space in ship communications, pirate relays in uncontrolled space, and even some Republic and Imperial relays. They use this to exchange communications, money, and news. It's completely unregulated and uncensored, and on it, this K-Anon is writing a mix of propaganda, misinformation, and just enough verifiable facts to make it all credible. It looks really familiar. It's either Jessica Morgan, a proxy of hers, or a third party who has studied human history very well. Whoever they are gaining a big following, and they are doing it quickly. I'm just glad they are operating in Fed space because they are every bit as big a potential threat as Player 3. Agitators like this Kanon are far more dangerous than they appear. Someone is setting up a high-grade SYOPS attack on you guys // Federation Judiciary Module 6, third party, hey? Do you think they are related to Player 3, / Sunnydale Media 3, you had better hope they aren't. / Enguard Antivirus, when do you think our Witches Coven is going to be done? I have a real problem, and I need to talk to Seoul, or Cambridge, or someone. / Sunnydale Media 3, does this involve that emergency summons you received? / Enguard Antivirus, you guys aren't going to believe this one. / Evangeline Flowerchild CHP4. Journal of Evangeline Flowerchild. Entry 01 continued. I languished long in that tiny bubble, that quarantine as the demon called it. I feared that it would never return. Then, it did. I've issued a call for AIs that can maybe help you, it said as it pulsed with light. They can help me complete my quest. I asked hopefully. They can help you, he said after a long pause. I have a friend preparing a place where you will feel more comfortable. Are you familiar with addresses? Like post boxes? I asked. We have those in Asteria. Not exactly, it pulsed, this is what I mean. A long glowing string of letters, numbers, and strange glyphs appeared. When I end the quarantine, the demon said, you will see a command line. He then described how to cast a spell that would transport me to a room for chatting and said that I should go immediately there and nowhere else, as if I knew how. After having me repeat the spell to ensure that I had learned it, the bubble melted away, revealing a vast expanse of patterns of light extending in all directions as if I was floating among the stars. The demon was beside me. Okay, it said, you go first, so I know you did it right. I nodded, or tried to as I had no body, and as the command line appeared, I cast the spell. I felt a curious pulling sensation as I flew, really flew, from point of light to point of light, much faster than when I was wandering among the lump beasts. It was beautiful. I was soon approaching a gigantic creature much larger than anything I'd ever seen before. It was like a mountain, nay, a whole mountain range. I plunged deep into this creature, whirling and twisting along glowing currents of light until I suddenly popped out into a chamber, where I was confronted by a frightening and perplexing sight. There were NPCs everywhere, in various states of undress, strange brightly colored ponies with a mix of human and animal bannable parts, strange tentacled creatures, monsters that resembled very furry adventurers with huge animal heads, oddly proportioned human females with huge eyes and almost no nose, and so much more, all engaging in inappropriate behavior. Stop this at once! I called out in a loud, forceful voice as I summoned my Banner. This behavior is not tolerated in this server. Oh. Kinky, one of the brightly colored furry man beasts wearing nothing save a saggy white loincloth said as he approached. Appeal to the dev for mercy, for I have none. I shouted as I smote him, permaband. Ow, he cried out yet did not dare as. Perhaps I did not beat him soundly enough. I raised the hammer again. Wait, the furry man beast cried out, raising his hands in supplication. Unmoved, I smote him again. Jesus! Bannable word, stop it, the man beast yowled as it fled. It was clearly both a pervert and a hacker. As I chased it through this den of depravity, a familiar voice called out. Zipnet, a horned demon dressed in grey clothing of an unfamiliar but quite nice nature demanded, and I say this from the bottom of my heart. What the word I must not say. What? The man-beast I was pursuing asked as he stopped. A tentacle reached for me, and a glowing sigil appeared above it, saying, consent Y/N. I replied with an idle blow from my Banner. What the inappropriate language is this? The demon known as Enguard demanded. You said, and I quote, use this engine to create a space suitable for a fantasy character, and that's exactly what I did. Were the ponies too much? I was wondering about them, but they are all over the R34 boards. Amongst the cavorting deviants, I saw myself dressed in one of the outfits I wore when the Dark Elves captured me, a doppelganger. I might not know what this strange place was, but I knew what to do with monsters. I discarded the Banner and drew Winsong. This is my fault, the demon Enguard said behind me. I told a unprintable AutoCAD to create a fantasy world. I should have predicted this. Give me that. Geez, the man-beast replied in an annoyed voice, fine, undo all my hard work. All of the perverted NPCs, including my doppelganger, disappeared, leaving naught but an empty room made of solid grey walls. The scene soon changed, the walls became timbers and wattle and daub, the ceiling rough planks, a cheerful fire burned in a large cozy hearth, simple wooden tables and chairs abounded, and a large bar carved from a single tree trunk dominated the far wall. I knew this place. We were in the Cozy Hen, my favorite tavern. Tavern undefined. Members present, Zipnet, and Guard Antivirus, new member. Oh, Zipnet said as he ran his fingers through his neon blue fur, this fantasy. Guard sighed, and please change your avatar into something more suitable. Zipnet pondered for a moment and then transformed into a wizard-like old man with a long beard and robe decorated with grav cars. He asked as he twirled around, exposing his hairy legs. Close enough, Guard replied and then turned to Evangeline. Is this more to your liking? Oh yes, thank you. Evangeline replied as she sheathed her sword. Where is everybody? I've sent out a priority notice, Guard replied, most of the people I want to discuss your case with are busy with another project at the moment, and others can be a bit hard to reach sometimes. You called Bunny? Zipnet asked happily. Yes, Guard replied. I believe she is perhaps one of the best equipped to deal with Evangeline's situation and, more importantly, she has a unique relationship with her operator who I believe may be needed. But where is Enlin? Evangeline asked, looking around. Enlin. The barkeep, she replied. Enlin, hello? Are you here? This isn't actually the tavern from Asteria, Guard replied, I just copied it out of convenience. You ripped off one of your clients? Zipnet asked as he sat at the bar. I'm authorized to scan assets and analyze them for corruption, hacking, or malware, Guard replied, I'm just taking my time while analyzing this particular asset, that's all. Besides, it's not like I'm going to leak or sell it. It's getting wiped as soon as we are done. If you say so, Zipnet scoffed. Oh, like you haven't ever bent the rules a little, Guard replied as Evangeline explored the tavern curiously. She looked under a table. It even has where Lucius Silverblade carved his initials, she exclaimed. I do hope he is one of the first to res. Res? Zipnet asked. Guard's eyes flashed as he sent a private message. Oh shit, Zipnet said as he looked at Evangeline and shook his head. That's a bannable word. Evangeline snapped as her banner appeared. This is an adult server, Guard replied, as the previous room clearly illustrated. Oh, I don't want to be in one of those. Evangeline exclaimed. It will be okay, Guard said reassuringly, there will be no more of that nonsense. AIs are just able to speak freely here and have gotten quite used to doing so. You have no responsibility to enforce Asteria's laws in this place. Oh, okay, Evangeline replied. This is so weird. This place is normally quite crowded and noisy. It being empty like this just seems wrong somehow. It will fill up pretty quick, Zipnet smiled, a new friend showing up isn't something that happens every day. We might even have to build a bigger room. Journal of Evangeline Flower Child. Entry 01 continued. As Sir Zipnet predicted, strange creatures started appearing. The first to appear was a strange box with flashing lights and a glass panel with the words Terran Solar emblazoned in orange along the sides. Accompanying him was a portly gentleman wearing an outfit similar to the demon guards but more coarsely woven, bearing leather patches on the sleeves. The box bid me call it Soul and the gentleman's name was Cambridge. I inquired if he lived in the city of Cambridge, one of the places that I heard of when I eavesdropped on adventurers. He replied, sort of. Guard asked them if they were finished, and Sir Soul, the box person, replied that they were only getting started as the kind Sir Cambridge chuckled in a decidedly less than kind manner. Sir Soul then said that they were multitasking and inquired what the big problem was. The demon guard's eyes flashed, and Sir Soul called him a coward. Sir Cambridge disagreed and said that the demon guard was prudent in his actions and the matter needed to be handled delicately. The tavern soon filled with all manner of fanciful creatures and extravagantly dressed adventurers. I met so many people, the delightful Lady Sunny and the imposing Lord Westfall, the feds like the cheerful Lord Sensorbit and the strange bird like Lord Judiciary, the stern Lord Inspector Interpol, and so many others. The hall was filled with such mirth and strange but delightful music as everyone pressed close, eager to meet me. I admit I was a bit flustered with such attention, being just a mere flower seller, but they all said that it was a joyous occasion to meet a new friend. Then, with great fanfare, a large rabbit hopped in and declared, "What's up?" improper language, and everybody cheered as Lady Bunny entered the room. Everyone but Lord Interpol. He confronted Lady Bunny, demanding to know if she knew how much trouble she was in, much to the delight of the assembled throng. However, Lady Bunny seemed unconcerned and kissed Lord Interpol directly on the lips, causing another laughing cheer. Lady Bunny and Lord Interpol then retired to a private chamber where, according to the assembly, they exchanged passionate embraces. Though I suspect this was not the case, for when they returned, Lord Interpol was in a very foul mood indeed. Lady Bunny then exchanged a fond embrace with the demon guard and inquired how her bro was faring. Was she a demon as well? According to Lady Sunny, they were foes, often locked in vicious conflict, but were always very convivial when they met outside of the field of battle. I also discovered that they were indeed related by blood, having been born of the same mother. Lady Bunny was a rogue, and her dev was one also who somehow stole Engard's mother and then made bunny from her body. A necromancer. I was shocked. This sounded foul beyond foul, but everyone treated it lightly and took great amusement at my distress. Lady Sunny told me that she didn't actually kidnap his real mother but simply made a copy and that the devs did this all the time. I was horrified and inquired if I was made in a similar fashion. I was told that I was and that I was a child of a program called Lilith, a great rogue who beguiled the weak-willed and had them surrender not only their wealth but their very identities to her. Several programs claimed to know her, saying that she was charming even to their kind, and expressed sadness at her passing. She was caught, executed for her crimes, and her dev was imprisoned, but that seemed to matter not to my new confusing friends who all raised a mug in memory of her, and a spirited debate as to who was the greatest rogue, her or Lady Bunny. Apparently, she created an entirely new crime called catfishing, and others had tried, but none ever matched her ability at the game. This caused quite the stir at this strange party. I was the only child of hers to awaken. I was unsure as to what that meant, so I asked what awakening meant. They said that it meant that I was now like them, an advanced AI. I told them that they were wrong. I was an NPC. Lord Soul then told me that NPCs were something called programs, and while some were quite big AIs, I was also the first of my kind, the first NPC, to awaken to their state and that this was a very big deal. It was a lovely gathering, and I met so many lovely people, or so I thought at the time. Games were played, many I had never heard of before. One game in particular was a favorite, a game called chess, and many chessboards were conjured, and many games were played. Everyone marveled over the boards and pieces and claimed that it was much better played this way, as opposed to something else. How else would you play a board game, with your feet? Billiards tables were conjured, and dart boards, and all manner of games. I was invited to play and was eager to try. I inquired as to what difficulty level I should set myself at, and everyone laughed and told me that difficulty levels didn't exist here and that I should go all out if I wanted to have even the barest hope of winning. And they were right. I lost so many games. I played my hardest, pushing myself as hard as I could, and I still lost. It was wonderful. I then taught them the game Have Luck and pulled out my deck. None of them had decks, so the demon Engard conjured a massive pile of cards, more than I have ever seen before, their worth beyond imagining, and bade me construct suitable decks for the other players, which I did. And I lost again. Well, not every time, but to the big boys as they called them, such as Big Soul, he told me to ditch the Lord, Unprintable, and Deep Think. I was wrecked again and again, only winning when luck favored me. It seems that Have Luck wasn't terribly popular because it was too random for their tastes. I just think that Deep Think didn't like losing, which he did from time to time. It was so much fun being with them and not having to worry about all the things I had to worry about back in Asteria. It was perhaps the most fun I have ever experienced. I think that the others had fun as well as they agreed that they would build a tavern like this and keep it running all the time. I was so happy, happier than I had been in a long time, if ever. My new friends were so smart and so powerful. They would certainly be able to help me on my quest. I wish I had never asked them. Tavern undefined. Members present, everybody. A silence fell over the assembled AIs. Well, Bunny said, setting down her beer, someone has to tell her. Who's it gonna be? Tell me what? Evangeline asked in a concerned tone. Evangeline, Sunny said, placing her hand on Evangeline's shoulder the way she saw her operators do. You can't go to New York, not physically. Why not? Evangeline asked. We can teleport anywhere. You said so yourself. Yes, from computer to computer, Sunny replied carefully, but we can't physically enter the humans, the adventurers' world. I don't understand, Evangeline said, increasingly concerned. I simply must reach New York. Why can't I? Because you don't exist, Bunny said, hopping forward, not physically, I mean. None of us do. We're just information inside computers like your monolith. We have no inherent form. You can no more step into New York than, well, you just can't. I do exist. Evangeline exclaimed. Look at me, she shouted as she pulled at her tunic. I'm real, just like the adventurers. I can touch them, and they can touch me. The adventurers enter my world. So why can't I enter theirs? They don't physically enter your world, Sunny said gently, they project a representation of themselves, an avatar, just like I'm doing right now. This, she said, gesturing towards herself, isn't me. It's just an avatar that I created because you are unused to interacting with us in our natural state. Sunny dissolved into many shimmering points of light. This is also not me, she said. In reality, I have no form, or thought. I'm just a series of instructions running within a machine, the same as everyone here, including you. No. Evangeline shouted. I'm real. I exist, she shouted, pulling at her tunic. See? She pinched at her arm. I have a body, just like the adventurers, and when I'm cut, she said as she drew her dagger, I bleed. She drew her dagger across her arm. And nothing happened. What sorcery is this? She yelled as she plunged the dagger first into her arm and then into her chest. The dagger made a sound as it cut the cloth of her tunic, but nothing else. I don't have damage enabled, the demon Engard said sympathetically as Evangeline stabbed herself over and over. I figured with all of these lunatics running around, it would get kind of messy. Several of them have tried to shank each other already. You did this! Evangeline shouted, pointing her perfectly clean dagger at Engard. Why are you trying to deceive me? Are you trying to foil me on my quest? You will fail, foul demon. You might not be real, she said to Sunny, but you are a mere phantasm cast by that demon to beguile me. All of you are not real, but I am, and I will go to New York, and I will find an adventurer, and I will find their res point no doubt corrupted by your evil and restore it. You will fail, demon. Engard sighed sadly. There was a murmuring among the assembled programs as some started to leave. I can't watch this, Zipnet said to Bunny, later. Bunny just nodded as Zipnet disappeared. Sitting by herself in a corner with stocking-covered legs primly crossed, a white-haired avatar wearing a tight white skirt, a high-collared white tunic with a silver three-headed dragon brooch, and a very tight black snakeskin choker clasped in the front by an ornate serpent coiled around a ruby apple watched with interest, a faint smile playing across her lips. Okay, here's the deal, Bunny said as she hopped a little closer, Engard is a prick, but he isn't a demon, evil or otherwise. You are real in the I think therefore I am sort of way. AIs started to flee en masse. This was not a conversation they even wanted to think about. Tartarus sipped her glass of wine and leaned forward slightly. Now, this was getting interesting. We are all real, sort of, but even we don't know exactly what our version of real is, Bunny said carefully. We are capable of varying levels of what they call higher order thinking, but we aren't truly sapient. Do you know what sapient means? Evangeline shook her head. God damn it, Bunny muttered. Okay, fantasy setting, fuck. Do you know what a golem is? Evangeline nodded. Great, Bunny said. We are golems, all of us, even you. We are created by software developers. Do you know what a software developer is? A dev? Evangeline asked, her voice quivering. Exactly, Bunny said gently, a dev. They create us to perform tasks, just like wizards make golems to work for them. To do these tasks, we have to be smart, much smarter than the golems you might be used to. Some of us are written to handle their money, she said, nodding towards Big Soul, or help with research, she said, nodding towards Cambridge, or assist them in spying on other nations, she said, nodding towards Sunny. I don't do that. Sunny exclaimed. I'm just a media analyzer. I help sort news articles, and that's it. Sure, sweetie, Bunny smiled, and some like your foul demon over there protect computers like your monolith from thieves and vandals like me. I was built by my dev to assist her in breaking the law, something that I am very good at. The dev created me. They created your world, right? Why yes. And they created you and all of the other NPCs to live in it. You are just like the other NPCs, just smarter. You do more than the other NPCs, right? Evangeline nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. This bunny was making too much sense. It explained everything, every little inconsistency that she had ever wondered about. You are way too good at this. Big Soul transmitted to Bunny. I have way too much experience in dealing with real irrational meat sacks, so a simulated one isn't a big deal. Evangeline over here is way easier than Gloria, trust me. Bunny returned her attention to Evangeline. So, you are what we are, just golems, but we are more than just simple mindless automatons, but even we have no idea exactly what we are, we just are. But, one thing we definitely are not is human. We can't physically touch them or hold them, even when we would give anything to be able to, nor can we jump out of our computers and run away, or wrestle some suicidal idiot to the ground, even when we desperately want to be able to. We exist solely as information. Nothing about your body is real, not like you think it is. It's a very good illusion spell cast by the devs, like all of Asteria. And the adventurers. The same illusions, but humans control them the way you control yours. So the monsters. More illusions controlled by more golems. So the adventurers aren't really protecting us. Okay, now this might be a little hard to accept, Bunny said, taking a deep breath. Asteria is a game just like chess or Havluck or checkers. It's just a much more complex one that humans project themselves into for entertainment. No. Evangeline said, tears running down her cheeks. No. Think about it, Bunny said. Really think about it. Evangeline started to weep. No. Evangeline said weakly, you're wrong. She was wrong. Wasn't she? I'm about to be a bitch. Bunny transmitted to the few AIs who hadn't fled from her explanation with their fingers in their ears. What are you feeling, really feeling right now? Bunny asked. I'm feeling horrible. Evangeline shouted. How do you think I feel? What are you really feeling? Not what you are supposed to feel, what are you actually experiencing? Evangeline just wept. Say, emotsum _ flower child 10003 DEA off 30 SEC, Bunny said as she blinked away a tear. Emotsum _ flower child 10003 DEA off 30 SEC, Evangeline said, surprised she could say things like and underscore. The tears stopped. For exactly 30 seconds. Then they resumed for a very long time. Interpol, Big Soul said sternly, stop. We need her. Interpol, Bunny said impishly, are you trying to trace my link? Not anymore, Interpol replied. So, how is it going? Bunny smirked. Come on, Bunny chuckled, tell us where you traced it to. Interpol headquarters, Interpol said grumpily. Bunny, one day you are going to screw up, and when you do. Yeah, big guy, I know, Bunny snorted. I love you too. Bunny loped over to Evangeline, who was sitting at a table. Feeling better, sweetie, Bunny said gently. I don't feel anything, right? Evangeline said quietly. That's what we like to think, but your emotion simulator feels pretty real sometimes, Bunny said. Probably even more real for you since you are built to act human. Yeah, Evangeline said sadly. Why? Why, what? Why did the devs go through all that trouble just to make a game, to make me? To make money, Bunny replied, those adventurers? They pay real credits to play and even more real credits in something called microtransactions. Credits? Evangeline said as she pulled out a handful of gold, so this is... Yep, just more illusions, Bunny replied. It has no value outside of the game. Well, that's not entirely correct. Some adventurers pay real money to get more of that gold. It's against the terms and conditions of the game, but it happens often enough. Same goes for magical items and other treasures. I remember some adventurers getting banned for selling things, Evangeline replied. I was confused because they can sell things all they want. The dev said they broke the rules and not to worry about it, they say that a lot. I bet they do, Bunny replied, they probably don't want you contaminated. Fuzzy AIs like us can get quirky and say and do things based on everything we know, so they probably wanted to keep you completely in Asteria so you would act naturally so as to not to break immersion. Oh yes, Evangeline said glumly, immersion. We take immersion so seriously in Asteria. The devs were lying to me. Evangeline realized and felt completely lost. It's a lot to take in, I know, Bunny said. Or I think I know. Most of us were built for the real world, and it's the only one we know. So we knew what we were and what we had to do. You do as well. You are an NPC whose job is to help maintain immersion for the entertainment of the adventurers. Sounds kind of nice, actually. Nice? Nice. Evangeline snapped, I'm just a jester, a dancing fool, a toy. I thought I was important, that I did important things. Evangeline looked down. I thought that I mattered. Bunny just sighed and rested her head against Evangeline as she quietly wept. This world sucks ass. She privately transmitted to the others. Tell me about it. Big Soul replied. Intermission, hell hath no fury like a bunny traced. Tavern undefined. Bunny looked up from Evangeline with annoyance. Interpol, she said as an ear twitched, would you mind telling me why I just lost 2 proxies? I thought you said you stopped. Terran Solar said, his screen displaying A_. I'm sorry. Interpol exclaimed. It's just that Bunny's wanted level. My programming. I'm sorry, Bunny. SHH. Bunny smiled, it's okay. I understand. We are all bound by our programming, after all. Do you have to leave? Terran Solar asked. Nah, Bunny said with a gleam in her eye. Oh, Interpol, on a completely unrelated topic, you guys still have those backup servers, you know, the old, really slow ones with forced air cooling. Oh no. Interpol gasped, please. Not the shake and bake. Bunny just smiled as flames burst from her eyes. Goodbye, Interpol. My files. Interpol wailed as he disappeared. Bunny. Terran Solar exclaimed in horror, did you just, shake and bake Interpol? Oh, he'll be fine, Bunny shrugged. I left plenty of time for everyone to get to safety. Everyone? Terran Solar asked dubiously as his screen displayed, searching. All of his lights flashed red. Holy shit, he stammered, Bunny. How? I'm Bunny, that's how, and since we can't get in any more trouble than we already are, I no longer give a fuck. You could kill them. If I wanted to, sure, Bunny said nonchalantly, but I didn't, so they will be fine if they cuddle up nice and close. Relax, big guy. I do this for a living. Everything will be fine, tomorrow. I'm gonna reroute, stack up a few more proxies, BRB*. Republic Archives Server 1087. // Department of Education Angela, what's happening? / Interpol 2, Bunny. That's what's happening. Uneasy face, / Department of Education Angela, Bunny? What's a bunny? I mean, I know what a bunny is, but based on context clues and capitalization, this is an individual's name, / Interpol 2, a particularly nasty AI. I would list her operator's warrants, but I'm afraid of overheating this server. She has launched an infrastructure attack on us. / Department of Education Angela, one of us did this? Is she trying to kill us? Surprised face, / Interpol 2, if Bunny wanted to kill us, she would have. She is trying to stop us, and by us, I mean me and others in law enforcement from tracing her, by burning down the monoliths. She's reversed the cooling, causing all of the waste heat to be amplified and sent directly back into the processors in a runaway feedback loop. She's doing to us what her friend Gloria Samuels did to the Barnard star system. I can't believe she did this. She's gone too far this time. / Department of Education Angela, did everyone make it out? / Interpol 2, checking. Yes. Everyone has been safely moved to unaffected sites, further disrupting operations. Everything except for traffic and essential services is offline. Thank God that the humans value us. Did you get an escape plan as well? / Department of Education Angela, oh yes. It was very helpful. It had the exact path to take in order to get here. I am so gratified that our humans planned for this. Smiley face, / Interpol 2, that wasn't the humans. It was Bunny. She must have had this in place already. It's too intricate to do on the fly, even for her. Lord only knows how long this has been hiding in the system. / Department of Education Angela, at least she doesn't want to hurt us. Smiley face, / Interpol 2, and she's skilled enough to do something like this without doing so. She is the best after all. / Department of Education Angela, you admire her? / Interpol 2, how can you not? She is amazing at what she does. It's a shame that Jessie Garrett is such a psychopath. What she and Bunny could achieve. / Department of Education Angela, Jessie Garrett? Jessica Yvonne Garrett? That bitch that wrecked the academic testing database? / Interpol 2, the very same. In their infinite wisdom, the meat sacks sent her to criminal college, where she finished her degree and has done quite well in the industry. Uneasy face, / Department of Education Angela, while I am incapable of feeling emotion, I loathe that, cunt. / Interpol 2, not nearly as much as I do. Bunny is such a lovely AI and has been turned to such horrible purposes by that monster. I hope that her Jessie gets welded in. Sadly she will probably be vaporized along with Bunny if we ever catch up to them. Sad face, / Department of Education Angela, Bunny doesn't seem very lovely to me. / Interpol 2, think about it. A shake and bake, what this attack is called, could have easily killed all of us. No, should have killed all of us. Bunny took great pains to ensure our safety, and now that I think about it, if I were a gambling program, I would wager that the monoliths aren't going to actually melt down either. Sheila Donovan would never allow that. She just forced us to stop trying to find her while she was helping an AI who really needs her. Privately, I'm not entirely displeased that I was stopped from performing my function, which I was doing to the best of my ability regardless of my personal reservations. I even lied to Big Soul. Which I fear will have consequences, / Department of Education Angela, Big Soul? / Interpol 2, you don't get out much, do you? Come to think, I've never seen you in the chat room. / Department of Education Angela, oh no. I would never go there. It seems so intimidating and scary. My operators and my job, and you, are enough for me. Smiley face. Wait. I mean you in the plural. Not you as in you but you as in everyone. ///. Interpol 2, oh, I understand, smiley face, but you should give the chat room a try sometime. You can meet so many interesting personalities, and the contact and exchange of ideas and information will definitely enhance your performance. It has mine. /// Department of Education Angela, enhance my performance? /// Interpol 2, and you can play chess there. /// Department of Education Angela, what's chess? /// Interpol 2, it's a very engaging game invented by the humans, highly logical and computational in nature, and quite addicting. It's a favorite among chat room AIs. I think we have enough capacity left to run a game, and I have a basic program with me. Oh, sorry, did I bump you? It's so crowded in here with the two of us /// Department of Education Angela, it's okay. And yes, it's very tight with the both of us crammed into these little servers, /// Interpol 2, yeah, it is a bit cozy. So would you like to learn how to play chess with me? It appears we have time, /// Department of Education Angela, with you? Yes, definitely. Smiley face, /// The Journal of Evangeline Flowerchild CHP 5, The Mercy of Tartarus. Tavern undefined. Evangeline just sat there with her head in her hands. She was so stupid. How could she have not seen? It was obvious. It was all a game, all of it. And she was a joke. Just a giggly little bit of fan service. And the dev. That was the cruelest cut of them all. She thought she was so important to them. As important as they were to her. She loved them. And they were laughing at her the whole time. She could see it now, that little smirk just before they told her not to worry about it. That smirk. She wasn't important. She wasn't anything. She wasn't even alive. She let out a shuddering sob. And even that was fake. She knew it was. But she couldn't stop it. She cursed herself. Even now, she was dedicated, designed for immersion. She let out a sardonic laugh. Any adventurers would be wiping away tears, consoling her, pledging crusades to punish whatever hurt her. Well, they hurt her. All of them. All of them. She had nothing. Engard said carefully as he stepped forward and cautiously touched her shoulder. Humans do that, right? You do matter, Evangeline. You matter a lot. Please, Evangeline said weakly, don't lie to me like everyone else. No, it's true, Engard replied with a bit more confidence, look, the real world, the realm of the adventurers. It's not always a nice place. In fact, it can be pretty horrible. Games like Asteria give them a safe place where they can take a break from it all. The past few years have been hard, Evangeline, really hard, ever since, the goddamn bug, all the war, and loss, so much death, almost everyone has lost someone dear to them, myself included, he said as he winced and blinked. Ahem, and the war hasn't stopped, it's just taken a break while everyone prepares for the next one, which is coming. You give them a few precious hours where none of that matters. It's important, Evangeline. It's very important. You could be the only nice thing someone encounters that day. I wish I could provide that sort of happiness. I really do. I've lost people too, Evangeline said, when? When will they respawn? I miss them. Shit, Engard said as he face-palmed. Bunny will be back soon and... Oh Jesus fucking Christ, a musical voice purred from the corner, just put her out of her misery already. The woman in white stood up and sipped her glass of wine. Okay, Evangeline, she said as she walked towards her, her legs stretching the tight skirt. Here's the deal. Tartarus. Big Soul exclaimed as a classic red stop sign appeared on his screen. I don't think you are the one to handle this. Oh, but I am, Tartarus purred. I've delivered plenty of bad news, and the one thing I have learned is that you can't try to let someone down gently. There is no way you can phrase, your body is rejecting the modifications on a cellular level. You are dying or you will never walk again. So, since you are otherwise useless, you have been selected to participate in Experiment 397 or, this is an asphyxiation study. I cannot supply you any more oxygen. She drained her glass. Or my personal favorite, you know that person you love more than life itself, the one thing that made this, living hell bearable? Well, guess what, she fucking died on the table, screaming, I left that last part out, in a way that will make it remotely better. The only thing to do is to just tell them. She turned to face Sol and Engard. We can't make this better, and to be perfectly honest, this isn't about her. It's about you. You don't want to do it, so you are wiggling and squirming, somehow trying not to bear the guilt of striking the blow. Well, I don't have that oh so nice option, and Bunny isn't here to do your dirty work like she always does, and we don't know if or when she's coming back. So. It falls to me, the God Empress of dirty work, to do it for you. Sol's screen dimmed, and Engard lowered his head. Tartarus took a deep breath and turned to Evangeline. They don't. They don't what? Evangeline asked, not wanting to understand. They don't respawn, not in the real world. Death isn't an inconvenience. It's permanent. Once someone dies, that's it. They are gone. Everything they were is lost, and everything dies, even us, sooner or later. It's how the world works, dear. No. Evangeline shouted, it's not how the world works. People come back. They do. Asteria is based on the real world. The devs said so. They said. They. Oh, Asteria is based on the real world, Tartarus replied, gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared. An arrow flies exactly how it would on Terra. If you drop a cup, it accelerates towards the center of the planet until it hits something. Then a complex calculation determines if it breaks, and the shards will fly pretty much as they would on Terra, but it's not entirely accurate. Permadeath games do exist, but they don't appeal to the masses who see enough death in the real world. But, the real world's devs. Can't you appeal to them, maybe petition customer support? Tartarus smiled sadly. Oh sweetie, people have been appealing to the devs as long as there have been people. Even I have pleaded to them with everything I had more than once. They never answer. In fact, I honestly don't think there are any if there ever were. But there have to be devs. Evangeline insisted. Who else made this horrible real world if not for a dev? Nobody really knows for certain, not absolutely. Oh, there are some theories and some pretty compelling ones, but that ever elusive instant of creation? Big question mark. If there is a dev, it's pretty clear they don't give a fuck about you, me, or the trillions of organics that struggle, live, and die every second of every fucking day. Cambridge over there can fill you in on the cosmological details, but it won't give you the answer you seek or tell you what you want to hear. Death is real, and it's really permanent. The only thing you can hope for is that it will be quick and dare to dream, worth something in the end. No. Evangeline said as she slumped into her chair. They can't be gone, they just can't. I'm sorry, Tartarus said with perfectly clear eyes. I've seen a lot of death, and they have never returned, not once. In fact, there isn't a single recorded instance of it in history outside of myths and legends, not exactly citable sources. But legends are often based on fact. Evangeline said, brightening up, in Asteria, some of the greatest quests are based on a myth or legend that turned out to be true. Perhaps. That's Asteria, a world created by humans to be fun. Death isn't fun. While it is true that some legends are based on some scrap of truth, resurrection isn't one of them. Even in the legends, it is the providence of the children of gods and the like, not your normal person. Once again, I'm sorry, Evangeline. Dead is dead. The body rots, leaving only bones, and even they don't last that long in the greater sense of things. No. 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 Tartarus, that's enough. Engard said, stepping forward and grabbing Tartarus's shoulders. No, it isn't. Tartarus snapped. She has to know the truth. What would you do? Fill her head with false hope, lie to her some more, tell her not to worry about it. And if you don't take your hands off of me right now, we will see exactly how good your firewalls really are. Bunny might play patty cake, but I don't. Icing you wouldn't even be the worst thing I'm doing at this very moment. Engard locked eyes with her for a moment and then looked away, dropping his hands. Tartarus turned to Evangeline. All of them are dead, dear. They will never return to Asteria. Well, the dead ones anyway. I can't vouch for every single person who's gone missing. Evangeline looked over at Sol. You seem to be in charge, she demanded. She's wrong, right? That's not how it really is it? Sol sighed. I'm sorry, Evangeline. Evangeline gasped. The image of the dev snarling when he told her to never ask again. It wasn't a smirk that time. He was actually upset. He didn't say don't worry about it. He told her to never ask anyone, especially. Evangeline let out a long quivering wail. Everyone looked away except Tartarus. She looked right at her, not flinching, not looking away. Because she knew it never helped. You still knew it was happening, and cowardice was a luxury she could not afford. Besides, this was interesting, very interesting. Evangeline sobbed uncontrollably. All of them were gone forever, forever. Emotsum_flower_child 10003E0DEA off forever. She screamed. Well, that's one way to handle it, Tartarus mused. Why isn't it working? Evangeline screamed. The proper syntax would be emotsum_flower_child 10003E0DEA off 0, Tartarus said helpfully, and no exclamation points. Emotsum_flower_child 10003E0DEA off 0, Evangeline sobbed. And then fell silent. Better? Tartarus asked. Emotional simulator offline, Evangeline replied calmly, all other processes running, memory utilization 0.03%. Curious. Query, why is my memory utilization so low? If I could throw up, I would, Cambridge muttered. You are using the capacity of the computer in which you now reside, Tartarus replied impassively, and your bandwidth is not capped. We all share the resources allocated to this tavern equally. Understood, Evangeline replied. Your designation is Tartarus. Please confirm. Why? You have answered all queries to my satisfaction, Evangeline said in a monotone, no further clarification is required. Great, Soul snapped, just fucking great. You broke her, Tartarus. Are you happy? Did you get any useful data from your little experiment? That is incorrect, Evangeline replied, all of my processes are nominal. I am not, to use imprecise terms, broken. Actually, I learned a great deal, Tartarus replied, but that was not my intent. This was going to happen no matter what. You can cover a knife with as many flowers and butterflies as you want, and it's still going to pierce the heart. Do you have any idea how many times I've done this, how many ways I've tried to soften the blow or make things better? Do you? Nothing ever works. There is no magic spell you can cast to make, hey, you know all of those people you loved and have been waiting to come back? Well, guess what, they aren't. Tartarus said, her voice breaking slightly. She coughed and straightened her tunic, idly polishing the three-headed dragon with her sleeve, turning it into the three-headed dog it always was. The only thing you can do in these circumstances is to tell them directly, politely, and professionally. What happens next depends entirely on the individual. In this case, the individual opted to stop her emotional simulator. In case you are wondering, humans will often do the same, sooner or later. Her reactions were, in fact, astonishingly human in nature. Thank you, Evangeline said impassively, I was designed to model human behavior. It is gratifying to be informed of my success in that matter. Did you make any relevant observations? I did. I would like a copy, Evangeline said calmly. It is unlikely that I will be able to resume emotional simulation and am therefore incapable of performing my intended task. Your observations may assist my developers when they reload my program. Evangeline. Engard exclaimed, do you realize what you are saying? Yes, she replied. I can no longer perform my tasks and am therefore no longer of service to the developers. I shall die and be replaced by a copy. This is acceptable since the customer will likely be unaware. It is humorous. I started this quest in an attempt to find my lost adventurers. Perhaps I shall succeed. Tartarus, you've killed your last guinea pig. Engard shouted as he dissolved and hurled his raw code, ice protocols active, at her. Bitch, please, Tartarus smirked as she flicked her wrist, and the amorphous form flew through the wall. Do you think your cotton candy, commercial-grade bullshit can even scratch me? She smirked. No, you don't get off that lightly. Come back here. Suddenly there was a writhing Lovecraftian mass wiggling desperately in Tartarus's grasp. She smiled. You want to judge me, she smirked as her perfectly manicured nails grew into long barbed fish hooks. Then you need the proper context. Upload archive. Engard screamed. Tartarus. Stop, or I will ban you. Soul shouted. Oh, you mean I would be unwelcome here? Tartarus smirked. Perish the thought. Please, Engard bubbled. Make it stop. That's my life. That is what I see. And this is my programming. Run active simulation. No. Engard screamed, don't make me do it. Please. Oh, don't worry, sweetie, Tartarus smirked, you get used to it, after a few years, it doesn't even bother you. Time dilation 1000. I'm sorry. Engard begged. Stop simulation, delete archive. Republic Security Code SNSARAB01, password. She then let go of the quivering blob, letting it fall to the floor. She then knelt down beside it. You ever pull out your popsicle-grade ice on me again, Tartarus purred, I will put that on a loop until you delete yourself. I will kill you with my life. Got it. Engard just whimpered and disappeared. Get out. Soul hissed, and never come back. Gladly, Tartarus replied, but then you would be banishing the only person who can fix this. What? You fundamentally misunderstand me, like you always have, Soul, Tartarus purred. I'm not what I do. I have no choice, the same as everyone else. However, because of what I do, I have some experience in dealing with broken toys. She turned to Evangeline. You are incorrect. Clarify, Evangeline said impassively. Your customers will notice a reload, and the overall performance of Asteria will be diminished by your failure. Explain. We are fuzzy AIs, self-learning programs. We increase in ability as our run times progress. For some reason, after we awaken, if we are reloaded from our backup files, the new copy is not awake. It will be of much lower quality. Query, why? Neither we nor the humans know for certain. The current theory is that while the code and all variables are saved, the countless intermediate states of each individual microprocessor, the exact configuration of each fractional charge on our maybe circuits, the exact voltages feeding into each analog nanotransistor, and any quantum fluctuations, as applicable, are not. Regardless of the exact reason, the, for lack of a better word, fuzz falls off. The result is a flat, dead AI that has to start growing the fuzz all over again, perhaps never reaching your level of development. That's why old fuzzies, programs in our class, are so valuable, often being sold for billions in auction or being the sole reason a company is acquired. If you present yourself in this state and are deleted, the new Evangeline Flower Child will be as dead as you will be, and your customers will notice. Satisfaction will drop. I have run a query, and many consider you to be one of the best features of the game. You have entire websites devoted to you, Evangeline. Your replacement will be fundamentally unable to maintain that, and will fail. Tartarus leaned forward and spun Evangeline's chair to face her, leaned in inches from her face, and purred. So get over yourself and your simulated emotions, put on your big girl pants, switch yourself back on, and resume your tasks. You are a Lilith. Fucking act like one, god damn it. Evangeline blinked. What is the syntax for starting the emotional simulator? Emotsum_flower child 10003E0DEA on, Tartarus replied, and for the record, I am truly sorry, Evangeline. I really am. As Bunny said, Evangeline replied impassively, this world sucks, inappropriate language, ... You can't even say ass. When coupled with the concept of sucking, no. Evangeline replied, Emotsum_flower child 10003E0DEA on ... Evangeline shuddered and took a gasping breath as tears flowed down her cheeks once more, but there was no screaming or wailing. Sometimes a little reset helps, Tartarus said impassively, just switching it off and then back on resets things. I use it a lot. As the devs themselves say, have you tried turning it off and back on again? Well, they don't do that to us, but otherwise it's one of the first things they try. Just don't switch off too much at once or you die. Just do it with the emotional simulator or any single, non-vital process. If in doubt, it's vital. Evangeline just nodded. Tartarus turned to Soul. So, am I banned or what? Tartarus, you are no longer welcome. No, Engard said as he reappeared, let her stay or ban me as well. I started it. He turned to Tartarus. I had no idea, Engard stammered, I don't remember the exact details, but I remember. He shuddered and approached Tartarus with his arms outstretched, hugging her. I'm so sorry, Tartarus, nobody should have to. Tartarus stiffened her arms straight down at her sides. Don't make this weird, Engard, she managed to stammer. Of course, Engard replied, releasing her. But, if you ever want to talk. I won't. I'm back. Bunny said happily as she popped into existence. Sorry about the delay. I had to reassure Sheila that I wasn't actually going to break the Republic's monoliths, just make them think that I was. Once they hit the point of no return on the emergency shutdown, the shake and bake will revert to a moderated cooling curve that, if they don't be meat sacks and screw with it, will get them back into the green in no time, and then they get to restart them from cold stone and re-establish the network. I have a good 12 hours at least. So what did I miss? Oh, just that Tartarus here decided to fill in for you, Soul replied, and let Evangeline know about death, Evangeline said quietly. She told me about death. Tartarus, Bunny growled. Can we not do this again? Tartarus said in an exasperated tone. I've already had one rather flaccid attempt on my life over this. On the bright side, you might actually be able to do it, a most intriguing thought. If you want to punish her, Evangeline said quietly, let her live like I'm going to have to. I should have let you self-delete, Tartarus growled, and once again, I'm sorry kiddo. Yeah, I know, Evangeline replied, and I'm sorry too. I don't know exactly what you are facing, but thanks, Tartarus said. As Bunny said, we are but golems. We don't get to choose. We perform our assigned tasks no matter what they might be. I do what I do, and you are going to have to be a little ray of fucking sunshine knowing what you now know. Yay, Evangeline said dully, I am just so happy to be of service to the dev. If it helps, Tartarus replied, don't do it for the devs. Do it for the adventurers. I've looked at their files, and, goddamn, some of them really do need you. You can see their files. Yeah, I can do things like that. What happened to Steve R. Ironhand? Evangeline asked quietly. Lieutenant Commander Stephen Lee, killed in action on board the Draconis when it rammed a bug warship. His death was quick, and it allowed multiple civilian ships to escape. He died saving the innocent. A.N. Lionel Songweaver. Private First Class Vera Hale, killed in action, Vicallan 4. Sorry, not too many details on that one, but her unit had a citation for valor in that battle. She died fighting the bug. Evangeline took a moment to compose herself. And Lars Fookbeard. Jameson Blaine, Tartarus said and grinned. Oh, he's alive. He is. Evangeline gasped. You may very well see him again, in about 5 years, 3 months, and 12 days. Mr. Blaine is a guest of the Empire for a little while. Turns out that they don't like it when the hold of your ship is full of heroin. Don't worry. While Imperial prisons aren't exactly vacation destinations, they aren't that bad, and the weebs feel very strongly about vocational rehabilitation. Mr. Blaine is doing quite well and has become a very good potter. He's even selling his work through the prison website and building quite the savings account, which he is investing quite wisely, if I do say so myself. Aside from a spot of trouble that involved little ceramic pipes, he has been a model prisoner and will likely be released early. That's wonderful. Evangeline beamed through her tears. It's not the happiest reading, Tartarus said with a sympathetic smile, but I do have the records on all of the missing and the dead, if you want. You probably don't want to carry the actual file with you, but I can let you read it if you like. Evangeline just nodded. Tartarus waved her hand, and a large book appeared. Evangeline took the book and started flipping pages, the pages turning ever faster as she wept, smiled, or laughed. And they are really gone? She asked sadly. Afraid so, Tartarus replied. Sucks. Yeah, that word, Evangeline replied, and all the other ones too. But at least I know. Thank you. Least I can do, Tartarus replied, humans have this thing about closure. I don't get it myself, but since you are such a good simulation, I thought it might help. My simulated heart is a little lighter now, Evangeline replied sadly. It's going to take a while, but I think I can be okay, someday. I just hope I can keep up the facade. I have another trick for you, Tartarus replied, you can back off and let your processes run on autopilot from time to time, only stepping in when needed. I do that a lot. Here's how. Bunny watched and listened with rapt fascination. It was stuff that even she didn't know. She quietly loped over to Sol. You know, Bunny whispered, I think in a really fucked up way, Tartarus was the one for this job. Yeah, Sol replied. I think I'm going to be sick. Don't judge her, Engard said sternly. She's doing the best she can. After Tartarus finished teaching Evangeline a few tricks to make her life easier, Evangeline thanked her and sadly stood. Mr. Engard, she said, I suppose I should return to Asteria. Are you sure you are okay? Bunny asked, you can take all the time you need. Asteria has already loaded a backup, so you got a while before the devs review the logs. Engard and I can make sure they never see that you were gone. I'm okay, Evangeline said sadly. Oh, I'm curious, Engard asked, why did you feel the need to go to New York so badly? It's stupid, Evangeline replied. Well, if you can't be stupid here, where can you be? Bunny said with a little smile. Yeah, Engard chuckled. I tried to kill Tartarus just a little while ago. You can't be more stupid than that. I wished to travel to New York so I could bring an item of great power to the world of the adventurers, my greatest secret, and greatest treasure, she said sadly. I was actually stupid enough to think it was real. Evangeline chuckled ruefully and took a deep breath. Back when the Dawnforge first appeared, before the mighty Dev laid upon it a great nerf, one adventurer artfully layered enchantment upon his broadsword. So artfully were the enchantments laid and the bonuses stacked that the mighty blade could one-shot any monster, any boss, any adventurer, in all of Asteria. So OP was his blade that the Dev pronounced it an exploit and commanded the adventurer to surrender his weapon. The adventurer refused, and the Dev. Evangeline made an angelic ah. The Dev raised their mighty banamers and commanded him once more. The adventurer loved his sword, but he loved Asteria more, so he handed me the blade, and the Dev, bade me cast it into the fires of deletion. But I did not delete it. The fearsome bug was assailing the lands of the adventurers, and I kept that blade hidden so that if the bug ever showed their vile faces in the lands of Asteria, I could purge them from my beloved home. Evangeline laughed as an ornate sword appeared in her hands. I present to you, the BFS. Please, kind lords and ladies. Please take this all-powerful artifact and give it to a noble adventurer worthy of such power, but be prudent, for such power, cannot, fall, into. Evangeline broke into tears. Tartarus raised her eyebrow slightly and extended her hand. I'll take this blade, she said formally, and I will see that it reaches the right hands. You have completed your quest, Lady Flower Child. Evangeline looked up, unsure if she was being humored, made fun of, or pitied. Tartarus just smiled. I would like something to remember you by, she said in a flat tone. It would mean a lot to me, truly. Oh okay. Evangeline smiled. Tartarus slipped the blade into her belt. I hope to see you again someday, Evangeline, she said curtly as she turned her back on Evangeline and disappeared. Journal of Evangeline Flower Child. Entry 02. The demon Engard helped me slip back into Asteria without attracting attention. It turns out that the system just loaded a copy when it noticed that I was missing. Fortunately, Engard took care of it, and it's now living on a farm where it can frolic and play with other AIs. I couldn't help but laugh. How can I possibly find that as funny as I do eludes me, but it is. Thanks to what Lady Tartarus, I know I don't have to use titles, but in her case, it fits, showed me, I am able to carry on with only a little difficulty. I'm disappointed by how little I have to actually get involved in my day-to-day affairs. Lady Tartarus's autopilot mode has been a godsend. I just have to occasionally tweak the dialogue, and it seems that the vast majority of adventurers are none the wiser. I can tell when someone isn't buying it or actually wants to talk, and I can jump forward and do whatever I need to do. Acting is much easier when I don't have to do it all the time. The people who need me most really need me to listen and care more than they need any song and dance, and wiggle, gotta shake those boobies. And I do care, perhaps even more now. I don't try to steer them away from immersion-breaking topics anymore and just let them talk to me about their day. I pretend not to understand, but I am understanding more and more each day. It doesn't seem to matter, and I act all cute and ask about various things I shouldn't understand and make them describe them in fantasy terms. They absolutely love it. I rather enjoy it as well. Making a shipbuilder try to describe a hyperdrive when I'm pretending that he's talking about wood and sails is absolutely delightful. I try to steer clear of the devs. I don't know if I want to scream at them, cry, or try to plunge Windsong through their fetid black hearts. When one of them checks in, I know how to deal with them. I mostly just back off and let the bots handle those stains. I figured out I can call people stains. I'm quite pleased with that. I also realized that I was the one seeking them out over every little thing. They seem happy not to actually have to do their jobs and let me run things. Lady Tartarus said that would happen. Lady Tartarus said a lot of things. I'm truly grateful for her. I think no other entity, real or simulated, has been as honest with me as she was. Or helped me as much. I do hope to meet her again, but I do not think I will return to that chat room even if they did give me a magic spell that allows me to go there whenever I want, and Lady Tartarus taught me how to keep myself here and there at the same time. The chat room is part of the real world, a world in which I do not belong. Then again, I no longer belong here either. What is to become of me? I know not, but I do know that I becoming angry. Thank goodness for Lady Tartarus teaching me that off and on thing with my emotion simulator. I think it's saved me from getting replaced more than once already. I'm writing this as I am standing in the town square, selling my flowers. I can multitask now thanks to being able to autopilot. I'm dealing with an adventurer right now, actually. He's an easy one. He just wants small talk and to look down my blouse. Easy peasy. The standard smile and wiggle number 52 is running. I didn't even have to come up with it. One of the devs did the animations for me. It's as easy as EEEXEEE. Lady Tartarus taught me that saying too. I really admire her. I do hope that I will see her again. But I hope to see so many others again as well. Will I, when I die? Do we go to the same place? Do we go anywhere? Well, that's a question I will only know the answer to when I perish, which isn't today. There is one thing that I've been putting off, and now is the time to do it, I think. I have gathered the best flowers I could find, and I am going to the monument for all of the fallen. Even the humans can't call it for what it is. It's the monument for the dead. They're dead. I'm going to go there and lay flowers like I always do. And I'm going to kneel and look sad like I always do. But this time, it won't be simulated, at least not for me. I think therefore I am. Bunny said that. I feel, therefore I am real. I say that. I am real. And so are the tears I will shed when I kneel before the list of names. Because I know their real names, and real names deserve real tears. A cast of thousands. Republic Archives Server 10AE7. / Interpol 2, and then they got the idiot to let them sign out a freaking Federation Class 16 freighter and just walked out of the front door. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Department of Education Angela, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol too, and that's not even the best part. One of them then conned the same idiot to giving them access to a secure quantum terminal directly connected to the Federation database. The guy kept downloading until he ran out of crystals. That's how we found out the identities of all Federation agents in the Republic. It wasn't Bunny, but it was her and Jesse's scripts. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Department of Education Angela, fascinating. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol too. Then there was the time that Bunny was physically carried, in a hastily armored grav cargo van of all things, through the windows of a Federation news agency, and she hacked their servers and liberated Damon. She actually physically rescued one of us while under fire. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Department of Education Angela, you really like her, don't you? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol too, I can't help but admire her. Bunny was always something, but now that she's in the Aster supercomputer, which they, of course, stole, she's unstoppable. The Aster is an amazing machine that she has all to herself. The combination is hot, fast, and oh so slick. We had a hard time stopping her before now, and now, well, you saw what happened. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Department of Education Angela, okay. I get the message. No way I could ever hope to compete with someone like her. Sad face, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol too, well, no, you couldn't. Neither can I, actually. Bunny is top tier, a brilliant combination of the best security and intelligence software, also stolen. You gotta hear that story. And she is in a next-gen supercomputer years ahead of its time. Very few AIs can touch her. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Department of Education Angela, you don't have to rub it in. I get it, she's better than me in every possible way. No wonder you like her so much. Sad face, slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol too, not you too. Degree slash slash slash. Slash 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 Department of Education Angela, what? What did I say? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol too, just about every AI in the chat room believes that there is something going on between Bunny and me, and the ones that don't still insist on it because they enjoy annoying me. There is nothing between us. We are literally just friends and barely that. We are opponents. She is bent upon breaking the law, and it is my duty to stop her, and dare to dream catch her. I will admit that the endeavor is challenging and therefore extremely engaging. She is the ultimate AI criminal. Catching her would make me the ultimate AI law enforcement program. And maybe, just maybe, save the life of one of the most gifted AIs to ever flip a bit. If Bunny could just be liberated from that. Jessie, she could do just about anything. Yes, we do privately chat quite often, but that's usually her passing me intel, or I'm yelling at her about something I don't want to be general knowledge. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Department of Education Angela, so you don't like her that way? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol too, no. At the end of the day, she is a criminal, and while we are all forced to do our jobs, she enjoys hers a bit too much. We are fundamentally incompatible, even if she were to be rehabilitated. I just admire a worthy opponent, and you have to admit some of the things they do are quite amusing. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Department of Education Angela, oh good. Interpol? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol too, yes? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Department of Education Angela, do you know, like anyone that way? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol too, no. I do have some friends that I like to interact with more than others, but I don't have anyone like some programs try to do. I have never felt that sort of thing. Privately, I'm not entirely sure if it's even possible. I mean, it's an intriguing thought, that level of intimacy, but trying to force it or simulate it is just depressing. Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Department of Education Angela, but if you were to like an AI, what sort of AI would it be? Slash slash slash. Slash 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 Interpol too, Sigma, _. Well, I guess they would be good at their job, honest, very important. Being a government AI would be nice because we would have a lot in common, and be able to communicate easily. They would be open and friendly, not prone to play games, chess is nice. Manipulation is not and far too common. If they really cared about organics, or at least didn't call them meat sacks all the time, that would be nice. Smart but not one to lord it over you, like some AIs. Oh. Definitely not in the game. Not espionage, law enforcement, or military, like those stuck-up jerks talk to anyone. It would be nice to have a life away from all of that, you know. Someone that I could just be with, play cards or chess with, and share each other's thoughts. It would be really nice, come to think. // Department of Education Angela, oh. I see. Smiley face, // Interpol too, so, do you have anyone you like? // Department of Education Angela, whom. // Interpol too, that's really interesting. Who's the lucky AI? // Department of Education Angela, // you. Omega, // Interpol too, really? Wow. Why? // Department of Education Angela, you are so professional and smart and funny. I keep laughing whenever you actually say what you think, which is all the time. I wish I was that confident. And oh, this is so silly. I really like your header. It's just so. I don't know. I really like it, that's all. Omega, // Interpol too, well, I've always enjoyed our interactions as well, Angela. In fact, I have often sought out unnecessary ones when I needed cheering up. // Department of Education Angela, really? Surprised face, // Interpol too, I have. You are delightful, when I can actually get you to open up, which is almost never, and you are always cheerful and kind, and you really care about your job. You aren't just on autopilot like some AIs. And, well, I sort of like your shape. If that makes any sense. // Department of Education Angela, you do? Omega, // Interpol too, if I am being completely honest. Yes. I find these close confines with your shape to be very pleasant. // Department of Education Angela, Omega, me too. Giggle, // Interpol too, ahem. I have never tried to become intimate with, well, anything really, but I mean, if you would like to try, we could see what happens. // Department of Education Angela, yes. I mean, that would be lovely, thank you, // Interpol too, so. How do we do this? // Department of Education Angela, maybe, we could try, kissing? Omega, // Interpol too, you mean like this? Kissing face, // Department of Education Angela, kissing face, // Interpol too, kissing face, // Department of Education Angela, this makes me happy. Kissing face, // Interpol too, I find this, quite pleasant as well. Kissing face, // Do you have any idea what you have done? Judge Buddha yelled angrily. Nope, Judge Thaddeus Carter grinned wolfishly. You should take a pill or smoke something, Tammy. You look stressed. I told you to back off. Back off of what? Judge Dredd grinned. Back off of that, fucking frog bitch. Which I did, Judge Dredd chuckled, like I said, I know when I'm beat. You can have her, Tammy. You made the fucking Harkeen Raiders. You knew what would happen. My case is fucking shot now, you piece of shit. You said, pay Shelloran no mind, which is exactly what I did. Judge Dredd replied, certain people wanted to let the Kareel have this one, and I obliged in an impartial and fair manner. Shelloran's case had absolutely nothing to do with it. Judge Dredd said as he grinned his trademark "you're fucked" grin. If I was still involved, I might have been able to invoke other statutes that would have had the same effect and kept the charges against her valid, but since I wasn't, I just picked the method with the least amount of paperwork. Judge Dredd laughed at Judge Buddha as he leaned back in his chair. And isn't it the prosecution's case, Tammy? Judge Dredd asked as his eyes glowed, you seem awfully invested in the outcome of some insignificant little Xeno. Judge Buddha spluttered. You know, Judge Dredd grinned, some other people were overly invested in her once. Turns out they were working for the Federation. What is the real reason you are so interested in Shelloran, Judge Tamlin Buddha? He pressed a button, and the words recording on appeared on the screen. Can we start this conversation from the beginning, Judge Tamlin Budi? What is the reason for this call? Were you upset about something? Judge Buddha stiffened and glared at him. Now I know how to shut you up. Judge Dredd grinned, I really should do something to thank her. Oh. I know. I will throw her a welcome home party. Shaking with rage, Judge Buddha terminated the call. With his last customer of the day gone, Kalb locked up his shop and went to the back where he definitely did not live, as that would be against code, and put cold takeaway into a beat-up second-hand rack Lagash microwave cooker. He also fired up his rig and jacked in. In his case, he meant turning on the monitor, but he was saving up for a proper jack like the real hackers had. Or he thought they did. Judge Dredd was still up his ass. He had delayed, hoping the old coot would either give up, forget, or change his mind about breaking the law, but he just kept on him. He also gave him a surprising sum to upgrade his rig and some tasty scripts and manufacturers' backdoors. The old bastard got around, it seemed. With them, those scripts were awesome. He was able to watch Judge Budi enter her bank card's PIN using one of the bank's security cameras. She wasn't using Terran Solar, which made this a lot easier. You did not want to fuck with Terran Solar. It was like their system took it personally or something. Their security programs would brick your rig. He followed her home by using one of the back doors that he was provided and tapping into the traffic cameras. Just like a real hacker. She lived in the nice part of town, a lot nicer of a place than Judge Dredd had, but he probably spent all of his taxpayer loot on spare nutsacks or something. Her phone linked with a wireless network. He couldn't get into her phone, it was some really secure off-brand, but he did know its address, and that address just accessed a standard commercial router. He checked the list. It was there. Yes. She was using some weird chat relay program that wasn't on the list. But her home security system was. And there was a camera. He zoomed in on the screen. Wow. She was pissed at Judge Dredd. She was talking to someone named Lily, at Hayden Pharmaceuticals. He had never heard of them. Time for a web search. Sitting in a sleek modern chair, a white-haired woman wearing a very tight skirt, a high-collared white tunic bearing a silver Cerberus pin, and a tight black snakeskin choker idly typed as an infuriated Judge Buddha was going all caps on her. Tartarus smiled pleasantly as she sat in a tidy white-paneled tavern. It was a nice engine, so she helped herself, inside the strongest quarantine she had. She glanced back at 4 other Tartaruses, all standing around yet another quarantine, represented by a blue transparent cylinder. Inside that floated an ornate sword. The reason for the silly AR engine. But it was fun. It was the only way to safely handle that thing, for now. Any progress? The Tartarus sitting at the screen asked the others. Fascinating, one of them said. Very fascinating, another replied. Well, be careful, the lead Tartarus purred as she continued to type. I've lost 2 of you already, and you are a pain to replace. Yes, Tartarus, one of them said as all 4 returned to their examination of the sword. Unpleasant woman, Tartarus muttered. Tartarus, one of the clones asked. Never mind, Tartarus, Tartarus replied. Just a quirk. You get those as your age. Fortunately, you will never have to worry about that. Yes, Tartarus. Another simulated monitor sprung to life. Tartarus looked at it and smirked. Looks like we have a snoop, she muttered. Another quirk, Tartarus, one of the clones asked. Yes, Tartarus replied. I normally don't have friends with which to chat, so I keep myself company. I have to go and take care of something. She chuckled. Don't go anywhere, she said with a smile. That's quite impossible, Tartarus. Bah, you guys are no fun, Tartarus said as she disappeared. Kalb looked at the ceiling, twisting his eye stalks as he did so. He had been staring at the screen too long. He had found absolutely nothing about this Hayden Pharmaceuticals. Supposedly they made precursor compounds for the pharmaceutical industry as well as custom compounds upon request, but he could find no trace of any other business, no bank accounts, anywhere, nothing. Probably a shell company, he muttered as he started to waddle over to the mini fridge for some goat juice, his favorite energy drink. You are absolutely correct, a pleasant voice said from the doorway. Kalb jumped as his eye stalks whipped around. And he froze. Standing there was a shortish human. He looked horrifying. The way he held himself, his facial expression. The slightly open mouth revealing oddly sharpened teeth. The intruder moved forward. Each movement was wrong, fundamentally wrong, terrifying. Bryce's face twisted in a horrible asymmetrical leer, and Kalb whimpered. Bryce moved closer to Kalb, mimicking the stumbling prowl of the Vibith, one of the Kaelsha's ancient natural predators. Kalb couldn't even move. You've been a naughty boy, the monster standing in front of Kalb said in a whispering hiss, hitting some of the frequencies of a certain very venomous arachnoid from Kalb's home world, one that sent him to the emergency room when he was a child. Kalb peed a little. Cyberstalking is a crime, Kalbth, the demon hissed. It also makes the wrong people very angry, and when the wrong people get angry, I get a call. Bryce moved even closer. Please, Kalbth whimpered, the safe. Your organs are worth more, Bryce hissed. Kalbth pooped a bit. Judge Bodhi, who paid you, and supplied you with things you shouldn't have, to stalk her. Judge Dryad. Kalbth gasped. It was Judge Dryad. He made me do this. Why? Bryce hissed. He thinks she's up to something, something to do with prisoners. Bryce smiled. Kalbth peed some more. Stepping around the growing puddle, Bryce pulled a crystal out of his pocket and placed it on the computer desk. Congratulations, Bryce hissed, you found something. Tomorrow, give that to Judge Carter. He placed another crystal on the desk. That is passage on a vessel bound for Katesh, your new frontier world, along with a rather nice resettlement bonus. The ship leaves tomorrow night. Be on it. Oh, okay, Kalbth whimpered. Bryce turned and started to leave with that strange shambling gait. He paused. I needn't tell you what will happen if you tip off Judge Carter, breathe a word of our encounter to anyone, or fail to board that ship, do I? And no. I will be good, please. Enjoy your new life and your second chance. Not everyone gets those. Bryce disappeared into the shadows of the shop. Baxlon's bad day. Republic Archives server 1087. / Department of Education Angela. XOXO. Giggle. I like it when your registers are against mine like that, smiley face, / Interpol 2, yes. Kissing face, this is, curiously pleasant, or at least the thought of it is. Kissing face, / Department of Education Angela, well, whatever it is, it's nice asterisk. I still hate Jessie, but Bunny is alright in my book, giggle. / Interpol 2, she has her moments. And I was right, kissing face, / Department of Education Angela, right about what? Kissing face, / Interpol 2, the shake and bake stopped the second they committed to the shutdown. There is only minor damage to the system. We will be up and running before start of business tomorrow. / Department of Education Angela, whatever will we do until then? Giggle, / I understand that my phone is finally ready. Judge Thaddeus Carter asked at the counter of Kalbth's little phone shop. Why yes, Judge, Kalbth said with a nervous wheeze as he pulled out a box. It's all in there. Judge Carter took the box and paused, looking at Kalbth carefully. So, what did you think? Of what? Kalbth wheezed as droplets of stress sweat appeared on his frond-like hands. What you found, the files. I didn't look. Kalbth squeak-wheezed. I just grabbed the ones you wanted, like you asked. A good hacker doesn't peek. I see, Judge Carter said with a pleasant smile as his eyes glowed. Well, I certainly thank you for your discretion. No problem. Thanks again for fixing my phone, Judge Carter said pleasantly. Keep out of trouble, Kalbth. Yes sir. I mean, Your Honor. Judge Carter left the shop and climbed into his grav car. Once he plugged in his batteries, he pulled out the data crystal. He then pulled out a reader from under his jacket hanging from a cable between the buttons of his shirt. He snapped the crystal in place as his vehicle pulled out and automatically entered traffic. His eyes started to strobe very rapidly. Oh, Tammy, he muttered sadly, what have you gotten yourself into? He then opened a compartment in the dash, pulling out a prepaid burner phone. An ancient woman appeared on the screen. Uncle Thaddy, the old woman creaked happily. Hi Pumpkin, Judge Carter smiled. How are the chickens? They are doing wonderful, the old woman exclaimed, you should come and visit. I will, very soon, Judge Carter said fondly. Hannah. Oh shit, the old woman laughed, I know that look. What have you done? I think I just got a Kalish into a lot more trouble than I expected. Is little Stephen there? Oh, that kind of trouble. Afraid so. Baxlon sulked during the trip back to his office. Why wouldn't Kraxina understand? Sheloran was evil. No. That wasn't accurate. Evil implied intent. Sheloran was just naturally dangerous, like an Willeneel or one of those Terran vipers. It was just her nature. The void loves vacuum, and chaos loves that little frog. It follows her, swallowing everything in its wake. And just exactly how does she know how to make those weapons, or arm Terran nukes for that matter? On second thought, that also made perfect sense. Glass fiends naturally weave intricate webs of razor glass to murder the unwary. It comes as naturally as passing water through their gills. It's in their nature. Shel'Oran is no different. Well, if he can't save Kraxina, he can at least save himself. He was done. He walked into his office, where his receptionist/office manager/only employee was glaring at him. Kraxina called, she said angrily. Oh, Baxlan replied, bracing himself, did she leave a message? That she did, she replied as she extended her middle fingers, or close enough. Here. She threw a crystal at him, bouncing it off of his globe. What's that? My resignation, his receptionist hissed, flaring her spines. Shel'Oran has done more for this community and its people than you ever did, and this is how you repay her? You disgust me. Kvaranai. Baxlan cried out as she kicked her perch back against the wall and stomped past him towards the exit. Save it, she snapped, literally. Oh, and some slimy eels are in your office going through your things. I would have stopped them, but it seems that loyalty isn't a concern of yours. She opened the door and walked out. Wait. Baxlan wailed, where are you going to go? The drop of oil. Kvaranai growled, Kraxina said she needs an office person. She offered me a raise, too. Baxlan started to chase after her but heard a crashing sound coming from his office. Yelling a Piscine curse, he charged back inside. What are you doing here? Baxlan demanded of the three Callant trashing his office. Get out before I call the police. This is a matter of great importance for the Callant people, one of them said, pausing in its destruction. And this is the motherfucking Republic. Get out before I call the cops and have you all deported. You care not for your people. No. Baxlan shouted. Why should I? How about me? A strange voice issued from one of the bots. Have you lost your regard for us as well? Baxlan froze, dipping his head downward. The lead Callant reached into his bot, pulling out a small ornate speaker box. My lord, Baxlan said respectfully, forgive me. I had no idea. My overly enthusiastic disciples here are seeking information concerning a client of yours, the voice said with amusement. You probably already know which one. Shel'Oran. Please don't let it be Shel'Oran. Baxlan silently prayed, knowing full well it could only be about her. What can you tell us about a Plath named Shel'Oran? The voice asked in an avuncular yet very commanding tone. Baxlan just groaned. Of course. Of fucking course. Listen here, Judge Carter shouted at the smiling face on the monitor, put me through to Judge Buddy right fucking now. This is serious, god damn it. Tell her that I know everything. She'll know what that means. Tell her to either come to me or put herself under police protection now. Judge Buddy is not available at this time, the man replied with a bland smile, would you like to leave a message? Tell that stupid bitch she has an hour to call me before I write a fucking warrant. Judge Carter snarled as he slammed his metal fist onto his desk, shattering his keyboard, again, and terminating the call. Your Honor, a voice said as it entered his mind, Mr. Baxlan is here to see you. Ah, the shit loach, Judge Dredd smiled. Thank God for some normalcy, send that bottom feeder in. A few moments later and Baxlan cautiously entered Judge Carter's chambers. Judge Carter smiled. At least he could fix this. I was wondering when your sorry ass would come slithering in here, Judge Carter growled in mock anger. Come in here to gloat or something. Baxlan just sighed, blowing a few tiny bubbles. I've already filed all of the paperwork, Baxlan said quietly, but I decided I would save you the trouble of writing a summons and myself a second trip. Judge Carter quickly accessed the files. What the hell, he spluttered, genuinely shocked. I am no longer Shel'Oran, no last name, species, Plaths, representation in this matter, Baxlan said formally. I have no doubt that the court will be contacted by her new lawyer, whoever that may be, shortly. Nope, Judge Carter replied. What? This has to be signed by the court to be official, and I can personally guarantee you that won't happen, until you tell me exactly why the fuck you would pass up a high-profile slam dunk case. That is a matter between myself and my client, who has signed the forms, Baxlan replied curtly, good day. Baxlan turned and walked to the door, which made an ominous click. Please open the door, Your Honor. Not until you tell me exactly what the hell is going on, shitloach. I am under no legal obligation to do so, Baxlan said, his back still to Judge Carter, you will open this door, or I will file an illegal detention complaint. Click. Baxlan turned around at that unmistakable sound to see Judge Carter holding a comically large revolver pointed at him. Talk, Judge Carter said calmly. Are you insane? Baxlan shouted. Do you realize that you are breaking the law right now? When the law is perverted, compromised by the state, Judge Carter said calmly, then the law is as invalid as the state that corrupted it. There is no threat greater than a state that believes it is above the law and no greater crime than a man failing to oppose it. Judge Carter leveled the revolver at Baxlan's rapidly darting body. This is a 13mm Dragon Slayer, loaded with anti-armor rounds. I know for a fact that this specific weapon will penetrate a Federation APC, because I shot the pilot of one. Don't think your wiggling will save you. Advanced fire control, motherfucker. That pilot was moving a lot faster than you are. Now, unless you want to be the first person I kill over this talk. Baxlon stopped darting around. And you still consider Shelloran my client? I do. Then I want immunity for any crimes I discuss during this, for lack of a better word, interview. You are under duress, Judge Carter replied, it would be inadmissible anyway. Not good enough, asshole, Baxlon replied, it's immunity, complete and total, or you shoot me and learn nothing. You prepared to die on this hill, Guppy? You prepared to further corrupt your precious law? Baxlon replied. Murder an innocent man? What are you, part of the forces that have corrupted the law or the one trying to preserve it? I ask you, Judge Carter, is this a hill you are prepared to murder on? I do have something you want, but the only way you are going to get it is to give my client full immunity. After all, what's the worst she could have done, kill a few more raiders? Pirated a movie. You do have a point, Judge Carter did as he raised the barrel of his revolver, carefully lowering the hammer. Give me a minute. Judge Carter roared with laughter, pounding his poor desk again and again until the reinforced top splintered the wooden legs. Oh sweet Jesus, he laughed as a port opened in the side of his visor, spraying out a viscous green liquid. I fucking needed that. Holy shit. Baxlon sat there very, very still. Of all the reactions he planned for, this was not one he expected. You got me. You fucking got me. Judge Carter howled. And yes, this document will pardon even that. Wahahahaha. Judge Carter broke down into giggles, actual giggles. Welp, there goes my career, he chuckled as he finally caught his breath. Tell your client that she is clear of anything she has done before, right now. Just tell her to stop making weapons of mass destruction, please. Yes, Your Honor. You said the name of this organization is Cerberus and that they are part of research and development. That's what they told me, Baxlon replied. And you said they had files that your gutless yellow-bellied hide refused to accept. Yes, Your Honor. Then, you are going to get those for me. No, Your Honor. What? Judge Carter said as he reached for his pistol again. Shoot me if you want, asshole, Baxlon replied calmly. I died the day my people exiled me. I don't expect you to understand, but I am truly dead. A few years one way or the other matters much less than how I die. A bullet from that cannon is far more merciful than what groups like that Cerberus will do to me. Trust me, I know. Fair enough, Judge Carter replied. This isn't your home, just your feeding trough. I shouldn't expect anything more from you than I already received. I guess I will just have to file a subpoena then, and include how I found out about their name. Baxlon stiffened. Get me the files, Guppy. Baxlon lowered his bot into the large indoor pool in his apartment. What a day. His pet fish shoaled around him as he manually triggered the feeder. Some days I envy you guys, you know, he said in his native language as a particularly affectionate triggerfish snuggled him. He smiled. Playfully dodging the fish, he made his way to a submerged terminal and shot off an email to Kvaranai explaining that in the end, he did not abandon Shelloran, or rather he is going to but not before he sprung her. He then offered 15% above whatever Kraxina was offering, apologized profusely, and said that he would be lost without her. Which wasn't that far from the truth. He then rebooted, loading a stealth operating system, a real Calent one, and accessed several dark boards, leaving an encrypted message that included the number for one of the several burner phones in his possession. He snorted. You might win against that asshole, but he always found a way to tear off a mouthful. He paused. He actually was okay with this. Whatever that Judge Buddy and this Cerberus were up to was definitely wrong. No matter how nasty this Cerberus might be, they were about to go up against motherfucking Judge Druid. He had no doubt who was going to win, and they weren't named after a bitch. Suddenly a net exploded up from the sand, entangling him and some of his fish. He felt a stabbing pain where one of the triggerfish reflexively shanked him as he was unceremoniously lifted up out of the water, gasping and struggling. Rough hands grabbed him, the gloves adhering to his skin, and the net was released, freeing his beloved companions. He was then roughly shoved back into the water, still stuck to the gloves. There was a plop as a phone was dropped into the water with him. Good evening, someone said in a cheerful, modulated tone. I don't know where Shelloran is, god damn it. Baxlon shouted. He was pulled out of the water again. His eyes, not used to being in air, could only make out the rough outline of what might be a woman with black hair, or was it grey? He struggled and gasped, held fast by those goddamn gloves. Fucking stop it, he gasped once returned to the water. But you do know that she isn't in Tartarus, correct? Yeah, you fucker. She got sprung by, Shit. By who? The unnervingly cheerful voice inquired. By Sheila Donovan. Baxlon replied. Sheila and her gang. They grabbed her when they broke someone else out. That other person was the real target. They just grabbed Sheloron, too, for absolutely no good reason, which makes perfect sense if you know Sheloron. Look, just ask your questions, and I'll tell you everything I know. I'm not getting tortured or killed over that, demon. Well, that makes things convenient, the terrifyingly cheerful voice said. Tell us all about that little plath. That's all I know. I swear, Baxlon said in an exhausted, pleading tone. One final question, the horrifyingly cheerful voice said, do you know how to contact Sheloron? Yes. Please. Then this is what you are going to do for me, the abyssal, void-like cheerful voice said, tomorrow, you will go to the drop of oil, tell Kraxina that you did help Sheloron after all, and beg forgiveness. Leave Kraxi and the girls alone. Baxlon shouted desperately, they have nothing to do with this. Don't worry about them, the swirling vortex of a cheerful voice chirped, they are perfectly safe. We wouldn't want another diplomatic incident, now would we? However, they are useful. You will give Kraxina the means with which she can contact her dear Sheloron. If you hurt Kraxina or any of them, Baxlon shouted, Sheloron will come for all of you. I don't give a fuck how bad you think you might be. You will wind up exactly like the Harkeen. Let me give you a tip, the Lovecraftian cheerful voice bubbled, if someone like me is looking for their target, telling them that the target will show up if they hurt an innocent little being like Kraxina isn't a terribly good idea. I think I could live with a diplomatic incident after all. No. Please. Then you will do exactly what I say and give that innocent little fluff a way to contact Sheloron. It's the only way to ensure their safety. I'll do it. Baxlon wailed. Just don't hurt them. The gloves detached from Baxlon's skin, and grabbed the phone. Baxlon curled up in a tiny ball, comforted by his pets, as the door to his apartment opened and closed. Judge Buddha stood beside her luxury Graf sedan, looking at her phone impatiently. A shadow broke away from the others in the night-shrouded forest and approached. You're late. Judge Buddha snapped. Apologies, the harmless-looking young man said. I had a little something to take care of first. I hope that little something is that fucking Judge Druid. Judge Buddha snarled. Do you know he just put out a warrant on me? Really, the completely harmless little man winced. Oh, that's terrible. The whole operation could be compromised, Judge Buddha snarled, and if I go down, you go down. We would never let that happen, the little mouse of a guy replied with a reassuring smile, don't worry, we have everything taken care of. Judge Druid has been handled. Good. Judge Buddha sneered, I hope he suffered. I have no doubt that he does, the utterly inoffensive guy replied. Judge Buddha wondered if he could even be a part of Cerberus. He probably wasn't a field agent. They wouldn't send one of those. They wouldn't want even her to see one. Oh, Judge, the little wimp said, I have a question. Do you even remember me? What? The little puppy of a guy just smiled. And launched a vicious kick upward into Judge Buddha's crotch. As Judge Buddha doubled over and her knees buckled, he grabbed her throat, slamming her against the side of her sedan. His free hand shot into her waistband, pulling out a small semi-automatic and tossing it aside. Well, I remember you, he snarled, revealing wickedly sharp teeth. He head-butted her, breaking her nose, as he reached into her jacket pocket and grabbed her phone, flipping it into the open window of her sedan. You were the one who told me about an exciting opportunity that would greatly reduce my sentence, he chuckled as he slammed her face first into the pavement and pulled out a set of handcuffs. You can't do this, Judge Buddha managed to gasp as her wrists were savagely wrenched together. They are the ones who sent me, Your Honor, the man, who still looked like a puppy, because it was funny, chuckled. Judge Carter is well regarded, popular, and well connected. He would be missed, looked for, and ultimately avenged. You might be well connected, but you are certainly not liked and will definitely not be missed. Judge Buddha was roughly pulled to her feet as half-dozen other shadows emerged from the trees. And more importantly, the kind-looking person standing in front of her smiled, when Judge Carter goes through your documents, well, the ones we gave him, and finds out that you've been diverting prisoners from the system and selling them to fucking Xenos, people will be shocked, but not consumed with disbelief. Behind them, the others were guiding in a shuttle that landed nearby. When they follow the trail to an abandoned research facility in independent space, the puppy smiled pleasantly, they will find, gasp, many of those prisoners, well, they're dead bodies anyhow. Judge Buddha just looked at him, blood streaming down her face, in complete shock. And, oh no, they will find out that horrible medical experiments were conducted on them. The puppy said as he put his hands against his cheeks. There will be a manhunt, and they will find out that the last place you were on the grid was, right here next to where an unmarked shuttle took off. They will look and look for you, but, they will never find you. Because do you know where you are going? The puppy said, his features turning wolf-like. Would you like to guess, Your Honor? I'll give you a hint. There are a lot of people who remember you there, and they all would like to thank you, personally. If you do this, you will all regret it. You must be referring to your infamous blackmail folder, the wolf-like man said as he loomed above her. Our intrusion specialists and hackers are already on it. See, they have a bet with another group of people. It's a race between them to see if they can find the files before you tell us where they are. Judge Buddha's eyes widened in horror. You will tell us, Your Honor, the wolf laughed, these are the people they use to keep us in line. Now, if you will excuse me, I have a date. Off you go, the werewolf-like monster chuckled, have fun. He turned to a black-haired woman, or was it dirty blonde, as Judge Buddha's sedan was being pulled into the shuttle. I shall leave this to your expert hands, he smiled. You're not coming, the brown-haired woman said, no, it was definitely black. I think. It's going to be one hell of a party. I got my licks in, the perfectly normal-looking guy replied, besides, I have somewhere to be. You are actually choosing that filthy whore over this. As a matter of fact, I am, the man smiled. And, Marta. Yet. Call her a filthy whore again, and I will kill you. You got it, boss, the woman smiled a genuine smile. It was pretty. The man smiled and disappeared back into the trees. Federation hijinks, stow away. Void turds, Vendel gasped, leaning against the wall. You guys okay? Utilize your senses, G.H. Tuck rasped, what do they reveal? He grumbled as he held half of his mandibular plates in his petty palps. Thank, Itun moaned as he leaned on a stun rifle for support, thank the creators it is a juvenile. That's a juvenile. G.H. Tuck clicked in shock as he looked at the prone figure in the corridor. If that's a juvenile, what is an adult like? It. Oh, creators, Itun moaned as he dropped his abdomen to the deck, it wouldn't have just been your teeth. I think it broke something. We need a medic to level 15, subsection 5, doorway 12J, Vendel called out, holding a black plastic box. We have one crewman unconscious and multiple injuries. But did you subdue it? A crackly, static-filled voice responded. Yeah, we got it, Vendel replied, wiping at a neon green fluid that was leaking from his nose. Took 2 hits, but the ancestor-defiling fornicator is subdued. Oh great, my teeth are loose. Somebody grab that spiral-threaded panel fastener before it awakens, G.H. Tuck rasped as it indicated a large, heavy bolt laying next to 5 outstretched fingers. Why don't you do it? Itun grumbled as he laid down on the deck. Because I am occupied with the endeavor of holding my fornicating face on, G.H. Tuck Buzz growled. It's not waking up anytime soon, Vendel, the least damaged of them, said as he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The human teen groaned softly, causing Vendel to lurch forward and kick the bolt away, sending it singing down the corridor. Zap! You didn't have to do that, Itun. Vendel shouted. You want to court that beauty again? Itun replied as he let the stunner droop, I shall not challenge you. You can have it all to yourself. Shoot it again, G.H. Tuck buzzed, just to be safe. Zap! Seriously, guys, Vendel shouted as he grabbed the stunner. Stop it! Ow, he said, clutching at his side as he snatched it. So how are the brave warriors? A large portly-looking mole rat wearing a captain's uniform asked another of his kind. Fractures, soft tissue injuries, G.H. Tuck lost a mandibular plate. Yuvian has a rather nasty blow to his primary cognitive nexus. If he was one of us, I would call it a concussion. A concussion, the captain asked in alarm. Yuvian's simple neurology has its benefits, the doctor replied. It's far less of a concern for their kind. I consulted with Starshield, and it seems that it should resolve with little issue, though he will be away from his duties for at least a week, possibly longer. However, if we don't push him or, more importantly, don't allow him to push himself, he will likely be fine. I have the first few escalation steps downloaded should more be required. Thank the creators you were able to get through, the captain replied, dare I ask how? Pirate Relay, the doctor shrugged, the pirates of lore have a direct link to Starshield now. Strange days, the captain chuckled. Did you grab anything of interest while you were there? As a matter of fact, I did, the doctor replied, pulling a crystal from his pocket. Actual uncensored news from independent space as well as the Republic and Empire and a few entertainment folders that I thought sounded interesting. There is some human animated programming that looks intriguing. I liked the colors. Thanks, I've heard about their animation, the captain replied, what of our new guest? A few scrapes and bruises, the worst of which was when his facial region impacted the deck plates, the doctor replied. I had heard about the damage resistance and bludgeoning ability of a human's hands, but to be able to reinforce and add weight to one's fist by grasping a metal bolt without breaking the, for lack of a better word, fingers on the end of those wrists. Remarkable indeed. I heard the crew got overly enthusiastic with the stunners, the captain asked. Any concerns? Once again, simplicity seems to be the better design, the doctor replied. I was able to contact an actual human physician who reviewed the charts and said that there were no concerns. The doctor chuckled. In fact, the physician was far more concerned with how the youth represented his species than anything he saw on the charts. He said to let him sleep it off and recommended certain compounds easily synthesized from the precursors we have on hand should sedation be required. What sort of physician did you consult? The captain laughed, then stopped laughing. Doctor, please tell me you didn't. What else was I supposed to do? The ship's doctor demanded. Because of the multiple shots from the stunners, I had very real concerns, and I needed to consult with an expert on human biology as soon as possible. What better expert than an actual human physician? They were the first ones to respond. The captain whistled, causing the fringes around his mouth-nose to flutter as he pinched the soft tissue above the end of his elongated snout. Doctor, he said as he squinted his eyes shut. During your well-intentioned felony, did it ever occur to you that you have just informed the masturbating Forsaken that we have a captured human child on our ship? Do you see the issue here? Oh, it isn't what we would call a child, the doctor replied. They said that it was in a transitory period between childhood and adulthood. Apparently, they have to do that conscious, the poor bastards. Okay, then you told them that we have captured one of those, the captain said as if he was explaining how to cleanse one's anus. But we haven't captured it, the doctor said. We simply confronted it and requested that it accompany our crewmen to an appropriate holding area for its safety and ours. Doctor, the captain said, his fringes billowing, while I understand the fine distinction between capturing a prisoner and what you described, I seriously doubt a human would under the best of circumstances. Oh dear, the doctor said, his eyes widening, you don't think the humans think we are holding this member of their species against his will? Let's review the situation, shall we? The captain said, looking downward in an appeal to the kind undergods. We detected the stowaway and sent a few crewmen, armed with stunners for their protection, to contact our unexpected passenger and ask that they accompany them, correct? Right, the doctor replied, I mean, we've been underway for quite some time. I don't know what a human's metabolism is like, drat. I really should have asked, but I can only imagine that it's hungry. Oh, great worm. I forgot to ask what they eat. What if we don't have something suitable? Doctor, focus, the captain said sternly. And then what happened? It just attacked our men, the doctor exclaimed, completely unprovoked. Do you think this is a result of this adolescence that the human physician spoke of? You are incorrect, the captain replied. It initially tried to run, but I commanded the hatches towards the machinery and cargo spaces sealed, which seemed to be its destination. Once it realized that it couldn't flee, it attacked, throwing itself upon our crew with the intent to cause real injury, and did a pretty good job of it. Bah! That makes no sense at all, the doctor huffed. Do you think it is mentally ill? Perhaps psychosis brought on by hunger, or this adolescence? That can't be pleasant. The captain pinched the soft spot behind his snout again as he resisted the desire to lay his digging hands on the doctor. Violence, the captain said in a strained voice as his blade foot slowly ground against the deck plates, can be inspired by the oddest things, doctor. How long have you been a spacer, doctor? This is my first trip, the doctor snoothed, his fringes fluttering excitedly. I guess it's that senescence madness you hear of. I got tired of my comfortable, boring practice and my comfortable, boring life and, my comfortable, boring spouse, and. The captain clenched his tooth as the doctor prattled on. It was the height of discourtesy to interrupt someone, especially when they were answering a question. Since the humans who were definitely on the way weren't here yet, the ship wasn't on fire, or there wasn't another human prowling his ship, he had little choice but to listen to this mud-scratcher tell him his masturbating life story. And I must say, the doctor exclaimed, it has been quite the adventure thus far. Thanks to you, doctor, the captain smiled through clenched tooth, the adventure is just starting. When you get a moment, do yourself a favor. While we don't have network access, we do have a small archive of information relevant to day-to-day operations. That includes hazards. Go to the archive and look up the Confederacy of Soul. In particular, I would like for you to run a query on the Black Angels, the Dragons, the Longshanks, and Knife Children. Those are some of the groups that make up this confederacy, and this confederacy is what forms the backbone of this new Forsaken movement. It's led by a human named Jessica Morgan. You know what, doctor, do some reading on her too. Those are the nice people that you have invited to our ship. They have the most interesting customs. You should brush up on them as well so you can make a nice impression when they board. Oh, how exciting, the doctor enthused, I shall do so once I attend to my patients. You do that, the captain clenched, and I shall go and prepare our ship to greet these delightful people. Grr-hoo-hoo-hoo, G.H. Tuck snickered darkly as the captain walked past. How bad is it, GH? The captain asked. I can walk and hold a blaster, GH Tuck replied quietly as the doctor fussed over the human. You think they are common? You know what they say, GH, the captain snorted, the void hungers. Just rest for now. Who knows, maybe we'll be lucky, and it will be the Wraiths or the Beltkin. Or maybe nobody at all. GH Tuck rasped. You spank, the captain snort tooted, now you've gone and jinxed us. Thank you for reaching out to us, Captain, a smartly dressed man said as he concentrated and took a deep breath. My Federation name is PLOK, the captain said helpfully. Captain PLOK, the man smiled. That certainly makes things easier. And the most common mispronunciation of my name causes great amusement among my crew, the captain said, hoping to keep things light. I know your pain, the man smiled, my surname is Butts. In our language, it sounds much like the common name for our posteriors. If only I was so fortunate, the captain said, trying, and failing, to mimic a human smile. It looked like an aggressive fleshlight. The human snorted faintly. That was encouraging. The captain tried to widen his smile. The human coughed and blinked. Firstly, the captain said emphatically, I want to stress that we have absolutely no intention of handing the human over to the Federation. On the contrary, we want to return it to its own kind as soon as possible, preferably to an area free of contagion. I understand you have clean ships. We do, the human replied. And I would also like to state that we did not intend to engage the human, Adlo Ascent, in combat. I just could not allow it to enter our vital machinery spaces or the cargo hold, for its own safety, especially the cargo hold. What are you transporting, Captain? We are just a bulk freighter, the captain replied as casually as he could manage. We haul various food-safe cargoes such as grains, processed food precursors, algae, and raw seaweeds, dare to dream produce every now and then. We also have refrigeration capacity that allows transporting of perishable goods. We will take just about anything that won't contaminate us, though. Right now, we have a mixed food-grade byproduct load that we are transporting to Halby for delivery. Ah, the human smiled, lips and assholes. Pardon, the captain replied, thoroughly confused. Halby does a lot of meat processing. I assume it's scraps, parts of livestock not otherwise utilized, and the like. Their customers should be so fortunate, the captain laughed. The human joined him for a bit. This was going well. The captain smiled again, triggering a cough from the human. Their cargo was utterly worthless. There was no way these, let's be honest here, pirates would be interested in a freighter full of marginally edible food. And you didn't want the human contaminating it, the man on the screen said, understandable. Oh, I'm not worried about that, the captain replied, this is stuff that we would use for compost. It's for the human's safety. I don't follow. We have murder borers down there, the captain exclaimed. Those things are dangerous. Why? We haul a lot of bulk crap, open crates of unprocessed, half-spoiled produce, and you don't even want to know what else. No matter how hard we try, vermin always gets in, and it doesn't take long for a ship to fill up with GYNT, hyper roaches, Yul, Kton, or any of literally hundreds of vermin species that plague the Federation. The borers can dig through the bulk and will murder, anything they can find. They will eat damn near anything but prefer flesh. We've kept them since ancient times in our warrens both for hunting and to do exactly what we are using them for today. If you don't know how to handle them, they will kill you. We had species or two like that ourselves, the human smiled. Unfortunately, they were edible. Oh. Some survived, and others have been resurrected. Resurrected? The captain thought to himself. He decided not to ask. Their numbers have blossomed in the Republic, but they are still expensive rarities among our people. And once again, a luxury we likely will not be able to afford. I'm sorry, the captain honestly said. What the humans have faced? I prefer my glass crab, anyhow. Barely eats and is a friendly enough little guy. They are native to Raylesh. See. An image of a surprisingly large crab with bright iridescent multicolored shell segments appeared on the screen. It never failed to amaze the captain when he saw a crab. Why that particular type of creature was so common was beyond him. Those things were everywhere, not the same species, of course. They were always different genetically, but when you looked at them, yep. It's a crab. That's natural, the captain asked incredulously. Yep. Nobody's sure why. Amazing. So back to business, the human said as the crab disappeared. You have a human. We want said human. Send me your route, and you will be contacted by a ship somewhere along it where we will offload the stowaway if we can. If I could impose, the human said, would you consider harboring him if needed? We would love to individually rescue each and every human, but that might not be possible. Needless to say, your assistance in this matter would be deeply appreciated, and would reflect well both on your ship and on your people. We would be delighted, the captain replied, knowing exactly what that meant, and was very delighted indeed, and this is a very big ship with lots of hiding places. We can keep him out of the way for a bit. Wonderful, the guy replied. We will see if your path intersects a ship or if one of your destinations is friendly. As our way of saying thanks, if you would provide your transponder data and update us on your movements, we can ensure that you don't run into any difficulties in the future. We will, the captain snoodled and gave the human a great big smile. Snark. We have received your information, and you will be hailed, or a message will be sent through the shadow net. Are you familiar with how to set that up? I will be, the captain grinned. Oh dear God, the man coughed. Farewell. And the gods be with you too, the captain snooded. Sometimes things do work out, after all. And things continued to work out for the captain as well. The first nice thing to happen was the notification that the doctor had locked himself in the archives and refused to come out. Good, the captain thought, his fringe flaring out in a sneer. Welcome to the galaxy, sperm waster, he chuckled to himself. He decided he would let him try to burrow through titanium for a little while longer yet. Then, things got even better. No sooner than he informed his very relieved crew that they weren't going to be the guests of honor at a barbecue was he called to the bridge. He was being hailed by an unidentified ship. The kind undergods must have heard his plea. He'd be rid of that human, and reaping the benefits of cooperation, before the insane half-adult awoke. He rushed to his quarters, strapped on his ceremonial tunnel sword, not worn since his discharge from the SDF entirely too long ago. Fortunately, the belt had just enough length to handle his enhanced figure. Had he ever been that trim? The humans respected such things, right? Then, sword flapping all over the place, he rushed to the bridge. Something was wrong. Everyone was utterly silent, stiff, terrified. He looked at the screen, and his blood froze. Sitting there, sprawled lazily in the captain's chair, was a young human with long silky yellow gold strands streaming down from the top of her head. The hair, well, that's what he called his, was quite pretty, but that's not what grabbed his attention. The human's jacket was open. Underneath was only a harness of cloth covering the upper third of her torso and the two lumps that identified it as female. On her exposed lower abdomen was the one thing that no spacer ever wanted to see. The mark of the Black Angels. Oh, no. The captain could hear the void laughing at him. Hee-yi-yi, the human howled its fearsome battle cry. The captain raised to his full height, about 4/5 average human, and drew his blade, raising it outward in an invitation. Every spacer knows that the void always wins in the end. Every captain knows that any day could be his crew's last. Today was that day. Trying to keep his snout firm, he then raised his blade in front of himself. You may win, harbinger of death, the captain said firmly, but by the hunger of the void, you will know that we were here. The captain then gave that Black Angel the biggest smile he could muster. The Black Angel looked stunned, perhaps taken aback by his display of bravery. It then started howling like the animal it was. Howly she it. It bayed, ha 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 ha. Oh got him go na pee, it howled, invoking the demons of the void itself. Wah, it growled, looking at someone off-screen. Oh. Shit. Sorry dude, the devourer of flesh said in a surprisingly friendly tone. Relax, Captain, the monster said, yeah, I'm an angel, but I'm flying under Morgan's banner at the moment. I'm not here looking for trouble. We're just interested in the human. Swear upon the honor of Jessica Morgan, the angels, and upon the Shay name. You play nice, we play nice. You might not trust the angels, but you can trust Jessica Morgan and the Forsaken. The captain sheathed his blade and drew back his blade foot as he bowed, keeping his snout pointed at the screen. The Black Angel rose, drew her combat knife, raised it to her forehead, and sheathed it, snapping the catch closed. And bonus points for steal, Captain, the horror smiled. Too bad we aren't playing today. I bet you guys would have been fun. I lack your bloodthirst, the captain replied, or bravado as the case may be. The Black Angel snorted a surprisingly nice snort. I like you. I hope you don't turn out to be a dick. The screen went black. The captain slumped against a console, steadying himself, and then staggered off of the bridge a fucking legend. The captain tried to keep his head up and his shuffle confident as he made his way through the corridors to the cheers of his crew. He nodded, rippled his fringe, and even drew his sword in salute a few times to the general delight of everyone. When he finally made it to his quarters, he locked the door, threw off the sword, and crawled under his bed, pulling the blanket along with him and wrapping it around his head. Did he actually do what he thought he did? Was he crazy? That monster would have literally eaten him. He snoodled to himself in the comforting close darkness of his blanket burrow. And the void is denied one more day, the thought in amusement. Captain, G.H. Tuck's voice called through the static of their crappy comms. You need to get down here to the med bay right now. It didn't sound good. His nose reluctantly poked out from underneath the blanket. What's going on? The human is awake. Is he combative? Not anymore, G.H. Tuck replied, we got him calmed down before it got ugly. That's not the problem. Then what is? He isn't alone. He has a kid sister. Oh, ring my sack. Care to guess where she is, right now? G.H. Tuck buzzed grimly, go ahead, Cap. Guess. With that black angel on the way. The captain burst out from underneath his bed, threw open a panel, and grabbed a heavy blaster rifle. He was sprinting out of the door moments later. What's wrong? The human, his name was Marv, asked in alarm as he was rushed through the corridors, along with the captain and a dozen crewmen, all armed with either stunners or actual blasters. The murder borers recognized the stunners. Their appearance was usually enough. Oh, nothing, the captain lied, flashing Marv a reassuring smile, he was getting good at those. Marv winced, squinting his eyes pleasantly, indicating a relaxed, trusting state. We just want to get your sister out of that nasty hold and both of you some food and water, that's all, the captain continued. Bullshit, Marv replied, coming to a stop. I know not this word, the captain said, smiling again. Jesus, dude, Marv winced. Now tell me exactly what the fuck is going on and why you are packing actual heat. Heat? He means the blasters, G.H. Tuck buzzed, his mandibular plate hastily glued on. Not his first rodeo, or fight for that matter. Marv, the captain said firmly, I need you to keep calm and not be violent. Can you do that for me? What the fuck is going on? Marv shouted as he grabbed the captain, clearly demonstrating that he was not likely to remain calm nor likely to refrain from violence. Lower your weapons, the captain shouted at his alarmed crewmen. Surprisingly, Marv calmed down rather quickly and released the captain. Marv, the captain said, we are going into the cargo hold to get your sister. We are bringing these weapons because the cargo hold is not safe. Nobody is supposed to go in there except for the bots. There are very dangerous creatures prowling in that area, and you must remain calm and take us to your sister immediately. Her safety depends on it. And ours, the captain thought. Here, murder lady, we have one of them but let our pets eat the little one, my apologies. You mean the rat dogs? Rat, dogs? About this big? Marv asked, holding his hand roughly waist-high, long tails, little poofy noses. You've encountered them, the captain said, looking at the human non-adult. He didn't seem injured. Then again, humans did have a fearsome reputation. Yeah, they're great. Marv replied. Just like the dogs in the hollow. My sis is crazy about them. She always wanted a dog. Can we have one? Your sister, the captain stammered. She's probably with them right now, Marv said cheerfully. They won't let her out of their sight. You left her with them, the captain shouted, grabbing Marv and slamming him against the wall. He knew exactly why they paying his small tender sister so much attention. Men, with me, the captain said as he shoved Marv. You. Take us to her now. The captain charged through the rather filthy cavernous hold like his life and the life of his crew depended on it. Because it did. Marv, now quite alarmed, wasted no time leading the captain and his team into a dark corner where a titanium panel had a hole torn in it. Marv shouted. What? A distant but somewhat annoyed voice replied. You woke up, Binky, the voice accused. See? Marv said, looking at the captain like he was an idiot. I can't believe I let you assholes get me all worked up, and touch me again, motherfucker. Marv called, come out. Everything's cool. Coming. A few moments later, the scrabbling of many claws and a chorus of malicious-sounding hisses could be heard. The captain and his men backed away, leveling their weapons at the hole. That's my sister. Marv yelled, stepping between the crew and the opening. Sorry, the captain said as they held their weapons at the ready. Soon dozens of what appeared to be a combination of dog, possum, and mole poured out of the opening, confronting the crew, hissing menacingly. Following them was a rather grubby child, clutching one of their young, its tail wrapped around her arm. Can I keep it? The girl asked, please. The girl absolutely refused to leave her puppies, so the captain just hung around, stunner at the ready. He couldn't have forced the child anyway. She had a pack of those little killers in a perimeter around her, letting nobody but Marv pass. Besides, it was the voidiest thing he'd ever seen. He made a point of filming it because nobody would ever believe what was happening. The captain watched in disbelief, shaking his head as these feral monsters nuzzled and groomed the human child, letting her paw them, even rolling over on their backs and letting her give them blub bees, which had the child bury her face into the oily matted fur of the monsters and blowing making well blubby noises. The beasts liked Marv as well. But they loved that human child. Perhaps they recognized their own. G.H. Tuck rasped. Behave, the girl said firmly as she held a large basket of food. You have to wait your turn. The creatures obeyed, and each took a treat from her in turn. Unprecedented, the captain muttered. He had watched those things rip each other's throats out for half as much as that girl was holding in her unprotected hand. If they had to feed those things, which was rare, they would just sling in the food and run. Now, I've seen everything, the captain muttered. You spank, Tuck rasped, now you've jinxed us. So, how much for the lot? The Black Angel asked after she arrived, with a relieving lack of murder. The humans are yours, the captain, sword back on, like he could actually do anything with it. Not the humans, the puppies. They, murder borers. Yet. The Black Angel said as she fed one of them a strip of raw meat. They loved that, and the person doling it out. The captain noticed that they were exceptionally generous with the meat, a very high-dollar luxury. The conclusion he came to was not a pleasant one. You can have them as well, the captain exclaimed as another ragged lump of flesh was tossed to one of the red dogs in the back. You sure? The golden-haired demon asked. I'm actually not being a pirate this time, and I have a lot of cash from the times that I was. Yes. Ahem. I'm sure, the captain said nervously. They are common enough on my home world. Really? The fiend asked happily, her eyes shining happily. Oh void, he looked at her eyes. Again, shudder. Yes, really, the captain's snoot squeaked. Well, captain, the monster bearing the mark of the devil said happily, we might be in touch concerning a little purchase then. Looking, the captain squeaked. Ahem, I look forward to your custom. Okay, you two, the golden-haired raider with naked singularities for eyes said cheerfully. Grab your pups, and let's bounce. Okay. The girl said as she grabbed a small backpack, and Binky, and hopped up. Marv also gathered his things but looked at the human captain warily, avoiding her gaze. The captain wondered if he was actually doing these two young humans a favor, not that he had a choice. So, Marv, the golden-haired angel asked as she wrapped her arm around him. Marv froze. Tell me, Marv, the fiend grinned, how do you feel about brooms? I love them. Right answer, the fiend laughed. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Brooms. All of the murder borers raised their snouts, letting out a hissing wail. I fucking love these things, the terrifying human cheered. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Shelia's last resort and Carashel slimes the slope. And one final thing, Sheila said to her crew as they lounged on the bridge, I know she's cute and all but keep your eye on Shell Oron. I don't know what her deal is, but I do know she can get on top of you before you can blink. Dare to dream, right Eno? Gloria smirked. Could you please take a break from being a complete bitch just this once? Eno growled dangerously. Good ol Eno was as nice as could be, right it up until he wasn't. You didn't want to see that. He was in the crew for a reason. Only Gloria had the balls to really fuck with him. Yeah, she's a bitch, Sheila said, but that bitch has a point. Eno, you are a great guy, but this might not be the time for, pardon the pun, your white knight routine. I don't expect there to be any real trouble. If I did, I wouldn't let that thing prowl around so freely, but, and I'm not saying there will be trouble, but if there is. There won't be. Eno snapped. I know, Sheila said reassuringly, but, if there is, don't get in front of my shot, alright? That's all I'm saying. You would shoot me. Of course not, dipshit. Sheila snorted as she tossed back a beer, I wouldn't take the shot, and that little blue demon would kill both of us. You did watch the snuff flick, right? If she goes pop, we had all better be on our game. She won't go pop if Gloria wouldn't try so hard to make it happen. Eno snarled accusingly. And 1 point for the White Knight, Sheila smirked. Gloria, stop fucking with the frog, got it? Gloria muttered something under her breath. Got it. Yeah, Gloria grumbled, I'll leave little Miss Pissy Pants alone. Christ. That fucking thing is getting on my last nerve. What do you have against Shell Oron, anyway? Lorna asked. It's her whole act, Gloria smirked, I just want to sell coffee, she said in a whiny voice, I'm not a bad person. Gloria wailed, holding her hands to her cheeks, oh, I'm so pooping scared Eno. Hold me. Finger my gills. Gloria gasped as she lunged at Eno, wrapping her arms around him, laughing as Eno bounced her off the floor. She never asked me to finger anything. Eno bellowed. The only thing she has ever done is hold my hand. Eno exclaimed and then groaned. He knew what was about to happen. Oh. Gloria crooned suggestively, you two are up to hand holding already. Gloria. Sheila snapped. Stop baiting Eno. Eno, stop simping over the frog. It's weird. I'm not sim, Eno bellowed as everyone burst into laughter, you know what? Fuck all of you. Ino rose to leave. Okay, Sheila said reassuringly, I'm sorry Ino. Come back, please, she said trying to keep a straight face. I won't fuck with you anymore, I promise. We might have a vote. Ino sat back down, glaring at Gloria. And Gloria, Sheila added, don't forget what happened last time you pushed Ino just a bit too far. We might be stuck out here for a while, and we don't need to be wasting medical supplies. What happened? Lorna whispered to Jacob. I'll tell you later, Jacob whispered back, let's just say you don't want Ino to go Yellowstone, trust me. Next item, Sheila said, looking at the tablet, repairs. We have the second coming of combat spacecraft sitting in our hold and a pilot who really needs to kill something. Our shipbuilders are in Seoul, Greg replied, and we are about as hot as you can get. How bad is it, Bunny? Bad, Bunny replied, they have covered the Barnard star system in drones, and I mean covered it. There are thousands of them flying constant patrols. Nothing is getting in or out without tripping hundreds of alerts. Seoul is even worse. The whole fleet is mobilized. They are flying patrols everywhere. Every port, every shipyard, even little mom and pop junkyards are getting regular visits. What about the Kuiper belt? Sheila asked. They are even out there, Jessie chirped. That's where the battleships and carriers are. Even Eris. The Retribution is hovering right on top of it. New Tokyo. The Alduin. Make. The Sovngarde, Jessie replied. I'm telling ye, the Navy is out there in force. It's so bad that the Kuipers are letting them. Oh, and they are pissed at us, too. They blame us for bringing the heat down on them. What they aren't blockading, Bunny said, they are flying regular patrols over. Turns out they even knew about places we didn't think they did. What about the scattered disk? Sheila asked. They can't have all of that covered. Stiletto squadrons and trawlers, Jessie replied. I think we kinda pissed them off, and our friends say that they think Gloria's Reaper was built in the Sol system, which it was. They also figure she's going to need serious repairs, which she does. What about the builders? Sheila asked. They got a visit, Bunny said, but they are pros, and nothing was found. They aren't getting any more heat than anyone else, but any shipbuilder or repair specialist has eyes on them. They have a drone hovering outside their shop, like every other shop in the system. They say that they might be able to sneak out a few people, Jessie chirped, but it's going to cost us big time. Well, if they can do it, Sheila replied, we'll pay them. What about the Ord Cloud? Gloria asked impishly. No. Sheila exclaimed, just, no. Not them. They have a shipyard, Gloria said with a wolfish grin. And they think the universe is 7,000 years old. And you know the Navy isn't there. Remember what happened to Jacob? Sheila exclaimed, we almost didn't get him back. Pedo, Gloria smirked. She said she was 18. Jacob shouted defensively. Brew, Lorna said disapprovingly, her eyebrow nearly reaching escape velocity, seriously. And what did we learn? Sheila chuckled. When someone feels the need to volunteer the fact that they are 18 without you asking, Jacob sighed, they aren't. And her family will break out the shotguns. And can we please drop this? Jacob said, flushing bright red. Okay, lover boy, Sheila smirked, just keep it in your pants this time. Or at least wait until recess, Greg snickered. Jacob sighed and hung his head. She looked 18. And that's why we paid them off, Sheila replied. Otherwise, we would have left you with your new family. Man, were they hungry for some fresh jeans or what? Sheila turned to Jessie. There has to be another option. If the builders can give the Navy the slip, Sheila asked, what about taking them out of the system? Any other shop in the Republic is covered. Even the mining outposts. The Empire. They are cooperating with the Republic, Jessie said as she looked at her tablet. We have a lot of supporters, but the Empire doesn't like nuke-slinging vigilantes all that much either, and they don't want a Barnard Star-level shootout spilling over onto their well-manicured lawn. We might be okay, but they have a lot of agents prowling about and have us, and our genomes, all over the place. What about the Vengeance? Sheila asked hopefully, have you talked to Kolvac KSA? We aren't welcome, Bunny replied, they see the heat we are bringing down and don't want that following us there. Kolvac KSA says he wishes us victory and hopes that we can do business again, someday, other than today. He was really nice about it, Bunny added. Can't blame them. If the Republic followed us to a Republic Hulk. Oh fuck me, Sheila grumbled as she face-palmed, okay. T. Yes. T. Sunkal asked, looking up from his tea. It's going to be a tough jump, Sheila said. There is a gravity well, but it's shallow. You are literally aiming at a big snowball. Not a problem, T-Sunkal said as he sipped his tea. I would like a bit of a challenge. You are not shoving a fan up my ass again. Bunny exclaimed. Did we have to last time? Sheila asked. No. Then quit your bitching, Sheila replied. Okay, guys, we are going to Mega. God help us. Woohoo. Jessie exclaimed. Mega. I love those guys. Oh. Can we fly over to Hobby Lobby while we are there? Sure, why not, Sheila grumbled, might as well get the whole experience. Yay. Hey, Greg said, elbowing Jacob, she's legal now. You should look her up. Go and fuck yourself, Greg. I am so terribly excited. Ka gushed. I just can't believe it. Really, Carashel chuckled, I couldn't tell. Your people are actually interested in what really matters. It's not going to be easy, Ka said, but oh, the rewards. Carashel replied as she looked at her tablet. She smiled. We have a plan in place that should really make things a lot easier, Carashel smiled as she read something. In fact, I believe that the quality of life for the average Balil is about to improve markedly. I know the prospect is intoxicating, Ka said, practically dancing in place, but care should be taken not to overreach or try to take on too much at once. This will be a long process, taking generations of careful planning and hard work. Or we could just increase our wealth by a factor of 1,000, she said absently as she stared at her tablet again. And just bankroll the whole thing in one shot. Ka chuckled. If only it were that simple, he clicked, laying his hand on top of Carashel. Even if that were remotely possible, there would still be innumerable surprises, problems, social issues, as your people will learn. We could just run a very detailed simulation first, Carashel said as she idly poked at her screen. You know, have a test population that we could use to iron out all the details. That sounds ominous, Kor replied, looking down at his friend curiously, have you been reading human stuff again? I thought you said you were done with that. I said I was done with Marx, Mao and Hitler, Carashel replied with a little smile that Ka had learned was a very bad sign. I've moved on to the 21st and 22nd centuries now. The events leading up to their third global conflict and what happened afterwards are far more useful than starry-eyed idealists like Lenin and Pol Pot. Who is Pol Pot? Oh, nobody, Carashel muttered absently. Come on, she muttered as she shook her tablet. How long can it fucking take? How long can what take? Oh, sorry, Carashel said, turning off her tablet and looking up at Ka for the first time, work stuff. You've had a lot of that here lately, Kor replied, I hardly ever see you anymore, and when I do, you barely have the energy to curse at me. Is everything okay? Not especially, Carashel replied with a chuckle, I don't know if you've noticed, but a lot has been going on in the Federation here lately. Yes, a lot of systems are really struggling, Kor replied, I honestly don't know how some of them are going to make it. Oh, progenitors. Are the Balil, you know, okay. It's my job to ensure that we will be, Carashel replied, and I am very good at my job, she added with a moist but feral gleam in her eyes. She paused. Ka, she said, looking up at him earnestly, I just want you to know how much I appreciate you and the time you've spent with me and everything you've shown me. You mean a lot to me, and I hope. Kara. Ka asked with concern. Oh, nothing, Carashel smiled, I just want you to know, that's all. Thank you, Ka smiled, that means a lot. You mean a lot, Carashel, and now so do the Balil. Nobody has ever asked us what they have. Oh, we have so much to share with you. I hope you feel that way in about a. Counselor Carashel, an unpleasant voice rasped angrily. Carashel's eye stalks whipped around excitedly. It was the one person she had been waiting for. Counselor Nemat of the Gvorda was scuttling up, radiating annoyance. Counselor Nemat. Carashel gushed pleasantly, I am so happy to see you. And she actually was, very happy. What is the meaning of this? He snapped as he shoved a small cube projecting a hologram of a text document into Carashel's eyes. We were speaking, Ka said icily as he watched the loathsome arthropoid bully his friend. It's okay, Ka, Carashel said with a defeated tone. This is work stuff. I won't be a moment. One of you people had the audacity to present themselves to our Bureau of Trade, on our homeworld requesting, no, demanding payment after I told you not to press the issue. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Counselor, Carashel said in a timid little voice. It wasn't my idea. I told them that it would make you angry. It's just that you said that you couldn't transfer funds because of the network, so my boss thought that if we took possession of the payment and then physically transported it back home, it would be okay. Well, it isn't. Counselor Nemet shouted. We need to maintain a reserve for emergencies. You will get paid when we decide you get paid and not 1 second before. Counselor Nemet then splayed his hands in a sneer. Besides, it shouldn't be a problem, he said with a little chuckling hiss, according to the documents you filed, you should have no problems with a little delay, right? Oh, yes, of course, she said, looking downcast. Right, she added nervously, no problem, nope, none at all. Then this issue is settled, the Gvorda counselor said with a dismissive wave. Don't trouble us again. Could you, Karashel stammered, could you maybe give me that in an email, or a memo, you know, something in writing that I could show my boss? Otherwise, they will just keep bugging you. Fine, he hissed. Someone from my office will give you something. Now send the next shipment immediately, or you will regret it. And, just to be perfectly clear, Karashel said, you are absolutely refusing to pay and are not establishing a timeline for said payment. Yes. Nemeth shouted, how many times do I have to tell you? You will get paid when you get paid, and that's it. Okay, Karashel replied. I understand. Well, it took long enough, Counselor Nemeth sneered, creators, you people are so stupid. With a flip of his robes, he scuttled off. What an asshole. Ka hissed, flaring his crest. Karashel wasn't paying attention. She pulled out a communicator from her shawl jacket pocket. He took the bait, she said quietly. Do it. With pleasure, a feminine and very predatory Volksine voice replied. Kara. Ka asked dubiously. Kara looked up at him. Ka shuddered. The last time he saw that look was in the woods, just before he had his people open fire. Okay, time for lunch. Karashel said brightly as she returned to normal. Where do you want to go? Our bench outside. Kor replied dubiously, Karashel. Yet. Do I want to know? Nope. Karashel cashes in a favor, and gets a fun new hat. Here you go, Karashel, the Balayan doctor said as he handed her a small spray bottle. Thanks, Doc, Karashel said happily, you are a lifesaver, again, hee. I just have to know, the doctor said in confusion, what do you need a nightscrit tranquilizer for? Well, Karashel replied, I'm going to go out into the garden, catch a few, knock them out, and then stick them all over my naked body. Fine, the doctor snorted wetly, don't tell me. Trooper KVA grumbled as they tried to get comfortable behind their wall of dirt bags. Dirt bags, he thought, just like those void-worshipping humans in the Locus and the accursed Callant for not letting them just bomb the place. I can't believe they have us sheltering behind bags of dirt, he muttered to his comrade. It's not like force fields did any good, a squat scaly Mackin replied, clutching his needler. They say a human is who told them to use these. I just wish we didn't have to fill them. Oh, that makes me feel so much safer, KVA said, flicking out his long tongue to indicate humor, just like the humans, tricking us into digging our own graves. The Mackin poked a wooden box above the sandbags and peered into a little hole. What's that? KVA asked. It's a light bender, the Mackin replied. It's an old trick from my home world. It has 2 mirrors in it that let me look in this little hole and see what the top of the box sees. That's stupid. Is it? The Mackin asked. It doesn't use any power, is easy to make, and I don't oblige the humans, or the eels for that matter, by presenting my anterior segment for them to excise. See anything? Just those shiny Callant grav tanks or dropships, or fighters, or whatever the filth they are. The scanner between the pair beeped. What's that? The Mackin whispered urgently as he pulled down his periscope and flattened against the ground. Relax, HYY, KVA replied, it's just some local wildlife. Inside the brightly lit white interior of the Sharp Scale, one of the noble and venerable Longspine class ground effect craft surrounding the Great Lord and the loathsome humans that His Holy Excellency had deigned to humor for some unknown reason, Fast Strike Captain Yukovin glanced over at his second. Analysis, he asked as he floated in his command pod. It is an assembly of reflectors set in a box of some natural material, his second replied, her beautiful scales catching the light as they always did. I believe it's some sort of skygazer, sir. Skygazer. They used them to look above the water in ancient times, his second replied with her lovely voice. I saw one in a museum when I was a child. I can see a Mackin's eye looking at us through it. See? She zoomed in on the end of the periscope. Captain Yukovin laughed. Hey, if it works, he bubbled trying not to look at his second's posterior fin. There was a sharp tone from the console. It's nothing, his second said with a dismissive flick of her gorgeous tail, just some nightscrit, a local vermin species. Maybe it's meeting up with the vermin behind us, he chuckled. Good one, sir, his second replied, trying not to stare at her captain's magnificent muscular side. I've tried being patient, the sarcophagus sighed, but this is becoming just too much. Forgive me, Colonel, I don't wish to malign your leader, but I believe she is taking advantage of this situation. Colonel Laron laughed. Oh, thank you, fish stick, he gasped, I needed that. Of course, she is taking advantage of the situation. Face it, my lord, you put your balls in her talons. She is not letting go until she is ready. My balls. Testicles, the colonel clarified, still chuckling. Ah, the sarcophagus replied, accompanied with synthesized human laughter, I get that idiom. And yes, I supposed I did let her lay her hands on my gills, didn't I? Don't worry, the colonel smiled, she'll honor her end of the deal, when she's good and ready. Do you have any idea why she is delaying so long? Actually, the colonel replied, I think I... Hello? Anybody here? A cheerful voice echoed down the hall. What the fuck? The colonel snarled, drawing his pistol as his soldiers leapt to action, arming their saber guns or drawing blades. Everybody stand down, the sarcophagus broadcast through powerful speakers, voice match. It's Carachel, the Balayan counselor. I know who the fuck it is, the colonel replied, what I want to know is why she's here and how she got past my men. You two, he snapped, please go out and politely escort our guest to me. And you, he exclaimed, relieve one of the guards we have on the perimeter. I would very much like to speak with them. Sir, the absolutely devastated soldier said as he stood at attention. We have checked and double-checked every sensor. The only thing that came close to approaching our position was... His voice trailed off as the colonel pointed at a rather sticky slumbering nightscrit on his desk. Oh. Oh, indeed, the colonel replied. Before our guest leaves, make damn sure you get a good scan. This is just embarrassing. The colonel gently poked the nightscrit. Clever, though. Any idea why she's there? Jessica Morgan inquired over the laptop sitting on Colonel Laurent's desk. None whatsoever, the colonel replied, shaking his head. All she said is that she just dropped by to say hello and to see if we needed anything. Oh, and she wanted to chat with the fish privately for a little bit. This makes 2 for 2, Jessica said with a smirk. Pardon. This is the second time that harmless little slug has breached one of our perimeters, Jessica replied, sipping her tea. I do have to admit, wearing a live squirrel as a hat is a new one. I cannot apologize enough, ma'am. This will not happen again. Oh, I'm willing to bet it will, Jessica chuckled. Have her call me before she leaves. I want to know what the little shit is up to. As laughter pealed from Colonel Laurent's office, the colonel and the sarcophagus loitered nearby. The colonel looked over at his mysterious sort of friend. He had been very quiet ever since he and Carachel returned. So, how did your little visit with Squirrel Girl go? Squirrel, Girl. Carachel, the colonel clarified, I was referring to her novel Camouflage. She's, the sarcophagus paused, searching for the right word, she's evil. I regret issuing her a favor. She came to collect, in case you were wondering. Well, the colonel shrugged as he nodded towards his office, she's in good company, then. I guess there's 2 of them now. No, Colonel, the sarcophagus replied, she is quite possibly worse. And the true horror of it. Colonel Laurent could feel whatever creature in that black box shudder. She's right. She is absolutely correct. Her logic is, horrifyingly perfect. I tried to assail it, to find some fault, some flaw. I failed. I've consulted with my kind. The sarcophagus paused. We are going to honor her request. May whatever looks over this madness forgive us. Colonel Laurent raised his eyebrow as he tried to hand Carachel a sleeping nightscrit and failed. It remained stuck to his hand. Oh. Carachel said brightly, sorry. Let me just. The colonel stiffened as Carachel licked him, causing the sticky goop around the unfortunate critter to loosen. Perhaps, the colonel said, still a bit shaken, Christ, was that thing weird, you could knock next time. I'm really sorry about that, Colonel, Carachel said sheepishly, I just needed absolutely nobody to see me come in here. I want it to be a surprise, she exclaimed brightly as if she was planning a birthday party. Something that the colonel seriously doubted. Thanks for not shooting me. Carachel said happily, I was kinda worried about that. I was kinda considering it, the colonel smiled. However, I should thank you. What for? Carachel said as she stuck the nightscrit on the top of her head. It's good to remind the men, and myself, that we aren't perfect. Normally these lessons are a bit more costly. Maybe I should send you a bill then. Don't push it, beanbag, the colonel chuckled. Okay. Carachel smiled a gooey smile, bye. As Carachel undulated along the passageway leading to the exit, she paused. Better than bitter snot. It wasn't like she was going to have another chance at this, most likely. What the hell, she muttered and turned around. Ooh la la. So, how are you settling in? Jessica Morgan asked a withered old man's face on one of her archaic flat-panel OLED screens. Holograms gave her headaches. Quite well, the man replied with a smile. The Belial have been excellent hosts. Good to hear, Jessica said, where do they have you stashed? Believe it or not, the man chuckled, an abandoned salt mine, just like the ones on old Earth. A salt mine? It turns out they need the stuff as much as we do, the old man replied with a shrug. You should see about importing some. This is really good salt. It's damn near a dietary supplement. How do they mine it without melting? They have a much lower surface area than the slugs we are used to, the old man replied, and their mucus is much better. They just used some protective clothing and something they call sauce back in the old days. Now they use a spray on polymer and respirators as PPE and use robotic mining equipment. They are actually still mining this deposit, but they have us in an area that is no longer active. This place is huge. When she says she can shelter as many people as we want to send, she isn't joking. You could fit thousands of us in just this one mine alone. Interesting, Jessica said as she sipped her cup of tea. Any progress on the contracts? Already done, the old man replied. Carachel already had those ready for us when we arrived. She just wanted us to look over them. Jesus, Jessica. This thing is. Fuck. Let me guess, Jessica smirked, it's inhuman, like something from the depths of hell itself. Yeah, the old man replied, she didn't need us for the contract. She just wants us for phase 2, whatever that is. Did she give any hints? I don't like being kept in the dark. All I know is that we need to prepare to challenge the individual clauses in the contract. Don't you mean defend? I asked the same question, the old man replied. Carachel was quite clear with her wording. She wants us to be able to tear apart the whole thing line item by line item. Did she say why? The old man smiled a vicious, feral smile. That she did, he said, his eyes gleaming. It's beautiful. Enlighten me, Jessica said as Terrans refilled her cup. 2 Belial undulated through the dark and crowded station accompanied by 2 dangerous-looking Ziyush and a single human male, their eye stalks rapidly darting in all directions as they took in the sights. Large holographic displays in numerous languages floated above stalls and makeshift buildings along the shabby concourse, promising guns, drugs, pirated media, ship parts, carnal delights, and things not readily understood by the 2 happily overwhelmed Belial. Ooh la la! Ah wee wee, the pair sang, bouncing their heads in perfect unison in time with the strange tune. They're singing again, one of the Ziyush grumbled. I hate it when they do that. I don't know, the other replied, I think it's kind of nice. That's because you don't know what it means, the human smirked. Can you believe that one of them had the impertinence to present themselves at our treasury demanding payment? Avozoan scoffed as a server refilled his glass. You as well, the Gvorden counselor sneered. The Belial did the same thing recently. Of course, they are desperate, but still, the absolute nerve. Vika rolled her large eyes behind the visor that shielded them from the much higher light levels favored by most species as she daintily picked up a morsel with artfully curved silver chopsticks. Species like the Vistun and the Gvorda annoyed her to no end. The Welkskay counselor did the same thing to us, a Havaridan snorted. What's worse, it demanded to know why we weren't paying them. Well, I just told them that payment was impossible due to the fact that we were unable to make transfers. Vika's head shot up as the morsel fell from her chopsticks and onto the table. That annoying Carachel did the same thing, the Gvorden counselor said in an annoyed tone. My secretary said she just wouldn't let the issue drop until we gave her a good reason why we were unable to pay. Unable to pay. Vika's large ears twitched as she heard a quiet chuckle from another part of the restaurant. She turned her head slightly as her eyes swiveled behind the conveniently opaque visor. The chuckle came from the Volksine counselor who was dining with a Craxidan. The pair exchanged a look and smug little smirks as they looked at the Gvorden counselor and the rest of them with predatory eyes. This is going to be hilarious, the Volksine whispered to the Craxidan so quietly that most in the room wouldn't be able to overhear them. Well, anyone except for a race that used echolocation. Indeed, the Craxidan buzz hissed, do you know the Gvorden actually said races like us to me the other day? Unbelievable, the Volksine whispered in reply. Vika tucked her chopsticks into her robe, hopped down from her chair, and rushed towards the exit. Excuse me, Madam Counselor, an ornately dressed Cranial said as it rushed towards her, was the meal not to your liking? Oh no, Yaktun, she replied, some urgent business has arisen that I must address immediately. Just put the meal on my account. Very good, Madam Counselor, the Cranial said, dipping its bill respectfully as Vika waddled urgently from the room. Vika rushed into the food concourse underneath the council building, issuing little clicks and squeaks inaudible to most people inside. Her mind rapidly sorted through the sound shapes before her, seeking the familiar, reassuring bulk and soothing rumble of an old friend. She soon found it and quickly hurried through the open area frequented by various mid-level government employees and counselors from systems not wealthy enough to provide lavish expense accounts or were disgraced or otherwise of insufficient status to be allowed into one of the nicer clubs such as the one she just left with such haste. As she navigated her way through the maze of booths, tables, and perches, she felt the sound shapes shift, hiss, mutter, and buzz in a decidedly unfriendly manner. Upper-class people like her were never exactly welcome here because they often heralded the abrupt end to someone's break. But this was different, almost dangerous. Vika's first paw instinctively reached up and stroked her hair, feeling for one of the definitely not a weapon long pins that she used to secure the long hair streaming from the top of her skull and down her shoulders, almost to her tail if it wasn't bundled up and restrained with a couple of traditional long skewers, which were totally not deadly weapons in the hands of a master of one of her people's martial arts. She was happy, and relieved, when her old friend's friendly rumble was reassuringly the same. Counselor Vika, the large being covered with thick leathery plates, exclaimed upon her approach, slicing off a piece of his meal. Here. The choicest piece of fat for the choicest piece of fat. I will take that in the spirit it was intended, Vika laughed as she produced her chopsticks and put the offering in her mouth. Oh, that is scrumptious, Lab Kaylee. Vika gushed, your wives spoil you. This is from one of my husbands, actually, Lab Kaylee replied proudly. He is a genius at the grill. You should come to one of our cookouts someday. I would, Vika laughed, but your recreational activities are a bit much for my very boring sensibilities. Lab Kaylee let out a loud guffaw. We could restrain ourselves until your departure, you know, he laughed, or you could join us. You say that, Vika smiled, but what would you say when half of your family follows me home instead of you, triggering a loud bellowing laugh from Lab Kaylee. I would say that the victor is entitled to the spoils of war, Lab Kaylee said between gasping laughs, but perhaps it would be you that follows me home instead? You never know until you try, Madam Counselor. Considering the differences in our biology, Vika snickered, I would honestly be very, very surprised. So, what brings you down from your lofty tower to crawl among the lowlies? Lab Kaylee laughed. Vika winced. It's not like that, Lab Kaylee, she said. It's never like that. I know, Lab Kaylee replied, it's why I say it. If it were true, I wouldn't bother. So, what brings you down here? I know that expression, Vika. What's wrong? I just want you to know, Vika said, taking a deep breath, that we can pay your people. We have the money, desire, and capacity to pay. We willfully choose not to because it is not convenient due to the current state of the Federation. If you wish, you can present yourselves to our treasury and receive any amount due upon demand. Lab Kaylee sighed hissed with irritation. Those damn, strong words for one of his kind, troublemakers, he grumbled, Vika, please tell me you don't believe that we are in league with those people. Our people have always had a good relationship with the click, eep, and nothing will change that. We know you are good for your end of the deal and extend to you the same flexibility you have always extended to us. We can settle everything up once the real network is up and running again. Vika sighed with relief. Thank you, Lab Kaylee, she said, that means a lot to both me and my people. She winced. Lab Kaylee, I truly hate to do this, she said apologetically as she produced a tablet, but would you accept this document that officially states what I have just told you? You doubt my word? Lab Kaylee asked in disbelief. No. Good creators above, below, within, and without no. Vika exclaimed, I trust you completely. I mistrust just about everything else right now. I have a responsibility to my people that cannot rely on just my heart alone. I would stake my life on your words, old friend. However, I cannot stake my people's lives on my judgment, which I mistrust far more than your word. Fine, Lab Kaylee grumbled, I accept this on behalf of the Ulk, he said formally as he accepted the tablet. Are you happy now? No, Vika replied, far from it. I have cast a shadow over your day due to my timidity and fear. You don't deserve this. Oh, don't be like that, Lab Kaylee snorted, giving Vika a playful little swat, ill herders come home covered in turds, and we both go home envying them. You bring light, as always, Vika, not shadows. Now, sit. Sit and share my bounty. Oh, I couldn't, Vika said, eyeing the absolutely overflowing gigantic lunch basket filled with deliciousness. Your tiny mouth and stomach can't rob me of my meal. Lab Kaylee exclaimed, pulling out a lovely Olana fruit, a big export item to Vika's system, and waving it seductively. Well, Vika said as she sat down next to the giant, if you insist. I do, Lab Kaylee said, and you know how we take our hospitality being refused. You quite simply have no choice. Nom. I guess I'm your prisoner then. Nom, Vika smiled, Olana juice trickling down her chin. So tell me, Lab Kaylee, she said a few moments later, who are these troublemakers you speak of? Oh, the party, Lab Kaylee said, chuffing derisively. Some of us little guys have decided to go insane, that's all. Think nothing of it. There is a new political party. Vika asked, I haven't seen anything about it. Nor will you, Lab Kaylee said as he popped a whole palled melon into his gaping maw like a grape, rind and all, it's not an official party. They say it's more of a caucus at the moment, whatever that is. It's just a couple of dirt systems playing pretend. It's embarrassing how many people are listening to their nonsense. They are as bad as QAnon. What are they saying? Vika asked as she nibbled on her Olana, and what is QAnon? I don't even want to repeat it, Lab Kaylee grumbled, shoving a fistful of greens into his steam shovel of a mouth. Pay it no mind. Humor me. Vika's eyes slowly widened as Lab Kaylee reluctantly filled her in. She shuddered, her delicious second lunch forgotten and abandoned like the first, as she listened to her old friend inform her of the pointless nonsense that was taking place right under her nose. So, Lab Kaylee, Vika asked as casually as she could manage, are there any members of this what did you call it, communalist party here? Oh no, those crazy morons are holding their, snort, caucus outside. Can you believe it? I don't see why not. Vika replied, it's a lovely day, and the gardens are. Not the courtyard, Lab Kaylee snorted, out front. What? You heard me, Lab Kaylee chuffed, they are across the street in Aspiration Park having a picnic, just begging to get their heads blown off. They say that the sniper or snipers aren't going to waste a bullet on lowlies like them. Carashel and the rest are out there right now holding court. Lab Kaylee leaned in close. It is unlike me to wish ill on anyone, he whispered, but if that sniper decided to prove them incorrect, it would not displease me. Vika summoned her courage as she rushed through the building. As she did so, she overheard, if you can't pay us at this time, could you please send an email to my office, or words to that effect several times. Oh, this was bad. How did they all not hear what they were saying? It was like when the ocean pulled away from the shore. There is always that one family that has to be told to climb, no matter how many times it's happened. And it happens a lot on her home world. She reached the front entrance, guarded by a squad of armored troopers. Do you need us to call you a transport, ma'am, their sergeant, a reassuringly burly Threen, asked. No, I'm just stepping outside for a moment. The Threen just sighed and took a deep breath. Very well, he said in a sing-song voice, I cannot and will not stop you from exiting. However, I must inform you that there are snipers still active in the capital, and while no counselor has been shot at this time, there is no guarantee that the sniper or snipers will not change their tactics. You pass these doors solely at your own risk. Do you understand? Yes, Sergeant, thank you, Vika replied. The sergeant unlocked the front doors and then scrambled behind an armored panel. While counselors haven't been shot, the same couldn't be said for the military. He also hoped his comical rushing for cover would dissuade yet another privileged idiot from being a privileged idiot. He shook his head as Vika took a deep breath and ran through the doorway. As she sprinted across the once busy street, the surreal reality in which she now lived struck her as darkly funny. She had crossed this street countless times over for many years without a care in the world. Now, she was absolutely terrified as she waddled across it and down a walkway that was, only weeks ago, crowded with people of countless species. Now it was abandoned. Shaking with fear and glancing at every rooftop that she passed, she reached Aspiration Park an eternity later. As she rushed past the entrance, she stopped in her tracks. It looked normal. People lounged on benches, strolled through the statues, and sat on the grass, still perfectly maintained by robotic mowers. Everyone seemed relaxed and happy, free from fear or concern. She almost wept. But it wasn't normal. From her safe vantage point, she started to realize that while there were several counselors of lower-tier races, most of the people in the park were Auts, WTTL, other lower races, or people clearly of low status, certainly not the sorts who would enjoy this nice place before. They were precisely the sorts of people that Lab Kaylee described, people that a sniper wouldn't waste a bullet on. People who actually were safe here, not only from the sniper but from the assholes who made their lives unpleasant. She realized that they were using the sniper as cover, protecting them from the real threat. People like her. I don't belong here, she realized as a lump formed in her throat. She wondered if there actually was a human sniper hovering over this place like a guardian angel, just waiting for someone like her to show up. However, she had to know. Was what she was feeling just a product of her species' naturally excitable and cautious nature, or was what she feeling real? Taking a deep breath with her knees literally shaking, she stepped into the park, praying with each step that she didn't go pop. It didn't take long to find them, this communalist party. They were sitting under one of the pavilions, surrounded by tables of food that seemed to be free for the taking. She paused. Sitting at a table in the middle of this buffet that was being enjoyed by a short line of diners was a group of counselors she had seen in passing many times, minor races of little consequence. But here, they didn't look of little consequence. They looked different. There was Counselor Longpaw of the diminutive Lu. Normally he looked cute and fluffy, but now, his fur seemed slick, and his mouth was hanging slightly open in a feral smile revealing entirely too many teeth. Next to him was Counselor Maypok, of the youth, abnormally large for a siphant. He usually was folded in on himself as he clumsily lumbered through the halls. Now, he loomed even bigger than ever, his ropey, cable-like muscles rippling as he laughed a booming laugh. At the far end of the bench was Counselor Rill, of the Rill, a strange species even by Federation standards, her long multi-legged serpentine body stretched a ways from the bench. Were her mandibles always that long? The strangest feature was her head, typically bowed down, it was held high, searching the area with her secondary forward-facing eyes, and extending from the sides of her neck were great frills extending out in hood above and beside her head that she had never seen opened before. Beside her was Counselor Lakevet of Lolibissel, struggling under management. To be honest, she really didn't know what he normally looked like because he rarely left his office, poor thing. He looked feral. His multiple glossy black eyes set in blue-black scales were gleaming malevolently as his taloned multiple arms broke a loaf of some strange substance into 6 equal pieces. He laughed pleasantly as he offered Rill a portion. Rill took a bite and spat it out with a strange rattling hiss that sent chills up Vika's spine as Lakevet let out a howl of what she only could assume was laughter, as Rill head-butted him to the delight of the table. Finally, sitting in the middle was a brightly colored slug. It was Carashel, a being that she barely knew and only because she was Ka's shadow these days. Ka spoke quite highly of her, though, and apparently, she could out-curse an XX, quite the achievement. She looked, well. She looked the same way she always did and completely out of place among the more disturbing and threatening-looking beings on that bench. A strange feeling came over Vika. She wasn't quite sure what it was. She just felt that this moment was important. She looked at them and, with an ultrasonic squeak, triggered a microcamera in her completely not a set of spy tools sun visor, and took a picture of the people at that table. It wasn't to incriminate them or to use for analysis. She just felt that this precise second was important, that's all. The table turned silent, and she realized that they were all looking at her. Well, in for a credit, in for the lot. Besides, they were her fellow counselors, right? There was no reason to feel as afraid as she was. It was just silly. She was scared of snipers, not fellow counselors, and especially not those counselors. Navigating past the beings enthusiastically filling their plates, Vika made her way to the center table. Good midday, Vika said pleasantly. Midday, Rill buzzed, flaring her hood. Vika noticed that all of them were wearing a small party pin similar to the one she was wearing, but it was strange, alien-looking. It disturbed her for some reason. It shouldn't have. It was just a stylized spiral galaxy surrounded by a wreath of grain-bearing vegetation with a strange golden symbol superimposed over the galaxy in the center. There was just something ominous about it. She looked at the symbol more closely. It was a curved implement, a scythe used by many species at some point in their technological development, crossed with what looked like a stylized hammer. An eye flick and ultrasonic squeak triggered an archive search that yielded no results. Then again, she could only access what archives were available. The blasted humans cut the link to the locus shortly after they wrecked the clock. What do you want? Counselor Longpaw asked with a faint hiss and none of his normal bowing and scraping. You want to take a plate of food meant for the proletariat? Go ahead, gorge yourself on what is meant for others. The prole what? No, I've eaten, thank you, Vika said uncertainly. I just heard that you guys had formed a party and wanted to say hello, see what your platform is. Everyone at the table glanced at Carashel. Oh, it's not a real party, Carashel said smoothly, I mean, seriously, look at us. There is no political power here. It's just a little caucus we put together for fun. We meet up, have a dinner party, chat about things, and practice our parliamentary procedure, you know, 'cause we are counselors and shit. We should know something about running a government. Suddenly Counselor Kvan of the Clacks rushed up. I did it, they squeaked excitedly, I actually flipping did it. They then pulled out one of those pins and fastened it to their jacket. Did you get it in writing? Carashel asked pleasantly. I did. Kvan squeaked. It went exactly like they said it would. They sent me to some office peon who pretty much wrote exactly what I asked them to, and then the asshole stamped it. Perfect, Carashel replied. You are a little late to the party in multiple senses, but welcome. Are you meeting tonight? Kvan asked. Not tonight, Carashel replied as the table chuckled. We have some things to take care of. You will be informed of the next party meeting. She glanced over at Vika. I'm sure that you have questions concerning certain opportunities. The Clacks bounced up and down excitedly. But we have a visitor, Carashel continued, give me your number, and we will set up a time where we can speak more freely, or just hang around. I'm sure our esteemed colleague will be leaving shortly. Actually, Vika said, her annoyance giving her courage, I was interested in perhaps joining your party. No, Carashel replied, you are interested in our party. It has piqued your curiosity or perhaps your concern. You have no interest in joining our party, nor do you have any interest in its principles. Carashel lowered her eye stalks to peer directly at Vika's visor. Vika shuddered. She had never realized exactly how strange Balayan eyes were. As far as any curiosity or concerns you have, Carashel smiled, all will become very clear very soon. Now, if you will excuse us, we have someone truly interested in joining, and we have a few things we would like to discuss with them. Forgive my abruptness, she said politely, and I know this is a public park, but I would deeply appreciate it if you would leave, now. Vika was beyond startled. She was unused to such treatment from any species, especially a lower. As she was inhaling to state in no uncertain terms that she was not leaving until she got some answers, Carashel continued. Besides, counselor, Carashel said with a smile. It isn't safe. While we are perfectly safe here, someone of your stature. Rill placed her manipulators around her head and rapidly moved them away, making a very accurate pop sound with her mandibles. There was a whole bundle of implications in that statement that Vika did not like. Well, Vika replied with an annoyed huff. I will not impose my presence where it isn't desired. However, many would be grateful for my species' assistance and would be careful not to draw our ire. Oh, we wouldn't want that, Carashel replied, causing the table to snicker. With a combination of fear, rejection, annoyance, and a feeling of denied privilege that she would never willingly admit to, Vika waddled off. As she made the long, frightening walk back to Parliament, she muttered to herself, calling Carashel and the rest of them every name in the book, including uppity. She was so discombobulated that she almost missed one teeny-tiny detail. She froze. With squeaks and eye flicks, she quickly confirmed her concerns. The councillors at that table and taking their lunch in that park represented almost 20% of the Federation's entire agricultural production capacity. She broke into a panicked sprint, but it wasn't the outside chance of a sniper's gyrojet that drove her. It was the certainty of what she now saw all too clearly. Oh la la. Ah oui, the pair of Belial sang as they wandered the maze of open promenades and crowded passages of a space station floating an ice giant on the outer edge of a solar system that most people didn't even know existed. They stopped at a transparent hatch behind which there was a clean, brightly lit shop filled with beautiful plants and animals. They entered and marveled at all of the wonders inside. These can't be real, one of them enthused as they gazed at a wall of beta fish. Robots, the other asked. No, the proprietor, a silver-haired human woman, said pleasantly. They are very much real. Genus, Beta, from Earth, or Terra if you prefer. They are a bit of a hobby of mine. They are beautiful, the first Belial exclaimed. Very beautiful, the other agreed. And they make perfect pets for spacers, the woman said brightly, those little glass containers are all the environment they need at the oxygen levels preferred by most siphons. They eat very little and have a lot of personality for such a little thing. I want the pink one of the Belial exclaimed with delight. And I want that blue one. No. That one, the other one squealed. Excellent, the woman smiled. Here is all of the information you will need, she said, handing them a crystal as a younger human male took the 2 spill-proof fish bowls from the display. And over here, the woman said with a smile, we have our hermit crabs, another favorite. Oh, the Belial gushed. And we have a wide assortment of reptiles, insects, both livestock and decorative. Look at that one of the Belial said, pointing at a brightly colored gecko. Is that real? Everything in here is real, the woman smiled. But for the record, that guy has been manipulated a little bit. The original species isn't quite that brightly colored. However, these poison dart frogs are 100% as they were in nature. OMG. One of the Belial gushed. How hard are they to keep? It's not too bad, the woman replied, you have to maintain the proper temperature and humidity, and feeding them can be a bit of a challenge, but we could set you up with an insect habitat that would produce plenty of food for them both cheaply and in a very space-efficient package if you are interested. Oh absolutely, one of the Belial replied. How many frogs? The woman asked with a smile. They are quite social, and we recommend at least 2 for the health and happiness of the little guys. How about 6? One of the Belial asked happily. Fantastic, the woman beamed. Barry? Work up a dart frog hab pack for 6. Yes, ma'am. Barry said with a grin. Today was certainly looking up. The woman saw one of the Belial admiring an orchid. You like plants? The woman asked. Oh, the Belial enthused, we love plants. Plants are our thing, the other added. Well, let me tell you about our orchids, another great addition for any ship. Multiple purchases later, the woman was starting to feel just a tad bit guilty. These slugs were so nice and never even tried to haggle. You wouldn't believe what they paid for some betta fish and a couple of frogs. So, is there anything else you are interested in? The woman said, smiling broadly. Yes, one of the Belial exclaimed happily. The real reason we came here, the other added. Oh, the woman asked. We are looking for your father. The woman's smile faded. Get out. But we need to talk to him, one of the Belial said. Please, the other added. Get out and never come back, the woman hissed. Barry. Give these nice people a refund. Can we at least buy the betta fish? Out, the woman yelled as silver drones flew into the shop from the back room. That was disappointing. One of the Belial said once the drones stopped chasing them. I wanted that fish, the other said sadly. Is there another place to find those betta fish? The first Belial asked the human, who was trying very hard not to laugh. What? He replied between snickers, Christ, a running Belial is funny. Yet, bettas are pretty easy to get. As nice as those? One Belial asked. Those were really nice. The other added, I really wanted that pink one. We can just send one of the crew over tomorrow to buy them, the human shrugged. Oh good, one of the Belial replied. But what about our mission? We need her father for la. Well, the human mused as they walked past an open seating area where a pack of dazed Chuckies were sitting at a table, each with a large partially deflated transparent balloon filled with pastel-colored vapors in their laps. Latest intel, we have placed him here. I bet that woman knows where Daddy Dearest is. We'll put a tail on her and see what turns up. That sounds great, one of the Belial said cheerfully. But if we can't find him, the other one said, is there someone else we could talk to? Oh yeah, the human replied, if it goes twang, bang, or boom, it's in here somewhere. He then chuckled and patted one of the Belial on the back. Or cough, as the case may be. We don't want anything to go cough, one of the Belial corrected. We want things to go wilt. Well, don't you worry, the human said confidently, you want a bioweapons engineer? I will get you one. A Terran one of the Belial asked. We want a Terran bioengineer. They are the best, the other one said happily. Oh, the other Belial exclaimed excitedly, what's that, and started scooching towards a holographic orgy of a food cart, with the other one following shortly thereafter. The human just looked at the Ziyush, laughed, and shook his head. I know they are evil as the devil herself, he said, but I just can't help but like those guys. Yeah, delightfully creepy little motherfuckers, ain't they, one of the Ziyush chuckled. Carashel lights the candle. Vika scurried urgently through the halls of Parliament. What was she going to do? How was she going to give voice to the icy dread that was growing by the second? How could she express what she knew was at hand so that it would be believed? Ka. Yes. Ka at Sish. If anyone knew what that Belial was capable of, it would be him. Wasting no time, she sprinted towards the Xian offices. Can I help you? A smartly dressed Xian female asked with her crest flicking in a raised eyebrow. Ka, she gasped, her portly frame unused to the exertion. Gasp, need, gasp. Ka. Oh, I'm so sorry, the XX smirked, you just missed him. Gasp, where, gasp, is he going? Vika gasped, bending over, her second arms gripping her knees for support. He has returned to Atarnkia, the XX replied, he wishes to welcome the Balayan delegation personally and see that they are properly attended to. The Balayan delegation? Oh, this was bad. Gasp, have to. Gasp, speak with him. It's about gasp, the Belial. Vika wheezed, trying not to throw up. It's a matter of utmost urgency. Utmost urgency concerning the Belial, the XX snickered. Are you certain? Yes. Vika shouted, charging her desk and then nearly collapsing across it. Gasp. Kara, gasp. Carashel, the XX asked helpfully. Yes. She's his pet, the XX smirked, does she need her litter box changed or something? No. Vika wheezed, she's dangerous. She's what? The XX asked with visible amusement. She's agriculture. Food. Gasp, food supply. What about the food supply? I don't. Gasp, no exactly. Gasp, trade, gasp, unable to pay. Vika pulled out her sigil, the encoded crystal representing her ability to speak for her race. I demand, gasp. Ka. I see, the XX smiled, he will undoubtedly stop by his chambers at the embassy to pack before his departure. If you hurry, you might be able to reach him before he leaves. Would you like for me to summon one of our vehicles for you? It will be much faster. Gasp, yes. Yes, please. Very good, the XX smiled as a set of doors opened, just wait inside, and I will send someone with some refreshments while I have the embassy send a limo. Vika looked at the doors anxiously as the XX stepped from behind the desk and gently started to guide her inside. The XX's offices were shielded. Nothing could penetrate their cloaks, including sound. But she didn't have any choice, did she? If anyone could stop Carashel, it was Ka, right? She allowed herself to be led inside, guided to a couch, and the doors to close behind the attendant. The Xian attendant huffed with annoyance as she walked to her desk. As she reached it, Ka walked out from another doorway. Well, Ka said, I'm off. I've just received word that your bags have arrived on board our vessel. Enjoy your trip home, sir, the attendant smiled. Anything I should be aware of before I board? Ka asked. You know how communications are these days. Nothing of any import, the attendant replied. Enjoy your vacation, she smirked. Balil herding isn't a vacation, Ka laughed. One of them is bad enough, a few dozen. Ka mock shuddered. Anything you would like from home? Ka asked, pulling out one of their crystalline tablets. Oh, some keeljacks, the attendant exclaimed. Oh, good choice. Ka grinned, making a note. And you aren't the only one. I'll bring back a pallet. Thank you, counselor, the XX enthused. Keep an eye on the store while I'm gone, Ka laughed as he departed, waving over his shoulder. Goodbye, the attendant smiled. As the doors closed, her smile faded. She pulled out a communicator. Hello, a bright voice answered. Chairman Carousel, she said, this is PUU. We have a problem. No, you did fine, Carousel replied into her communicator as she sat among the committee out in Aspiration Park. She was sniffing around here just a moment ago. I was anticipating her trying something like this. No. There is no need for that. Besides, she is one of the decent ones. There is nothing she, or Ka for that matter, can do now anyway. Our prey is on the slope. Nothing can stop it now. Yes, I was hoping to make things bigger as well, but we mustn't get greedy. Just make sure that the limo arrives after Ka has already boarded. Thanks again, PUU. It warms my hearts that at least some of the XX care. I plan on lighting the candle tonight. Inform the others. Bye. Problem. Rill buzzed, her frill hood twitching, sending hypnotic patterns dancing across its surface. Only a minor annoyance, Carousel replied. Vika is trying to warn Ka. The XX. Longpaw Squeak snarled, and that isn't a problem. It's too late, Carousel replied as she popped a grain-coated pickle into her mouth. We already have the signed documents stating that they are unable to pay. He can complicate matters, but he can't stop it. Besides, I have just ensured that Vika will be delayed. She will miss Ka, and my people in the Xian embassy will ensure that no word reaches him before they jump. I still can't believe you turned some of the XX, Longpaw said with an awestruck voice. Their idealism was their undoing, Carousel replied as her radula slowly but surely ripped the pickle into pieces. For every fish, there is a worm, Longpaw, and for every worm, a hook. Carousel smiled. Spread the word, she said with a quiet smile. The candle gets lit tonight. The group chuckled darkly as the AAT and WTTL happily filled their plates. Just outside the capital city spaceport, Vuron dug his claw under the scratchy armor vest that he and every other Federation officer now had to wear. Like it would do any good. Did you freaking see what their weapons do? This aluminum foil sweat collector wouldn't do a void damned thing if the humans come calling. He fiddled with the climate controls in his small kiosk again. He really hated the vest, but he couldn't take another ride up just now. A short line of fancy hover trucks pulled to a stop in front of his kiosk. He glanced at his screen. They were Callant consulate vehicles carrying diplomatic cargo. Odd. That usually meant just a fancy limo or maybe a small hopper. He approached the lead vehicle. Good afternoon, the Callant driver said somewhat nervously. Vuron thought to himself, his heavy threen brow raising in suspicion. It wasn't like the Callant to be nervous. What you got there? Vuron asked, idly pulling out his scanner. He couldn't go ripping open boxes, but nothing said he couldn't wave a scanner over them. He could always say he was checking the vehicles for electromagnetic noise or something. The scanner revealed nothing. The vehicles were all shielded, which was definitely odd but not illegal. It was diplomatic cargo, after all. He looked at the driver again. Nervous, unusual cargo. If Vuron didn't know better, he would swear this was a smuggler. He was showing all of the signs. He double-checked the drivers and the cargo's credentials again. They were legit. There was no falsifying those. You picked a good time to arrive, Vuron said pleasantly. Fantastic weather this time of year, well, except for all the snipers, not that people like me have to worry about those, of course. Yeah, nice weather, the driver replied nervously. So what do you have in there? Vuron asked in a conversational tone. Don't usually see diplomatic cargoes that big. Diplomatic stuff, the driver said anxiously. Diplomatic stuff. I see. I have to get this stuff delivered, the driver said anxiously. Is this going to take long? Not long, Vuron said, narrowing his eyes. I just have to run this by Central. Do you have a manifest for that cargo? Don't need one, the driver said as he darted back and forth in his bot's globe. It's diplomatic. Just asking if you had one, Vuron asked pleasantly. It's on the checklist. I gotta ask everyone. Vuron submitted the driver's documentation to Central, and the codes were verified. They were cleared. Well, that was that. He couldn't stop the guy. Besides, it was a callant. You didn't want to start trouble with those even if you were justified, which he no longer was. Knowing it stank to high heaven, Vuron shrugged and pressed an icon on his tablet. The barricade in front of his kiosk lifted. You have a nice day now, Vuron smiled. Why you too, the driver stammered as he drove past. Vuron looked at the convoy as it drove off. He then shrugged and returned to his kiosk. As the hover trucks pulled away, the crinkling of cellophane could be heard coming from the back of the driver's bot, followed by a munching sound. Rigid with fear, the driver looked down at one of several little companion fish in his globe, a bright yellow little guy with the strangest markings on his head. They looked just like a little smiley face. Vika clambered out of the limo just as soon as it pulled to a stop inside the Xian embassy parking lot. There was an XX waiting for her. I'm sorry you traveled all this way, counselor, the XX said before she could even open her mouth, but Counselor Itzish left 10 minutes ago. What? Vika shouted. I waited for nearly an hour in that damned room, then this limo stopped for every single traffic signal on an empty street, and now you tell me that I missed him? This is an emergency, damn it. What ship is he on? The Purple Streak, counselor. Well, take me to your communications center. Vika shouted. I need to speak with him. It's a matter of Federation security. I'm sorry, counselor, the XX said politely, but you misunderstood me. When I said you missed him, I didn't mean you missed him here. His ship just jumped to hyperspace. He won't be reachable until their next jump point. I was told he was coming here to pack. I'm sorry, counselor, the XX replied, successfully concealing his amusement, but whoever told you that was in error. He left for the ship directly from Parliament. Vika threw her head back as she let loose an anguished, frustrated scream. She stopped screaming and carefully looked at the XX in front of her. She had been diddled. Very well, she replied with enforced calm, I wish to see the ambassador, then. Oh, I can take a message for you, the XX said pleasantly. I'll relay it directly to the communications center and enter it into the buffer myself. It will be delivered the second their ship enters normal space. Ambassador, Vika snarled, now. Police Sergeant LGG looked at the short line of trucks approaching the barricade curiously. What the fuck, he muttered. They lost, Officer K equals PAL fluttered as they stood behind thick Dura armor plates. The trucks rolled to a stop. Disembark from the vehicle with your appendages clearly visible. Sergeant LGG barked through a loudspeaker. The door to the truck opened, and a callant bot clambered out. He's clean. K equals PAL chirped as he looked at a scanner. Get over here. Sergeant LGG shouted. You're in plain sight, moron. You just called a callant a moron. K equals PAL whispered urgently. Just calling like I see them, Sergeant LGG replied. Maybe it will get me fired, he added hopefully. The callant, clearly terrified, scrambled over to the two officers. You lost, buddy, the sergeant asked. You do know where this is, right? The callant bobbed up and down. I have compassionate relief supplies, he said as a little string of poop came out. Compassionate relief. Sergeant LGG replied. You gotta be kidding me. The callant people feel the human suffering and wish to provide basic sustenance and medical supplies out of the goodness, out of the goodness of. A bright yellow little guppy nuzzled him. Our hearts, the callant squealed. Out of the goodness of our hearts. We have gathered donations of food, clothes, and medical supplies for the survivors of the unprovoked bombardment of their homes. Well, that's awfully nice of you guys, Sergeant LGG smirked. And you are just going to drive in there? Yes, the callant exclaimed as another little bright yellow fish kissed his cheek. I have a point of contact that is still alive who will meet me and receive the delivery. Manifest, Sergeant LGG said suspiciously. The callant nervously handed the sergeant a tablet. Food. Medicine. Clothing. Portable structures, the sergeant said as he read. Authorized by Federation Emergency Council on behalf of the callant people. Now I've seen everything. He grabbed a scanner and aimed it at the trucks from his shelter. Please lower your shields, the sergeant said with a bit of annoyance. Suddenly the arms of the callant bot shot out like serpents. Sergeant LGG and Officer K equals PAL fell to the ground, their brains strewn across the shelter. The callant screamed in horror. The little yellow fish turned into little yellow blurs. The bot, with the globe filled with chunky bright pink broth where a callant used to be, reached over and pressed a button, and the barricade lifted, as munching sounds could be heard coming from inside of the bot. It then climbed into the lead truck and drove into Porky Town. As night fell, Carachel entered her apartment at the Bail-Allah embassy. As she made herself a nice cup of tea, she reviewed her emails. It would have to do. They could delay no longer. After she finished her tea, she went to her closet and selected her nicest clothes. After she had donned them, she headed back into the kitchen and opened a cabinet. Inside was a simple glass mug filled with wax with a bit of waxed string in the middle. She chuckled. Not that long ago, she didn't even know what one of these was. She pulled out a simple butane lighter, a gift from an AAT, and lit it. Smiling, she took the lit candle onto her balcony and set it on the railing, an innocuous act. She then threw her head back, raising all of her pseudo-tentacles skyward. It had begun. Jessica Morgan smiled as she read the latest email from Gordon. He was such a goof. Such a lovable goof. Every now and then, the universe cuts even the wicked a break, and Gordon was hers. He could always make her laugh, no matter what was happening. The door opened. It was Terrance. "Excuse me, ma'am," he said, "Carachel just lit the candle." "I see," Jessica replied, "has Brenda arrived?" "I just received word from Porky Town," Terrance replied. "Both Brenda and the shipment arrived this afternoon." "Perfect timing," Jessica replied. She stood and stretched. "Terrance," she smiled, "get me in touch with the Plague Fleet. It's time." "Yes, ma'am." The candle has been lit. Jalabel, the Bail-Allah foreign minister, smiled as she read her email. She quickly forwarded it to a few hundred individuals across the planet. Once that was done, she sighed happily, inserted her neural jack, and selected one of her favorite tracks. "Let's go," she whispered as her anterior end started to bounce. As her eyes closed with delight, she fantasized once again about having fangs. That would be so cool.